Jiang Tianyu traverses into a high martial world. He becomes an ordinary, aging collateral member of the illustrious Jiang family. After decades of martial training, he remains merely a novice blacksmith at the body refinement stage. Childless and without a partner, he has lived his life as a solitary old bachelor, resigned to this fate. Little did he anticipate that he would emerge as a late bloomer, awakening to his innate potential. The breakthroughs in his body refinement seem boundless, ultimately culminating in his ascension as a saint monarch of the cosmos, unparalleled and supreme. All are filled with profound terror, questioning if this truly is the body refinement technique. Jiang Tianyu asserts, "Indeed, it is body refinement, yet I practice 100,000 layers of it, one that even the Empress cannot withstand." Chapter 1. The Armorer. In the year 1673 of the Luoyuan calendar, in Chaotian Prefecture, Shitang City. Splash. He draws a bucket of water from the well and pours it out. Jiang Tianyu leans in to inspect. The water, reflecting like a mirror, reveals a face marked by the passage of time, adorned with a finger-length beard and a bronze complexion, resembling a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this visage, he feels a headache and rubs his temples. As he washes up, he sighs, lamenting how, after traversing to this world, he is transformed into an elder who appears akin to a grandfather, still a bachelor approaching 50. After freshening up, Jiang Tianyu donned a short-sleeved shirt, showcasing muscles as formidable as a coiling dragon. He stands tall and robust, exuding an aura of fierce might. However intimidating his appearance may be, the reality is that his previous incarnation possessed dismal martial talent. Having practiced martial arts since the age of 10, he has barely reached the 4th level of the body refinement stage after 38 years. Were it not for his master's intervention, he would likely still be toiling as a helper in the Jiang family's blacksmith shop. Creak. He steps out decisively. The dawn is just beginning to break, and the streets are sparsely populated, shrouded in a light mist that envelopes the entire Shitang city. Outside, a few vendors warmly greet Jiang Tianyu as he passes by. "Master Jiang, heading to the blacksmith shop again? Would you care for some meat buns?" "Master Jiang, you rise so early. My noodles have just been prepared, perfectly chewy. Would you like to try a bowl?" "Master Jiang, it has been ages since you had jianbing guozi. Would you like to sample a different flavor today?" Jiang Tianyu feels somewhat bewildered. He is not unfamiliar with these vendors. Yet after integrating with the memories of his previous self, he finds the relationships peculiar and is still adapting to them. Nevertheless, this does not deter him from stopping to enjoy a few buns and a bowl of hearty meat noodles, ensuring he is well fed before continuing his journey to the blacksmith shop. The Jiang family's blacksmith shop is the largest in Shitang City, without exception. The Jiang family is not the original clan of Shitang City. Rather, they are merely a branch here, with a true lineage located in the capital of Chaotian Prefecture, one of the few prominent families in the region. The Jiang Clan in Shitang City primarily manages several mines and the blacksmith shop within the city, employing nearly 1,000 individuals, including clan members, guards, blacksmith masters, helpers, apprentices, and miscellaneous workers, thereby establishing a considerable influence. The previous incarnation bore the name Jiang Tianyu, aged 48, possessing a 4th-level cultivation in the body refinement realm. Having labored at the Jiang family blacksmith shop for over 20 years before, through the efforts of his master, barely qualifying as an apprentice. It was only 8 years ago that he finally managed to become a blacksmith in the shop. His daily tasks primarily involve forging iron ingots, and he only assists in crafting iron tools during busy periods, making him a barely competent first-tier armorer of the lowest caliber. In the early morning on the bustling streets of Shitang City, few souls could be discerned. Jiang Tianyu ambled toward a blacksmith shop located just beyond the thoroughfare, his attention solely fixated on himself. In his mind, he incessantly called out, "System? Father? Foster father? Deep Blue? Celestial Grandpa? Classmate Xiao AI?" After what felt like an eternity, silence continued to reign. Jiang Tianyu's expression darkened. Could it be that he was not the protagonist? Otherwise, why had he not received any special abilities or divine interventions? Such a notion defied logic. Though discomfort, life must carry on. However, the thought of remaining a perennial bachelor weighed heavily on Jiang Tianyu. His visage soured at the recollection of 2 decades spent in solitude before his transmigration, only to find himself still unaccompanied for another 50 years. How could he endure such a life? Regardless of his predecessor's sentiments, he resolved to live his days to the fullest. Perhaps he should consider marrying a lovely young wife? Contemplating this proved quite challenging, yet a sly grin suddenly crept across his face. The environment here bore semblance to the ancient world of his previous life. He wondered if there were brothels or pleasure boats nearby. Having remained single for so many years, his predecessor's martial prowess was lacking. Yet now, he possessed over 200 taels of silver, sufficient to sustain him for a while. As he reveled in these thoughts, the blacksmith shop was now within reach. Jiang Tianyu entered the blacksmith shop with familiarity. The establishment was expansive, featuring not only a storefront, but also a substantial area divided into a front yard and a backyard, where the forging and smithing activities primarily took place under the supervision of skilled blacksmiths, apprentices, and laborers. The backyard served as the kitchen and quarters for the shopkeeper, blacksmith guards, and various workers to rest and live. Upon entering the front yard, several familiar workers and apprentices paused to greet him respectfully, exclaiming, "Master Tianyu, the smith." Jiang Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement. He first visited the storeroom, only to find not his master, Li Junhe, but rather a senior apprentice overseeing the stock. He documented the necessary details and began his forging journey by acquiring 1,000 jin of iron ore. As the iron ore transformed into molten iron and solidified into a lump, Jiang Tianyu grasped his forging hammer, baring his arms, and commenced to strike the iron repeatedly. After thousands of blows, the iron had been shaped into a sizable ingot, barely suitable for crafting ordinary weapons. By evening, Jiang Tianyu had successfully forged all 1,000 jin of iron where he had obtained that day. After placing the hammer back, Jiang Tianyu rubbed his sore arms and fatigue back as he exited the blacksmith shop, murmuring to himself, "Forging 1,000 jin of iron or earns me half a tael of silver. Over a month, that amounts to 15 taels. After daily expenses and martial training, I should still save a few taels. A few taels to marry a lovely young wife seems rather insufficient." Moreover, the dwelling he resided in was rather dilapidated, a mud brick house. Although it featured a small courtyard and a well, the quality left much to be desired. To procure a better residence would require a considerable sum, easily in the hundreds to thousands of taels. He needed to devise a means to earn more money. If he could accumulate a few hundred taels in a year, his standard of living could rise significantly, allowing him to reside comfortably in a modest courtyard. For dinner, Jiang Tianyu refrained from cooking, choosing instead to visit a nearby tavern where he ordered several signature dishes. After satisfying his hunger, he returned home. After resting for the better part of half an hour, Jiang Tianyu stood quietly in the courtyard, wielding a long-handled iron hammer weighing approximately 30 pounds. He reflected upon the martial arts techniques his predecessor practiced, specifically the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, a lesser martial art of the blacksmithing trade. The martial arts cultivation was divided into 3 realms: body refinement, bone forging, and organs refinement. The body refinement realm comprised 9 levels, primarily relying on external force to temper the body and undergo 9 transformations to achieve the 9th level. The subsequent realms of bone forging and organs refinement were considerably more profound, unattainable without higher-tier martial arts. Furthermore, there existed vast disparities between various martial arts. For instance, in the realm of bone forging, ordinary techniques involved 18 bones, while more advanced methods encompass 36, 72, and so forth. Chapter 2. Daily Refinement of the Body. At present, Jiang Tianyu's martial arts cultivation remains at the 4th level of body refinement, having undergone the process of body tempering and blood cleansing 4 times, resulting in a strength increase of approximately 400 kilograms. In this moment, Jiang Tianyu, guided by his own perception, can vaguely discern 4 faintly glowing patterns coursing through his internal meridians and blood energy. These are the marks of his body's transformation following the refinement, serving as the wellspring of martial prowess, commonly referred to as body refinement patterns. The Raging Wind Body Refinement Hammer Technique is merely a lower-tier martial art confined to the realm of body refinement. However, it can also be utilized for weapon forging, rendering it a formidable method among lower-tier martial disciplines. Jiang Tianyu decided to practice it. He summoned the power of blood energy within his body, and as he moved his feet, a surge of force reverberated through the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. With a spine that arched like a dragon and eyes wide as a tigress, he let out a sharp shout, channeling his strength through his meridians and into his arms, where the veins bulged like coiled dragons. Suddenly, he swung the long-handled iron hammer. Whoosh! In an instant, a piercing whistle filled the air as the hammer danced like a furious dragon. After practicing the 18 forms of the Raging Wind Body Refinement Hammer technique, Jiang Tianyu was drenched in sweat, his breath quickening considerably, yet he maintained his composure. He had expended roughly 30 to 40% of his blood energy. After a brief respite, once he regained his bearings, Jiang Tianyu swung the long-handled iron hammer once more. Regrettably, after 2 iterations of the technique, he still did not encounter the appearance of the system. With a soft sigh, he returned the hammer, fetched several buckets of well water to bathe, and then retired for the night. However, as he slumbered, a gentle warmth began to permeate his body, and under this heat, his blood energy gradually expanded and transformed. Quietly, his body transcended from the 4th level of body refinement to the 5th. When Jiang Tianyu awoke the following day, an overwhelming sense of hunger nearly consumed him, accompanied by a wave of weakness, as though he had fasted for 10 days or more. He sensed the surging blood energy within him and the transformation of his physical strength, bewildered. The 5th level of body refinement. Good heavens! When did I achieve this breakthrough, and why was I unaware? System? Xiaoyi. Jiang Tianyu, undeterred, attempted to summon his golden finger, but to no avail. He stood in stunned silence, pondering how he had managed to elevate his cultivation. Yet before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the gnawing hunger in his belly pulled him back to reality. He hurriedly got up to wash, then set out, taking some silver with him. Upon reaching the street, Jiang Tianyu indulged in 10 large meat buns and 5 bowls of hearty noodles before feeling satisfied. The moment the food entered his stomach, it seemed to vanish. As he felt no bloating despite consuming such a substantial meal, his digestive capacity had evidently increased manifold. As he made his way back to the blacksmith shop, he pondered the mystery of his recent cultivation breakthrough, feeling perplexed. How did I achieve this advancement? He recalled the Raging Wind Body Refinement Hammer technique and sensed that he had gained some insight, a newfound understanding of the hammer technique. Jiang Tianyu felt a surge of joy. If he practiced a bit more, he might just touch upon a minor breakthrough. The streets of Shirtang City were still sparsely populated in the early morning. A hazy light illuminated the horizon, and the melodious chirping of birds brought him an extra measure of cheer. Humming a tune, he arrived at the blacksmith shop and proceeded directly to the storeroom. An elderly man with graying hair sat by the storeroom door, and upon seeing Jiang Tianyu's cheerful demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Tianyu, what good fortune have you stumbled upon? Or are you perhaps planning to get married? Jiang Tianyu, upon recognizing the elder, immediately approached with a respectful bow. Master. This venerable figure was none other than Li Jinhe, his mentor from his previous life at the blacksmith shop, now serving as the storeroom manager. Li Jinhe waved his hand with a smile, internally sighing as he regarded his student. The reason he had taken Jiang Tianyu as his disciple was primarily due to the latter's lineage from the Jiang family. Thus, even though Jiang Tianyu displayed limited martial talent, he did not neglect him. Over the years, although Jiang Tianyu had not achieved much in martial arts, his respectful and considerate demeanor, particularly towards his master, had earned him Li Jinhe's admiration. This made Li Jinhe feel a twinge of regret. Had it not been for Jiang Tianyu's lack of martial aptitude, his noble heritage alone would have allowed him to flourish within the blacksmith shop. At that moment, Li Jinhe suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiang Tianyu, a hint of surprise illuminating his features. You've made a breakthrough? The 5th level of body refinement. Jiang Tianyu nodded with a smile. Master, your keen insight is commendable. I just achieved this breakthrough last night. Hearing this, Li Jinhe was elated, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Now, if you continue to exert yourself, you may enhance your weapon forging skills a notch. In the future, you might even undertake tasks from the blacksmith shop. Though it won't be easy, the remuneration for weapon forging far surpasses that of ironworking. If you can produce a standard first-tier weapon in a day, you could earn a couple of silver coins by month's end. That's 30 coins, not a small sum. Listening to this, Jiang Tianyu nodded vigorously in agreement. After registering, he took 1,000 jin of iron ore to commence his ironworking tasks for the day. While forging, Jiang Tianyu began to pay close attention to the subtleties of the Raging Wind Body Refinement Hammer technique. Compared to yesterday, his speed in crafting an iron ingot was noticeably quicker and more effortless today. His control over strength, along with the technique of penetrating the iron ingot with power and the subtleties of force rebound, had become much more harmonious and fluid. It appeared that the Raging Wind Body Refinement Hammer technique had indeed progressed, drawing him closer to a minor breakthrough. Jiang Tianyu felt a swell of excitement. If he could achieve this minor breakthrough, forging standard first-tier weapons would become significantly easier, and their quality would stabilize, preventing any defective products from emerging. Only then could he truly consider himself a first-tier blacksmith. Thanks to the advancements in the Raging Wind Body Refinement Hammer technique, his progress in ironworking today was accelerated. After finishing 1,000 jean of iron ore, he still had over half an hour until dusk. So Jiang Tianyu decided to take a piece of iron ingot and refine it thoroughly into a fine iron blank. As night fell, Jiang Tianyu exited the blacksmith shop, a glimmer of anticipation on his face. Tomorrow, he would attempt to forge another first-tier weapon. He made a trip to the market, purchasing 10 jean of pork and some vegetables to prepare dinner, resulting in a hearty pot of braised pork. After satisfying his hunger, he retrieved the long-handled iron hammer and returned to the courtyard to practice the Raging Wind Body Refinement Hammer technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long-handled iron hammer whirled wildly, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. At the culmination of the final strike, the air erupted with a thunderous sound, a powerful gust sweeping through the night sky with a resounding echo. Upon hearing this sound, a flicker of excitement danced in Jiang Tianyu's eyes. A sound as precious as gold could not be bought, and this sound was equally rare within the hammer technique. The emergence of such a sound indicated that his hammer technique had indeed reached a minor breakthrough. Late into the night, Jiang Tianyu waited for a change in his cultivation but saw none, gradually succumbing to sleep. Yet as he drifted into slumber, a wave of warmth surged through his body once more, his blood energy slowly strengthening under this heat, and his physique underwent yet another transformation. His cultivation ascended from the 5th level of body refinement to the 6th level. Chapter 3, Weapon Forging. As dawn broke outside, Jiang Tianyu was once again awakened by an insatiable hunger. The overwhelming sensation compelled him to leap from his bed and rush into the kitchen, devouring all the braised pork he had prepared the previous night. As the meat slid down his throat, he could distinctly feel his stomach churning rapidly, digesting the food within moments. It wasn't until he had polished off the 6 or 7 jean of leftover meat that he finally felt somewhat satiated. Had he truly broken through to the 6th level of body refinement? Jiang Tianyu stood in a daze, perplexed by the sudden breakthrough in his cultivation. Just the night before last, he had fallen into slumber and ascended to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, and last night, unable to resist the allure of sleep once more, he unexpectedly advanced to the 6th level. Such bewilderment was beyond comprehension. A single day, a single level of body refinement? At that moment, Jiang Tianyu felt an intuitive understanding of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique blossoming within him. His legs instinctively adopted a stance, and an aura of ferocity began to condense around him. His arms swayed like the wind, wielding the hammer with wild abandon. What appeared chaotic was, in truth, a strategy to strike swiftly amidst disorder, achieving victory through unpredictability. This endeavor granted Jiang Tianyu a newfound sensation. The 18 forms of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique seemed to crystallize in his mind, effortlessly flowing into execution with an ineffable elegance. After practicing the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, a look of uncontainable joy illuminated Jiang Tianyu's face. He was exhilarated. He had attained the great accomplishment level. This martial art, he realized, was a realm only his master, the venerable blacksmith, had achieved. With the mastery at the great accomplishment level, Li Zhenhe not only forged exceptional first-tier weapons, but also attained the 9th level of the body refinement realm. It was due to such accomplishments that Li Zhenhe could ascend the ranks within the Jiang family's forge, ultimately managing the storeroom and becoming its overseer. Now, with the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique mastered at the great accomplishment level, Jiang Tianyu found himself on par with the esteemed elder Li Zhenhe. After some time, Jiang Tianyu's emotions settled. He washed up, changed his attire, and stepped outside. He indulged in several bowls of noodles and 10 sizable meat buns before briskly making his way to the forge. However, not far ahead, he encountered a gathering of people before a notice board at the local magistrate's office, animatedly pointing at a wanted poster. The notorious bandit King Bai Yuan had been designated as a level 3 wanted criminal by the county government, having reportedly entered the vicinity of Shirtang City. Anyone with information was encouraged to report to the magistrate's office, with a reward of 10 taels of silver for useful leads and a staggering 100 taels for the capture of the bandit king's head. Wow, level 3 wanted criminal, indeed. It has been at least 20 to 30 years since such a figure has been seen. What crime could the bandit King Bai Yuan have committed? Let us move on. Let us move on. A level 3 wanted criminal must possess formidable martial prowess. Encountering such a person would surely be perilous. As Jiang Tianyu passed by the notice board, he cast a fleeting glance at the wanted poster, which bore an illustration of Bai Yuan, resembling a man in his 30s or 40s. Just as people had stated, such level 3 criminals were indeed rare. The reward for capturing such a criminal was merely 100 taels of silver, How miserly. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to this commotion and quickly proceeded to the forge. Upon arriving at the forge, he found it to be rather late. Two of his assistants and an apprentice had already procured 1,000 pounds of iron ore and prepared for work. In the forge, assistants held a position subordinate to that of the miscellaneous workers, gaining access to the forge's martial teachings, yet lacking the ability to learn advanced forging techniques. Apprentices held a higher status, able to learn directly from the blacksmith or master forger. The apprentice under Jiang Tianyu, named Gao Qingyo, hailed from a rural background. Having been recruited due to the discovery of an iron mine in the nearby mountains by the Jiang family. Despite his humble beginnings, Gao Qingyo possessed considerable talent, having studied under Jiang Tianyu for over 5 years. Now, at the age of 19, he was as robust as an ox and had reached the 3rd level of the Body Refinement Realm after more than 7 years of training. Should he break through to the 4th level, Gao Qingyo would have the opportunity to graduate under Jiang Tianyu and become a blacksmith himself. Seeing Jiang Tianyu's arrival, Gao Qingyo hurriedly approached with respect, saying, "Master, the furnace has been stoked and is ready for smelting the iron ore." Jiang Tianyu waved his hand. "We shall not forge iron ingots today. Where's the piece of fine iron I forged yesterday?" Gao Qingyo quickly fetched the hefty piece of fine iron, weighing over 20 pounds, and presented it to him. "Here it is, master." Jiang Tianyu continued. "Please go to the storeroom and retrieve 10 drops of fine silver and half a pound of ice spring water for me." Gao Qingyo hesitated momentarily. Fine silver and ice spring water were rare materials, typically reserved for crafting exquisite or even exceptional weapons. However, he dared not question Jiang Tianyu, for he was, after all, the master. Gao Qingyo promptly replied, "Understood, master. I will go at once." As Gao Qingyo departed, Jiang Tianyu grasped the piece of fine iron and tossed it into the furnace, waiting until it glowed red hot before retrieving it. With a swift motion, he seized the nearby forging hammer, channeling his inner strength. The hammer fell like a tempest, striking the iron with a resounding clang. With each blow, the fine iron ingot was refined once more. The power of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique at the great accomplishment level was evidently formidable. The already refined iron ingot once again shattered numerous impurities, revealing faint patterns upon its surface. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tianyu, Gao Qingyo had returned, and upon witnessing the state of the fine iron ingot and the seemingly effortless hammering technique of Jiang Tianyu, he stood transfixed. The rhythmic sounds of the hammer striking the iron resonated like the most exquisite melody, causing Gao Qingyo's heart to race with astonishment. This was an exceptional fine iron ingot. The technique, the fine silver. Jiang Tianyu's voice broke through Gao Qingyo's stupor, prompting him to hurriedly present the fine silver he had just retrieved. "Here, master." Jiang Tianyu accepted the fine silver and gradually incorporated it into the fine steel during the forging process. The fine silver, derived from refined silver, was valued at least 3 taels for 10 drops. Coupled with such a substantial piece of fine iron ingot, the material cost alone exceeded 5 taels of silver. If the forging were to fail, he would incur significant losses. Fortunately, under the auspices of Jiang Tianyu's great accomplishment level technique and the strength from the 6th level of the Body Refinement Realm, as dusk approached, the weapon he had tirelessly forged finally came to fruition. Using iron tongs, he extracted the weapon from the furnace and plunged it into the frigid ice spring water for quenching. When Jiang Tianyu retrieved the weapon once more, a sword with a silvery sheen, imbued with a hint of icy blue radiance, materialized before his eyes. Bathed in the twilight glow, it emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 4. The Exceptional Weapon. The weapon's design was the most common Qinglin sword from the Jiang family's forge, adorned with patterns reminiscent of fish scales. Although still in its initial form, it would require further refinement of the hilt, sheath, and other components. Yet, while it was a familiar Qinglin sword, its quality was unparalleled, distinct from the ordinary first-tier swords Jiang Tianyu had previously crafted. The cold brilliance radiating from the blade suggested an edge capable of slicing through iron like mud. With a gentle flick of his finger, a crisp ringing sound echoed from the blade, resonating long after. Upon hearing this sound, a smile graced Jiang Tianyu's face, and he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, it has transformed into an exceptional first-tier Qinglin sword." Gao Qingyo stepped forward, his eyes wide with excitement, and tremblingly exclaimed, "An exceptional weapon. Master, you have forged a first-tier exceptional weapon." Gao Qingyo found himself momentarily speechless. The creation of a first-grade exquisite weapon is no simple feat. Not every blacksmith possesses the skill to forge weapons of such exceptional quality. Take Jiang Tianyu, for instance, who, despite years of training in blacksmithing, could only manage to produce ordinary first-grade weapons, with a low success rate and exorbitant material costs. Consequently, the forge seldom assigned him the task of weapon crafting. Ascending the ranks are those blacksmiths capable of producing first-grade fine-quality weapons, forming the backbone of the forge. An ordinary first-grade weapon might fetch around 3 taels of silver, while a fine-quality one commands approximately 15, suitable for martial artists of the 4th stage of body refinement or higher. As for the even more exquisite quality, there are no more than a handful of blacksmiths in the forge capable of such craftsmanship, one of whom is Jiang Tianyu's master, Xianxia. Regarding second-grade weapons, it is not that no one in the forge can forge them. It is said that both the head and second managers are second-grade blacksmiths. However, they represent the absolute upper echelons of the forge. The head manager, in particular, belongs to the upper ranks of the Jiang family in Shitang City and is rarely seen. Even Jiang Tianyu, as a member of the Jiang family, has only encountered him a handful of times. In truth, ordinary clan members like Jiang Tianyu have scant opportunities to meet such figures, with the only chance arising during the family's annual ancestral worship. In the past, Gao Qingyo was oblivious to the shortcomings of his master, but as he spent more time in the forge, he began to understand. His master, Jiang Tianyu, was merely a washed-up blacksmith, the most ordinary and lowly sort, lacking in both strength and skill, relegated to the margins of the forge. Yet, having already become a disciple, he was but a lowly apprentice from a poor background, devoid of any authority within the forge. Thus, it is undeniable that he once harbored grievances against his master, feeling a sense of discontent and frustration over his fate. After all, had he been able to apprentice under a true master, perhaps he would have already graduated to become a genuine blacksmith or even a blacksmithing master. Now, Gao Qingyo stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the Qinglin sword in Jiang Tianyu's hands, his mind reeling. An exquisite weapon. His master had actually forged an exquisite weapon? How could this be? Previously, his master had struggled even to craft a first-grade ordinary weapon, and now he had produced an exquisite one right before his eyes. He felt as if he were dreaming, and this dream was absurdly improbable. It was absolutely impossible. Slap. Gao Qingyo struck his own face, the sting snapping him back to reality. This was no dream. He had just inflicted pain upon himself for nothing. Jiang Tianyu glanced at his foolish disciple, aware of some of Gao Qingyo's thoughts. Indeed, although he had only traversed into this world for 2 days, his progress had been remarkable. He had achieved a breakthrough in body refinement each day and elevated the chaotic wind hammering technique from proficiency to great accomplishment, experiencing a significant transformation. If this were the case for anyone else, they too would find it hard to believe. Returning his gaze to the exquisite Qinglin sword he had forged, Jiang Tianyu's eyes sparkled with thoughts and aspirations. Had his cultivation remained stagnant, he might have resigned himself to a quiet life, marrying a lovely wife and indulging in leisurely pursuits, content to live out his days. But now, with daily advancements in his cultivation and improvements in his forging techniques, he could craft exquisite weapons. Who knows? He might even forge second-grade weapons in the future. Shouldn't he then aspire to a higher position within the forge? Perhaps the role of master blacksmith? Or even other senior positions within the forge? The Jiang family blacksmith shop is the largest in Shitang City, having operated for over a century. Growing from a modest establishment with a mere dozen blacksmiths to over 200 today, it employs 2 managers who oversee internal and external affairs, with the head manager supervising the security chief, master blacksmiths, and the 4 stewards responsible for the front yard, backyard, shop, and storeroom. Those individuals constitute the ruling elite of the forge. The head manager handles all matters, while the second manager oversees the several iron mines. The security chief commands the martial artists responsible for safeguarding the forge and weapon transport, as well as security for the mines. Each steward has distinct responsibilities and considerable influence, primarily focused on maximizing profits. With his cultivation significantly enhanced and the ability to forge exquisite weapons, he was now qualified to vie for a higher position. Concealing one's talents was indeed necessary, yet it did not imply shrinking back like a coward. Rather, it meant holding back just enough to avoid drawing excessive attention. This did not conflict with his ambition for a higher position and better treatment. After all, this was the Jiang family's forge, and he bore the surname Jiang. A faint smile graced Jiang Tianyu's face as he instructed Gao Qingyo to have 2 assistants clean the forging platform and furnace while he took the not yet completed Qinglin sword to the storeroom. Upon entering the storeroom, he encountered a robust, bald man appearing to be in his 50s. Noticing Jiang Tianyu's arrival, the man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior brother, what brings you to the backyard at this hour? It is still not evening." Gazing at the man, memories of his past life surged in Jiang Tianyu's mind. Xiao Hu Copper was one of the master blacksmiths in the forge, also a disciple of Li Junhe, and the elder brother of his previous incarnation, possessing commendable martial talent. He was now 57 years old, at the 8th stage of body refinement, and had recently been promoted to master blacksmith after forging an exquisite weapon. However, he seemed to possess a rather poor temperament. Due to his master, Li Jinhe, frequently showing him favor, this elder brother harbored some resentment towards Jiang Tianyu. Though he never overtly acted against him, his words, however, were never kind. Recalling these thoughts, Jiang Tianyu chuckled. Are you preparing to assume the position of head manager? Elder brother? Xiao Hucopper was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Jiang Tianyu simply shook his head as he passed by, entering the courtyard of the storeroom with a smile. No worries. I merely thought you were the manager. The implication being, you are indeed meddling. Although Xiao Hucopper was a master blacksmith, Jiang Tianyu was also a blacksmith in his own right, and was not obligated to report his comings and goings to him. It was none of his business. Xiao Hucopper stood stunned, watching Jiang Tianyu's retreating figure, and when he finally processed what had transpired, his expression darkened, a mix of anger and astonishment swelling within him. He was well aware of his junior brother's gentle disposition. For many years, he had never dared to speak to him so boldly. Yet today, Jiang Tianyu had the audacity to mock him. By what right? Was it due to his master's favoritism, or merely because he bore the Jiang surname? Contemplating Jiang Tianyu's recent words, cold glints flickered in Xiao Hucopper's eyes, his expression contorting. He had never been openly ridiculed like this before. Very well, you think your surname Jiang and the old man's protection will keep you safe? He sneered. Fuming, Xiao Hucopper turned and left, unaware that within the storeroom, Jiang Tianyu had already located his master, Li Jinhe, and was presenting the Qinglin sword, covered in beast hide, to him. Master, please take a look at this newly forged azure scale sword. Although it is not yet a finished product, I believe it is worth showing you for your guidance, Jiang Tianyu earnestly stated. Initially, Li Jinhe did not pay much attention, merely chuckling and shaking his head, leisurely sipping his tea as he remarked, Today you forged not iron, but an azure scale sword, and you brought it to me? Is it possible that this azure scale sword is a masterpiece? Jiang Tianyu remained silent and unveiled the beast skin covering, revealing the exquisitely crafted azure scale sword. At the moment the sword's chilling radiance burst forth, Li Jinhe, who had been casually sipping tea, suddenly spewed it out, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sword laid before him. In the next instant, he hastily placed his teacup down, trembling slightly as he eagerly grasped the azure scale sword. He ran his hands over its surface, feeling its sharpness and texture. Upon closer inspection, Li Jinhe inhaled sharply, and after a long pause, he gazed up at his disciple in shock, incredulously asking, You mean to say this azure scale sword was forged by you today? An exceptional grade weapon? Jiang Tianyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, yesterday I forged the refined iron ingots. And today I had Qingyo fetch 10 drops of refined silver and half a pound of cold spring water to begin the forging process. Fortunately, I managed to complete it just before the end of my work. Li Jinhe's expression fluctuated, his gaze upon Jiang Tianyu becoming increasingly perplexed, astonished, and doubtful. Just a few days prior, he was merely a disciple idling in the blacksmith shop. Suddenly, his cultivation had inexplicably surged to the 5th level of the Body Refinement Realm. Today, astonishingly, he had forged an exceptional weapon? What was this? Was his disciple a late bloomer, finally awakening at an advanced age? Li Jinhe's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Jiang Tianyu, suddenly feeling unable to discern the depths of his cultivation. He inquired with curiosity, Have you broken through in your cultivation again? Jiang Tianyu respectfully replied, Last night, I had a moment of enlightenment and broke through to the 6th level of the Body Refinement Realm, achieving mastery in the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. No wonder, Li Jinhe exclaimed, coming to a realization. With a 6th level cultivation and mastery of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, it was indeed unsurprising that he could forge an exceptional weapon. Yet, how could this disciple continuously break through in cultivation and gain insight into the mastery of the hammer technique? What extraordinary opportunity had he encountered? Or was it true that he was a late bloomer, finally grasping his potential in middle age? After a long contemplation, Li Jinhe gazed deeply at Jiang Tianyu, saying, Exceptional grade weapons typically sell for over 30 taels of silver. The forging fee for such a weapon is 5 taels of silver. Since this is not yet fully completed, I will record 4 taels for you and allow others to complete the remaining work, including the scabbard. Prepare another refined iron ingot. And tomorrow I will personally observe your weapon forging. Jiang Tianyu naturally had no objections. If the master wished to watch, let it be so. He understood that his aspirations to attain the position of master craftsman relied greatly on this venerable elder. Furthermore, to climb the ranks of the blacksmith shop, it would be most prudent to have the old man as his ally, for although he bore the surname Jiang, he was not well acquainted with many of the higher-ups in the shop, lacking the necessary connections. Li Jinhe, on the other hand, had spent the majority of his life in the blacksmith shop, had been the warehouse manager for over 20 years and was well acquainted with all the senior members. Enjoying their camaraderie, with Li Jinhe's assistance, he could ascend the ranks more securely and steadily. Very well, Jiang Tianyu replied. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Li Jinhe waved his hand, watching Jiang Tianyu's retreating figure until he had completely exited the warehouse. Only then did he lower his gaze to the azure scale sword in his hand, gently stroking the newly forged exceptional weapon, his expression lost in thought. He still found it hard to believe that his once hopeless disciple, who possessed the most abysmal talent in martial arts, could achieve such a remarkable feat, becoming the second disciple under his tutelage to forge an exceptional weapon. What was more significant was that this disciple bore the surname Jiang. The Jiang surname held great importance, as the blacksmith shop belonged to the Jiang family, indicating that apart from their own bloodline, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to ascend to the highest positions and wield control over the shop. Consider, for instance, the second manager. His martial arts cultivation and weapon forging skills were commendable, yet he was not of the Jiang lineage, making him an outsider. Thus, the Jiang family would always maintain at least one individual in command of the blacksmith shop, never relinquishing complete authority to outsiders. Reflecting on this, Li Jinhe's eyes glimmered with excitement as he took several deep breaths, thoughts from the past resurfacing, igniting a fervent desire within him. The eldest disciple indeed possessed remarkable talent. Having reached the 8th level of the Body Refinement Realm and capable of forging exceptional weapons. Previously, he had considered having him take over his managerial position. However, now it seemed that Tianyu might hold even greater potential. If he could continue to advance, Li Jinhe could elevate him to the position of warehouse manager as a stepping stone, potentially allowing him to explore the position of the shopkeeper in the future. If his disciple were to become the grand master of the blacksmith shop, Li Jinhe's life would be fulfilled. With such a disciple, what more could he desire? More importantly, having a grand master disciple as support would ensure that his unaccomplished descendants would also find security under that protection. Li Jinhe had faith in Jiang Tianyu's character. Conversely, the eldest disciple, Xiao Hutong, had a somewhat poor temperament. He had previously been the sole standout, but now with Jiang Tianyu's emergence, he would naturally prefer the latter. After leaving the warehouse, Jiang Tianyu did not continue forging the refined iron ingot, as the furnace had already been extinguished. He let Gao Qingniu and the others off work and departed the blacksmith shop. First, he visited several pharmacies to procure a few doses of medicinal potions, then purchased 10 pounds of pork to prepare a large pot of braised meat at home. The 10 pounds of pork cost him 3 coins, while the medicinal potions were more expensive, with one costing a full tael of silver, as they were vital tonics for replenishing blood and vital energy needed for martial arts practice. Upon returning home and surveying his purchases, Jiang Tianyu felt a twinge of regret. To be poor in academia, yet rich in martial prowess, practicing martial arts truly demands a fortune. However, without these items, he sensed that his body might be drained by the following morning. Chapter 6. Another breakthrough. Body Refinement Level 7. If he were to rely solely on his previous day's earnings of half a tael from blacksmithing, Jiang Tianyu would indeed struggle to support his daily expenses. After brewing several doses of medicinal potions and preparing the 10 pounds of pork, Jiang Tianyu feasted heartily and consumed 2 doses of the potions. He then picked up his training hammer and returned to the courtyard, quietly reflecting on the insights gained from today's forging technique. Occasionally, flashes of inspiration illuminated his mind, providing him with new understandings of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. After practicing the hammer technique twice, Jiang Tianyu wielded the training hammer, filling the courtyard with explosive sounds as gusts of wind howled around him. After practicing the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique twice, he had expended approximately 60% of his blood energy. Satisfied, he finally set down the hammer, dousing himself with several buckets of well water to cleanse himself before retreating to his room for a deep slumber. On the other hand, after returning home, Li Jinhe pondered for quite some time, his gaze flickering. Previously, the Grand Master had expressed interest in opening a shop elsewhere, specifically in the Longhu Heavenly City, a colossal city under the jurisdiction of the Longhu Heavenly Sect, one of the 3 dominant powers in the Chaodian Prefecture. If I have the opportunity to go there and let Tianyu take over as the warehouse manager, it could be quite advantageous. After much contemplation, he felt there was indeed a significant opportunity. After all, Jiang Tianyu bore the Jiang surname, and having him take over as the warehouse manager would surely be agreeable to the Grand Master. The only question was whether the Grand Master of the shop in Longhu Heavenly City would still be open for business. He took a sip of liquor and made a silent resolution. Tomorrow, I shall ascertain whether the heavenly decree can indeed forge exquisite weapons. If it proves true, I shall approach the esteemed shopkeeper with my proposition. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Shirtang City, Xiao Hucopper arrived at a grand courtyard. The owner of the courtyard, He Xiong, the formidable leader of the Qingyu gang, one of the four major black forces in the outer city, hurriedly instructed his subordinates to procure fine wine and delicacies for the occasion. After tasting a dish, Xiong took a sip of liquor and, with a beaming smile, regarded Xiao Hucopper sitting across from him. Hee, my dear brother Xiao, it has been quite some time since you last visited. It is said that one does not ascend to the Hall of Three Treasures without a reason. Speak, what brings you here? Xiao Hucopper calmly savored the food and, once sated, tossed a silver note from his sleeve onto the table, stating, I have a junior disciple named Jiang Tianyu, who possesses the cultivation of the 4th level of body refinement. You need to set his house ablaze and ensure he remains bedridden for a month. I owe you a favor. Upon hearing the name, Xiong's brows furrowed. Surname Jiang? Xiao Hucopper did not conceal the truth and responded evenly. Indeed. He belongs to the Jiang Clan, yet he is merely an ordinary member without any connections or presence within the family. He has muddled through life as a mere assistant in a blacksmith shop. Were it not for my master pushing him forward repeatedly, he would still be in that position. Thus, will you undertake this task? I do not require you to kill anyone, merely to teach him a lesson by burning his house and keeping him bedridden for a month. Surely, you can manage that? The outer city of Shirtang is home to 4 black forces, the Qingyu gang, which controls the fish market, the Baifu gang overseeing the firewood market, the Dali gang governing the cattle market, and the Hongla gang managing several river trades. Each faction boasts hundreds of members, with dozens of martial artists, displaying considerable strength. Collectively, these 4 forces dominate every aspect of life in the outer city of Shirtang, with many common folk surviving at their mercy. However, in the presence of Shirtang City's true powers, these so-called 4 forces are but small fry, such as the Jiang Clan or the city guards. Although Xiong felt relieved after Xiao Hucopper's explanation, his brows remained knitted. Even if this Jiang was an inconspicuous member of the family, it was a risky venture. Who could predict whether he might rise to prominence through the Jiang Clan in the future? Xiong's eyes flickered as he glanced at the silver note Xiao Hucopper had presented. 100 taels, precisely the right amount, for a lesson rather than a murder. After much contemplation, Xiong finally nodded in agreement. Very well. However, I shall not require your favor. Instead, I demand a piece of exquisite armor. Xiao Hucopper's brow furrowed. Exquisite armor is not the same as exquisite weapons. While the latter might be completed in 2 or 3 days, the former could take at least half a month due to its intricate craftsmanship, each piece valued at over 100 taels. This was merely for the sake of venting frustration. Seemingly sensing Xiao Hucopper's hesitation, Xiong promptly returned the silver note, saying, I do not require the money. My only request is for a piece of exquisite armor. Xiao Hucopper's expression eased as he pondered before ultimately conceding. Then it is settled. Ha ha ha. Come, brother Xiao. Let us drink. Xiong rejoiced, pulling Xiao Hucopper back to indulge in food and drink until they were both slightly intoxicated. Suddenly, Xiong cautiously inquired, Brother Xiao, I have heard that the county office is pursuing a regional wanted criminal, Wang Baiyuan, for stealing some treasure, fleeing all the way to our Shirtang city. Do you happen to know what treasure he has stolen? Xiao Hucopper's expression grew serious, his drunkenness fading slightly, and he shook his head. Who can say? That man committed his crimes in the capital and is being pursued as a notorious thief. What a pity, Xiong lamented, slapping his thigh. Since news of the great thief Wang Baiyuan had spread, the Qingyu gang had been quite stirred, for a person of such notoriety must have stolen something of great value. If they could seize that treasure, it might yield more profit than years of their own endeavors. Thus, the Qingyu gang had been actively searching for news. Yet they had found nothing thus far. Who knows where that great thief has gone? Xiao Hucopper shook his head. There is nothing to lament. That fellow managed to escape from the hands of Commander Tang of the city guards. He is not someone you or I can covet. Xiong chuckled sheepishly. Indeed, Brother Xiao, you possess a sense of self-awareness. A night swiftly passed. As dawn broke outside the window, Jiang Tianyu awoke, immediately feeling a wave of hunger wash over him. Fortunately, he had consumed 2 doses of medicine the previous day, allowing him to endure today's hunger, and the sense of weakness had diminished considerably, though it still lingered. Rising from his bed, he examined the changes in his body, and a look of excitement and elation crossed his face. I have advanced again, reaching the 7th level of body refinement. It seemed that his cultivation indeed increased by 1 level each day. During the process of his advancement, he also consumed a portion of his own vital essence, which explained the hunger he felt after each breakthrough. His body experienced a sense of depletion. After sensing his condition, Jiang Tianyu pondered. It appears that 2 doses of medicine are insufficient. Last night's breakthrough required at least 4 doses to sustain it. Moreover, judging by the recent breakthroughs, the consumption for each subsequent level will only increase. If I wish to continue advancing tonight, I might need 5 doses of medicine to support it. Furrowing his brow slightly, Jiang Tianyu warmed the remaining 2 doses of medicine from the previous night along with some braised meat, contemplating the situation. It seems I must seek out better restorative medicine. Chapter 7. Meeting the esteemed shopkeeper. Good recipes can be found at the blacksmith shop, but previously, I lacked the qualifications to know such things. Although I am of the Jiang surname, now, with my 7th level of body refinement and the ability to forge exquisite weapons, I am surely entitled to access higher-level recipes. Having eaten to his satisfaction and tidied up his belongings, Jiang Tianyu prepared to head out. After exiting the narrow alley, he stopped at a street vendor for a bowl of hearty meat noodles and 10 large meat buns before leisurely making his way toward the blacksmith shop. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop, it was still early, yet the apprentice Gao Qingyo and 2 helpers were already busy preparing. Upon seeing Jiang Tianyu, Gao Qingyo respectfully bowed, "Master." His demeanor was notably more reverent than before, and there was a hint of awe in his gaze. Even his eyes bore slight dark circles, a result of being too excited to sleep the previous night. After all, his master had now attained the ability to forge exquisite weapons, becoming one of the most skilled artisans in the shop. As Jiang Tianyu observed this, he merely smiled and inquired, "Is the furnace heated up?" Gao Qingyo replied, "It should be ready in about 15 minutes. Jiang Tianyu nodded, "Then prepare yourselves. Today, we shall forge a block of refined iron ingot. Your Grandmaster will arrive shortly to provide guidance." "Grandmaster?" Li Jinhe from the storeroom? Gao Qingyo's excitement was palpable at this mention. The Grandmaster's visit was undoubtedly due to his master's forging of exquisite weapons. If his master could earn the Grandmaster's recognition, would he not become the head craftsman of the blacksmith shop? I'll go prepare right away." Gao Qingyo hurried off in a flurry. Soon, the blast furnace reached the requisite temperature. 2 assistants contributed by adding 100 pounds of iron ore to be melted, subsequently allowing it to cool slightly into blocks. At this moment, Jiang Tianyu approached with a forging hammer in hand, and as the might of his 7th realm of body refinement surged forth, the hammer danced like a tempest, striking the glowing iron block before him again and again. The force, infused with the techniques of the forging art, unleashed a unique frequency that permeated the ingot. Under this special force, the impurities within the ingot were gradually expelled. After undergoing relentless hammering, the ingot began its transformation into a refined iron ingot, revealing exquisite patterns on its surface. While forging, Jiang Tianyu was also contemplating the changes in the chaotic wind body refining hammer technique. Insights flooded his mind, revealing that today's technique differed from yesterday's. With each strike on the ingot, his forging skills evolved subtly, becoming more intricate and seemingly natural. Although the chaotic wind body refining hammer technique had yet to reach a state of perfection, it was likely not far off. With another couple of days of contemplation, he might achieve completeness. Jiang Tianyu mused, feeling a flicker of excitement and exhilaration. The realm of perfection in martial arts. He had never heard of any blacksmith achieving such mastery in a martial art. The realm of perfection was not something just anyone could comprehend. Aside from a few prodigious talents, even the most gifted individuals found it challenging to attain. This realm signified a complete understanding of the art's subtleties, reaching the level of the ancestors who created it, fully grasping their intentions. Thus, how formidable would the perfected chaotic wind body refining hammer technique be? Not long after Jiang Tianyu completed the refining of the fine iron ingot, Li Jinhe arrived alone, observing the still warm and exquisitely patterned ingot. He flicked it lightly with a finger, producing a clear, resonant sound. This sound, capable of penetrating the fine iron ingot, allowed an experienced blacksmith to discern the quality of the material. Hearing this, Li Jinhe's eyes flickered with surprise. The quality of this fine iron ingot was on par with what he forged at his peak. He felt a tremor in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Jiang Tianyu and nodded slightly, his face impassive. "Not bad. It bears some of my past prowess." Jiang Tianyu readily praised, "Of course. I am but a product of your teachings, master." Li Jinhe could not help but chuckle heartily, though his smile soon faded into a more serious demeanor. "Oi, don't think to curry favor with me to bypass the necessary trials. If you wish to ascend, you must forge a truly exceptional weapon right under my watch." Jiang Tianyu smiled. "Then I humbly request your guidance." Accepting the fine silver and the necessary materials, including the ice spring water, from Li Jinhe, he tossed the fine iron ingot back into the furnace to heat it until it glowed red before extracting it once more. With the forging hammer in hand, he unleashed the strength of his 7th realm of body refinement, striking the massive fine iron ingot again and again on the anvil. As the force hammered and vibrated, the massive ingot gradually began to take shape according to Jiang Tianyu's design. Meanwhile, Li Jinhe, standing behind, sensed the aura of Jiang Tianyu's 7th realm of body refinement and watched in astonishment at the seemingly effortless mastery of the chaotic wind body refining hammer technique. Had he broken through again? Seventh realm of body refinement. How could this be? Li Jinhe was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his disciple's rapid advancement. In the chaotic wind body refining hammer technique, its proficiency appeared to rival his own. Time passed swiftly, and as evening fell, when Jiang Tianyu extracted the glowing sword blade from the furnace and plunged it into the nearby ice spring water, Li Jinhe, who had been observing intently, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, snatching the tongs from Gao Qingyo. Let me. After allowing the weapon to temper in the ice spring water for a quarter of an hour, Li Jinhe retrieved it and grasped the sword hilt directly. The newly forged azure scale sword shimmered with a pale blue cold light, its terrifying sharpness sending chills down Gao Qingyo's spine. Yet, as Li Jinhe gazed upon the sword, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, it was an exceptional weapon. Furthermore, even among exceptional weapons, it was of superior quality, rivaling those he had crafted at his peak a decade ago. Perhaps it could be said that his disciple's current forging skills had surpassed his own. With a light flick of his finger, Li Jinhe listened intently to the melodious sound of the sword. His expression shifted, and after a long moment, he finally opened his eyes and remarked, "Tianyu, I have arranged to meet with the Grand Master. You shall accompany me to pay your respects." Jiang Tianyu was taken aback. Although he understood that revealing his ability to forge exceptional weapons would undoubtedly elevate his standing in Li Jinhe's eyes, he had not anticipated being taken directly to meet the Grand Master. It was important to note that the Grand Master was not merely the foremost figure in the blacksmithing community. He was also a core member of the Jiang family's lineage in Shitang City, reputed to be a third-realm expert in martial arts. The disparity in status between Jiang Tianyu and the Grand Master was monumental. Chapter 8. Promotion, Eyes on the Prize. Jiang Tianyu felt a stir of excitement. If he could meet the Grand Master and perhaps establish a rapport, he might have the opportunity to become a central figure in the Jiang family. Compared to the blacksmith shop, the Jiang family represented a true behemoth. After all, even within the entire Chaotian prefecture, the Jiang family was considered a prominent clan. Although the branch of the Jiang family in Shitang City was not as powerful as that in the capital, it was still among the top-tier forces in the city. If he could ascend to a high-ranking position within the Jiang family, he would truly be a person of significance in Shitang City. Under Li Jinhe's guidance, Jiang Tianyu followed him to a grand residence in the back courtyard of the blacksmith shop. This residence was located at the deepest part of the shop, featuring a nearly 10-zhang tall old willow tree and a rockery fish pond, resembling a small garden estate. In contrast, his previous earthen dwelling epitomized the vast difference in status. Inside the hall of the residence, a man in his 40s, still in his prime, was brewing tea, clad in a deep blue short coat. He did not appear particularly robust, his skin unlike that of the others, which had become bronze. Rather, it was fair, exuding the refined air of a scholar. Upon seeing Li Jinhe approach, the man's gaze brightened with a slight smile, gesturing towards the nearby seats. "Li Lao has arrived? Please, take a seat. I timed it perfectly for your arrival and brewed a pot of the finest Longhu Tianshan spring bud tea. Do give it a taste." Li Jinhe, accompanied by Jiang Tianyu, approached respectfully, bowing with cupped hands. "Grand Master." Jiang Tianyu followed suit, also respectfully greeting, "Grand Master." The man smiled gently, nodding as he invited Li Jinhe and Jiang Tianyu to sit down. He personally poured each of them a cup of tea, and after they had each sipped, his gaze fell upon Jiang Tianyu. The Grand Master's true name was Jiang Zomong. In addition to being the Grand Master of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, he was also the third elder of the Jiang family in Shitang City, slightly older than Jiang Tianyu, at precisely 50 years of age. Jiang Zomong looked at Jiang Tianyu with curiosity. "I have long heard that Li Lao has a disciple from the Jiang family, but I have never had the pleasure of meeting him. What is your name? Which branch of the Jiang family do you hail from?" Jiang Tianyu pondered over the memories of his past, feeling somewhat disoriented regarding which branch of the Jiang family he belonged to. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled, it must be the fifth branch. Over the years, during my visits to the ancestral hall for family rituals, I have always followed behind the fifth branch, just as my father and his peers did. Jiang Zolong nodded in response. The fifth branch is likely quite distant now. After the Jiang family established itself in Shitang City, the fifth branch, due to a lack of descendants, ultimately fell into decline. Today, the Jiang family has long since lost the fifth branch's lineage. Yet, this was of little concern. As long as one was of Jiang blood, talent would ensure they were not turned away. Re-entering the family genealogy was not an impossibility, provided one proved to be valuable. The Jiang family does not sustain idleness. Even among the direct line, if one lacks ability and strength, they would only receive enough wealth to survive, with nothing more forthcoming. Descendants without prowess would gradually find themselves relegated to the periphery of the family. It is precisely for this reason that the Jiang lineage that came to Shitang City has become one of the foremost powers, maintaining the family's honor. At that moment, Li Jinhe presented a sword, sheathed in animal hide, to Jiang Zolong for inspection. Master, this is the exquisite Qinglin sword I personally witnessed Tianyu forge today. Please assess its quality. Jiang Zolong's interest peaked as he accepted the sword, drawing it forth with a subtle flick of his wrist. Instantly, the Qinglin sword emitted a resonant hum, its sharpness gleaming brightly. Hearing the sound and witnessing the blade's brilliance, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Zolong's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine sword!" Although it was merely a first-tier weapon, the quality of this Qinglin sword was indeed exceptional, deserving of such praise. Such forging skills could easily rank among the top 3, even in the finest smithies. Given that this sword was crafted by a member of the Jiang family, Jiang Zolong was more than willing to express his admiration. With a satisfied expression, Jiang Zolong sheathed the sword and tossed it back to Li Jinhe, then turned to Jiang Tianyu, saying, "I am 2 years your senior, so I shall address you directly as Tianyu from now on. Since you have demonstrated the ability to forge exquisite weapons, you shall henceforth be one of the master smiths at the forge. As a master smith, you may take on 3 apprentices and require 5 assistants. Even if those apprentices are to graduate, they may continue to work under your guidance. Moreover, should you wish to forge any weapons or armor, you may freely procure materials from the storeroom without restriction. Strive diligently. If you can craft perfect weapons or even second-tier weapons in the future, further advancement shall not be out of reach. I could even propose to the family to reinstate you into the genealogy as a new direct descendant of the Jiang family." Before Jiang Tianyu could respond, Li Jinhe's face lit up with joy, a hint of astonishment flickering in his heart. The master's words were profoundly heartfelt, laying out all the conditions and benefits. Achieve these, and they would be yours. This was a treatment Li Jinhe had never encountered before. It was evident how significant the Jiang surname was within the Jiang blacksmith's forge. It was indeed the best pathway to ascendancy. Li Jinhe was certain that if his apprentice, Jiang Tianyu, could accomplish this, he would undoubtedly receive these rewards. Furthermore, this declaration indicated that Jiang Zolong viewed Jiang Tianyu, a fellow Jiang, as a trusted confidant to cultivate. Even if Jiang Tianyu's strength were to stagnate in the future, with the master's support, it would not be difficult for him to succeed Jiang Zolong's position as the steward of the storeroom. "Thank you, master." Li Jinhe expressed his gratitude promptly. At that moment, an individual entered from outside, glancing at Jiang Tianyu and Li Jinhe before approaching Jiang Zolong and whispering, "Master, a constable has arrived, stating that Tianyu's home has caught fire. It appears to have been a deliberate act of arson, though the perpetrator has yet to be identified." Jiang Zolong, Li Jinhe, and Jiang Tianyu were all taken aback. Jiang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. His house had burned down, deliberately set ablaze. Jiang Zolong and Li Jinhe exchanged peculiar looks. Jiang Zolong was unaware, but Li Jinhe knew that Jiang Tianyu's house was nothing more than a mud dwelling. Who would be idle enough to burn it down? Li Jinhe turned to Jiang Tianyu, his brow furrowing slightly. "Tianyu, have you offended anyone in recent days?" Just as Jiang Tianyu was about to deny it, he suddenly recalled an encounter with his senior brother, Xianxiaaudiobooks, the previous day outside the storeroom, his brow furrowing in contemplation. At that moment, Jiang Zolong waved his hand, addressing Jiang Tianyu. "I have a vacant courtyard in Guiyang Alley. You may stay there temporarily. As for the matter of your house, handle it as you see fit. If you are unable to resolve it, you may speak with me, and the forge will assist in investigating." Exiting the forge, Jiang Tianyu took a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and exasperation. He was thrilled with the unexpected rewards from the master. In addition to the authority of a master smith, he had also acquired a courtyard to reside in. Yet, the thought of his house being set ablaze filled him with anger. "Xiaohatong, could your temperament truly be so petty? Over a mere comment, you would resort to arson against my home?" His expression darkened, and he neglected to inform Gao Qingniu and the others about his promotion to master smith. Hastily departing the forge to return home, he did not mention to Li Jinhe and Jiang Zolong that Xiaohatong might be behind the arson. He needed to investigate further before drawing any conclusions. However, as Jiang Tianyu's expression darkened while he walked towards the forge, a figure lurking at a nearby tea stall shifted. Retrieving a portrait to examine once more, muttering to himself, "It is him." After settling his tea bill, he rose and discreetly trailed Jiang Tianyu until they reached a narrow alley. Chapter 9. He Xiong's Fury. Jiang Tianyu came to an abrupt halt, as 2 figures emerged before him, blocking his path, while footsteps from behind signified that the individual who had been tailing him had now cut off his retreat, their faces obscured by black cloth. The 3 sudden arrivals brandished stout poles measuring 3 to 4 feet in length. The person behind, with a raspy voice, called out, "It's him." The foremost figure, a hulking brute with a powerful build, sneered as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Tianyu, his voice equally gruff. If you know what is good for you, lie down and save your own life. We don't seek your death. We merely desire for you to lie down for a month. Jiang Tianyu surveyed the trio with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The two in front were at the 5th and 3rd levels of the Body Refinement Realm, respectively, while the one behind was no slouch either, being at the 4th level. Such a group was indeed treating him with a degree of esteem. What benefits could warrant such an effort against him? Jiang Tianyu frowned. Who are you? Were you the ones who set fire to my house? And who directed you to take action? With a thunderous stomp, the burly figure charged toward Jiang Tianyu, the force of his step cracking the ground beneath him, resembling a ferocious bear charging forth. A savage grin spread across his face as he declared, "It seems you're still quite defiant. Prepare to lie down." The long pole whistled through the air like a dragon, under the manifestation of martial arts. It appeared as though phantoms of long staffs emerged, sealing off all escape routes for Jiang Tianyu, forcing him to confront his opponents head-on. However, just as the other two were preparing to strike and subdue Jiang Tianyu to complete their mission, the figure of Jiang Tianyu, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished from sight. No, it was not that he disappeared, but rather that his speed was astonishingly swift. The burly man fell to flicker before a fist landed squarely on his chest, akin to a mighty hammer. Bang! The overwhelming force surged through his arm and crashed into his chest, and in that fleeting moment, he could hear the ominous sound of his ribs fracturing, akin to the cracking of beans, sending his heart plummeting. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and incredulity. The terrifying force coursed through his chest, propelling his body backward at an even greater speed, colliding with another martial artist and sending him sprawling to the ground. As he soared through the air, blood erupted from his mouth like a gushing fountain. He crashed into a dirt wall nearly 10 meters away, causing it to collapse into a heap of rubble. Boom! Lying amidst the debris, buried under fragments of soil and stone, the burly man had lost all sensation in his body, unable to perceive his own pain. He lay there dazed, his expression vacant, cursing his ancestors in his heart. Was this fellow merely a 4th-tier body refinement lackey? Which 4th-tier body refinement lackey could knock him down with a single punch? In the alley, Jiang Tianyu glanced at the man on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face devoid of expression, paying him no mind. Instead, he turned to face the other martial artist, who stood frozen in shock. Clang! Under Jiang Tianyu's piercing gaze, the martial artist was instantly paralyzed with fear, his body trembling as he dropped his staff to the ground, retreating several steps. Eyes wide with terror and confusion as he looked at Jiang Tianyu. Just as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise and turned to flee, Jiang Tianyu sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to his lower back. Bang! Ah! The man let out a harrowing scream as he flew through the air, nearly hurtling out of the street. Bystanders, startled by his cry, peered into the alley, only to be met with Jiang Tianyu's chilling gaze. Jiang Tianyu coldly commanded, "What are you staring at? Get lost." At once, the onlookers scattered in panic, not daring to linger. Jiang Tianyu then dragged the 3 martial artists deeper into the alley and extracted the one buried in the rubble, rousing him from unconsciousness. After a round of intense interrogation, Jiang Tianyu learned that they were all martial artists from the Qingyu gang, following one of the gang's 3 leaders, Xiong. It was Xiong who had ordered them to burn down his house and intended for him to lie in bed for a month. As for the reason behind this, the 3 were unaware. The Qingyu gang, led by Xiong. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Tianyu's eyes. He had heard of this name before. He was a notorious figure among the 4 major criminal forces in the outer city, having dominated the market of Shirtang City for over a decade, oppressing the common folk. The Qingyu gang was no better. All fish caught in the rivers and lakes had to be sold to them at a pittance, or else one would face a beating at best, or mysteriously vanish at worst. Like other gangs, they controlled the lives of the lower-class citizens of Shirtang City. Most crucially, Xiong seemed to be a 9th-tier body refinement martial artist, not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the Qingyu gang would not have monopolized the fish market in the entire city. Contemplating these matters, Jiang Tianyu suppressed his impulse to confront Xiong at the Qingyu gang for the time being. Instead, he crippled the limbs of the 3 men and rendered their martial abilities useless, ensuring they would become helpless. Ah! The 3 cried out in despair, their gazes toward Jiang Tianyu, filled with both terror and resentment. One of them could no longer contain his fury and threatened, "If you dare to cripple us, the Qingyu gang will not let you go. Even if we die, you shall accompany us to the grave." Jiang Tianyu merely chuckled at this, saying, "Is that so? Then I shall see if your Qingyu gang possesses such courage." After weighing the items he had scavenged from the 3, he found over 300 taels of silver, including 200 tael silver notes, likely the funds Xiong had hidden in his home. Aside from the former's secret stash, he had probably also earned a few dozen taels from these 3, nothing excessive, but not insignificant either, at least equivalent to his earnings from the previous months. Moreover, There were 3 ordinary staffs, which were not ordinary at all, but rather specially forged weapons worth several taels of silver. With these possessions in hand, Jiang Tianyu turned to leave, casting one last glance at his already burned house. He did not kill the 3, not out of fear, but rather because he found it meaningless. By crippling their limbs and martial prowess, he ensured that they would suffer a lifetime of misery. A far more tragic fate than death. Jiang Tianyu made his way to Giang Alley, located near the inner city. It was a tranquil and clean alley, boasting 6 small courtyards, each elegantly adorned, with a square entrance pavilioned by 2 red lanterns. Following the address provided by Jiang Zolong, he arrived at the courtyard and was taken aback by its size, which was quite substantial, featuring 3 side rooms and a rear courtyard. The front yard, in addition to the entrance pavilion, housed several trees, including fragrant osmanthus and a small gazebo. Such a courtyard would likely cost no less than several thousand taels if purchased. The head steward was indeed generous, Jiang Tianyu mused. However, he did not linger for long and hurried to the market to procure daily necessities before nightfall. Yet, when he intended to buy medicinal concoctions, he smacked his forehead, having forgotten to ask his master for advanced martial arts prescriptions. With no other choice, Jiang Tianyu settled for 5 sets of concoctions, simmering some pig trotters, pork belly, and an entire pig's head until they were tender, while also preparing the 5 sets of medicinal brews. As night fell, Jiang Tianyu stood in the front courtyard, practicing his stances with closed eyes, immersing himself in the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. Meanwhile, in the Qingyu gang, the leader Xiong wore a grim expression as he gazed at his 3 subordinates, now rendered powerless. Listening to their lamentations about their predicament, the 5th-tier body refinement subordinate cried out, "That man is not merely a 4th-tier body refinement. He is at least 7th tier, possibly even 9th tier. Brother Xiong, he does not regard the Qingyu gang at all. I told him we were from the Qingyu gang and apologized, offering to reconcile, but he wouldn't listen. He directly incapacitated us and said you were nothing, and the Qingyu gang was nothing. We burned down his house, and he demands that you personally come to kneel and apologize, or else he will exact revenge on you and the Qingyu gang." Although Xiong understood that there might be some embellishment in their words, he could not suppress his rising fury upon hearing this. His face grew darker, more menacing and cold, resembling a ravenous wolf, enduring but ready to strike. After questioning the other 2, he received similar accounts. Frustrated, Xiong waved his hand, instructing that they be taken away. Let the doctor examine them. Rest assured, as they serve the Qingyu gang, I will not abandon them. After they withdrew, Xiong took several deep breaths, his expression dark and fierce. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Go, fetch Xiao Hutong for me." Damn it. He said that his junior brother was merely a pawn of the 4th level of body refinement. Now, he has incapacitated 3 of my capable men. Is this really just a pawn of the 4th level? If Xiao Hutong doesn't provide me with an explanation for this, my Qingyu gang and I, Xiong, will not be easily bullied. Chapter 10. Xiao Hutong was taken aback. Under the night sky, in a residence outside Shirtang City, a young woman clad in silk, her fair skin faintly visible beneath her nightgown, watched curiously as her husband munched on peanuts while sipping wine, and inquired, "What has put you in such high spirits today?" Xiao Hutong chuckled, recalling the news that had spread from the blacksmith shop upon his return. His junior brother's house had been set ablaze. Tonight, he would likely be homeless. But that was not all. In addition to his house being burnt down, tomorrow he might also hear news of his junior brother being ambushed and seriously injured, likely bedridden for a month. Although he had expended considerable resources to forge a superior armor for Xiong, Xiao Hutong deemed the expenditure worthwhile. It was a chance for his master to witness that such a pathetic junior brother, despite bearing the surname Jiang, was still nothing but a useless wretch. Next, he should focus all his efforts on ascending to the higher echelons of the blacksmith shop. Otherwise, when he grew old and passed away, who would even bother to erect a grave for him? However, these thoughts were not something Xiao Hutong would share with his delicate wife. He downed the wine in his cup, rose, and swept the young woman up in his arms, heading toward the large bed with a hearty laugh. "Tonight, my dear, I am in a good mood. You certainly won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." The young woman's face flushed crimson, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she playfully chided, "You are truly wicked, my lord." However, just as Xiao Hutong tossed the young woman onto the bed, there was a sudden, urgent pounding at the courtyard door, extinguishing the flames of passion that had just ignited between them. Xiao Hutong's expression darkened with irritation as he donned a coat and stepped away from the bed. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? A little over 3/4 of an hour later, Xiao Hutong hurriedly arrived at Xiong's residence in the Qingyu gang. As he entered, he immediately inquired with urgency, "Brother He, what is the meaning of this? I had instructed you to send a few men to teach Jiang Tianyu a lesson, to keep him bedridden for a month. How could this have gone awry?" Bang! Xiong slammed his palm on the table, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Xiao Hutong, shouting, "What do you mean? You claimed that man was merely of the 4th level of body refinement, just a fringe character of the blacksmith shop. So I dispatched one brother of the 5th level, one of the 4th, and one of the 3rd. And what was the outcome? All 3 were incapacitated, unable to withstand even a single encounter. Such strength must be at least of the 7th level of body refinement. Now, because of your oversight, my 3 brothers are rendered useless. Xiao Hutong, how do you propose we settle this?" "What?" Xiao Hutong was left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. All 3 men were incapacitated? Jiang Tianyu was at least of the 7th level of body refinement? This was impossible. He shook his head vehemently. For so many years at the blacksmith shop, how could I not know him? If he truly possessed the strength of the 7th level of body refinement, how could he still be just a blacksmith? Unable to forge even a basic weapon? You claim he has the strength of the 7th level? Xiong, however, was not interested in his feeble excuses. His face twisted in a cold smile as he replied, "You'll discover his true level of cultivation upon your return. What matters now is that my 3 brothers have been rendered useless due to your actions, Xiao. If this is not resolved, I will find it challenging to explain to the gang leader." Xiao Hudong's eyelids twitched, his face darkening as he asked, "What do you want me to say?" Xiong snorted derisively, "Simple. Forge 3 pieces of superior armor for my Qingyu gang, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you'll have to explain it to the gang leader yourself." "Impossible." Xiao Hudong firmly rejected his demand. Armor was a tightly controlled resource within the blacksmith shop. It was already a considerable feat to forge one for Xiong. Asking for 3? That would be tantamount to severing ties completely. His face darkened as he glared at Xiong. "I will investigate my junior brother's true capabilities, but you will not receive any armor. 3 pieces of superior weapons. If you want them, that's the deal. If not, then we shall see what unfolds." Xiong hesitated for a moment before a radiant smile broke across his face, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. He laughed heartily and approached Xiao Hutong, saying, "Brother Xiao, you are indeed the best friend of my Qingyu gang. It shall be as you say. However, this matter with your junior brother is truly troublesome. If his strength is indeed formidable, then taking action against him may lead to endless repercussions. So, Brother Xiao, please investigate first, if you wish to continue dealing with him. It cannot be at the previous price. Think it over." With an icy snort, Xiao Hutong turned on his heel and departed. His expression a stark contrast to the jovial mood he had been in while drinking wine, now filled with anger and unease. Could it be that Jiang Tianyu truly possessed the strength of the 7th level of body refinement? Why had he hidden this for so long? The worst part was, if Jiang Tianyu genuinely was at the 7th level, what would his master think upon discovering this? Would he truly favor him? Perhaps even pass on the management of the storeroom to him in the future? This was what truly worried and enraged Xiao Hutong. Meanwhile, Xiong watched Xiao Hutong leave, his expression darkening once again, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Jiang Tianyu? Very well. You have rendered 3 of my capable men useless in one fell swoop. I will make you pay this debt tenfold." As the stars shifted and the dawn broke, the first light of day pierced the night, illuminating the world outside. Jiang Tianyu awoke leisurely, immediately assessing his physical condition. To his astonishment, he felt that his body refinement qi had ascended to a new level. The faint glow of body refinement qi enveloped him, revealing 8 intricate body refinement patterns. His cultivation had risen to the 8th level of body refinement. A flicker of joy sparkled in Jiang Tianyu's eyes. Indeed, as he had thought, in just 4 days since his arrival, his cultivation had surged from the 4th to the 8th level of body refinement. If this continued, would he be able to break through to the next realm of bone forging within just 2 days? The second realm of cultivation would position him as a formidable figure even within all of Shirtang City. There were hardly any second realm warriors in the blacksmith shop. The second shopkeeper, Pan Guanchuan, was one, the head of the guards, Pang Hai, was another, and the front yard manager, Lin Haixiang, counted as one as well. If he could break through to the second realm of bone forging, he would become one of the top 5 figures in the blacksmith shop. Chapter 11 Good Dogs Do Not Obstruct the Way, a Proclamation. Creak. Jiang Tianyu opened the window, and outside, mist swirled around. The willow trees swayed gracefully, blooming with the vigor of spring. Beyond the orderly greenery of the front yard, he could see the neighboring courtyards and trees through the courtyard wall. The fresh morning air washed over him, free from the foul stench that had lingered in the alleys of the commoner's district. Taking a deep breath, his spirits soared. A smile graced Jiang Tianyu's face as he stretched lazily, exclaiming, "How delightful! This courtyard is indeed splendid. The environment is not only tranquil, but also hygienic, allowing for peaceful slumber without the disturbances of noise at night. It is truly a pleasant abode. After spending a night here, I find myself reluctant to return to my previous dwelling." He turned to wash up and change clothes, murmuring to himself, I must earn more money to either purchase a house in this vicinity or acquire this courtyard from the chief steward. However, as Jiang Tianyu stepped onto the bustling street, he suddenly realized that the noodle shop and meat bun vendor he favored for breakfast no longer resided here. Esteemed guest, would you care to try our chive and pork buns? This is a new flavor, made with freshly harvested chives from our family garden. Exceedingly delicious. We also have water chestnut cakes, pine nut cakes, and crispy egg pancakes. If you fancy them, do come take a look. Wonton noodles, pork noodles, lamb noodles, served in generous bowls, the cheapest at merely 15 coins per bowl. Would you like to sample some? Listening to the cries of the nearby street vendors, Jiang Tianyu decided to indulge, sampling from several stalls. He devoured 3 bowls of noodles, 15 buns, and a few boxes of pastries, intending to bring them back to the blacksmith shop for his master to taste. Yet, as he returned to the blacksmith shop, a cold voice called out from behind, "Halt!" Jiang Tianyu paid no heed until the person stepped in front of him, blocking his path. He frowned, gazing at the displeased countenance of the individual. It was none other than his so-called senior apprentice, Xiao Hutong. Upon realizing it was him, Jiang Tianyu had initially ignored him, thinking, what an insufferable fool. Thinking himself important enough to command others to stop. Seeing Xiao Hutong obstruct his way, Jiang Tianyu's expression darkened as he retorted, "A good dog does not block the path." Xiao Hutong was taken aback, then erupted in fury. "A good dog does not block the path? You dare insult me as a dog?" His eyes sparked with anger as he glared at Jiang Tianyu, demanding, "Jiang Tianyu, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? Do you not understand the concepts of hierarchy? Do you not regard our master or me, your senior brother?" Jiang Tianyu could hardly be bothered to engage in banter, declaring, "If I find out you were responsible for the incident regarding my house, it matters not whether you are my senior brother. Even if you were my son, I would not hesitate to deal with you. Now get out of my way." Xiao Hutong stood dumbfounded, his body trembling with rage. He pointed a shaking finger at Jiang Tianyu, murderous intent surging within him, ready to retaliate. However, at that moment, a helper hurried over, calling out, "Master Xiao." "Master Jiang Tianyu, the chief steward has summoned everyone to the training ground." Xiao Hutong's furious expression faltered at the mention of the chief steward, and a semblance of rationality returned to him. He glared at Jiang Tianyu, scoffing, "Well, it seems you've grown some wings. Let us see how this unfolds." With that, he stormed off towards the training ground. Jiang Tianyu merely chuckled, ignoring him completely, holding Xiao Hutong in little regard. His strength increased daily, and even now, he had no fear of Xiao Hutong. He could sense that he was on the verge of mastering the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, only half a step away from perfection. With this perfected technique and his 8th level of body refinement, he was confident he could easily overpower Xiao Hutong. Regrettably, the chief steward had intervened. Otherwise, had Xiao Hutong attempted to strike him, he would have had every justification to teach him a lesson, to make him lay low for a while, returning the favor. Killing him was out of the question, especially in public, and with yesterday's events still unresolved. He would first need to visit the Qingyu gang to clarify matters before dealing with Xiao Hutong. He placed the pastries he had purchased aside and hastened towards the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Jiang Tianyu found that aside from some shop staff, all others, including helpers, apprentices, overseers, guards, and blacksmith masters, had gathered there. On the elevated platform at the front stood several figures, with the central figure being the chief steward, Zhang Zofeng, alongside a slightly shorter, plump middle-aged man with a cheerful smile, the second steward, Pan Guanchuan. Master Li Jinhe stood a step away from Jiang Zofeng. Noticing Jiang Tianyu's arrival, the chief steward waved at him, signaling him to ascend the platform and stand before everyone. Jiang Tianyu complied, stepping onto the platform and bowing respectfully to Jiang Zofeng, Pan Guanchuan, Li Jinhe, and the other overseers, saying, "Greetings to the chief steward, second steward, and master." "Oh." Jiang Zofeng and Li Jinhe nodded with smiles, while Pan Guanchuan, Pang Hai, Lin Haixiang, and others regarded Jiang Tianyu with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny. They recognized Jiang Tianyu, who had been a peripheral figure at the blacksmith shop for many years. Yet, it was precisely because of this that his presence on the platform today was astonishing. After all, in their memories, Jiang Tianyu, the disciple of Li Jinhe, was notoriously known for his lack of talent. There were a few members of the Jiang family working at the blacksmith shop, but they were few in number. And including Jiang Tianyu, there were only 3. Jiang Tianyu was the least among them. To think that such an underdog would be proclaimed by the chief steward to have begun forging exceptional weapons and to be promoted to master, this was indeed remarkable. Standing at the forefront, Xiao Hutong's expression shifted as he watched the chief steward beckoning Jiang Tianyu onto the platform. A sense of foreboding washed over him. As anticipated, amidst Xiao Hutong's apprehension, the chief steward, Jiang Zofeng, raised his hand to silence the crowd and then pointed at Jiang Tianyu, declaring, "The purpose of this gathering is to announce some joyous news. Blacksmith Jiang Tianyu has successfully forged superior quality weapons. Therefore, after discussions at the blacksmith shop, we are promoting Jiang Tianyu to the position of Master Blacksmith effective immediately. He will have the authority to recruit 3 apprentices and 5 helpers and to forge all items for the blacksmith shop, utilizing all materials available. His status will be equal to that of the other master blacksmiths, subordinate only to the overseers of each courtyard. I encourage all of you to continue striving. If you possess talent and capability, the blacksmith shop will not hesitate to reward you with both wealth and status, granting you all that you deserve. That is all for today. Before I conclude, I must mention that there has been a recent warrant issued regarding a notorious fugitive, Wang Baiyuan. He was sighted in the city last night, having taken several lives, and his whereabouts remain unknown. So please be cautious and do not fall prey to him." Hearing the news about Wang Baiyuan, the previously calm crowd of apprentices, helpers, and workers erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, with some displaying visible concern. Even as the gathering dispersed, discussions among the apprentices and helpers continued to swirl. After retrieving some pastries, Jiang Tianyu followed closely behind Li Junhe to the storeroom. Observing the pastries in Jiang Tianyu's hands, Li Junhe couldn't help but jest. "How remarkable. After all these years, I've never tasted the pastries you've brought. Today, you actually have some." Jiang Tianyu chuckled. "Well, since we've moved to a new place, there happens to be a vendor selling these delights right on the street. I sampled them and found them quite delicious, so I bought a little to present to you, master." Li Junhe gently shook his head, instructing him to place the items upon the table, then invited him to take a seat, inquiring, "The master craftsman can recruit 3 apprentices and 5 assistants. Currently, you have 1 apprentice and 2 assistants, which means you can still recruit 2 apprentices and 3 assistants. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Tianyu's inclination was to express none. Yet upon hearing Li Junhe broach the topic, he felt a stir in his heart and hastily asked, "Not yet. Does master have any recommendations?" Li Junhe, sensing his potential for growth, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you have no thoughts on the matter, I shall arrange for these 2 apprentices and 3 assistants for you. Allow me to first inform you about the individuals I plan to assign. One is my granddaughter, Li Xintong. She is currently 16 years old, possesses commendable martial talent, and I have taught her hammer techniques over the years. She also possesses some knowledge of forging, now having reached the 5th level of body refinement. I intend for her to join the blacksmith shop and temporarily serve as your apprentice. Naturally, since I am placing her under your tutelage, I shall refrain from intervening in your discipline of her, even to the extent of reprimanding her, as long as it does not lead to fatality." Jiang Tianyu promptly replied, "No problem. I assure you I will guide her well. Master need not worry." Li Junhe had assisted him greatly, so allowing his granddaughter to enter the blacksmith shop was certainly permissible, although the opportunity to join the shop was quite precious, with many outside yearning for a chance to enter, even willing to pay for such an opportunity. Having Li Junhe's granddaughter as his apprentice would undoubtedly yield benefits far surpassing mere monetary value. With a smile, Li Junhe continued, "The other apprentice is named Jiang Chongqing, a member of your Jiang family. He is 15 this year, has good martial talent, and has already reached the 6th level of body refinement. However, this young lad has a somewhat obstinate temperament and may be difficult to manage, so it will be up to you." Jiang Tianyu was somewhat taken aback, hesitating to respond. Li Junhe, noticing his reaction, added, "He is the nephew of the chief steward." Jiang Tianyu silently acknowledged the connection, yet he was even more surprised, exclaiming, "Isn't it a simple matter for the chief steward's nephew to gain entry into the blacksmith shop?" Li Junhe shook his head, stating, "It is not so simple. The blacksmith shop belongs to the Jiang family, and the chief steward is merely the 3rd elder of the Jiang family. Many within the family are still keenly observing his position, eager to intervene in the affairs of the blacksmith shop. It is quite possible that there are already their tendrils within the shop. Although the blacksmith shop seems calm now, should trouble arise, those individuals would undoubtedly create discord. Thus, the chief steward must proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyu began to understand. Although Jiang Zoming held the position of chief steward at the blacksmith shop, wielding significant authority, many within the Jiang family were watching him closely, intent on meddling in the shop's affairs. Perhaps the shop had already been infiltrated by them. While it may appear tranquil now, should a crisis occur, those individuals would likely spring into action. Therefore, Jiang Zoming had to act prudently. Next came the 3 assistant positions. Li Junhe stated, "For the 3 positions, the chief steward has arranged for 2 individuals, both of whom are also from your Jiang family, albeit collateral relatives like yourself, having some connection to the chief steward but not as close as Jiang Chongqing, so you may manage as you see fit. The remaining position I have assigned to the brother-in-law of Lin Haixiang, the steward of the front courtyard. He recently took a concubine, and her brother possesses some martial talent as well, He is currently 16 years old and at the 4th level of body refinement. Jiang Tianyu nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, Master, just have them come to find me." However, he added a caveat, "But let me be clear, once they come under my command, they must obey. Or else." At this moment, Li Jinhe quietly remarked, "Once they join your ranks, they will naturally fall under your authority. No one else will interfere. However, the reason I am allowing Xintong and the chief steward Jiang Chongqing to enter the blacksmith shop is that soon, one of the 3 dominant forces of Chaodian Prefecture, the Longhu Tianzong, will descend. At that time, Shitang City will have 5 slots available for participation in this year's entry examination for disciples of the Longhu Tianzong. Though not everyone is qualified to participate, the blacksmith shop will likely select 5 individuals to take part, as will other major factions." Jiang Tianyu was momentarily stunned. Then it dawned upon him. No wonder Master and the chief steward had refrained from arranging for these individuals to enter previously, only to place them in his hands at this juncture. It was all for this purpose, the examination slots for disciples of the Longhu Tianzong. Contemplating this, Jiang Tianyu could not help but feel a surge of desire. After all, the Longhu Tianzong was the true dominant force of Chaodian Prefecture. He had heard that the commander of the city guard in Shitang City had once merely been a disciple of the Longhu Tianzong, a tentacle they had inserted here. Their strength surpassed even that of the Jiang family itself, rendering it incomparable. If he could also join their ranks. Perhaps sensing the change in Jiang Tianyu's expression, Li Jinhe burst into laughter, saying, "What dreams are you weaving? The entry disciples of the Longhu Tianzong cannot exceed 20 years of age, and even those who are geniuses may not gain entry. You are nearing 50, do not harbor such fantasies. You are not eligible for this examination." Sighing, Jiang Tianyu revealed a hint of bitterness on his face, saying, "But it is the Longhu Tianzong. Who wouldn't he wish to join?" Li Jinhe fell silent, pondering deeply. Indeed, it was the Longhu Tianzong. Alas, for individuals like them, with their martial talents, even if they were to live another lifetime, they would never find an opportunity to join. After all, at present, the entirety of Shitang City did not possess 5 slots for entry into the Longhu Tianzong. They were merely slots for participation in the entry examination. Even if one were to emerge from Shitang City, they would still need to compete in the examination against other talented individuals from various regions. It remained uncertain whether any would truly gain entry into the Longhu Tianzong. Suppressing these thoughts, Jiang Tianyu requested a high-grade potion formula from Li Jinhe. The price of such a potion outside was approximately 10 taels of silver. Yet this potion would possess such potency that even a 9th-level body refinement warrior would find its effects remarkable, far surpassing his previous concoctions. After departing from Li Jinhe, Jiang Tianyu collected materials for forging exceptional weapons and returned to his forge. He intended to create a weapon that suited him well as to reforge a hammer. Yesterday, when facing those warriors, he had been unarmed. Had it not been for their inferior strength, which paled in comparison to his, he would have been at a disadvantage without a weapon. Having a suitable weapon at his side would bolster his strength by at least 30%. Chapter 13, The Old Man Must Die. An exceptional forging hammer would suffice for future endeavors, even for crafting second-tier weapons, allowing for extended use. Jiang Tianyu mused as he hastened toward his forge. As for his weapon, he intended to forge an exceptional long-handled heavy hammer. He planned for it to weigh a bit more, aiming for 120 pounds. Such a heavy hammer, with his current body refinement strength, he would be able to wield, perhaps not for an extended duration, but certainly sufficient for a short, intense battle. Most importantly, he sensed that his cultivation would likely continue to progress. Once this heavy hammer was forged, it would serve him for a considerable time without being wasted. In the future, when he could forge second-tier weapons, he could simply reforge it then. One should not underestimate a heavy hammer weighing 120 pounds, ordinarily. Even a few pounds is sufficient for an average person, and a 10-pound weapon can be considered heavy. If it is too cumbersome, it not only fails to enhance combat power, but also hinders the user, leading to fatigue. While martial artists possess greater strength than ordinary individuals, body refinement warriors are still limited. For someone like him, wielding a hammer weighing 50 or 60 pounds would already suffice. 120 pounds would not be impossible to wield, but he would certainly struggle to maintain it for long. However, who could deny the fact that his cultivation was progressing daily? The heavy hammer, weighing 120 pounds, now appeared rather cumbersome. Even a 9th-level martial artist in the body refinement realm might be reduced to a mere pulp under its force. Yet, with the passage of time, it might become just right. Moreover, in certain aspects, heavy weaponry could compensate for deficiencies in rank, even if his cultivation improved. Such a hammer would still serve him well temporarily. Returning to the forge, Jiang Tianyu beckoned Gao Qingyou and 2 assistants. However, before he could issue commands, Gao Qingyou approached with a note of concern. "Master, I overheard today that the notorious bandit, King White Ape, has killed several people in the outer city, targeting common folk. The head shopkeeper just advised us to be cautious. Do you think King White Ape might go on a rampage again? Jiang Tianyu lightly tapped his head and replied, "What concern is that of yours? If you are frightened, simply stay in the blacksmith shop until that scoundrel is apprehended before venturing out." The two assistants hesitated, for while Gao Qingyu's family was not in the outer city, both of theirs resided there. The bandit King White Ape was a notorious level criminal wanted by the city, having committed heinous acts just last night, resulting in several innocent deaths, causing widespread panic outside. Naturally, they feared for their family's safety. Yet, Jiang Tianyu reassured them, there is no need for alarm. The more reckless he becomes, the nearer his end draws. The city guards will not allow a wanted criminal to wreak havoc within the city. Now get to work. We need to forge a substantial quantity of fine iron ingots today, as we are to create 2 exquisite hammers in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyu's expression brightened with excitement. 2 exquisite hammers? This meant he would have the opportunity to learn more about forging alongside his master. Instantly, he cast aside his earlier worries and exclaimed, "Yes, master. I shall prepare at once." Before long, with the assistance of the 2 helpers, they began to toss chunks of iron ore into the furnace, melting them into molten iron. Jiang Tianyu then picked up the forging hammer and began to strike the fine iron ingots. He handed Gao Qingyu a forging hammer as well, directing him to a smaller forge nearby to practice forging iron, thereby honing his blacksmithing skills. Having now advanced to the rank of master, Jiang Tianyu was permitted 3 apprentices and 5 assistants. Even if an apprentice were to rise to the status of blacksmith or weaponsmith, they could remain under his tutelage. It was certainly time to allow Gao Qingyu to graduate and attempt forging weapons. As for how far Gao Qingyu's future accomplishments would reach, that would depend on his own innate talent. Clang, clang. The rhythmic sounds echoed throughout the blacksmith shop as Jiang Tianyu wielded the short-handled forging hammer, striking the glowing red ingot before him. Each blow caused the ingot to quiver, with a unique force penetrating its outer layers to expel impurities from within, which fell away as debris, leaving behind intricate patterns. As he forged, Jiang Tianyu sensed the progress of his Huanyun body refinement hammer technique. It seemed to flow more smoothly than yesterday. His control over this technique had become instinctual, with rhythm merging seamlessly with his breath. The force of the vibrations had transcended mere layers, now achieving a triple-layered amplification of power. His satisfaction with the advancement of the Huanyun technique prompted a nod of approval. It appeared that this hammer technique was nearing perfection. Realizing he could multitask, he continued forging while keeping an eye on Gao Qingyu. Your stance is too rigid and your body too stiff, while your strength is formidable, akin to a bull. You are only utilizing about 50% of your potential. Relax and find your rhythm. Integrate your breath into the hammer technique. Forging is not merely about brute force. The method in forging refers to the skills involved. Foolishness. I do not expect you to strike this iron perfectly, but to find your rhythm. Practice the hammer technique as you normally would, treating this iron block as your adversary. An immobile opponent is so easy to strike. Unleash your full might and hammer it down. Though Jiang Tianyu's reprimands were firm, they were not overly harsh, as he meticulously pointed out Gao Qingyu's shortcomings in forging. Under Jiang Tianyu's guidance, Gao Qingyu, though initially tense, soon regained his composure and devoted himself to correcting his technique as instructed. By the end of the day, he had made significant progress and gained new insights into the Huanyun body refinement hammer technique. Despite some initial setbacks, he successfully forged a piece of ordinary fine iron ingot. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyu had prepared the materials necessary for crafting 2 exceptional weapons, ready to begin forging as soon as the 2 new apprentices and 3 new assistants arrived the following day. As evening fell, Jiang Tianyu initially planned to return home to stew some meat and enjoy a drink in celebration, but unexpectedly, Li Jinhao arrived, inviting him to join for dinner. Out of respect for his master's invitation, he graciously accepted and departed the blacksmith shop with him. However, this scene was observed by Xiao Hutu, who had just exited the shop. His eyelids twitched, and his expression darkened with rage, a burning jealousy distorting his features. That old man, after all these years, he had never shown such support for me. Now that this fellow has just begun forging exceptional weapons and has recently attained the rank of master, you are so eager to bestow everything upon him. Will you also be handing over the position of warehouse manager? But I am your senior apprentice. Upon arriving home, Xiao Hutu's delicate wife, unaware of the turmoil, noticed his grim demeanor and cautiously inquired, "Husband, what troubles you? Has something happened?" "It's that old fool." Xiao Hutu ground his teeth, inhaling deeply as he recounted the events at the blacksmith shop. His expression darkened further, and he abruptly stood up. "No, I cannot allow that old fool to continue like this. If he persists, the position of warehouse manager will certainly slip through my fingers. That old man must die." As for Jiang Tianyu, While he wished for his demise, he dared not act on it. After all, he truly bore the surname Jiang. Were he to go this far, he would find no refuge in the entire Shirtang city, or even the Chaodian prefecture. Chapter 14, 9 Levels. Having just prepared a nourishing soup, Xiao Hutu's wife observed his distress and, feeling disheartened, sat back down, her brows furrowing as she murmured, "Jiang Tianyu, your master S Jr.? Has he just been promoted to master at the blacksmith shop?" Recalling Xiao Hutu's words about their master possibly handing over the position of warehouse manager to Jiang Tianyu, she too felt a pang of displeasure. After all, the warehouse manager position was the true high-ranking role within the blacksmith shop. If Xiao Hutu ascended to that level, she too could leverage it to penetrate the upper echelons of Shirtang City, forging connections with the wives of powerful factions. This was an opportunity to transcend social classes. Yet now, it seemed likely to be snatched away. How could that be acceptable? As she pondered this, a flicker of malice crossed her eyes as she whispered, "That old fool has truly lost his mind. I hope my husband can deal with him and secure the position of warehouse manager. And that Jiang Tianyu, he is no good either. He deserves to perish." Alas, she was a frail woman, possessing little in the way of martial prowess aside from a delicate beauty and a commendable figure. In this matter, she was unable to assist Xiao Hutong in the slightest, left to fret at home, anxiously awaiting his return. Meanwhile, at the residence of He Xiong from the Qingyu gang, with the arrival of Xiao Hutong, He Xiong became aware of the upheaval at the blacksmith's workshop that day, his expression shifting dramatically. What? Jiang Tianyu has become the master blacksmith? If it were merely a matter of someone becoming a master blacksmith, He Xiong would not have been so astonished. After all, while the blacksmith's strength and background were formidable, the Qingyu gang was no pushover. Merely being a master blacksmith would not suffice. However, if this master blacksmith bore the surname Jiang, it became a serious concern. He Xiong recalled how, prior to this individual ascending to the position of master blacksmith, he had suffered the burning of his house and had people sent to deal with him. His face turned as dark as coal, glaring at Xiao Hutong with a desire to draw his blade and strike him down. How unfortunate! What kind of misfortune had befallen him to endure such unwarranted calamity? Had this man become the master blacksmith just a few days earlier, today's events would not have transpired. He Xiong's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth and fixed a steely gaze upon Xiao Hutong. "Brother Xiao, do you not intend to give me an explanation for this? Were it not for you, would I have been embroiled in such a mess?" Xiao Hutong replied calmly, "It is too late to say anything now. I never anticipated he would conceal his strength and suddenly become the master blacksmith. Moreover, you have not only burned down his house, but also sought to kill him. This is a matter of life and death." Bang! Upon hearing this, He Xiong erupted in fury, smashing the nearby coffee table with a slap and kicking the table in front of him to splinters. He rose abruptly, pointing angrily at Xiao Hutong, his voice a fierce growl. "Xiao Hutong, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? 3 sets of supreme armor." Xiao Hutong suddenly interjected. 5 sets of supreme armor. Ha ha ha. A gentle smile spread across He Xiong's face as he reseated himself, looking at Xiao Hutong with a grin. "Ah, brother Xiao, you truly put me in a difficult position." He sighed lightly, his brow furrowing. "This Jiang Tianyu is someone our Qingyu gang cannot contend with. You must understand what it means to have a master blacksmith named Jiang." Xiao Hutong nodded, his gaze steady as he replied, "It is not Jiang Tianyu. It is Li Zhenhe." He Xiong's head snapped up, astonished as he looked at Xiao Hutong. "Li Zhenhe? Hiss." He Xiong inhaled sharply, taken aback by Xiao Hutong's ruthless nature. How vicious. He even contemplated eliminating his own master? His brow furrowed in hesitation. "This complicates matters. He is the steward of the blacksmith storeroom." Xiao Hutong murmured, "Recently, Wang Baiyuan has been quite arrogant, and who knows what he might do in his arrogance." He Xiong's eyes brightened. "Wang Baiyuan, you say? Now that is intriguing." The two deliberated for a considerable time, indulging in drinks until they were thoroughly intoxicated, while Xiao Hutong's delicate wife spent another night awaiting his return in an empty room. At the Li residence, the courtyard arranged by Li Zhenhe was modest, consisting of a small entrance leading to a family of 6, a son, a daughter-in-law, and a granddaughter, along with 2 elderly maids. His son, Li Shuchao, was slightly younger than Jiang Tianyu, having just turned 40. A 6th-tier physique cultivator serving as a guard at the blacksmith's workshop, responsible for the transport of weapons and ores, and was not present that day. However, Li Zhenhe's daughter-in-law, Lin Shuxia, and granddaughter, Li Xintong, were both at home. As night fell, at the dining table, Li Zhenhe introduced Jiang Tianyu to Lin Shuxia and Li Xintong, saying, "This is Jiang Tianyu, who has just ascended to the position of master blacksmith." Lin Shuxia appeared quite youthful, her skin fair and lightly adorned with rouge, resembling a woman in her 30s. She bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, Li Xintong, both considered to be of exceptional beauty. Nevertheless, their attire was quite modest. devoid of any impropriety. Listening to her father-in-law's introduction, Lin Shuxiao raised her teacup with a smile, saying, "Brother Jiang is older than Xu Chao, and as he will be Xintong's master, I shall respectfully refer to you as elder brother from now on." "Ah, sister-in-law, you are too kind," Jiang Tianyu replied in kind. Li Jinhe then turned to the young girl in a light green dress, appearing somewhat innocent and curiously observing Jiang Tianyu. "Xintong, from today onward, he shall be your master. Entering the blacksmith's workshop means you must heed your master's commands without the slightest defiance. Even in the face of punishment, you must not retort, nor can you retaliate. These matters I will not concern myself with. Do you understand?" Li Xintong, obedient, lowered her head, her voice soft. "Yes, I understand, grandfather." "Call him," Li Jinhe commanded sternly. "Master," Li Xintong complied, casting a compliant glance at Jiang Tianyu. By the conclusion of the meal, Jiang Tianyu had established a connection with the Li family and formed a foundational impression of his apprentice, Li Xintong. She appeared to be a well-behaved girl, obediently adhering to her grandfather Li Jinhe's words. This was quite favorable. Even a latecomer to the blacksmith's workshop would not encounter any issues with her as an apprentice. This trait also mirrored her mother, Lin Shuxia. Throughout the meal, Jiang Tianyu observed that both mother and daughter were rather quiet and demure. However, it was evident that they did not venture out much and did not seem suited for laborious tasks. Under such circumstances, it posed a challenge for Li Xintong to learn the art of blacksmithing. Upon returning to Giang Alley, Jiang Tianyu brewed a new medicinal concoction and consumed it, subsequently practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique twice before washing up and falling into a deep slumber. Aside from utilizing the hammer technique while forging weapons during the day, Jiang Tianyu was steadfast in his habit of practicing the technique twice each evening. Even if his cultivation level could increase by 1 tier each day, the insights and sweat earned through his training provided him with a sense of stability and peace. As dawn broke, with the sky lightening and birds chirping outside his window, Jiang Tianyu opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. This morning, he felt no hunger pangs. His body remained warm, seemingly brimming with energy, as if all his vitality had converged into a single point. Sensing the transformative changes within him, Jiang Tianyu exhaled slowly, his eyes glimmering with excitement. His cultivation had risen to the 9th tier of physique cultivation. Chapter 15, Supreme Heavy Hammer. Simultaneously, Jiang Tianyu distinctly felt that he had gained a new understanding of the chaotic wind hammer technique, as if he had glimpsed the profound intricacies of this martial art. Perceiving its essence, speed. The essence of this martial art, known as chaotic wind, was encapsulated in a single word, speed. In the realm of martial arts, only speed remains unbroken. As long as the speed is sufficiently swift, even the most ordinary martial art can possess terrifying power. Buzz. Just then, Jiang Tianyu's hand moved suddenly. In a daze, it returned to its original position with lightning speed, and between his fingers rested a tiny mosquito. Jiang Tianyu's eyes sparkled, behind the perfection of martial arts. Is there yet more to uncover? He was astonished. From that brief attempt, he realized that this perfected martial art had elevated his strength by at least 30% compared to the mastery he achieved yesterday. Even without an increase in cultivation, the profound understanding he had attained in martial arts allowed him to effortlessly overpower 3 versions of himself from yesterday, crushing them with ease. However, he had not anticipated that beneath the surface of this perfected realm of martial arts, there lay even deeper layers of knowledge. For instance, he felt a fleeting sense of enlightenment regarding speed. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tianyu suppressed these thoughts, realizing that whether he had truly grasped something more profound than perfection would eventually reveal itself. As long as his cultivation continued to advance, these matters were bound to become clear secrets. Once he reached the 9th level of body refinement, he could seek out the master of the forge to claim a 2nd-tier bone forging technique. With great anticipation, Jiang Tianyu hurried to the blacksmith shop after freshening up. Yet, rather than immediately approaching the master of the forge, he first made his way to the forging station to prepare for the creation of a premium heavy hammer. Before long, apart from Gao Qingyo and the 2 previous assistants, 2 new apprentices, Li Xintong and Jiang Changqing, along with the 3 helpers, appeared before him. Jiang Tianyu regarded the 5 with an expressionless demeanor, emanating an inexplicable aura of pressure. This oppressive presence left Li Xintong alarmed. Last night, her master had seemed quite amiable, but upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he bore an intimidating presence akin to her grandfather's. Simultaneously, she speculated that her seemingly unassuming master might possess formidable strength. Although he had only recently ascended to the rank of master blacksmith, she felt that in his presence, he was even more formidable than before her grandfather, who was a 9th-level body refinement warrior. Beside Li Xintong, Jiang Changqing, who had initially appeared somewhat languid, now bore a more serious expression, instinctively straightening his posture and refraining from any previous impudence. He was astonished, having previously thought his uncle had merely found him a casual master. It appeared this individual was far from ordinary. Jiang Tianyu fixed his gaze on the two, inquiring, "What martial arts have you both learned previously?" Li Xintong obediently replied, "The chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, taught to me by my grandfather." Jiang Chongqing pondered for a moment before responding, "The thousand gene stone-shattering fist. A superior body refinement technique of the Jiang family." After a brief pause, he glanced at Jiang Tianyu and added, "It is superior to the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique." Jiang Tianyu nodded slightly, observing him. "Do you genuinely wish to learn the weapon forging method? Or are you merely seeking to muddle through for the opportunity at the Longhu Tiangong?" Jiang Chongqing hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, stating, "With less than 3 months until the Longhu Tiangong competition, even if I fail to secure a spot, I won't remain at the blacksmith shop. I won't learn much of the weapon forging method in that time." Jiang Tianyu gestured toward the outside. "Then do as you please, but do not disturb the others." Subsequently, disregarding Jiang Chongqing, he turned to Li Xintong. "You possess a solid foundation, already at the 5th level of body refinement. Your grandfather has mentioned you have some basic knowledge of the weapon forging method. Therefore, today you shall observe me and your senior brother as we forge weapons and wrought iron. Pay close attention." Seeing this, Jiang Chongqing shrugged and departed, unconcerned. This worked to his advantage. He would have more time to refine his own fist techniques. With the assistance of several helpers, Jiang Tianyu's speed in weapon forging increased. One piece of refined iron after another was melded together, undergoing a rigorous process of hammering and refining, under the perfected realm of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. The already high-quality iron was refined to its utmost potential. Watching Jiang Tianyu's hammering technique, Li Xintong was left in awe. The dizzying speed, the seemingly effortless technique, and the powerful strikes upon the iron created a unique resonance, as if the iron was perpetually vibrating at a specific frequency. Witnessing this craftsmanship, Li Xintong was utterly astounded. Could it be that this hammer technique had reached a level of perfection her grandfather had never attained? Her master had indeed mastered the perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. After her shock subsided, Li Xintong's gaze toward Jiang Tianyu transformed, imbued with respect, reverence, and even a hint of aspiration. This was the perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. Although she believed herself to possess some talent after years of training, she had only just begun to grasp the intricacies of the technique, still far from true perfection. The opportunity to learn the weapon forging method from her master might offer insights her grandfather could not impart. Li Xintong was elated, focusing intently on Jiang Tianyu as he forged weapons, gaining new insights into her own hammer techniques. It was as if a perfect mentor, who had mastered the very martial art she was learning, was guiding her step by step, unveiling all its mysteries and secrets before her eyes. As time swiftly passed, in the afternoon, Jiang Tianyu emerged from the furnace with a massive heavy hammer, measuring 7 feet in length, with the hammerhead alone reaching 8 feet. He immersed it in the chilling waters of the ice spring for quenching. Once the quenching process was complete, Jiang Tianyu retrieved the hammer, scrutinizing it with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "It's done. A first-tier premium long-handled heavy hammer, weighing 120 pounds. With a hammerhead of 1 foot in length and half a foot in width, it exhibits a pale blue hue, adorned with intricate patterns left by countless hammerings, exuding a profound essence." Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong approached, also examining the creation. Li Xintong, intrigued, inquired, "Master, how did you forge such a heavy hammer? Who could possibly wield it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Tianyu grasped the long handle and swung the hammer with a sudden flourish. In an instant, a phantom appeared before him, and the air erupted with a thunderous crack. Boom! Feeling the weight of the premium heavy hammer in his grasp, Jiang Tianyu's delight intensified. "Of course, it is I, your master. This is the weapon I forged for myself. Huh? This feels just right." Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong were astonished. Witnessing the imposing figure of their master wielding the heavy hammer, the air exploding with thunderous sounds, as if the very atmosphere were being shattered by the force of the hammer. Both felt their scalps tingle, awestruck by their master's formidable prowess. Chapter 16, the 10th level. After toying with the premium heavy hammer for a while, Jiang Tianyu pondered its name and glanced at Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong. "Consider what name it should bear." Naming it? Gao Qingniu scratched his head, thinking forging was one thing, but naming was another challenge altogether. Li Xintong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suggested, "Master, this heavy hammer sounds like thunder when swung. How about calling it Thunder Sound?" "Thunder Sound," Jiang Tianyu murmured, finding it agreeable. He nodded. "Then let it be named Thunder Sound." He inscribed the 2 characters, Thunder Sound, upon the hammer. From this day forth, It shall be known as the Thunder Sound Heavy Hammer. After instructing Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong to tidy up, Jiang Tianyu made his way to the back courtyard. Upon entering the master of the forge's courtyard, he found Jiang Zofang already present. Upon seeing Jiang Tianyu's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not expected him to arrive so soon after his master's departure. Tianyu has arrived? Come, sit. Jiang Zofang invited Jiang Tianyu to take a seat. Jiang Tianyu respectfully bowed and greeted, Master of the Forge. Jiang Zofang nodded, curiosity evident in his gaze. Do you seek me for something? Jiang Tianyu proceeded to explain that he had reached the 9th level of body refinement and required a second-tier bone forging technique. Jiang Zofang was taken aback by the revelation, staring incredulously at him. Just a few days ago, your master mentioned that your cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. What is your true cultivation level, 9th or 7th? Jiang Tianyu unveiled the aura of his 9th level of body refinement, successfully acquiring a new martial art from Jiang Zofang, known as the Heavenly Ape 36 Hammers. This technique, though merely an ordinary practice within the bone refinement realm, was limited to refining just 36 bones. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, Jiang Zofang promised, should you manage to break through to the bone refinement realm, I shall immediately escort you back to the Jiang family, reinstating you in the family lineage. At that time, I will provide you with a new bone refinement martial art, capable of refining at least 72 bones. After Jiang Tianyu departed, Jiang Zofang, who had previously been hesitant in his conversation with Li Jinhe, made a decisive resolution. Li Jinhe's desire to open a new establishment in Longhu Tianxing could be accommodated, and Jiang Tianyu could assume the position of warehouse manager, ensuring no disruption to his control over the forge while allowing for expansion. However, he pondered whether Jiang Tianyu could still surprise him. He was in need of a capable confidant to firmly oversee the forge. On the other side, Jiang Tianyu, elated with the acquisition of the bone refinement martial art, recognized that while it was of the most basic tier, it was certainly better than having nothing, and it would enable him to ascend to the 2nd realm of cultivation. If all went smoothly, he would break through to a new realm by tomorrow. After work, he hurriedly purchased 2 sets of potions to brew and prepared a large pot of meat. Satisfied and nourished, he commenced his training in the new martial art, Heavenly Ape 36 Hammers. Despite being a new technique, it was grounded in the perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer method, allowing Jiang Tianyu to memorize the Heavenly Ape 36 Hammers after a single practice. After repeating it 5 times, he felt he had grasped the fundamentals of this bone refinement technique. A subtle flow of blood energy began to refine his bones, accompanied by a tingling sensation and slight pain within his skeletal structure. This marked the commencement of bone refinement. Upon waking the next day, he anticipated becoming a bone refinement warrior of the 2nd realm. However, when dawn broke and Jiang Tianyu awoke, he sensed a change in his body that left him in a state of disbelief for quite some time. It appeared he had not attained the bone refinement realm. Rather, his body had undergone another transformation, with 10 luminous patterns of blood energy crystallizing within him. What? The bone refinement realm eluded me. I am now a 10th level body refinement warrior. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Jiang Tianyu's expression shifted to one of wonder. How could there even be a 10th level of body refinement? He had never heard of such a thing. Yet, gazing at the 10 patterns of blood energy within him, it was undeniably a manifestation of the body refinement realm. Each pattern represented a level, and 10 patterns indeed confirmed his status as a 10th level body refinement warrior. This was no mere illusion, it was real. As he further sensed the changes within his body, the breakthrough to the 10th level of body refinement revealed significant alterations. In addition to a notable increase in strength, his skin, flesh, and bones exhibited subtle transformations, akin to the metamorphosis experienced by a warrior transitioning from body refinement to bone refinement. Additionally, his blood energy underwent a transformation, becoming exceedingly concentrated, infused with a newfound sharpness and resilience, and notably denser. However, he wondered how the potency of his blood energy at the 10th level of body refinement compared to the penetrating strength of the bone refinement realm. In a daze, Jiang Tianyu hastily seized his hammer and proceeded to the courtyard, resuming his practice of the Heavenly Ape 36 Hammers. He sensed that under the guidance of this martial art, he could still refine his bones, indicating he was not incapable of advancing to the 2nd realm of bone refinement. This realization brought him a sense of relief, but soon his brow furrowed upon noticing some changes. Today, practicing the Heavenly Ape 36 Hammers for bone refinement felt considerably more challenging than it had the previous night. His bones seemed to have grown significantly harder, making the process of refinement more arduous. This left him somewhat disheartened. Did this imply that the difficulty of breaking through to the bone refinement realm and condensing the penetrating strength of the 2nd realm would also increase? Would he ascend to the 11th level of body refinement tomorrow? What would become of his bone refinement aspirations? Unable to unravel these uncertainties, Jiang Tianyu decided to set them aside and, with a serious expression, made his way to the forge. However, upon arriving at the forge, he did not head to the warehouse to collect materials. Instead, he retrieved the thunderous hammer and, accompanied by Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong, departed the forge. Gao Qingniu, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" Jiang Tianyu replied, "To the Qingyu gang." Li Xintong, equally intrigued, asked, "What business do we have with the Qingyu gang?" Her gaze flickered with excitement as it settled on Gao Qingniu, who was laboriously carrying the thunderous hammer. The prospect of bringing a heavy weapon to the Qingyu gang sparked her imagination. Could it be that the Qingyu gang had crossed master and he intended to uproot them entirely? With this thought, a glimmer of exhilaration flashed in Li Xintong's eyes, and she eagerly gripped the short hammer at her waist. The Qingyu gang was situated at the edge of the outer city, near the riverbank, and it took them a full quarter of an hour to reach their destination. The narrow streets were strewn with gravel, and the foul waters flowed freely, rendering the ground muddy and difficult to traverse. The residents in this area were mostly poorly dressed, comprising ordinary citizens, impoverished individuals, and refugees. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Bai Langshui has caught another mighty dragon carp, and it's a big one. He struck gold. This lad had already caught 3 such fish over the past 6 months. Had he discovered the secret fishing grounds of the dragon carp? Unfortunately, he had now joined the Qingyu gang, leveraging his ability to catch dragon carp to rise to the position of the gang leader's apprentice. As Jiang Tianyu advanced with Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong, they reached the riverbank where a crowd had gathered. A slender, agile youth, seemingly in his teens, emerged from the throng, proudly holding a fiery red carp. Shortly thereafter, several tall, muscular warriors approached him with deference, greeting him respectfully, "Boss Bai." Bai Langshui tossed the hefty dragon carp, weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, to one of them, saying, "Deliver this to the commander's office." "It's the dragon carp arranged by Butler Qiao." One of the men responded promptly, "Yes, Boss Bai. Let us go." After dispatching the dragon carp, Bai Langshui and his entourage departed. Some merchants and tavern owners, witnessing this, felt a mixture of awe and resignation. Such a fish, brimming with potent essence, was a valuable supplement for bone refinement warriors. If only Bai Langshui could sell it, they would be willing to part with hundreds of taels of silver for it. Alas, such thoughts remained unfulfilled. Not only did Bai Langshui's identity as the gang leader's apprentice deter any notions of seizing the fish, but it was also preordained for the city guard's commander's office. Jiang Tianyu watched the youth with curiosity. Though his aura was not formidable, merely at the 5th level of body refinement, he had managed to catch a treasure that even seasoned fishermen could not. Ignoring Bai Langshui's departure, Jiang Tianyu led Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong towards the courtyard of Xiong, the gang leader of the Qingyu gang. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, where 2 burly guards stood watch. Noticing Jiang Tianyu and his companions approach, their attire and demeanor exuded an air of distinction. The guards, recognizing the gravity of the situation, approached with caution, inquiring, "May I ask who you are? Do you have business with our Qingyu gang?" Without hesitation, Jiang Tianyu raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the 2 guards flying back. He forcefully swung open the yard's entrance, disregarding the writhing figures on the ground clutching their bellies, and boldly strode inside. Within the courtyard, the commotion drew forth 4 individuals. All martial artists. One was at the 6th level of body refinement, while the others were at the 4th and 5th levels. The leader, a 6th level body refiner named Duan Jianglu, was a trusted aide of Xiong and was in his 40s, no longer in his youth. Upon seeing Jiang Tianyu, Gao Qingniu, and Li Xintong burst in, Duan Jiangliu's expression shifted dramatically, especially at the sight of Jiang Tianyu. He had been tasked by Xiong to investigate the blacksmith shop and Jiang Tianyu's recent changes, and he was well acquainted with Jiang Tianyu, having observed him from a distance. Now, confronted with Jiang Tianyu's audacious intrusion, Duan Jiangliu's heart raced, and a fierce glare emerged on his otherwise brutish face. He brandished his weapon menacingly at Jiang Tianyu. Bellowing, "Jiang Tianyu, how dare you wreak havoc on the territory of the Qingyu gang?" Recognizing that these individuals were not the main threats, Jiang Tianyu had no desire for idle chatter. He unleashed a surge of blood energy, his spine straightening like a dragon, and with a powerful stomp, he charged forward. Duan Jiangliu's eyelids twitched in alarm, both shocked and enraged. He was astonished by Jiang Tianyu's audacity, showing no respect and launching an immediate attack upon their arrival. His anger stemmed from the belief that Jiang Tianyu fancied himself untouchable simply because he had become the master of the blacksmith shop, thinking he could act with impunity against the Qingyu gang. If he were a direct descendant of the Jiang family, perhaps they would show some trepidation, but he was merely of the Jiang surname, deluding himself into thinking he was significant. With this thought, Duan Jianglu shouted furiously, "You have guts! Attack! Disable him!" The three men beside him surged forward, their weapons aimed at Jiang Tianyu, launching a coordinated assault to seal off his upper, middle, and lower openings with their lethal strikes. Yet, before their blades could reach him, Jiang Tianyu deftly flicked his fingers, striking precisely at their weapons with a series of crisp sounds. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, two of their blades shattered, clattering to the ground. Before they could react, Jiang Tianyu unleashed a barrage of slaps. Slap, slap, slap. The overwhelming force of a 10th-level body refiner sent their faces swelling, teeth flying, as they were hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground, their minds buzzing in a daze. The stinging impact felt more terrifying than a tiger's claw. Duan Jianglu, who was about to join the fray, abruptly halted, his expression one of disbelief. When Jiang Tianyu's indifferent gaze fell upon him, he instinctively recoiled, dropping his weapon with a clang. Trembling, he took a step back, uttering, "You." Just then, Jiang Tianyu sprang into action, raising a foot to kick at Duan Jianglu, who, in desperation, let slip a dagger from his sleeve, his eyes flashing with malice as he aimed for Jiang Tianyu's leg. At that moment, a voice rang out from within, commanding, "Stop!" Bang! Jiang Tianyu executed a swift maneuver, his other foot striking Duan Jianglu's neck with the force of a tempest, the might of a 10th-level body refiner erupting. Boom! The tremendous force shattered Duan Jianglu's neck, sending his body, along with his head, flying several meters to crash into the courtyard wall, collapsing it into ruins, dead beyond recovery. Just then, a figure clad in black appeared, his face contorted with rage. He glanced at the now silent wall before turning back to Jiang Tianyu, his voice seething with fury as he shouted, "Jiang Tianyu, you dare kill my men, to murder members of the Qingyu gang on our territory. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not expect to leave here intact." Jiang Tianyu, however, calmly retrieved the thunder sound hammer, a 2-meter-long, 120-pound weapon, from the astonished Gao Qingyu. Instantly, his aura surged, radiating a formidable presence. Upon sensing the hammer's energy, He Xiong's expression shifted, recognizing it as a superior weapon. Jiang Tianyu fixed his gaze on He Xiong and said, "You are He Xiong, the leader of the Qingyu gang? How audacious of you to send assassins after the master of the blacksmith shop and a member of the Jiang family. Who granted you such boldness? Furthermore, who instigated your actions? Speak, or do you believe I would hesitate to kill you? Your gang leader will have to personally visit the blacksmith shop to apologize for your foolishness." Chapter 18. The Death of He Xiong. Hearing Jiang Tianyu's words, He Xiong frowned, tempted to retort angrily at Jiang Tianyu's arrogance. Yet, recalling how he had indeed left a handle in Jiang Tianyu's grasp, he recognized that the Qingyu gang was insignificant compared to the blacksmith shop, let alone the Jiang family. Thus, he stifled his fury, inhaling deeply, forcing a strained smile as he said, "It was all a misunderstanding. The Qingyu gang never intended to offend you, Brother Tianyu. How about this? We can overlook today's events, and past grievances will be forgotten. If you could grant me this favor, I, He Xiong, would owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, although you may be the master of the blacksmith shop, you are still merely a body refiner. While you bear the Jiang surname, you know better than anyone how tenuous your connection to the Jiang family truly is. Let us transform hostility into harmony. Let us sit down for a drink, which would benefit us all." However, upon hearing He Xiong's evasive words, a smirk of derision crept upon Jiang Tianyu's face as he replied, "It seems that Xiao Hutu has provided you with considerable benefits, for even now, you hesitate to disclose his involvement." Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tianyu swung the thunder sound hammer towards He Xiong, unleashing a terrifying force that stirred a fierce wind, causing the air to explode under the hammer's might, reverberating with thunderous roars that unsettled the soul. The sheer ferocity sent shivers down He Xiong's spine, leaving him aghast. What? Just how heavy is that hammer? It can even shatter the air. The overwhelming pressure made his heart constrict in fear, and in his fury, he cursed Xiao Hutu. Is this really the strength of a mere 4th-level body refiner? He felt that Jiang Tianyu's power was clearly beyond that of a 4th-level body refiner, potentially rivaling even his own 9th-level prowess. Terrified, He Xiong swiftly sidestepped. Boom. The terrifying gust accompanying the thunder sound hammer crashed down, creating a deep crater in the ground as dirt and tiles exploded into the air. Even the earth seemed to tremble, the thunderous noise resonating in He Xiong's ears, shattering his resolve. Good heavens! That hammer must weigh at least 100 pounds. If it struck him, he would surely be obliterated. Initially, He Xiong had considered drawing his exquisite blade to confront Jiang Tianyu, but the sight of the thunder sound hammer sent him into a panic, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. As soon as he had sprinted a few steps outside, A terrifying thunderous roar erupted behind him. Sensing the piercing sound and the imminent threat of death, Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it! He quickly executed a roll, and in the next moment, the thunderous hammer swept past him, crashing into the ground ahead. Before Xiong could rise from the ground, Jiang Tianyu had already closed in, with fists and feet raining down. Xiong's prized weapon at his waist was sent flying in an instant. With a roar of fury, Xiong threw a punch to clash with Jiang Tianyu. Huh? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yet, at the moment of their collision, Xiong's countenance changed abruptly. A tremendous force surged from Jiang Tianyu's arm, and the vitality of his 9th level of body refinement crumbled instantaneously. The terrifying power barreled through his fist and invaded his arm, ultimately crashing into his internal organs. PFF. Bang! His arm and fist fractured at a visible speed, flesh tearing apart to reveal bone and sinew. Jiang Tianyu had obliterated his fist with a single blow. Bang! At the moment of his defeat, Xiong's defenses crumbled, and Jiang Tianyu delivered a powerful kick to his chest, shattering his ribs and causing his chest to cave in slightly. Xiong was sent hurtling backward, leaving a trail of blood on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He coughed up blood, and despite the excruciating pain distorting his face, he could not muster a scream. His injuries were too severe for that. In the courtyard, Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong, who had followed Jiang Tianyu, stood in stunned silence. From the moment they had burst into the yard until now, less than 50 breaths had passed. Yet, under their master's might, several martial artists, including the formidable Xiong of the 9th level of body refinement, were decisively vanquished. The scene left the two both shocked and elated. Their master's strength was truly formidable. Jiang Tianyu stepped forward, extracting the thunderous hammer from the ground before approaching Xiong. He pressed the hammer against Xiong's chest, looking down at him with an indifferent gaze. I'll give you one more chance. Who instructed you? After a prolonged moment, Xiong opened his eyes to meet Jiang Tianyu's gaze, a mix of terror and resentment evident in his eyes. He had never anticipated Jiang Tianyu's strength to be so terrifying, despite being a seasoned martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement. Why had he been so easily overpowered by Jiang Tianyu? Was such fearsome power truly attainable at the body refinement level? Xiong, filled with resentment, refused to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Do you know that the leader of the Qingyu gang, my boss, is an old acquaintance of your second manager at the blacksmith shop? Are you truly willing to offend the Qingyu gang at any cost?" With a swift motion, Jiang Tianyu swung the thunderous hammer, striking Xiong's head. In an instant, his skull shattered like a watermelon, the hammer embedding itself into the ground below him, merging with the earth. Gazing at the blood-stained hammer, Jiang Tianyu inhaled deeply, lamenting, "Did you really think I needed your confession? For the sake of a mere Xiao Hu Tong, you stubbornly acted like a fool. Was it worth it?" After dispatching Xiong, Jiang Tianyu remained eerily calm, even feeling a flicker of delight within. After all, he had eliminated his first hidden threat since arriving in this world. Next on his list was Xiao Hu Tong. Did he truly believe Jiang Tianyu would hesitate to act? That was simply a matter of timing. While rummaging through Xiong and his gang in the courtyard, Jiang Tianyu stumbled upon a substantial stash of silver notes and a large chest of gold and jewels, totaling at least 3,000 taels of silver. This discovery astonished him. How could a mere leader of the Qingyu gang possess such wealth? It was known that even if he forged 10 top-quality weapons in a month, his earnings would barely amount to 50 taels of silver. Accumulating merely 600 taels a year, factoring in his own expenses, would hardly sustain the costs of his cultivation. After all, a single dose of his master's elixir cost 10 taels of silver, summing up to 300 taels monthly. Relying solely on the forging of top-quality weapons was insufficient. Yet, Xiong, the head of the Qingyu gang, had amassed such wealth over the years, revealing the immense profits from monopolizing the fish trade in Sherdang City. Excellent, Jiang Tianyu thought to himself with quiet joy. Chapter 19, The Clear Path. Let us go back. Jiang Tianyu seized one of Xiong's subordinates and prepared to take him back to the blacksmith shop for an audience with the head manager. Firstly, he was certain that the ambush against him was orchestrated by Xiong, thus his actions were justified. Secondly, the Qingyu gang was one of the 4 major underworld forces in the outer city. Only the blacksmith shop could exert pressure over them. Having settled the score with the Qingyu gang, it was now time to deal with his so-called senior brother, Xiao Hu Tong. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu instructed Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong to practice at the forging station while he took the captured subordinate to the rear courtyard to find the head manager, Jiang Zoming. Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu report that he had slain the leader of the Qingyu gang, Xiong, Jiang Zoming furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Then, his gaze shifted to Xiong's subordinate, calmly inquiring, "Is what Tianyu says true? Was it Xiao Hu Tong who approached Xiong before his house was burned, and then Xiong sent someone to ambush him?" The subordinate initially hesitated to confirm, knowing they had never intended to kill Jiang Tianyu. Xiao Hutong had merely instructed them to teach him a lesson. However, sensing Jiang Tianyu's piercing gaze upon him, he shivered, his complexion paling as he bowed his head and stammered, "Yes, it's true." Upon hearing the admission, Jiang Zoming's expression relaxed, and he replied calmly, "In that case, you may leave. Return to the Qingyu gang and demand an explanation from Lei Dao." After releasing He Xiong's subordinate, Jiang Zoming turned his attention back to Jiang Tianyu, his brow furrowing slightly. "You acted rather recklessly." He Xiong was at the 9th level of body refinement, and that was the Qingyu gang's territory. Your direct confrontation with him could have left you in peril. Jiang Tianyu pondered for a moment before replying, "I am confident in my abilities. I have completely comprehended the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. An ordinary 9th level body refinement martial artist is no match for me." The moment he uttered the phrase completely comprehended, Jiang Zoming's expression changed dramatically. "What?" His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Tianyu, exclaiming, "You mean you have fully mastered the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique?" Jiang Tianyu nodded. "Indeed." "Head manager." Hiss. Jiang Zoming inhaled sharply, his astonishment evident as he regarded Jiang Tianyu. He had thought he already held Jiang Tianyu in high regard. Yet the young man continued to surprise him. In his own time mastering the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, Jiang Zoming had never achieved complete mastery. Now, within the entire blacksmith shop, including the Jiang family, there was no one capable of mastering a martial art to that level. To comprehend a martial art to such an extent indicated extraordinary talent, undeniably marking one as a genius. However, he gazed at Jiang Tianyu with some hesitation. Tianyu is nearing 50. His cultivation remains at the body refinement level. This suggests his foundational talents may not be exceptional. Yet his ability to fully comprehend a martial art signifies an extraordinary intellect, a genius of understanding. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Zoming murmured, "I will handle the matters regarding the Qingyu gang for you. As for Xiao Hutong, being a brother of the blacksmith shop, his collusion with outsiders to harm his own is a heinous act that cannot be tolerated. I will ensure he is dealt with accordingly. As for where he would go after leaving the blacksmith shop, or what would become of him, it was of no concern to the forge." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyu was filled with joy and exclaimed, "I understand. Thank you, Master Shopkeeper, for upholding justice. That will be all. You may leave." Jiang Zonong waved his hand and added, "Also, prepare yourself. In a few days, I shall take you back to the Jiang family to meet the family head." The fact that Jiang Tianyu could comprehend the realm of perfection in martial arts, and that he had single-handedly slain He Xiong, the formidable leader of the Qingyu gang, who was at the 9th level of body refinement, was beyond Jiang Zonong's expectations. Simultaneously, he felt that such an accomplished Jiang Tianyu was indeed worthy of returning to the Jiang family and being reinstated in the family lineage. Once inscribed in the Jiang family genealogy, he would become one of them. How dare the insignificant Qingyu gang lay hands on a member of the Jiang family? Did they wish for their demise? Jiang Zonong pondered that the Qingyu gang was not particularly difficult to deal with. The real challenge lay in the individuals backing them, such as the second shopkeeper, Pan Guanchuan, who had some shadowy connections with the Qingyu gang. Furthermore, the Jiang family and other factions had their tendrils entwined within the gang. The true master behind the Qingyu gang was the Yu family, another prominent clan in Shirtang City. Jiang Zonong did not regard the Qingyu gang with much seriousness. Rather, he contemplated whether he could leverage this situation to strike at the Yu family. The Yu family was a venerable clan in Shirtang City, dominating the grain and medicinal herb trade, and was a bitter rival of the Jiang family. If he could seize this opportunity to deliver a blow to the Yu family, it would indeed be intriguing. Meanwhile, Xiao Huyong was diligently forging weapons and superior armor, desiring for the Qingyu gang to eliminate the old man Li Jinhe, thereby removing Li Jinhe's support behind Jiang Tianyu. This would allow him to afford some costs to vie for the position of the warehouse manager. However, in order to persuade the Qingyu gang to act, he first needed to offer them some benefits, as those individuals were notoriously reluctant to act without assurance. Yet, before he could forge a piece of exquisite armor, the foreman appeared and announced the punishment decided by Master Shopkeeper Jiang Zonong. "From today onward, you are no longer part of the blacksmith shop. Pack your belongings and leave." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huyong was rendered dumbfounded, his mind buzzing as he stood frozen in place. When the foreman turned to leave, Xiao Huyong finally regained his senses, his expression changing dramatically as he hurriedly pursued and implored, "Wait, what have I done to offend the master shopkeeper to warrant my expulsion from the blacksmith shop?" The foreman cast him a dispassionate glance and replied calmly, "You are unaware of your own actions, colluding with the Qingyu gang to harm your fellow blacksmiths. Do not pretend you did not do it. He Xiong from the Qingyu gang is already dead." Collaborating with outsiders to harm your own is a grave taboo in any setting. The master shopkeeper has shown mercy by not imposing a harsher penalty. You should consider yourself fortunate. With that, the foreman left, disregarding the now pale-faced Xiao Huyong. However, soon after, Xiao Huyong's expression twisted with indignation. He felt it was unjust that he was expelled from the blacksmith shop for merely seeking to teach Jiang Tianyu a lesson. He dared not approach his master, Li Jinhe, but instead went to see the second shopkeeper and confessed his dealings with He Xiong of the Qingyu gang, including his desire to burn down Jiang Tianyu's house and have them teach Jiang Tianyu a lesson. After divulging this, Xiao Huyong knelt before Pan Guanchuan, bowing his head humbly and stating, "As long as the second shopkeeper does not disdain me, I am willing to serve as your humble dog from now on." In the courtyard, the second shopkeeper, Pan Guanchuan, had deep-set eyes. Listening to Xiao Huyong recount his tale, his gaze flickered as he intently scrutinized him. "Are you saying that the Qingyu gang's leader, He Xiong, is already dead?" Xiao Huyong was taken aback and repeated, "The foreman said so. It is unlikely to be false." Pan Guanchuan's eyes glimmered as he beckoned Xiao Huyong to come closer and whispered, "Go to the Yu family. They will likely not reject you. Once you are there, leveraging their power, it will be a simple matter for you to deal with Jiang Tianyu. You are an astute individual. Keep this conversation to yourself, understand?" After pointing Xiao Huyong toward a clear path, Pan Guanchuan patted his shoulder and said indifferently, "Now, off you go." Chapter 20, Perfection. A tremendous aura emanated from the thunder sound hammer, manifesting dazzling forging patterns upon its massive surface. The profound atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a mountain pressing down, leaving both Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong feeling slightly breathless. The disparity between quality and perfection is fundamentally a matter of performance. The reforged thunder sound hammer evidently exuded a more robust and potent essence. Compared to its previous superior quality, it now had an even more commanding presence. Jiang Tianyu had also incorporated additional materials to enhance the hammer's aerodynamic properties, resulting in reduced resistance during swings, allowing for swifter and more effortless strikes. Moreover, the hammer's resilience and armor-piercing attributes had also seen improvement. A first-tier perfect weapon could indeed be regarded as a pseudo-second-tier weapon. Sensing the heft and aura of the reforged thunder sound hammer, Jiang Tianyu's face broke into a smile. The first-tier perfect weapon, thunder sound hammer, had been successfully reforged. It appeared that after a few more days, he might even attempt to forge a second-tier ordinary weapon. After all, although he had yet to achieve the second realm of bone refinement, his 10th level of body refinement was unparalleled. He felt that he was not inferior to a second-realm martial artist who had refined a single bone and grasped a modicum of bone-penetrating force. With a bit more enhancement, attempting it would not be out of the question. If successful, he would become the third blacksmith capable of forging second-tier weapons in the shop. The first two were Master Shopkeeper Jiang Zonong and the second shopkeeper Pan Guanchuan. Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong were left in awe, with Gao Qingyo's excitement bubbling over as he cautiously asked, "Master, may I touch this perfect weapon?" Jiang Tianyu waved his hand, beckoning both Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong to come forward and experience it. He added, "You both have made some progress in your hammer techniques these past few days. Qingyo, you may attempt to forge a first-tier ordinary weapon. Xintong, familiarize yourself further with the art of blacksmithing. Once you produce 100 refined iron pieces, I will allow you to try forging a first-tier ordinary weapon. Furthermore, once you both succeed in forging a first-tier ordinary weapon, I shall petition the master shopkeeper to let you two become apprentices or even blacksmiths in the shop." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyo was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Really? Master, these past few days under your guidance, I feel as though my forging technique has opened up like a meridian, witnessing immense progress. Based on my own feelings, I truly believe I can forge an ordinary weapon." Li Xintong shared in his anticipation, as her cultivation surpassed Gao Qingyo's, and her comprehension was stronger, with greater talent. Under Jiang Tianyu's tutelage, she felt that she was not far from achieving minor success in the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. A first-tier ordinary blacksmith? Li Xintong bit her lip in contemplation. Under her master's guidance, she might just have the opportunity to surpass her grandfather's achievements. As night deepened, Li Xintong excitedly returned home, unable to contain her enthusiasm upon seeing her grandfather Li Jinhe and her mother Lin Shuxia, eager to share the news. Upon hearing her words, Li Jinhe's expression shifted dramatically. Astonished as he exclaimed, "Tianyu can forge a perfect weapon." His heart raced. In his prime, he had never managed to forge a first-tier perfect weapon, an accomplishment reserved for those nearing the second realm of bone refinement, or even those who had reached it. His heart trembled at the thought of forging a perfect weapon. Thus, his apprentice has become the most formidable master in the blacksmith shop, second only to the head and second manager, without exception. For the masters in the shop can only forge exquisite weapons. None have yet touched the threshold of a perfect weapon. Chapter 21, the 11th level. Lin Shuxiao was astonished to learn that Jiang Tianyu had forged a perfect weapon, her beautiful eyes flashing with an unusual hue as she turned to her daughter and said, "Is it true that Master Tianyu possesses such formidable strength? Does this mean he has the opportunity to break through to the second realm of bone forging?" Li Xintong nodded emphatically. Even the leader of the Qingyu gang, He Xiong, who is at the 9th level of the Body Refinement Realm, was easily dispatched by Master. It's only a matter of time before Master breaks through to the bone forging realm. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Shuxiao's eyes. This was indeed a cause for celebration. As Li Jinhe aged and his strength waned, it had become increasingly difficult to safeguard the interests of the Li family. However, with her daughter having taken Master Tianyu, her grandfather's apprentice, as her mentor, the bond was strengthened. Moreover, with such a powerful figure potentially breaking through to the second realm, the stability of the Li family was assured. Pondering this, Lin Shuxia turned to her daughter with a serious expression, "Xintong, you must strive hard in your training with Master Tianyu and not disappoint him." Li Xintong giggled, "Don't worry, mother. I will certainly not let you or Master down." He said that after I practice forging for a few more days, I will have the chance to attempt crafting a first-tier ordinary weapon. If I succeed, I will be a forger in the blacksmith shop. Seeing her daughter so joyful brought happiness to Lin Shuxia's heart as well. However, thoughts of her husband, who had long been away, and the rising star of her daughter's master, Jiang Tianyu, who was even now progressing toward the bone forging realm, led her to sigh deeply. A trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. If only Master Tianyu would come home more often. It wouldn't hurt to tend to the garden a bit, or at least come back to see his daughter. As time passed swiftly, a night slipped away unnoticed. Jiang Tianyu awoke once more, the sound of birds chirping outside. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the fresh air, free from any unpleasant odors, invigorating his spirit. After assessing the changes in his body, Jiang Tianyu's expression shifted slightly, even as he gritted his teeth in determination. The 11th level of the Body Refinement Realm. Last night, he had practiced the Tianyuan 36 strikes of bone forging and found it more challenging than before. With his cultivation now having broken through to the 11th level, his body had undergone a transformation. Jiang Tianyu could already foresee that the next time he practiced the Tianyuan 36 strikes, it would likely be even more arduous. The bone forging realm may seem like a distant goal. Oh well, whatever will be, will be. If a breakthrough occurs, it occurs. If not, the continual enhancement of his body refinement cultivation is still quite gratifying. Last night, he had consumed a potion worth 10 taels of silver, and the effects were indeed remarkable. Today he felt no hunger, his body radiating warmth and vitality, as if he were at the peak of his energy. Observing the banner that was harder than fine iron, Jiang Tianyu sighed, "This is going to be a challenge." Surely, he couldn't just bring back any woman. A common woman was hardly appealing to him. After cleaning himself up, Jiang Tianyu set out for the blacksmith shop. Little did he know that in the hall of the shop's back courtyard, the head manager Jiang Zofang, the second manager Pan Guanxuan, and several stewards, including Li Junhe, were already in discussion. Pan Guanxuan stated directly, "I support Manager Li's initiative to open a new store in Longhu Tiancheng, but as for who should take over the position of storekeeper, I believe Master Zhao Taifeng, who has served the blacksmith shop for over 30 years and has been a master for over a decade, is the most qualified." Upon hearing this, Li Jinhe's expression changed instantly, his heart sinking. This was directed at Tianyu. Peng Hai chuckled, "Manager Pan is right. Master Zhao has been with the blacksmith shop for decades. He is a veteran and has made countless contributions. I too believe he is the most qualified." Jiang Zofang furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Peng Hai. At this moment, Lin Haixiang gently shook his head. This statement is misguided. Manager Li's venture to Longhu Tiancheng to open a new store entails significant sacrifices. In my view, we should respect Manager Li's opinion. However, Pan Guanxuan's expression darkened, his gaze becoming as piercing as a serpent's as he fixed his eyes on Lin Haixiang. What sacrifices? We all serve the blacksmith shop. This is not a dictatorship. The position of steward is not hereditary. Who can assume the steward's role must not be taken lightly. Or do you wish to gradually seize control of the blacksmith shop, treating it as your personal possession? Lin Haixiang's expression shifted slightly. Such an accusation was indeed severe, and he dared not accept it. He quickly replied, "No one desires hereditary power. We are merely discussing the matter at hand. If serving the blacksmith shop means relinquishing the right to speak, second manager, news of this would surely dishearten the people." Pan Guanxuan remained impassive. Turning to the silent Jiang Zofang, head manager, "I inquired about the opinions of the other masters yesterday, and they all support Master Zhao Taifeng taking over the position of storekeeper. After all, Master Zhao is the most senior and possesses the strongest forging techniques among the masters. I too believe he is the most qualified. What do you think?" At this moment, Li Zhenhe suddenly interjected, the strongest forger among the masters is not necessarily the case. Master Jiang Tianyu forged a perfect weapon yesterday. I believe, when it comes to forging techniques, no one among the current masters can compare to Master Jiang Tianyu. What? He forged a perfect weapon? With these words, Pan Guanxuan, Pang Hai, and the others' expressions changed dramatically, while Lin Haixiang looked at Li Zhenhe in astonishment. Jiang Zofang's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight as he nodded with a satisfied smile. Indeed, he was worthy of the high regard he had for him, always bringing surprises. If he could forge a perfect weapon, it seemed his cultivation was also on the verge of breaking through to the second realm of bone forging. Jiang Zofang turned to Pan Guanxuan. What is your opinion? After a moment of contemplation, Pan Guanxuan's expression fluctuated before returning to calmness as he replied. The truth requires further investigation, but I maintain my stance. Zhao Taifeng is a veteran of the blacksmith shop, a benefactor, and he is the most qualified to become the storekeeper. If the head manager truly intends to appoint someone else, it may not be well received. Jiang Zofang halted the words Li Zhenhe was about to utter and pondered for a moment before nodding. There is some truth to that. Since it is so, let this matter be set aside for now. Manager Li's venture to Longhu Tiansheng will take some time, and we shall see then. After the meeting dispersed, Li Zhenhe's expression was quite gloomy. However, Jiang Zofang reassured him, revealing his intention to bring Jiang Tianyu back to the Jiang family and restore his place in the family tree. So, wait a little longer. When Tianyu is ready to take over, we shall proceed, Jiang Zofang said calmly. Li Zhenhe felt a mix of joy and helplessness. He was pleased that Jiang Tianyu was about to rejoin the Jiang family tree, which would provide him with significant backing in Sherdang City, making it unwise for ordinary people to provoke him. Yet, he was also troubled by the challenges surrounding the position of storekeeper, as the second manager and his group had unexpectedly banded together to contest for it, a development no one had anticipated. Chapter 22. The plot unfolds. On the other side, Pan Guanxuan and the head of the guards, Pang Hai, came together. Pan Guanxuan pondered and said, Old Pang, please go and summon Jiang Tianyu. We wish to meet him and have a discussion. Pang Hai was somewhat taken aback. What do you want to see him for? Pan Guanxuan smiled and remarked, after all, he is a blacksmith capable of forging perfect weaponry. He possesses considerable potential. With the support of Jiang Zhouwen and Li Zhenhe, if we could win him over, it would certainly simplify matters. Furthermore, if Jiang Tianyu were to visit me a few times, what do you think Jiang Zhouwen would think? Pang Hai, realizing the implications, chuckled. I fear we may not be able to persuade him. Pan Guanxuan, non-committal, chuckled lightly. Even if we cannot persuade him, it matters not. There is no loss in that. When Jiang Tianyu arrived at the blacksmith shop, the chief guard, Pang Hai, soon appeared before him, his expression devoid of warmth as he commanded, Follow me. Master Pan wishes to see you. Upon hearing this tone, Jiang Tianyu furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable aura emanating from Pang Hai, who was indeed a second-tier martial artist in the bone refining realm. Pang Hai turned and strode away, and Jiang Tianyu silently followed, pondering the reason for his summons by Master Pan. Was it due to the incident with the Qingyu gang yesterday? Upon arriving at Pan Guanxuan's courtyard and encountering Jiang Tianyu, Pan Guanxuan's countenance darkened as he slammed the table and sternly exclaimed, Jiang Tianyu, you recklessly attacked a prominent figure of the Qingyu gang without cause and even killed him. Are you aware of the trouble your recklessness may bring to the blacksmith shop? Do you know that the Qingyu gang is backed by the Yu family? They have been keeping a close watch on the Jiang family and the blacksmith shop, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Who gave you the audacity to act so recklessly? A show of intimidation. Jiang Tianyu was no longer an ordinary blacksmith, but a master capable of forging perfect weapons. Someone who could eliminate a ninth-layer martial artist of the Body Refinement Realm. His strength was far from weak. If he could not take the initiative to assert dominance, it would be detrimental to the unfolding events. However, Jiang Tianyu remained unfazed, his brow furrowing as he replied, What do you mean by that, Master Pan? Are you unaware that He Xiong once sent men to burn my house and ambush me? Why is it acceptable for him to send assassins after me? Yet I cannot retaliate? Or do you believe that I, Jiang Tianyu, am simply meant to be a victim of the Qingyu gang? Who is truly the master blacksmith of this shop, him or me? Do the other blacksmiths know of your bias, Master Pan? Are you seeking vengeance for an outsider? Or are you advocating for someone who attempted to harm the blacksmith shop? If so, we must discuss this matter thoroughly. Is it that you, Master Pan, are intimidated by the Qingyu gang? They are merely a gang with a leader who has some standing. Is that enough to frighten you? At this, Pan Guanxuan's gaze sharpened, and his demeanor darkened as he felt a surge of anger. This insolent wretch dared to challenge him, not just to oppose, but to confront him directly. He was the second in command of the blacksmith shop. At that moment, Pang Hai intervened, his expression grim as he slammed the table and pointed at Jiang Tianyu, angrily rebuking. Jiang Tianyu, are you attempting a rebellion? Is Master Pan not speaking the truth? If all the blacksmiths behaved as you do, would the shop not find itself at odds with the entire power structure of Sherdang City? Furthermore, how Master Pan conducts himself is not something a lowly blacksmith like you can question. If you continue to be insolent, do not expect me to spare you for the sake of Li Jinha. Jiang Tianyu realized that these two were conspiring against him. He feigned fear, his expression shifting several times before he quietly inquired of Pan Guanchuan. What is it that you wish to discuss, Master Pan? Let us get straight to the point. Pan Guanchuan, having reigned in his imposing aura, coolly stated, I suspect you know little about the Jiang family. The head steward, despite his youth, is actually the third elder of the Jiang family. However, this position was forcefully bestowed upon him by the family head, and he lacks any real foundation within the family. The family head is also quite young, having taken over the family business for less than a decade. Currently, many matters within the Jiang family still rely on the older generation who hold the true power. Coincidentally, I am an old acquaintance of the family as third elder. If you wish to return to the Jiang family, I can offer you the opportunity to meet him. With this revelation, Jiang Tianyu finally grasped why Pan Guanchuan had summoned him today and why he had sought to intimidate him upon arrival. Although he had countered Pan Guanchuan's intimidation with his own defiance, Pan Guanchuan had nonetheless extended an olive branch, eager to see how Jiang Tianyu would respond. The stakes were clear. He stood behind the third elder of the Jiang family, an elder of considerable influence. Meanwhile, the head steward, Jiang Zhouan, was a member of the younger generation, akin to the family head. Would Jiang Tianyu choose to align with the deeply rooted elder or continue to foolishly side with the head steward? Had Jiang Tianyu been an ordinary middle-aged blacksmith with little hope for advancement, he might have felt pressured by this ultimatum. However, Jiang Tianyu was currently experiencing rapid progress in his cultivation, advancing daily in the body refinement realm. What fear did he have? To him, the conflict between generations was laughable. The only reason for such strife was a lack of strength. If one possessed sufficient power, who would dare to oppose them? Uninterested, he declared, I have no inclination to engage in this matter. Farewell. With that, Jiang Tianyu turned to leave, offering no pleasantries or softening of his words. His decisive actions left Pan Guanchuan and Pang Hai utterly astonished, watching in disbelief as he strode away. Once Jiang Tianyu had departed, Pan Guanchuan snapped back to reality. His expression a mix of green and purple as he slammed the table once more, exclaiming, arrogant and overbearing. Pang Hai's expression was equally grim. Jiang Tianyu's actions had afforded them no respect whatsoever. How dare he offend them? Two of the few high-ranking officials in the blacksmith shop, one the second in command and the other the chief guard. Jiang Tianyu was merely a master blacksmith. How did he muster the courage to provoke them? After a long pause, Pang Hai murmured, he is but a lowly waste. Even if he rises now, he remains a fool. Such ignorant arrogance will surely lead to a short-lived existence. Pan Guanchuan revealed a sinister smile. Very well, since he is so ungrateful, we shall simply ensure he receives a proper burial when the time comes. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyu returned home, unperturbed by the two men. He had no plans for any outside activities, remaining primarily within the confines of the blacksmith shop and the courtyard of Guiyang Alley. As long as he maintained a stable routine, even if Pan Guanchuan and Pang Hai sought to deal with him, what concern would he have when his strength grew? As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. During this span, there was no news from the blacksmith shop, the Qingyu gang, the Jiang family, or the Yu family. It seemed the death of He Xiong, the Qingyu gang leader, had passed without incident, leaving not a ripple in the water. Each day, Jiang Tianyu diligently worked in the blacksmith shop, instructing his apprentices, Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong, in the art of forging. Unbeknownst to them, his cultivation quietly advanced to the 14th layer of the body refinement realm. Chapter 23, The Fundamental Blueprint. Jiang Tianyu sought out the head steward, Jiang Zhouan, to request the second-tier forging techniques of the blacksmith shop, primarily focusing on the forging diagrams for various second-tier weaponry and armor, as well as the materials, structures, compositions, and forging methods involved. Forging weapons and armor is not merely a matter of throwing some iron together and mixing in a few alloy materials. It conceals a wealth of profound knowledge. The quality of weapons and armor is significantly influenced by the composition of materials, the order of their addition, the temperature variations during the forging process, and the quenching methods employed. Every weapon and piece of armor is forged through the relentless dedication of countless blacksmiths, each striving to attain the pinnacle of craftsmanship. With such a rich heritage, Jiang Tianyu could never forsake these traditions in pursuit of his own solitary research to elevate his creations. However, after a prolonged period of study, he felt a lingering inadequacy in his ability to forge second-tier weaponry. His cultivation at the 14th level of body refinement was somewhat lacking. He realized he needed further practice with the materials required for crafting these second-tier weapons, as it was the foundation of his craft. The following morning, as the horizon glimmered with the first light of dawn, Jiang Tianyu rose to wash and prepare himself. He donned a newly acquired brocade robe and stood before a bronze mirror. With his cropped hair and sharp, angular features, he exuded a formidable presence, reminiscent of a more robust version of a certain well-known figure. His physique was impressive, broad-shouldered and powerful, radiating an aura far beyond that of an ordinary body refinement practitioner. As he sensed the 15 distinct lines of body refinement energy coalescing within him, a sigh escaped his lips. He had effectively integrated the techniques of the Sky Ape's 36 strikes into the tattered cloak body refinement hammer technique, achieving profound insight. This synergy had endowed his previously swift technique with an explosive power akin to that of the Sky Ape. Nevertheless, the bone-tempering methods within the Sky Ape's 36 strikes had ceased to benefit him, as his skeletal transformation now rivaled that of seasoned practitioners in the bone-forging realm. Yet, the inability of this martial art to refine his bones and cultivate the penetrating force characteristic of the bone-forging realm made his advancement to the second level of martial arts seem a distant dream. Shaking off these thoughts, Jiang Tianyu glanced at the sky, noting it was nearly time for their appointment. He proceeded to the blacksmith shop to meet with the esteemed manager, Jiang Zoming. Under his guidance, the two made their way to the Jiang family estate, an expansive manor encompassing hundreds of acres. As they entered the Jiang family residence, Jiang Zoming elaborated, "This is the old Jiang Manor in Shitang City, home to the direct descendants of the Jiang family's third branch. The current head of the family is Jiang Clan, aged 43, a recognized illegitimate son of the former patriarch from the capital." Jiang Tianyu was taken aback. An illegitimate son had become the head of the Jiang family? Jiang Zoming continued nonchalantly. "The patriarch possesses exceptional talent and extraordinary capabilities. Having reached the pinnacle of the third realm, the organ realm, he is merely a half step away from the next level, the channeling realm. The Jiang family's stable development in recent years, even surpassing the Yu family and other factions, is largely due to his contributions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyu comprehended the reasons behind Jiang Chonglin's ascendancy to the position of patriarch. It was sheer strength and capability that laid the foundation for his leadership. As long as one possessed these two qualities, even an illegitimate son could be viewed as the best offspring of the former patriarch, thereby justifying his right to inherit the position. Aside from the patriarch, the family comprised 5 elders, with the first and second elders being the senior members of the family, holding sway over the first and second branches. I, on the other hand, am the third elder and the leader of the third branch. The fourth and fifth elders were appointed by the patriarch and currently manage the family's other enterprises, which you will naturally come to know as you engage more with the family. Although Jiang Zoming's explanation was somewhat vague, Jiang Tianyu understood that, apart from the first and second elders, the other 3, including the third elder Jiang Zoming, were likely aligned with the patriarch. However, with the first and second elders in positions of authority over the first and second branches, solidifying unity within the Jiang family would indeed be a challenge. This realization illuminated why Jiang Zoming, as the chief manager of the blacksmith shop, could not wield absolute power, given the influence of the first and second elders. Upon reaching the heart of the Jiang family's ancestral residence, they encountered a modest ancestral hall, marked by the presence of 2 ancient locust trees flanking its entrance. Here, Jiang Tianyu met the patriarch, a middle-aged man whose appearance was unremarkable yet emanated a commanding aura absent in ordinary individuals. "Jiang Tianyu, I have heard much about you," Jiang Clan stated, observing Jiang Tianyu with keen interest. As he approached, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Jiang Tianyu's shoulder, seemingly assessing his cultivation. This seemingly simple act left Jiang Clan momentarily stunned. While he could not perceive the 15 lines of body refinement energy within Jiang Tianyu, he could sense the formidable physique and power of the young man, which transcended that of an ordinary practitioner. Jiang Tianyu's strength was comparable to that of a true bone-forging realm warrior, yet it was evident that he remained within the body refinement realm. What could explain this anomaly? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Clan fixed his gaze on Jiang Tianyu, his voice laced with astonishment. "What is the nature of your cultivation? Are you truly at the body refinement realm?" Beside them, Jiang Zoming appeared puzzled. The aura of the body refinement realm was unmistakable. The penetrating force characteristic of the bone-forging realm was exceedingly distinct. Jiang Tianyu pondered briefly before replying, "Indeed, I am at the body refinement realm, but I feel my body is somewhat different. It seems capable of further refinement and enhancement. I am also practicing the bone-tempering techniques from the Sky Ape's 36 strikes, striving to break through to the bone-forging realm." Though the more he endeavored, the more elusive the breakthrough appeared, he remained undeterred in his efforts. Jiang Clan seemed to ponder deeply. Suddenly, he turned to Jiang Zoming and instructed, "Zoming, Go to the library and retrieve the Magic Crocodile Celestial Dragon 100 Forms diagram. Jiang Zoming's expression changed, astonished. The Magic Crocodile Celestial Dragon 100 Forms diagram. Patriarch. This, Jiang Changlin waved his hand dismissively. Go. With a hint of envy directed towards Jiang Tianyu, Jiang Zoming remarked. The Magic Crocodile Celestial Dragon 100 Forms diagram is the pinnacle of bone-forging martial arts within our Jiang family. An exceptional and superior technique capable of tempering a full 144 bones. It is only slightly inferior to the ultimate techniques of the top factions in the capital, such as the Dragon and Tiger Celestial Sect. With that, Jiang Zoming proceeded to the Jiang family's library to retrieve the precious diagram, which he then presented to Jiang Changlin. The patriarch handed it directly to Jiang Tianyu, saying, "This is the foundational diagram. Keep it safe and do not lose it. Refer to it periodically for insight. I grant you half a month. Return it to me after that." The foundational diagram represents the accumulated wisdom and efforts of powerful martial artists who have mastered this technique, containing the essence and intricacies of its practice. It is indeed valuable, though not so rare as to be treated as mere relics. As the day unfolded, the reintegration into the family lineage was a momentous occasion. Jiang Changlin summoned several elders to oversee the proceedings, which continued into the afternoon before the formalities concluded and Jiang Tianyu's name was once again inscribed into the family register. Since the previous fifth branch had ceased to exist, his lineage was now recorded under the third branch. Upon exiting the Jiang family manor, Jiang Zoming clapped Jiang Tianyu on the shoulder, expressing his astonishment. "I never expected the patriarch to hold you in such high regard." The Magic Crocodile Celestial Dragon 100 Forms diagram. Even among the direct descendants of the family, those eligible to practice this martial art do not exceed 30 individuals. This means that within our third branch, there are, on average, only 10 individuals permitted to cultivate this superior bone-forging technique. Jiang Tianyu, too, was taken aback by the revelation. However, this unexpected gain likely stemmed from Jiang Changlin's awareness of his extraordinary physical cultivation prowess. As the two made their way to the blacksmith shop, they discussed the forthcoming arrangements. Jiang Zoming remarked, "Your primary task henceforth is to devote yourself wholeheartedly to your training, striving to swiftly break through to the bone-forging realm. Once you manage to forge a second-tier weapon, I shall ensure your position as the warehouse overseer is secured. No one will dare to voice their objections or impede your ascent." Jiang Tianyu, however, discerned the underlying implications and responded with astonishment. "Impeded?" Jiang Zoming contemplated for a moment before recounting the previous high-level meeting at the blacksmith shop, where Pan Guanxuan and Pang Hai had opposed his assumption of the warehouse overseer role, instead advocating for Zhao Taifeng's elevation. He gazed at Jiang Tianyu and stated calmly, "While I could forcibly elevate you to the position of warehouse overseer, their discontent would be palpable. More importantly, you have only recently attained the rank of master craftsman. If I were to thrust you into this role, the elder members, including Zhao Taifeng, would undoubtedly express their dissent. This would not be advantageous for you or the blacksmith shop. Unless you can advance to the bone-forging realm and successfully forge a second-tier weapon, becoming a second-tier blacksmith. Only then can you silence their objections." Jiang Tianyu comprehended the reason behind Pan Guanxuan and Pang Hai's approach towards him. It was all about this matter. If they could win him over, it would be beneficial for Pan Guanxuan, regardless of who Jiang Zoming supported. Furthermore, gaining his allegiance would undermine Jiang Zoming's influence within the blacksmith shop, a multifaceted advantage. Regrettably, their approach lacked sincerity. Their attempt to win him over was marred by intimidation and devoid of tangible benefits. Regardless of whether Jiang Tianyu believed he could eventually surpass them, he would never align himself with such foolish individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tianyu stated, "I previously attempted to forge materials for a second-tier weapon and was merely a hair's breadth away. Grant me another half-month to assess my progress. After that, I shall endeavor to forge a second-tier weapon." Hearing this, Jiang Zoming chuckled and replied, "There is no rush. Although your master seeks to expand his business, it is not an urgent matter. Even if it takes a few months or even a year, we can afford to wait." However, upon their return to the blacksmith shop, an unexpected event unfolded. A guard team responsible for transportation was ambushed, resulting in the confirmed deaths of 3 individuals, one of whom was Li Jin's son, Li Shuchao. Jiang Zoming and Jiang Tianyu's expressions shifted slightly, their astonishment evident. Jiang Zoming's demeanor darkened as he urgently sought more details about the ambush and summoned the guard captain, Pang Hai, demanding, "Who was responsible for this? What is the extent of our losses?" Pang Hai's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation as he replied, "The incident occurred last night at the Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge while we were escorting a shipment of iron ore. It appears that the assailant was a lone individual, employing methods reminiscent of demonic practices. I suspect it to be the notorious grade-level wanted criminal, Wang Baiyuan. who has recently fled to Shirtang City. Regarding the losses, out of a 10-member guard team, 3 were killed for sustained minor injuries, but all goods have been successfully retrieved and stored in the warehouse. The mention of Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge caused Jiang Zoming's brow to furrow. It lay in the primitive wilderness approximately 30 to 40 miles outside Shirtang City. The blacksmith shop had discovered a significant high-quality iron ore mine within, yielding precious minerals capable of forging first- and second-tier weapons and armors. It constituted the blacksmith shop's most substantial mining resource. Now, Wang Baiyuan had sought refuge in such a location. Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge was no small area, spanning over 20 square miles, characterized by treacherous terrain and toxic miasmas. Even seasoned local hunters dared not venture into certain regions. Jiang Zoming hurriedly departed to convene the blacksmith shop's upper echelons to discuss how to address this crisis. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyu remained in place, contemplating for a moment before gradually making his way to his forging station. He had not anticipated that the sole son of his master would fall at the hands of the notorious thief Wang Baiyuan. The sorrow of a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one weighed heavily on his heart. Though he had little familiarity with Li Shuchao, having encountered him only a handful of times, and their exchanges were merely polite nods, he nonetheless felt the weight of the relationship, as he was the son of his master and the father of his apprentice, Li Xintong. In the face of such calamity, Jiang Tianyu felt powerless, resigned to observing how the blacksmith shop would respond, especially since Wang Baiyuan was a grade-level wanted criminal with formidable strength, now concealed within the wilds of Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge, making his capture a daunting task. Upon returning to his forging station, he found only Gao Qingyo and 5 assistants remaining. Gao Qingyo approached him quietly, saying, "Master, just now, Junior sister learned of her father's misfortune and has gone home with our grandmaster." Li Xintong was in tears, and Gao Qingyo found himself harboring deep resentment towards that notorious thief. That vile thief dared to slay our blacksmith shop's people, and most tragically, he killed the family member of my junior sister. Jiang Tianyu glanced at the concerned assistants and calmly reassured them, "Rest assured, the city guard is persistently pursuing Wang Baiyuan. With his reemergence, he faces only 2 options: flee from Shirtang City or be surrounded and killed by the city guard. For the time being, he should pose no further threat to Shirtang City." He instructed someone to retrieve second-tier materials from the warehouse to continue forging suitable metal or for second-tier weapons. By the time he returned to Giang Alley that evening, Jiang Tianyu took out the magic crocodile Heaven Flood Dragon 100 Forms diagram. It was a long scroll, approximately 3 feet in length, depicting an otherworldly beast resembling both a crocodile and a flood dragon. As Jiang Tianyu's gaze fell upon the image, he was instantly enveloped by a terrifying aura of malevolence, which bore an oppressive weight. It felt as if the image before him was not merely a painting but a fearsome, colossal creature, exuding a blood-red aura akin to a sea of blood. In one corner of the image, the beast possessed 4 limbs, covered in barbed spines, its entire body cloaked in dark scales. Boom! A resounding hum echoed in Jiang Tianyu's mind as a torrent of profound inheritance surged into his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, he seemingly witnessed a hazy figure practicing the magic crocodile Heaven Flood Dragon 100 Forms, exuding formidable power with every movement. As the initial stance commenced, it resembled an earth-shattering magic crocodile come to life. The overwhelming aura of malevolence coalesced into a crocodile-like form, manifesting as impenetrable armor. Chapter 25, Root Bone. The magic crocodile Heaven Flood Dragon 100 Forms diagram is an advanced technique for bone forging, capable of refining 144 bones of the human body, second only to the ultimate skill that can unlock the entirety of one's skeletal structure. While this martial art is referred to as the 100 Forms diagram, it actually encompasses only 2 forms. The first form is the magic crocodile, embodying the power of protective armor. The second form is the Heaven Flood Dragon, representing the might to shatter armor. The term form pertains to the root bones. Practicing bone forging martial arts can temper one's acquired root bones. Each type of root bone possesses its unique strength. As Jiang Tianyu studied the magic crocodile Heaven Flood Dragon 100 Forms diagram, a surge of martial intent flooded his mind. In the haze, he seemed to perceive a powerful figure executing the techniques of the magic crocodile Heaven Flood Dragon 100 Forms, each gesture radiating immense power. As the initial movement began, it was as if a colossal magic crocodile had descended upon the world. The overwhelming aura of malevolence condensed into a magic crocodile, transforming into an armor that seemed unassailable. As the martial arts practice unfolded, in an instant, the monstrous alligator transformed into a formidable celestial dragon, its claws imbued with unfathomable strength, seemingly capable of cleaving through the very fabric of heaven and earth, rendering all defenses utterly impotent. 2 full days elapsed. during which Jiang Tianyu diligently honed his skills with the alligator celestial dragon transformation technique. Although his efforts to refine his bones and cultivate the bone-penetrating strength had thus far been in vain, his progress in tempering the foundational essence of the first form of the alligator was remarkably smooth. The first form of the alligator's essence comprised 72 bones, and in just 2 days, he had successfully refined 10 of them. It was estimated that within a week's time, he would be able to fully temper the foundational essence of the alligator form. In the courtyard, Jiang Tianyu stood in serene stillness, an aura of bloodthirst emanating from him, as if a terrifying alligator were coiled around him, enveloping him in a thin shroud of blood armor. He could sense the formidable nature of this blood armor, unyielding and resilient. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary first-tier weapon to breach it. A first-tier superior weapon might manage to shake it, yet breaking through would still pose a significant challenge. This was merely the result of 2 days' practice with the alligator celestial dragon transformation technique. Should he succeed in refining the foundational essence of the alligator form, even second-tier weapons would likely struggle to penetrate this blood armor. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a thunderous explosion in the air, akin to a clap of thunder. His strength had amplified considerably, leaving Jiang Tianyu astounded. Truly, this was an exceptional bone-forging martial art. While it had not aided him in stepping into the bone-forging realm or in condensing the bone-penetrating strength, its effects on tempering his body were profound, elevating his physical prowess to extraordinary heights. The disparity in strength among practitioners at the body refinement stage was not particularly vast. However, once one broke through to the second realm of bone forging, the gulf between practitioners became as insurmountable as a chasm, breeding despair. The human body comprises 206 bones. Each additional refinement of a bone corresponds to a significant enhancement in strength. A typical practitioner of ordinary bone forging martial arts might only temper 36 bones, whereas an unparalleled bone forging master could refine all 206, resulting in a difference in power exceeding tenfold. Nevertheless, Jiang Tianyu's continuous ascension in the body refinement realm had already reached the 18th level. He had yet to ascertain how this level corresponded to the number of bones refined in the bone forging realm. But his current strength was already equivalent to 3 times that of a practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement. The foundational essence refinement from the alligator celestial dragon transformation technique would further amplify his inherent power. This martial art was indeed extraordinary. After freshening up, Jiang Tianyu returned to the blacksmith workshop, preparing to attempt forging a second-tier ordinary weapon. At that moment, Li Xintong approached him with a letter, her expression somewhat weary, and whispered, "Master, this is a message left for you by my grandfather." Jiang Tianyu was taken aback and quickly opened the letter. As he read, his expression shifted dramatically, filled with both shock and anger. What is he thinking? The blacksmith shop has sent someone to Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge to search for the king white ape. How old is he now to be meddling in such matters? In the letter, Li Xinhe had instructed him to temporarily look after Li Xintong and the Li family until his return. This incensed Jiang Tianyu. The king white ape was no ordinary foe. Even the city guards of Fu City and Shitang City had been unable to capture him despite days of pursuit. It was worth noting that the city guards were not lacking in strong fighters, and their commander was a formidable figure at the 3rd realm of the vital organ stage. Previously a disciple of the Longhu Tianzong, one of the dominant powers in Chaodian Prefecture. If such a powerful individual could not subdue the king white ape, what chance did an elderly, frail man like Li Xinhe have in joining the fray? Li Xintong spoke softly. Grandfather mentioned that the king white ape was gravely injured in Fu City and was further wounded by Commander Tang of the city guards upon arriving in Shitang City. His strength is diminished to a mere fraction, and he fled into Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge. The city guards have already deployed heavy forces there to search for him. He is accompanying the escort team from the blacksmith shop. There may not be any danger, but the debt of vengeance for my father must be repaid. Jiang Tianyu fell silent, internally sighing. Indeed, that was the only son of his master. With his son having perished at the hands of the king white ape, how could his master remain indifferent? Even if it cost him his life, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against the king white ape for his son. Even if he could not succeed, he might very well perish at the hands of the king white ape. If a high-ranking member of the blacksmith shop were to fall victim to the king white ape, could the blacksmith shop or the Jiang family remain apathetic? Regardless of the circumstances, they would pursue the king white ape to uphold the dignity of the blacksmith shop and the Jiang family. This was a matter of exchanging one's life for the life of the king white ape. His master might barely have that qualification. But Li Xintong's father was merely a member of the blacksmith shop's escort team, lacking the standing to warrant such vengeance from the blacksmith shop at any cost. 2 more days passed. Throughout this period, news gradually trickled in from Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge. In addition to the city guards and the blacksmith shop, More and more factions from Shirtang City began to join the hunt for the King White Ape. Simultaneously, the events surrounding the King White Ape's actions in Chaodian Prefecture came to light, revealing connections to the Longhu Tianzong. Rumor had it that the King White Ape had stolen a treasured divine weapon from the Longhu Tianzong stronghold in Chaodian Prefecture, which had led to the pursuit against him. Such divine weapons were at least 5th-tier treasures. In Shirtang City, even 3rd-tier weapons were scarce, let alone those above the 5th tier. Upon the revelation of this news, various factions in Shirtang City erupted into chaos, each dispatching numerous personnel to Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge, eager to join the hunt for the King White Ape and claim the coveted treasure. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop, on the morning of this day, Jiang Tianyu received orders to proceed to the training ground upon his arrival at the blacksmith shop. There, he found a considerable assembly of blacksmith shop warriors gathered, including various forging masters, assistants, apprentices, and laborers. Over 200 individuals had convened. On the elevated platform, the chief manager Jiang Zomeng and the head steward Lin Haixiang made their appearances. Jiang Zomeng surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor and declared, "The county has issued an edict. Each faction must send personnel to Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge to apprehend the wanted criminal, King White Ape." The second manager and Captain Pang have been searching in Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge for 2 days. Now, you shall accompany me to provide support. You have 15 minutes to prepare. Chapter 26, The Dog Raised. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. After hearing the chief manager's command, Jiang Tianyu's expression hardened. He promptly gathered Li Xintong, Gao Qingniu, and 5 of his subordinates, instructing Gao Qingniu and the others to retrieve their weapons. He even visited the storeroom to fetch several pieces of armor to distribute among Li Xintong, Gao Qingniu, and the others. As for himself, he had not previously forged a treasure armor, and the few exquisite armors in the blacksmith shop storeroom were limited in number and not particularly formidable. Their defensive capabilities were comparable only to that of the blood armor derived from the alligator's essence, which Jiang Tianyu deemed unsatisfactory. With the thunderous hammer in hand, he stepped outside, where Jiang Zomeng, Lin Haixiang, and several high-ranking officials were already mounted on swift steeds, awaiting him. Jiang Tianyu was also afforded a mount and did not hesitate to leap onto it. Once everyone had gathered, Jiang Zomeng bellowed, "Let us depart." Riding ahead, Jiang Tianyu and his companions led the way, with Li Xintong, Gao Qingniu, and the others swiftly following behind. Although the journey to Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge spanned 3 to 4 dozen miles, all were martial artists with stamina far surpassing that of ordinary folk. Li Xintong, Gao Qingniu, and the others jogged along, managing to keep pace with Jiang Zomeng and Jiang Tianyu. By the time they reached the outskirts of Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge, it was already afternoon. Before them lay a vast expanse of towering, rugged, and jagged primitive mountains, stretching endlessly. The periphery appeared manageable, yet, as one gazed deeper into the heart of the terrain, the howls of wolves echoed ominously from the mountain ridges, shrouded in layers of mist and toxic vapors. The indistinct peaks loomed like colossal beasts, an indescribable sense of oppression weighing heavily on the hearts of all present. Outside the Howling Wolf Ridge, the city guards had established a temporary stronghold. A multitude of forces, numbering in the thousands, arrived one after another, including members from the Jiang family. Upon their arrival, Jiang Zozhen led a few individuals toward the city guards, disappearing from sight. By the following morning, Jiang Tianyu and his companions received orders from the commander of the city guards, Tang Yanshan, instructing each family to form teams of 10 and spread out in a chain, flanking the city guards as they ventured into the Howling Wolf Ridge to continue their search. Jiang Tianyu summoned Gao Qingniu, Li Xintong, and 5 other helpers, along with 2 attendants, advising them to stay close and not wander off. Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong nodded in agreement, assuring their master of their caution. "Let us proceed into the Howling Wolf Ridge," a stern voice from a second-tier warrior of the city guards commanded, leading the way with 10 teams comprising 100 guards into the ridge, dispersing to form a human chain, inching deeper into the wilderness. Jiang Tianyu held no interest in the so-called 5th-tier treasures. He was merely present due to Jiang Zozhen's orders. Thus, while he followed alongside the city guards in search of thieves, he intended to contribute minimally, preferring to devote his time to practicing the mysterious crocodile, celestial serpent's myriad forms. As he traversed the rugged, primordial forest of the Howling Wolf Ridge with Gao Qingniu, Li Xintong, and the others, he inhaled deeply, his senses heightened. Recalling the various rumors surrounding the Howling Wolf Ridge and his previous observations of the mysterious crocodile, celestial serpent's forms, which resembled monstrous beasts, he pondered silently. Would there be fierce beasts lurking within the Howling Wolf Ridge? Meanwhile, several individuals cast furtive glances at Jiang Tianyu's retreating figure. Among them was a group from the blacksmith shop, including a gray-haired elder surrounded by several people. One remarked quietly, "Old Zhao, "Is this the Jiang Tianyu who seeks to usurp your position?" Another chimed in. "This fellow isn't particularly young. He was hardly noticeable at the blacksmith shop. Yet in just half a month, he has risen to prominence and now dares to challenge you, old Zhao. Quite audacious." "Humph. How many years has old Zhao been a master? He has barely been one for a few days. Compared to old Zhao, Jiang Tianyu is unworthy of even carrying his shoes." A master smith interjected softly. "That cannot be said lightly. I have heard that Jiang Tianyu is capable of forging perfect weapons." At this proclamation, the expressions of those present shifted, and Zhao Taifeng's demeanor darkened slightly. Perfect weapons. To utter such words now was akin to slapping their faces. Indeed, they were currently unable to forge perfect weapons, but that was merely a singular achievement, nothing overly grand. In comparison, could Zhao Taifeng's years of dedication to the blacksmith shop be overshadowed? After all, Jiang Tianyu merely stumbled upon luck in forging one perfect weapon. Whether he could replicate that fortune was uncertain. Let him forge a second-tier weapon if he possesses true skill. One voiced his displeasure angrily. Another scrutinized Jiang Tianyu's back and then turned to Zhao Taifeng, whispering, "Brother Zhao, should we take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, so he understands the hierarchy?" Such insolence from a mere junior, attempting to seize what rightfully belonged to the senior blacksmiths. Zhao Taifeng took a deep breath and waved his hand, leading his group to follow the city guards into the Howling Wolf Ridge, murmuring, "Let us observe for now." Elsewhere, a member of the Jiang family also fixed his gaze upon Jiang Tianyu. He belonged to the main branch of the family and regarded Jiang Tianyu with a cold expression. "Is this the Jiang Tianyu that Pan Guanchuan spoke of?" The family head presided over his reintegration into the family tree not long ago. Reflecting on Pan Guanchuan's recent mention of Jiang Tianyu and the latter's close ties with Jiang Chonglin and Jiang Zhoushan, his expression grew increasingly frigid. He harbored deep dissatisfaction with Jiang Tianyu, who had the audacity to reject Pan Guanchuan's overtures and decline to serve the elder. Does he think that returning to the family tree makes him a true member of the Jiang family? In his eyes, even if Jiang Tianyu was reintegrated, he remained merely a dog raised by the Jiang family. Allowing such a person to rejoin the family tree was a stain on their noble bloodline. And if the dog misbehaved, it deserved to be punished. With a scoff, he watched Jiang Tianyu for a moment before averting his gaze, leading his companions into the Howling Wolf Ridge. Even if he intended to teach Jiang Tianyu a lesson, now was not the opportune time. They would first enter the Howling Wolf Ridge and then assess the situation. Meanwhile, others were also observing Jiang Tianyu. A young man was flanked by two companions, one of whom was none other than Xiao Hatong, the former master blacksmith and Jiang Tianyu's senior brother, while the other was Lei Dao, the leader of the Qingyu gang. Xiao Hatong studied Jiang Tianyu's figure with a cold and hidden intensity, whispering, "Young Master Jingyong, that man is Jiang Tianyu." Both Yu Jingyong and Lei Dao turned their gaze towards him. Yu Jingyong, a direct descendant of the Yu family, though referred to as young master by Xiao Hatong, was already over 30. His expression remained calm, while Lei Dao's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. Jiang Tianyu. This man had directly slain one of his capable subordinates, He Xiong, on the territory of the Qingyu gang, showing him no respect and disregarding both the Qingyu gang and the Yu family. Although this grudge had been temporarily suppressed due to the blacksmith shop and the Jiang family's circumstances, Lei Dao would not let this transgression go unpunished. After all, how could the Qingyu gang maintain its monopoly over the fish market in Shirtang City if he did not deal with Jiang Tianyu? Chapter 27. The unapproachable The Howling Wolf Ridge was not easily navigable. The mountain paths were treacherous, the primordial forest dense and sprawling, and toxic mists loomed, posing the risk of becoming lost. After 2 hours of searching, Jiang Tianyu and his companions had only ventured less than 5 miles into the Howling Wolf Ridge alongside the city guards. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a heavy nightfall over the Howling Wolf Ridge, draping the already desolate primitive forest in an eerie shroud. Roar! From the depths of the mountains and ravines, faint beastly roars echoed. Whether from the infamous wolf pack of the Howling Wolf Ridge or other ferocious creatures remained uncertain. Jiang Tianyu led Gao Qingyou, Li Xintong, and the other 9 to a rocky valley, gathering firewood to ignite a fire. He also sprinkled some mosquito-repelling powder around the vicinity to ward off the bothersome insects. Crackle! Gao Qingyou was roasting 2 rabbits and 3 wild chickens he had hunted that evening, the fat sizzling as it dripped onto the flames, filling the air with an appetizing aroma. Several helpers and attendants produced their own bundles, containing grains and dried meat, which Jiang Tianyu had instructed them to prepare before their journey. Additionally, he had brought 5 vials of potions, currently overseeing Li Xintong by the fire. "Master, the wild chicken is ready. You should taste it." Gao Qingyou proudly presented a perfectly roasted wild chicken to Jiang Tianyu, its exterior crispy and its interior tender, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Jiang Tianyu accepted the chicken, savoring its flavor, which indeed indicated a degree of culinary skill. Gao Qingyo chuckled foolishly. My father used to do this often. It's his specialty. I haven't even learned half of his skills yet. Jiang Tianyu replied with a smirk. Then you must hone your craft diligently and aim to master it completely so that I may indulge in your culinary creations. Gao Qingyo hastily responded, all right. I will make sure to practice thoroughly when I return home on my break. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance, causing Gao Qingyo, Li Xintong, and the others to change their expressions and spring to their feet, shouting, who goes there? Soon, figures wielding torches emerged near their campfire. And leading them was none other than Master Xiao Taifeng from the blacksmith shop. Accompanying Xiao were 2 other master blacksmiths, along with their apprentices, helpers, and miscellaneous workers, totaling nearly 20 individuals. Upon arrival, Xiao Taifeng caught a whiff of the fragrant roasted hare and pheasant emanating from the fire. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, quickly stepped forward, saying, Master, I'll take care of it. The man bypassed Gao Qingyo and the others, reaching out to seize the roasted hare and pheasant. However, in the next moment, a foot landed sharply on his side. Bang! The robust figure of the middle-aged man, weighing over 180 pounds, flew through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing into a sturdy tree several meters away, which splintered upon impact, eliciting a series of pained cries. Jiang Tianyu retracted his foot and stated coolly, who gave you the audacity to snatch my belongings? His gaze fell upon Xiao Taifeng, who he naturally recognized after years in the blacksmith shop. The middle-aged man was presumably one of Xiao's apprentices. How dare a mere apprentice disregard him and attempt to seize his hare and pheasant? Such folly could only lead to ruin. Moreover, as an elder of the blacksmith shop, Xiao Taifeng had garnered respect from many, yet that did not grant him the right to act as if he were untouchable in Jiang's presence. What brings you and your entourage to my vicinity at such a late hour? Jiang Tianyu coldly inquired. Xiao Taifeng's expression darkened, revealing a mix of surprise and ire. He hadn't anticipated such disrespect from Jiang Tianyu, who dared to strike one of his own. Nevertheless, Xiao had come with a purpose, and his countenance grew serious as he said, Jiang Tianyu, you are still young and have only recently become a master blacksmith. There will be ample opportunities ahead, so perhaps it would be wise to temper your ambitions for now. If you grant me this favor, I assure you that in the future, you may seek my assistance. I, Xiao Taifeng, would owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, Jiang Tianyu paused, then smiled knowingly. Realizing that Xiao Taifeng's late-night visit was to discuss the position of warehouse manager that his master had vacated, he slowly shook his head and replied, and if I choose not to? A master blacksmith who appeared to be in his 50s glared at him, saying, Jiang Tianyu, without that old fool Li Zhina backing you, you are nothing. You should recognize the wisdom in accepting this matter. Otherwise, tonight could turn dire for you. Wait, Jiang Tianyu interrupted, his interest piqued. What do you intend to do to me tonight? Do you seek to end my life? TSK, I never realized your audacity was so great. Plotting against a fellow master blacksmith. Moreover, I carry the surname Jiang. Just a few days ago, the clan had reinstated my name in the family registry, meaning I am not merely a master blacksmith, but also a direct descendant of the Jiang family. To conspire against a master blacksmith and a direct descendant of the Jiang family. Are you all contemplating treason? What? The revelation that his name had been re-registered in the Jiang family registry and that he was now a direct descendant sent shockwaves through Xiao Taifeng and the others, including the middle-aged apprentice who had just stood up from the ground, his face twisted in malice as he glared at Jiang Tianyu. His expression, once filled with wrath, turned pale as he regarded Jiang Tianyu, now filled with astonishment and dread. If Jiang Tianyu were merely a master blacksmith, the apprentice might have dismissed him. After all, his master was the most senior in the blacksmith shop. However, with the added status of being a direct descendant of the Jiang family, even the second manager would not dare to act recklessly in Jiang Tianyu's presence. They realized they could not afford to provoke him. The master blacksmith who had previously allied with Xiao Taifeng also underwent a swift transformation, his expression shifting from cold to anxious and apprehensive. As he glanced at Jiang Tianyu again, the rigidness of his posture faltered, and a forced smile appeared on his face as he stammered, No, Brother Jiang, you jest. I never imagined you would return to the Jiang family registry. This is indeed splendid news. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. But it has grown late, and we must continue our search in the mountains tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. In an instant, the 2 master blacksmiths who had accompanied Xiao Taifeng hastily departed, their pace far swifter than when they had arrived, as if they wished to sprout additional legs, disappearing from sight, leaving Xiao Taifeng and his remaining apprentices, helpers, and miscellaneous workers behind. Chapter 28, Night Raid. Xiao Taifeng's countenance shifted, his emotions a tempest of anger and astonishment. He too had not anticipated that Jiang Tianyu would be reinstated in the Jiang family registry, becoming a direct descendant. This status far surpassed that of a mere master blacksmith. After all, the Jiang family was one of the most prestigious and powerful clans in Shitang City. Furthermore, it was well known that the Jiang family of Shitang City was merely a branch of the true Jiang lineage, which was a paramount family in the entire Chaotian prefecture. Who would dare to offend such a family? In the face of Jiang Tianyu's identity as a direct descendant, Zhao Taifeng's seniority as an elder blacksmith was rendered a mere joke. How could an outsider dare to discuss qualifications and lineage with the proprietor? Yet, Zhao Taifeng was unwilling to concede. Even if Jiang Tianyu had become a direct descendant, he had allies of his own. The second manager was staunchly supporting him in his bid for the warehouse manager position. And it was rumored that the second manager was backed by the Jiang family's grand elder. With the backing of the grand elder, how could he fear a mere Jiang Tianyu? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhao Taifeng's unease gradually subsided. Drawing a deep breath, he fixed a cold gaze upon Jiang Tianyu and beckoned to his apprentices, stating, "Very well, if you are so confident, let us settle this matter with our skills." "Let us go?" Zhao Taifeng refrained from making a move in public. He knew he could neither kill Jiang Tianyu nor incapacitate him without facing dire consequences. Hence, he opted to bide his time. As Zhao Taifeng departed, Jiang Tianyu did not attempt to detain him. However, he had successfully entered Jiang Tianyu's line of sight, with his primary target still being his elder brother, Xiao Hutong, who had already left the blacksmith shop. Now, Zhao Taifeng had become the second target. After all, this old fool had chosen to become a pawn for another. He must be prepared to face the consequences of his actions. Additionally, there was the second manager, Pan Guanchuan, and the leader of the guards, Pang Hai. Jiang Tianyu contemplated his next moves. As the night deepened, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Li Xintong approached with a bowl brimming with medicinal liquid, softly urging, "Master, it is time for your medicine." Jiang Tianyu found the phrasing somewhat peculiar. Shaking his head to dispel the absurd thoughts from his mind, he accepted the porcelain bowl and drank the concoction in one gulp. The intense heat of the medicine began to ferment within him, enveloping his entire being, and gradually, he felt his body radiating warmth. Even the treasures of his solitary decades began to react. However, he was equally quick to respond. He rose, grasped the lei-in heavy hammer, and moved to a nearby open space to practice the chaotic cloak body refinement hammer method and the magical crocodile celestial flood dragon 100 forms martial arts. Observing Jiang Tianyu's training, Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong were elated and hurried to join in their martial practice. In the recent days, under the guidance of Jiang Tianyu, who had perfected the chaotic cloak body refinement hammer method, surpassing the original body refinement martial arts and achieving an extraordinary realm, their martial prowess had advanced remarkably, with visible improvements almost every day. Presently, Li Xintong had reached a minor mastery of the chaotic cloak body refinement hammer method, and she was not far from attaining a major mastery. Gao Qingyo felt himself also nearing a minor comprehension of the method. This was indeed remarkable, as even ordinary blacksmiths in the forge rarely grasped the minor mastery of the chaotic cloak body refinement hammer method. During Jiang Tianyu's instructive training, a subtle change in aura began to manifest in Li Xintong. Gao Qingyo's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You've broken through. You're now at the 6th level of body refinement." Witnessing Li Xintong's breakthrough, Jiang Tianyu felt a surge of joy. After all, she was merely 16 years old. A 16-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement was undoubtedly a prodigious talent with boundless potential. With his guidance and training, it was not inconceivable that she could reach the bone refinement realm and eventually the 3rd realm of martial arts, the organs realm. After her breakthrough, Li Xintong approached Jiang Tianyu, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Master, I have broken through." Jiang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction, replying, "Well done. However, do not become complacent. You are still only at the 6th level of body refinement. This level remains weak even among blacksmiths. Avoid arrogance and continue to endeavor diligently in your training." Li Xintong's expression sobered, and she bit her lip before earnestly nodding, "Yes, master, I will." Subsequently, Jiang Tianyu resumed his practice of the magical crocodile celestial flood dragon 100 forms, continuing to refine the first form, the magical crocodile's bone structure. This form comprised 72 bones, and mastering it would significantly enhance Jiang Tianyu's strength, allowing for a transformation of his previously ordinary martial bones. As midnight approached, Jiang Tianyu and the others settled into their respective sleeping spots. However, deep within the dense forest, a shadow emerged, producing a vial of beast-attracting powder, sprinkling it gradually until reaching a point not far from Jiang Tianyu's campfire, before departing with a cold chuckle. Shortly after the powder was scattered, shadows began to materialize silently from the depths of the forest, gradually encircling the campfire where Jiang Tianyu and his companions sat. Yet, perhaps due to the threat posed by the fire, these shadows hesitated, refraining from making a move. Suddenly, a commanding roar reverberated through the mountains. A woo. It was the howl of the Wolf King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A woo. The chorus of wolf howls echoed through the forest as towering wolves, each over a meter tall, burst forth from the thicket, charging towards the prey by the campfire while howling in response to their king. By the campfire, Jiang Tianyu, Gao Qingyo, and Li Xintong were jolted awake. Upon seeing the massive shadows closing in from the dark forest, their expressions shifted slightly. The hired hands and assistants were even more terrified, shouting, "It's a pack of wolves. The wolves from Wolf Howling Mountain." Bang! Just as they cried out, the first giant wolf charged forth, but was sent flying back at an astonishing speed, its head collapsing and exploding, brain matter splattering everywhere. Jiang Tianyu had reacted swiftly, appearing in a flash to land a punch that sent the beast hurtling away. At the same moment, Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong also sprang into action, seizing their long-handled hammers. Bang, bang! The two struck out. Although these giant wolves were formidable, Gao Qingyo, with his 4th level of body refinement and years of blacksmithing, possessed a physique more robust than that of ordinary martial artists, fierce and powerful. Utilizing the chaotic cloak body refinement hammer method, he felled a charging giant wolf within mere strikes. Li Xintong was even more ruthless, smashing the wolf's eyes, mouth, and nose to pieces with her hammer before delivering a fierce kick that sent it sprawling several meters away, twitching on the ground, drenched in blood. Gao Qingyo and Jiang Tianyu exchanged glances, surprised. They had not anticipated that the usually gentle and refined Li Xintong could be so merciless in combat. A woo. The pack of giant wolves numbered over a dozen. Gao Qingyo, Li Xintong, and several hired hands formed a defensive circle, while Jiang Tianyu plunged directly into the midst of the pack, each punch and kick resulting in a giant wolf's agonizing wail as it was violently dispatched. After clearing a significant number of the wolves, Jiang Tianyu charged towards the direction of the previous Wolf King's howl, leaving behind a warning. "Qingyo, Xintong, be careful. I'm going ahead." Chapter 29, Opportunity. From the moment Jiang Tianyu, Gao Qingyo, and Li Xintong took action to the complete eradication of the giant wolves, no more than 10 breaths had passed. By the time Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong realized what had transpired, Jiang Tianyu had already dashed away, disappearing into the nocturnal forest. The hired hands and assistants were left dumbfounded, staring at the numerous giant wolves around them. It dawned on them just how terrifying the situation was. Is this it? Damn, how many giant wolves did the master kill just now? I barely saw it, and they were flying out one after another, all dead. Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong exchanged astonished glances, both shocked and delighted. Gao Qingyo whispered, "The master's strength seems to have increased significantly. This pack of giant wolves is no trivial matter. Even a single one possesses strength comparable to the 3rd or 4th level of body refinement. Yet under the master's fists and feet, they are merely tossed aside or killed instantly. Goodness, the master's power is truly frightening." Li Xintong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured, "Perhaps the master is on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd realm." The 2nd realm? Gao Qingyo's eyes widened slightly in shock. This was the pinnacle of strength within the blacksmithing guild. Few could attain the bone refinement realm of the 2nd stage. If their master were to break through to the 2nd realm, would Gao Qingyo not be able to stride confidently through the blacksmithing guild? A foolish grin spread across Gao Qingyo's face. Meanwhile, Zhao Taifeng and his companions had just settled down for the night when the howls of the wolves jolted them awake. Zhao Taifeng's expression shifted as he quickly turned towards the sound, demanding, "What is going on?" Soon, one of his middle-aged disciples rushed over to report, "Master, it seems a pack of wolves has appeared, and they are attacking Jiang Tianyu and his group as stronghold." Upon hearing this news, Zhao Taifeng's heart leaped with joy. A pack of wolves attacking that fellow? The wolves from Wolf Howling Mountain are not to be trifled with. They are all fierce beasts. The Wolf King is an even more formidable mutated beast, possessing strength on par with the later stages of body refinement, perhaps even at the 9th level. The middle-aged man quietly inquired, "Master, should we go lend assistance?" Zhao Taifeng seemed oblivious to the commotion, waiting patiently until a mournful howl pierced the air, causing a slight change in his expression. He quickly commanded, "Let us go, we must investigate." Nearby, several others, upon hearing the disturbance, chose to delay before heading towards the source to ascertain the situation. At this very moment, within a dense thicket, Jiang Tianyu swiftly cornered the fleeing Wolf King, a colossal and fearsome silver wolf, standing nearly 2 meters tall and measuring a full yard in length. A faint silvery luminescence enveloped its form, emanating a terrifying aura of ferocity. Upon beholding the true visage of this Wolf King, Jiang Tianyu felt a flicker of astonishment, such a formidable beast still existed. It was on the verge of becoming a demon. He mused silently as he gauged the creature's strength, which surpassed that of an average ninth-layer body-refining martial artist. Coupled with its pack, any ordinary body-refining practitioner would likely meet a swift demise upon confrontation. However, it was unfortunate for the Wolf King that it encountered Jiang Tianyu, with a fierce glint in its eyes. The Wolf King let out a savage howl before transforming into a streak of silver light, charging towards Jiang Tianyu with blinding speed, like a bolt of lightning darting through the forest. Just as the wolf's claws were about to make contact, a colossal hammer swung through the air with a resounding thud. Bam! The mighty hammer struck the Wolf King's head with such force that it shattered like a watermelon crushed by a massive machine at breakneck speed. Not only did flesh turn to pulp, but even bones were reduced to powder, scattering blood mist in every direction. With a heavy thud, the Wolf King's immense body collapsed to the ground, convulsing repeatedly, its earlier demeanor of cold defiance replaced by that of a defeated creature, blood gushing from its shattered skull. Jiang Tianyu retrieved his 2-meter-long thunder hammer, wiping the blood from its head on the Wolf King's fur. Just as he prepared to drag the fallen beast back, figures began to emerge rapidly from the surrounding woods. Among them were Zhao Taifeng, the foreman Lin Haixiang, and a second-tier lieutenant from the city guard, all hastening to investigate. As Zhao Taifeng and Lin Haixiang approached, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, their expressions shifted upon seeing the slain Wolf King sprawled on the ground. Lin Haixiang exclaimed in astonishment, "The silver giant Wolf King." Turning to Jiang Tianyu, he inquired with urgency, "Master Jiang, are you unharmed? Did this Wolf King inflict any injuries upon you?" The lieutenant, observing the Wolf King's shattered skull, was taken aback, his eyes gleaming with a new gravity as he regarded Jiang Tianyu, exclaiming, "This brother possesses remarkable martial prowess, capable of slaying the notoriously difficult silver giant Wolf King with a single blow." Zhao Taifeng's expression shifted, a mix of amazement and trepidation filling him. His gaze towards Jiang Tianyu transformed from direct scrutiny to one of cautious respect. The power of Jiang Tianyu seemed truly extraordinary. The Wolf King had been vanquished with a single strike, grateful that he had refrained from engaging directly earlier. Zhao Taifeng felt a cold sweat break out upon realizing he had underestimated this apprentice of Li Jin'a. After a thorough assessment, Jiang Tianyu assured them that he and his companions were unscathed, and the silver giant wolf pack had been entirely eradicated. The lieutenant, preparing to depart, left with a parting remark, "I am Qin Shuba, one of the 5 lieutenants of the city guard. Should you find yourself struggling in the blacksmith shop, feel free to seek me out." Jiang Tianyu merely smiled. After all, he bore the surname Jiang. How could he possibly falter in a blacksmith's trade? Moreover, even if he faced challenges now, with time and cultivation, they would soon be trivial. Once Zhao Taifeng, Lin Haixiang, and the others had taken their leave, Jiang Tianyu returned to the campfire with the Wolf King's carcass, retrieving a dagger to meticulously skin the beast. The pelt of such a formidable creature was a valuable asset. Once treated, it could be fashioned into a magnificent coat or armor, worth hundreds to thousands of taels. The Wolf King's claws also held promise. With the right techniques, they could potentially be forged into a first-tier perfect claw weapon or even a second-tier one. The remaining flesh would not go to waste. Ordinary giant wolf carcasses would be distributed among the blacksmith shop and the city guard, while the flesh of the Wolf King would be preserved for roasting by Gao Qingyo, serving as sustenance for the upcoming mountain expeditions. However, as Jiang Tianyu sorted through the Wolf King's remains, he unexpectedly discovered a hard object within its stomach. Puzzled, he opened the stomach, revealing a small hammer, barely the size of a palm. The hammerhead was diminutive, no larger than an infant's fist, and the handle was just long enough for one hand to grasp. It radiated a faint crimson hue, seemingly ordinary and devoid of any aura. Yet, when Jiang Tianyu infused a wisp of his blood essence into the small hammer, a thunderous resonance echoed in his mind, and a torrent of profound inheritance surged into his consciousness. The foremost words that emerged were, 5th-tier forging technique. Giant Elephant 100 Deities method. 15 minutes later, Jiang Tianyu gradually regained his composure, reflecting upon the 5th-tier forging master inheritance he had just acquired. The Giant Elephant 100 Deities method. A martial art capable of elevating one to the 5th realm while allowing for the forging of 5th-tier weaponry. The first realm for martial artists was the Body Refinement Realm, divided into 9 layers. The second realm was known as the Bone Forging Realm, which did not have 9 subdivisions, but rather categorized based on the refinement of the body's 206 bones. Each bone refined added to one's strength, with the first 36 bones, 72 bones, 144 bones, and ultimately all 206 bones forming 4 tiers. Ordinary bone forging techniques could only refine 36 bones, resulting in standard roots, lacking any special attributes. The subsequent tiers, however, could manifest powerful root formations. For instance, the demonic crocodile heavenly flood dragon 100 forms diagram could forge the first form into a demonic crocodile root, and the second form into a heavenly flood dragon root, bestowing extraordinary power. Typically, the more roots one possessed, the more formidable their foundation became. The third realm of martial arts was the visceral realm, which similarly lacked 9 layers, instead categorizing based on the number of times one could refine their organs. For example, an ordinary visceral refining technique could only refine organs a few times, 10 times at most, with minimal effect. A decent technique could refine organs 36 times, while intermediate techniques could do so 72 times. Advanced techniques could refine organs 144 times. Ultimate techniques could exceed 200 refinements. This delineates the vast disparity in cultivation and realms within the visceral realm. The difference in strength between an ordinary practitioner and one at the pinnacle of the visceral realm was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The fourth realm was the meridian opening realm, which, as the name suggests, involved opening the body's meridians. The fifth realm was known as the alchemical realm. Beings of such caliber were akin to the extraordinary, with few existing in the entire Chaotian prefecture. Not a single one could be found in Shirtang City, let alone at the fifth realm. Even the fourth realm of meridian opening was absent. Yet now, Jiang Tianyu had obtained the inheritance of a fifth-tier forging master from the stomach of a wolf king in the Howling Wolf Mountains, granting him access to the extraordinary martial art of the giant elephant 100 deities method, capable of elevating one to the fifth realm of alchemical existence. Simultaneously, he understood the nature of the small hammer in his hand, a fifth-tier perfect artifact, the giant elephant 100 deities hammer, originating from the dominant force of the Chaotian prefecture, the Longhu Tianzong. Upon grasping this revelation, Jiang Tianyu was instantly beset by a throbbing headache. Was this the treasured artifact pilfered by the notorious regional fugitive, the great thief Wang Baiyuan, from the Chaotian prefecture? Not merely a flawless fifth-tier weapon, but a treasure imbued with a fifth-tier inheritance. That audacious scoundrel had the audacity to conceal such a prized possession within the belly of the snow-silvered giant wolf king. Nevertheless, as fate would have it, this treasure had serendipitously fallen into his hands. Jiang Tianyu remained unperturbed. He sliced his fingertip, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the giant elephant 100 gods hammer. In an instant, the hammer emitted a resonant hum, a flash of brilliance igniting as it seemed to forge a connection with his consciousness. This was the marvel of the fifth realm of martial arts, as well as the enchantment of a fifth-tier weapon, divine. The preceding 4 tiers of weaponry were inconsequential in comparison. However, upon reaching the fifth tier, a profound transformation awaited, one that stemmed from the divine essence nurtured by one's blood qi. This transformation granted the martial artist a semblance of connection with the fifth-tier weapon, akin to recognizing a master. Aside from its owner, no one else could unleash the weapon's true might. Beyond this, renowned artifacts possessed other extraordinary capabilities, such as altering size and weight. It was said that even more formidable divine weapons could merge with the human form, allowing their wielder to command them over vast distances to vanquish foes with but a thought. Upon acknowledging his ownership, Jiang Tianyu discerned that this giant elephant 100 gods hammer, a perfect fifth-tier weapon, possessed the miraculous ability to change size, reaching a maximum length of a full yard, its hammerhead intricately carved with the image of a colossal elephant, weighing an impressive 1,360 pounds. Wielding such a weapon into battle would render him as invincible as a divine elephant. As for the term 100 gods law, this martial practice was capable of tempering one's spirit through 100 layers of refining, akin to nurturing a divine elephant. What a marvelous treasure! Jiang Tianyu marveled internally, pondering why Wang Baiyuan would forsake such a priceless artifact, embedding it within the snow-silver giant wolf king's body. However, he was acutely aware that from this moment forth, this treasure belonged to him, Jiang Tianyu. What? You wonder if he could retain it? Setting aside the fact that no one yet knew of his acquisition of the giant elephant 100 gods hammer, his own cultivation had already reached the 20-fold stage of the body refinement realm. This was merely the result of half a month since his arrival in this world. If he were to continue his training for a year or two, he could attain hundreds of stages in the body refinement realm, or even 1,000 stages after several years. At that point, should he brandish the hammer and inquire as to its rightful owner, who would dare claim it was not Jiang Tianyu's weapon? Unfazed, Jiang Tianyu concealed the palm-sized giant elephant 100 gods hammer within his bosom and then fixed his gaze upon the shadowy depths of the Howling Wolf Mountain ridge. Contemplating, the treasure had fallen into my possession, yet the thief Wang Baiyuan remains a lurking threat. Currently, aside from himself, only the notorious thief Wang Baiyuan was privy to the whereabouts of the giant elephant 100 gods hammer. He must be eliminated to avert future peril. However, There was no need for hasty action. He would observe the situation for now. What if, in a few days, Wang Baiyuan met his demise without ever revealing the hammer's location? Even if he did expose it, he could simply relinquish the hammer temporarily. Once his strength increased, the hammer would naturally return to him. Jiang Tianyu's treasures were not easily relinquished. Having cleaned the giant elephant 100 gods hammer and secured it, Jiang Tianyu instructed Gao Qingyo to roast the meat of the Wolf King, then sank into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the following morning, Jiang Tianyu sensed a notable enhancement in his physique. His skin, flesh, and bones had undergone a transformation. An overwhelming surge of blood qi had solidified into 21 distinct body refinement patterns, unprecedented in history. He had achieved the 20-fold stage of the body refinement realm. Due to the consumption of a potion, Jiang Tianyu did not experience the debilitating weakness of an empty body. However, compared to before, he distinctly felt hunger gnawing at him. This indicated that the potency of a single potion had merely sufficed to meet the demands of his cultivation. He would need to consume 2 potions. Jiang Tianyu grimaced at the thought. A single potion cost 10 taels of silver. 2 would amount to 20 taels. How could this be? It had barely been half a month. If this continued, would he be able to satiate his body? He sensed that, should this persist, mere wealth might not suffice. He would require a higher status to access more abundant and superior resources. Master, have some roasted meat. I just reheated it, Li Xintong offered, presenting him with a bounty of roasted meat. After satisfying his hunger, under the command of the city's militia, the group once again set forth to delve deeper into the Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge in search of their quarry. Time swiftly elapsed, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this duration, no trace of Wang Baiyuan had been discovered. However, the dangers lurking within the Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge had exacted a toll, resulting in the loss of dozens of lives among the various factions of Shirtang City, causing unrest and agitation among their ranks. On one fateful night, deep within the treacherous domain of the Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge, shrouded in toxic mists, Jiang Tianyu and his companions had just ignited a fire beneath a colossal tree when they were suddenly met with a cacophony of furious shouts and the clamor of battle. War had erupted. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains, ringing in Jiang Tianyu's ears and causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The voice boomed, Wang Baiyuan, surrender the giant elephant 100 gods hammer. Chapter 31, The Black Dragon Sect. Had a conflict ignited? Jiang Tianyu's expression shifted as he gazed towards the source of the commotion. Alas, the battlefield appeared too distant to discern any details beneath the veil of night. Sensing the intensity of the battle, Jiang Tianyu felt a twinge of confusion. Had it not been said that the great thief Wang Baiyuan had sustained severe injuries? How could he still possess such formidable strength? That earlier shout, resonant and powerful, could not have emanated from an ordinary individual. It was likely the voice of a strong man of the 3rd stage of the internal organs realm. Most probable was the city's militia commander, Tang Yanshan. With Tang Yanshan's prowess, could Wang Baiyuan truly contend against him? Despite his doubts, Jiang Tianyu had no inclination to lead his companions into the fray. The city's militia was replete with elite fighters, and countless powerful forces were aiding them. His involvement would only serve as a mere spectator. It was far wiser to await the outcome from a safe distance, thereby avoiding any danger. After all, even if he were to fortuitously slay Wang Baiyuan, it would yield little benefit for him. He could find himself embroiled in peril, as one could never predict the desperate actions of a cornered beast. As for silencing Wang Baiyuan to conceal the secret of the giant elephant 100 gods hammer, that was entirely implausible. He could hardly expect to reach the scene in time to seal any lips. Should matters remain uneventful, it would be best to let those forces eliminate Wang Baiyuan. Jiang Tianyu anticipated that the skirmish would persist for a while. However, in the blink of an eye, the sounds of battle seemed to dissipate. Soon enough, news arrived from the battlefield. Wang Baiyuan had appeared, but was struck by a blade from the city's militia commander, Tang Yanshan, plummeting from a cliff before continuing his flight deeper into the Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge. He managed to escape? Jiang Tianyu's expression grew grave. It seemed that Wang Baiyuan was also a formidable adversary of the 3rd stage of the internal organs realm. They did not immediately pursue. Instead, they remained in place to rest until the commotion subsided. Meanwhile, a towering figure clad in black armor, wielding a massive blade, gazed pensively into the depths of the Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge. He cast a glance at the gathering of formidable individuals surrounding him, his brow furrowing, a glimmer of ruthless intent flickering in his eyes. In this hunt for the regional fugitive Wang Baiyuan, he was indeed determined to reclaim the treasured artifact that had been lost from his sect. Yet, within the depths of his heart, he harbored a clandestine ambition unknown to others. His desire was to leverage the hand of Wang Baiyuan to obliterate the influence of various factions in Shirtang City. Having served as the commander of the city guard for nearly a decade, his grip on Shirtang City was still tenuous, overshadowed by the local powers such as the Jiang and Yu families. Even the four notorious factions outside the city eluded his control. This was an intolerable state of affairs. To shatter this stalemate, there were but two paths. The first was to ascend to the fourth realm of martial arts, the pulse-breaking stage. However, such a breakthrough was exceedingly difficult. If he were to achieve it, he could relinquish his position as commander and return to the Longhu Tianzong as an elder. The alternative was to dismantle the existing power structures within Shirtang City. Should he succeed in burying these factions, including the Jiang and Yu families, within the Wolf Howl Mountains, they would suffer devastating blows. Tang Anshan pondered deeply. Naturally, he could not undertake the task of dismantling these factions himself. Thus, he must enlist the formidable assistance of the notorious thief, Wang Baiyuan, or rather, the dark forces of the Black Dragon sect that supported him. He wondered whether his recent, ostentatious attempts to hunt down Wang Baiyuan had drawn the attention of the Black Dragon sect. Would they intervene to save Wang Baiyuan? Meanwhile, Jiang Zomong, Pan Guanchuan, and several members of the Jiang family convened, whispering amongst themselves. Pan Guanchuan furrowed his brow and remarked softly, "Have you noticed that Tang Anshan does not seem intent on killing Wang Baiyuan? Although he exudes the fiercest aura, he had a clear opportunity to slay Wang Baiyuan with that previous strike, but chose to let him escape instead." A middle-aged man from the Jiang family frowned and asked, "What could his intentions be? Does he not covet the treasures of the Longhu Tianzong that Wang Baiyuan possesses?" Jiang Zomong, with a profound gaze, directed his attention towards the city guard's encampment and whispered, "Unless he harbors schemes that extend beyond the allure of the Longhu Tianzong's treasures." Pan Guanchuan's expression shifted slightly as he looked incredulously at Jiang Zomong and said in a hushed tone, "Could it be that he possesses such audacity?" Jiang Zomong scoffed. The actions of the Tang family over the years have demonstrated their unyielding ambition. After all, he hails from the Longhu Tianzong and has risen to become the commander of the city guard, serving as the sect's talon within Shirtang City, beyond the jurisdiction of the authorities. If given the chance to dominate Shirtang City, how could he possibly forego it? To achieve supremacy, he must eliminate the major factions that currently obstruct him. The middle-aged man from the Jiang family's face paled, and he urged, "Should we leave at once?" Jiang Zomong contemplated for a moment. While he could surmise some of Tang Anshan's intentions, the specifics of his plan remained elusive. Would he act impulsively? That seemed unlikely. After all, should even one of them escape, Tang Anshan would not be able to withstand the combined retribution of all the factions in Shirtang City. What would Tang Anshan do? Suddenly, Jiang Zomong's eyes narrowed as he murmured, "The thief Wang Baiyuan, and the dark forces of the Black Dragon sect." While the Jiang family deliberated in the shadows, other factions, including the Yu family, also sensed something amiss and speculated quietly, picking up on subtle hints. Strangely, however, none of the factions, including the Jiang and Yu families, chose to depart. For if Tang Anshan sought to eliminate them, they too were intent on removing this ambitious commander of the city guard. 2 days elapsed. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Tianyu practiced the chaotic wind body tempering technique and the magical crocodile's myriad forms, while also refining his mastery of the giant elephant 100 deities technique, thereby familiarizing himself with this fifth-tier forging hammer method. This martial art encompassed 5 profound techniques: body tempering, bone forging, organ refining, pulse breaking, and the furnace of human essence, all of which were of exceptional caliber. This meant that the giant elephant 100 deities technique ranked among the most elite methods for body tempering, bone forging, organ refining, pulse breaking, and the essence furnace. The bone forging technique could refine all 206 bones in the body, culminating in the pinnacle of divine elephant roots. It was significantly superior to the magical crocodile's myriad forms. As Jiang Tianyu honed his previous martial skills, he absorbed the intricate nuances of the giant elephant 100 deities technique, integrating it into his own practice. A torrent of vigorous, fiery essence coursed through his body, refining each bone. Once he perfected the magical crocodile and celestial dragon roots, he could then pursue the divine elephant roots. He had already attained the 28th level of body tempering, and the magical crocodile root was nearing completion, with over 57 bones refined, approaching the required 72 for the magical form. Soon, just 3 more days were needed. Jiang Tianyu's heart surged with fervor and anticipation. The magical crocodile root was merely the beginning. Should he succeed in cultivating the divine elephant root, he would likely surpass all others in the realm of bone forging within Shirtang City. Save for the top talents of the formidable powers in Chaodian Prefecture, who had also mastered supreme techniques. Chapter 32, The Golden Snail. A faint sanguine aura enveloped Jiang Tianyu, almost forming the silhouette of a fearsome beast, reminiscent of an ancient, terrifying crocodile. Another night passed. Jiang Tianyu arose to wash up, preparing to delve deeper with the city guard in their search, when suddenly, a hastily summoned attendant, closely following Jiang Zomong, delivered a note. The attendant whispered urgently, "Destroy this after reading." He then hurriedly departed, seemingly heading towards the blacksmith's workshop where 10 others awaited. Jiang Tianyu's expression grew serious as he discreetly unfolded the note, which bore a single line of text in the handwriting of the chief steward, Jiang Zomong. "Exercise caution and retreat to Shirtang City immediately if any unforeseen circumstances arise." After reading the message, Jiang Tianyu crushed the note in his hands, inhaling deeply, a weight of gravity settling upon him. Although he was unaware of the exact circumstances, he sensed that significant events were about to unfold. Otherwise, Jiang Zomong would not have issued such a warning. The following day, accompanying the city guard deeper into the Wolf Howl Mountains, Jiang Tianyu remained vigilant, carefully observing the city guard and other factions, yet found no signs of trouble. Meanwhile, outside the Wolf Howl Mountains, a multitude of figures clad in black slipped into the depths of the mountains under the cover of night. Among them, one individual donned a mask, with long white hair cascading down his back. He cast a leisurely glance at the Wolf Howl Mountains before turning his gaze towards Shirtang City. A cold smirk curling his lips as he murmured, "Tang Anshan, a mere forsaken disciple of the Longhu Tianzong, dares to provoke the Black Dragon sect?" He had been meticulously observing for many days without detecting any trace of the Longhu Tianzong. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to devour all who dwelled within these mountains. Along the way, he would also procure the 5th-tier artifact hammer belonging to the Longhu Tianzong, a splendid treasure of perfect grade. 2 more days passed. Under the night sky, deep within a valley shrouded in poisonous mists in the Wolf Howl Mountains, numerous subterranean caverns housed serpentine giants. In the very core of this labyrinth, a palm-sized golden snail raised its head slightly, stretching its tentacles as if yawning, and languidly murmured, "It has been years since there was such excitement." Suddenly, the golden snail seemed to notice something intriguing, turning its gaze toward a certain direction, its eyes gleaming with interest. How fascinating! This little creature possesses merely the cultivation of the body refining realm, yet its physique surpasses that of many in the bone forging realm. How has it achieved such prowess? Its eyes glimmer with a brilliance that seems capable of piercing through the earth and the night, gazing far into the distance. Hiss! This little one is quite intriguing. The golden snail's eyes subtly shifted, as if in contemplation. However, it quickly turned its gaze to others, such as a dying human nearby and the masked figure who had led them here. One was a 4th-tier human, accompanied by 5 at the 3rd tier. "That lad is in peril," murmured the golden snail. Meanwhile, beneath a colossal stone in a valley, Jiang Tianyu, having satiated his hunger, commenced training in the chaotic cloak body refining hammer technique, the demon crocodile celestial image diagram, and the mighty elephant 100 deities technique. As the night deepened, a transformation in his aura quietly unfurled. His bones began to undergo metamorphosis, each one seemingly shifting. A unique force coursed through these bones, and a formidable aura of blood and ferocity emanated from his form, gradually coalescing into a menacing spectral image of a colossal demon crocodile, towering as if it could support the heavens. Sensing this change, Jiang Tianyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression brightening. The demon crocodile bone form has materialized. With a resounding hum, as the immense force of his blood energy surged into the refined 72 bones. They seemed to embody the shape of a demon crocodile, culminating in an explosive surge of physical power that enveloped him entirely. The blood energy that burst forth ultimately transformed into a layer of crimson armor draping over him. He sensed that his strength had magnified tenfold compared to when he was at the 9th level of the body refining realm. A single punch could possibly exceed 10 tons of force. However, he remained oblivious to the shadows that had begun to emerge in the surrounding darkness of the dense forest. As midnight approached, numerous silhouettes appeared around the temporary encampment of the city guard and the strongholds of various factions, observing the group from Shirtang City. A cloaked figure's eyes flashed with a glimmer of murderous intent, and a cold snort escaped his lips. "Kill. Leave not a single survivor." In the next breath, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, a multitude of shadows surged forth from the darkened forest, descending upon the martial artists of Shirtang City who dared to encircle their disciples from the Black Dragon sect. Bang! One cloaked figure stealthily approached and was poised to slit Jiang Tianyu's throat when the latter, who had seemed to be in a deep slumber, suddenly erupted like a demon crocodile, launching a devastating punch that obliterated the black-clad man's head in an explosive burst. The very air was shattered by the force of the blow, resonating with a thunderous crack. Blood splattered, and the 9th-tier body refining realm assassin died with wide eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend his fate. Misjudged. Alas, he had no opportunity for regret, as his decapitated body crumpled to the ground. Who? Master, what happened? The commotion roused Gao Qingniu, Li Xintong, and others, startling them and also attracting the attention of the lurking black-clad figures. They beheld Jiang Tianyu's instantaneous execution of his assailant, their scalps tingling in shock. By heavens, Master is ruthless. Upon witnessing Jiang Tianyu's swift dispatch of one adversary, the remaining 4 black-clad figures turned pale. Not hesitating for a moment to flee, one cried out, "This is bad. We misjudged him. He is not merely at the Body Refining Realm. Run." Yet, how could their speed compare to Jiang Tianyu's? He charged forth, relying solely on his fists and feet, and within a breath's time, he eradicated the group of black-clad figures. These 4 were not particularly strong, all at levels above the 4th tier, yet below the 7th tier of the Body Refining Realm. Perhaps due to Jiang Tianyu's own cultivation still being within the Body Refining Realm, only 5 black-clad figures had dared to approach. After he dispatched them, the sounds of battle echoed around him. In the distance, the city guard was embroiled in a fierce clash, accompanied by shouts of rage. "Black Dragon Sect? You seek death." This roar caused a flicker of change in Jiang Tianyu's expression as he finally grasped the identity of the assailants. The Black Dragon Sect? This was no minor faction, but an immensely powerful force of the dark arts. Even the likes of the Longhu Tianzong or his own Jiang Clan could hardly contend with the Black Dragon Sect. "Master, what should we do?" Gao Qingniu, Li Xintong, and others were bewildered, their hearts racing with confusion at the sudden chaos. Where had the Black Dragon Sect sprung from? Chapter 33, The Blood God Snail Clan of the Abyss. Jiang Tianyu's expression tightened as he quickly urged them into the shadows, whispering, "Stay calm. Let us assess the situation." Gao Qingniu, Li Xintong, and the others exchanged confused glances. Can it truly be so? They concealed themselves amidst the dense, primordial jungle, managing to avoid detection by the other members of the Black Dragon Sect. Seizing this moment, Jiang Tianyu observed the battlefield, where forces from various factions amassed over 1,000, spreading across the wolf-howling mountain range for several dozen miles. Not all areas were swarmed by the Black Dragon Sect. Only those near the core of the city guard were affected. The most terrifying sounds of battle emanated from where the formidable figures and the city guard converged, the very earth trembling beneath the fury of their conflict. To assist? The thought flitted through Jiang Tianyu's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He did not believe that his modest achievements in the Body Refining Realm could render him invincible. After all, he had only traversed into this world for less than a month. He might dominate within the Body Refining Realm, but true invincibility was still far from grasp. Perhaps he could contend with some second-tier bone-forging realm warriors, but against those at the 3rd tier, the visceral realm, he would undoubtedly perish. Stability was paramount. Yet, he could not help but worry about the fate of the shopkeeper and his master. Taking a deep breath, he sought to quell his anxiety. On another front, Tang Anshan was contending against 2 formidable opponents from the Black Dragon Sect, both seasoned warriors of the visceral realm. The sudden assault from the Black Dragon Sect had inflicted wounds upon the city guard. Naturally, others were also embroiled in battle with the Black Dragon Sect, suffering losses of their own. Let them kill. The more, the merrier, Tang Anshan thought, unleashing a flurry of strikes that forced the 2 adversaries back. Then, he leapt into the night, vanishing into the shadows. The 2 visceral realm fighters from the Black Dragon Sect stood momentarily dumbfounded, watching as Tang Anshan disregarded the city guard to make his escape. Yet, deep within the howling wolf mountain range, Wang Baiyuan lay hidden, nursing his injuries. When suddenly a miasma of toxic fog erupted from beneath the cliffs, surging forth and engulfing everything in its path. The severely wounded Wang Baiyuan succumbed to unconsciousness beneath the noxious haze. The fog did not remain confined to the cliffs. It spread rapidly in all directions across the howling wolf mountain range, just as Tang Anshan had distanced himself from the battlefield. Intending to let the Black Dragon Sect focus on hunting down the warriors of various factions, he too was enveloped by the miasma, collapsing to the ground under its effects. On the battlefield, the warriors from both the Black Dragon Sect and Shurtang City, among others, were swiftly overwhelmed by the toxic fog, falling unconscious in a matter of moments. In the distance, a palm-sized golden snail suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing before Jiang Tianyu and his companions in an instant, landing on Jiang Tianyu's shoulder with such speed that even he struggled to comprehend. As he regained his senses and turned to gaze at the sudden apparition upon his shoulder, Jiang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to take action, a terrifying presence descended upon him, rendering his body rigid and his movements halted. Concurrently, an ancient voice reverberated within his mind. "Hasten away. The illusory mind array has been activated. If you do not flee, you shall be ensnared." Almost instinctively, Jiang Tianyu propelled himself, along with Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong, towards the outskirts of the Howling Wolf Mountain range. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. For days later, at the periphery of the Howling Wolf Mountain, Jiang Tianyu and his companions emerged in disarray. Yet, unlike others, Jiang Tianyu bore an additional item, a palm-sized hammer and a diminutive golden snail. It was only upon their frantic return to Shirtang City that the group could finally exhale in relief. However, Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong gazed at the golden snail perched upon Jiang Tianyu's shoulder, bewildered. "Master, what is this creature?" they inquired. Though they did not hear the snail speak, the preceding scene within the mountain had left them utterly astonished. The golden snail had appeared with lightning speed, and soon after, Jiang Tianyu had led them in a hurried escape from the Howling Wolf Mountain. They remained perplexed by the events that had unfolded. Jiang Tianyu himself was somewhat dazed. Yet his composure allowed him to discreetly instruct Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong to return, while he took the golden snail back to the courtyard of Guiyang Lane. Once there, he promptly set the golden snail down from his shoulder onto the stone table before him. Taking a few steps back, his body tense as he demanded, "Who are you?" The golden snail shimmered with golden light, and with an air of arrogance, it proclaimed, "I am the blood god snail of the abyss, an ancient divine species." Jiang Tianyu was rendered speechless for a long moment. It was not that he doubted the veracity of the snail's words, but rather that such a proclamation seemed somewhat absurd to him, a traveler from another world. The name blood god snail of the abyss was indeed formidable, though he could not ascertain if it was self-bestowed or its true appellation. Regardless of the authenticity of its claim as an ancient divine species, the mere fact that this palm-sized snail could converse reshaped Jiang Tianyu's understanding of the world he had traversed into for over half a month. Initially believing this was merely a martial world, it now appeared to be a realm of extraordinary power and wonders, teeming not only with human martial artists but also with fearsome beasts and divine entities. After a brief moment, Jiang Tianyu gathered his thoughts and, with a tone tinged with uncertainty, inquired of the golden snail, "If you are indeed an ancient divine species, what is the extent of your power? Can you vanquish all in this world?" The golden snail stared blankly at Jiang Tianyu, exclaiming, "Have I ever claimed to be invincible? You, little one, speak with such bravado. Yet, I must admit, your ambition is commendable, even if you are merely at the body refinement stage. But then, why did I have to flee?" Jiang Tianyu retorted, his forehead furrowing with confusion. The golden snail sighed, "I am quite weak. Our clan ages and grows stronger, yet I have only recently come into existence. I am but a fledgling snail. I should be able to contend with your second realm practitioners. Otherwise, why would I have urged you to escape?" Jiang Tianyu was taken aback, initially envisioning a terrifying ancient being, only to discover that it was merely a young snail. "If you are but a babe, why speak in such an antiquated manner, akin to a venerable elder?" The golden snail's voice abruptly shifted to that of a child. "That is how my bloodline's ancestral memories manifest. It is how you humans prefer to communicate." Chapter 34. Midnight Assassination. Reflecting on the terrifying aura he had felt when the golden snail had materialized in the Howling Wolf Mountain, Jiang Tianyu recalled how it had rendered him tense and rigid, as if death itself loomed near. He nearly believed his life would be extinguished within a month. The golden snail, maintaining its youthful tone, remarked, "Ah, that was merely the ancestral bloodline's aura hidden within me, capable of scaring off mere mortals." Jiang Tianyu shot at a glare, then sat in contemplation for a while before standing abruptly, his expression shifting once more. "You previously warned me to flee, stating that if I did not, I would be left behind. What is the meaning of that?" The golden snail replied, "A member of the Black Dragon sect, at the fourth tier, equivalent to your human fourth realm, arrived. Fortunately, he did not take action, allowing your escape. Moreover, I possessed certain remnants at my birthplace that could distract them for a time. Otherwise, how many of you would have managed to escape?" The fourth realm. Jiang Tianyu's countenance paled at the revelation. He was scarcely prepared to confront even those of the third realm, much less a fourth. No wonder the overseer, Jiang Zoming, had previously warned them to act cautiously and retreat from the Howling Wolf Mountain at the first sign of trouble. It was all in anticipation of the Black Dragon sect's intervention. The golden snail continued, "Not only the Black Dragon sect, but the commander of the city guard, Tang Yanshan, also harbors intentions against you. The individual you pursued has been allowed to escape multiple times due to his blunders. He wishes to use the Black Dragon sect to bury you all within the Howling Wolf Mountain." Jiang Tianyu stared at the golden snail with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. "How do you know all of this?" "That is, of course, due to the Great Array," the golden snail answered. Jiang Tianyu's heart stirred with intrigue, and he pressed further, "Are you aware of the recent incident involving the silver snow wolves attacking us?" The golden snail pondered for a moment before responding, "Ah, so that was the day you dispatched those young wolves. They were lured away by someone. Otherwise, they seldom stray so far." Jiang Tianyu inhaled deeply, murmuring, "Just as I suspected." He had sensed something amiss that day, especially while pursuing the Silver Snow Wolf King, where he detected a trace of an unusual fragrance, yet lacked evidence to substantiate his suspicion. It appeared that someone was indeed targeting him. Who could it be? He inquired. The golden snail's consciousness flickered, and an image flashed into Jiang Tianyu's mind. Upon recognizing the figure, he was momentarily stunned, feelings of shock and anger flooding him. This was the very individual who had led the charge to the Howling Wolf Mountain, a second-realm warrior from the Jiang family, likely from the lineage of the clan's elder. It was laughable that the one who had orchestrated the wolf pack's attack against him was a member of his own kin. Suppressing his burgeoning rage, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. At that moment, however, the golden snail suddenly burrowed into his sleeve, stating, "I have awakened for quite some time. Exerting too much consciousness has drained me. I need to rest." As Jiang Tianyu regarded the golden snail nestled within his clothing, he found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom how this chatty snail had become so attached to him. Surely it did not perceive his identity as a transmigrator, or perhaps it recognized his uniqueness. Given his daily advancements in body refinement? After a moment of silence, Jiang Tianyu sighed softly to himself, contemplating, "Since I am here, I shall make my peace with it for now." He could not afford to be naive about the golden snail, for he was not thoroughly acquainted with its nature. Who could ascertain its true intentions in entangling him? This thought ignited a sense of urgency within Jiang Tianyu. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future and to elevate his own capabilities swiftly. For if this snail were indeed harboring ulterior motives, he needed a chance to escape or even retaliate. He could only hope that, under the watchful eyes of this creature, he would remain unscathed for the time being, as it would provide him with an opportunity to fight back later. After sitting in quiet contemplation for a considerable time and confirming that the golden snail posed no immediate threat, Jiang Tianyu took a deep breath and ventured out toward the blacksmith shop. Fortunately, that very evening, news arrived that several masters, including Zhao Taifeng, had returned safely from the Howling Wolf Mountains. Although they had suffered some losses, most were due to the sudden ambush by the Black Dragon sect. By midnight, the second manager, Pan Guanchuan, along with the leader of the guards, Pang Hai, returned to the blacksmith shop first. It appeared both of them bore injuries, especially Pan Guanchuan, whose pallor was alarming. Once they reached the courtyard of the blacksmith shop, Pan Guanchuan could no longer suppress himself and spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering. Yet, this act restored a hint of color to his face. He instructed Pang Hai and several apprentices, defend the blacksmith shop vigilantly against the city guards and the Black Dragon sect. Additionally, send someone to notify the elder of the Jiang family to remain on high alert. After giving these urgent orders, Pan Guanchuan could no longer hold on, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. It turned out he had been stabbed in the back by a city guard's lieutenant just before dying. Damn it! Although there was indeed discord within the blacksmith shop, and Pan Guanchuan had not fought for quite some time, it was not as if anyone could easily kill him, especially not that rabble from the city guards. Pang Hai tended to Pan Guanchuan, ensuring a doctor was summoned to dress his wounds and administer medicine. Afterward, Pang Hai departed to gather their forces and account for those who had returned to the blacksmith shop. Upon learning that the head manager Jiang Zoming, the front yard steward Lin Haixiang, and the storehouse steward Li Junhe had yet to return, while Jiang Tianyu had come back first with his men, a cold glint flashed in Pang Hai's eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but realizing this was a splendid opportunity, he steeled himself. An opportunity had already been presented to him. It was his own failure to seize it that had led to this moment. Therefore, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. He glanced at the sky, now deep into the night. The timing was perfect. "You guard the blacksmith shop. I will tend to my injuries first." Pang Hai instructed his subordinates to patrol the premises cautiously while he stealthily exited the blacksmith shop, making his way toward Guiyang Alley. He was aware that Jiang Tianyu resided in the small courtyard once owned by Jiang Zoming in Guiyang Alley. If he could eliminate Jiang Tianyu tonight and pin the blame on the Black Dragon sect, he would ensure that the position of storehouse steward would not fall into Jiang Tianyu's hands, thereby also removing another trusted aide of Jiang Zoming. By systematically undermining the higher echelons, they could eventually take control of the blacksmith shop and render Jiang Zoming impotent. Naturally, Jiang Zoming and the others had yet to return from the Howling Wolf Mountains. If they could never come back, that would be even better. Under the cover of darkness, Pang Hai stealthily approached the courtyard where Jiang Tianyu now resided, concealing himself in the shadows. Observing the courtyard ahead, a sinister smile crept across his face as he leaped effortlessly over the wall to infiltrate. In his estimation, with his current prowess, having tempered over 15 bones in the bone-forging realm, eliminating a mere body-refining lackey would be child's play. However, the moment Pang Hai entered the courtyard, a dark figure emerged from the open door of the front room, startling him. The initial plan to storm in and eliminate Jiang Tianyu came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Tianyu stepped forth from the shadowy room, illuminated by the cool moonlight, and shook his head at Pang Hai. I did not expect Leader Pang to return from the Howling Wolf Mountains so promptly to pay a night visit to my humble abode. Surely, we do not share such a deep enmity, do we? Pang Hai's expression turned frigid, although he was taken aback that Jiang Tianyu had detected his nocturnal ambush. The fact that this fellow did not flee but instead chose to engage in idle chatter was his gravest mistake. He sneered, "You are obstructing my path. Regrettably, I must resort to such measures to ensure a clean sweep. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for your lack of awareness. You chose the path of death when you could have taken the road to survival." As his words fell, Pang Hai's arm flicked, and a dagger, nearly the length of his forearm, appeared in his hand. In the next instant, he charged forward like a ferocious bear, executing the combat technique that Jiang Tianyu instantly recognized as the 36 hammers of the celestial ape, taught to him by Jiang Zoming. The bone-forging realm's penetrating force surged into the dagger, causing it to emit a dazzling cold light under the moonlit night. The speed was nothing short of astounding, as he lunged towards Jiang Tianyu, targeting his vital points with precision. Yet, to Pang Hai's astonishment, no matter where the dagger aimed, Jiang Tianyu always managed to evade, as if he could foresee all his movements. Within mere moments, Pang Hai attempted to strike Jiang Tianyu dozens of times. Yet not a single hair on Jiang Tianyu's body was touched. Pang Hai's complexion shifted drastically, his body covered in a cold sweat. His face pale as he realized the gravity of his situation. This was bad. How could a mere body-refining practitioner evade his dagger with such ease? Even someone of equal rank in the bone-forging realm would struggle to do so. Realizing his attack had failed, Pang Hai abruptly turned to flee. However, in the next moment, a powerful hand seized his shoulder, and with immense force, he was thrown back into the room behind him. "Why should you leave so soon, Leader Pang?" Jiang Tianyu said indifferently, flicking his left hand to reveal a small hammer that slipped from his sleeve into his grasp. With a thought, the small hammer that was originally the size of a palm instantly transformed into a 2-foot-long short hammer, its weight increasing to 120 pounds. Akin to the thunderous hammer, this weight was perfectly suited to his current physical strength. Inside the room, Pang Hai, thrown into darkness, was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Momentarily dazed by Jiang Tianyu's astounding power, his expression twisted with a blend of rage and regret as he cautiously concealed himself, whispering, "Jiang Tianyu, what treachery do you harbor? Clearly possessing such incredible strength yet remaining hidden, I consider myself a petty man, but compared to you, I am woefully inadequate. What is it that you truly desire?" Outside the door, Jiang Tianyu, now wielding the colossal divine elephant hammer, burst into laughter. "What hidden strength? My cultivation has always been in the body-refining realm. It is merely that Leader Pang's martial foundation seems somewhat shallow, and your skills have not been honed adequately." Initially, Pang Hai had intended to ambush Jiang Tianyu the moment he entered, unleashing a fierce strike for a showdown. However, upon catching a glimpse of the small hammer in Jiang Tianyu's hand transforming in size, his mind went blank with shock. He was instantly engulfed in a wave of dread. The ability to alter size was a power reserved for weapons of the 5th tier and above, an artifact. How could this fellow possibly possess such a renowned artifact? Suddenly, a thought struck Pang Hai, causing his heart to tremble in disbelief. It was the coveted treasure of the Longhu Tianzong, the giant elephant 100 gods hammer, which had been pilfered by the infamous Black Dragon sect thief, King Bai Yuan. How could this 5th-tier legendary weapon be in his possession? It was a treasure that various factions had scoured for without success. Bang! Just as Pang Hai was about to scream, Jiang Tianyu burst in with such speed that it created a thunderous roar in the air. A torrential blood-red aura of malevolence erupting, morphing into a terrifying and ferocious demonic crocodile beast. A wave of overwhelming dread swept over Pang Hai, causing his eyes to bulge in horror as he stuttered, "Demonic crocodile bone form." This martial art was well known to him. It was the esteemed Jiang family's superior bone-forging technique. The demonic crocodile celestial transformation chart. He had witnessed a powerful Jiang family member unleash its might, evoking a ferocious presence akin to the emergence of a monstrous demonic crocodile. But how could this individual possess such prowess? Just a month ago, he was nothing more than an invisible figure in a blacksmith shop. This required the forging of 72 bones to manifest such a fearsome bone form. Boom! Jiang Tianyu swung the hammer down with a fierce might. And in a state of sheer terror, Pang Hai rolled backward to evade, yet in the next instant, the terrifying blow struck him squarely on the back. Splurt! The unimaginable force of the giant elephant 100 gods hammer crashed into Pang Hai's internal organs, shattering flesh and bone, instantly exacerbating his already wounded body, causing him to spew blood. he was sent flying, crashing through the wall behind Jiang Tianyu's room, leaving a blood trail stretching over 10 meters on the ground. When he finally came to a halt, Pang Hai was on the brink of death. His back was a mangled mess, his spine completely shattered by that one blow, and he lost all sensation in his lower body. With a face twisted in terror and rage, he gazed at Jiang Tianyu, seemingly still in disbelief. However, upon seeing Jiang Tianyu approach wielding the hammer, Pang Hai's heart raced, and his complexion turned ashen as he pleaded, "Brother Jiang, spare my life. You cannot kill me. I am the head of the blacksmith shop's guards and a man of the Jiang family's elder. If you kill me, the elder will not let you off. Spare me, and from this day forth, I shall no longer trouble you. No, from now on, I, Pang Hai, will be entirely at your command." Bang! Jiang Tianyu swiftly brought the hammer down, shattering his skull, uninterested in further conversation. In fact, upon hearing Pang Hai's words, an unprecedented rage surged within him. The elder again. Time and again, they sought to end his life. Did they truly think him a soft target? Pang Hai's headless corpse slowly collapsed to the ground, and the yard returned to a state of tranquility. Even in death, Pang Hai was consumed by endless regret. If given another chance, he would never have acted so presumptuously as to ambush Jiang Tianyu. He had thought he was merely eliminating a lowly cultivator, never realizing this was a grave miscalculation. Instead, he had sought his own demise. Jiang Tianyu approached to search the corpse, but found not even a scrap of silver, infuriating him to the point of kicking Pang Hai's body in frustration. Damn, what a loss. Tomorrow he would have to spend his own money to hire someone to repair the house. He procured a sheet to wrap Pang Hai's corpse and, under the cover of night, transported it out of Shirtang City, discarding it deep in a mass grave to be consumed by wild beasts. After returning to the yard, he fetched well water to cleanse the bloodstains. Once he had tidied himself up, Jiang Tianyu was finally able to return to sleep. The following morning, upon waking, Jiang Tianyu immediately attuned himself to his body and discovered that the 36 body refining patterns of blood energy had manifested within him, signifying that he had broken through to the 36th level of body refinement. Moreover, the Windstorm body refining hammer technique and Celestial Ape 36 hammer forms had completely integrated, achieving a state of perfect harmony. As he contemplated the profound intricacies of the harmonized hammer techniques, Jiang Tianyu mused, "From this day forth, I shall name it the earth-shattering hammer technique." Simultaneously, he gleaned some insights from the demonic crocodile celestial transformation chart and the giant elephant 100 gods technique. Realizing that once he incorporated these martial arts profundities into his own, this hammer technique might indeed be capable of turning the world upside down. Chapter 36. Return. After washing up, Jiang Tianyu returned to the blacksmith shop with an air of nonchalance. He chose not to disclose the events of Pang Hai's nocturnal ambush and subsequent demise, for the situation in Shirtang City was far from stable. The city guard leader, Tang Anshan, and most of the city guards had yet to return from their duties. Additionally, the chief steward Jiang Zopeng, his master Li Jinhe, and others had also not made their return. Should they fail to return, chaos could truly ensue in Shirtang City, and the blacksmith shop would undoubtedly face significant changes. Pang Hai had not shown up all night, and it was not until noon that the guards, unable to find him, began to search, only to discover he was missing. This revelation sent shockwaves through the blacksmith shop, prompting even the second steward, Pan Guanchuan, who had been in seclusion to recover, to emerge. Upon hearing of Pang Hai's disappearance, Pan Guanchuan was so enraged he nearly spat blood. That scoundrel! He had reiterated countless times the importance of safeguarding the blacksmith shop, and now the most crucial person had vanished the very next day. Pan Guanchuan was both furious and anxious, questioning where that fool Pang Hai could possibly have gone. Even if he had left the blacksmith shop, it was inconceivable for him to have been absent for an entire night. The fact that he had not returned suggested that something terrible had likely befallen him. Contemplating this, Pan Guanchuan's expression darkened to an extreme, and he unleashed a tirade upon the guards, instilling such fear that most of them dared not breathe a word. Feeling as though the atmosphere in the blacksmith shop had plummeted to an alarming low, Jiang Tianyu, however, felt no such trepidation. After all, it was he who had dealt the fatal blow. If they possessed the capability, they could very well venture into hell to find him. Who were they to direct their wrath at him? Pan Guanchuan had yet to earn that right. As the afternoon wore on and Pang Hai remained absent, Pan Guanchuan had no choice but to order everyone to stay at the blacksmith shop, while he returned to seclusion to heal, lest he risk suffering hidden injuries. Fortunately, the following morning, the chief steward Jiang Zopeng returned with his men, and the city guard leader Tang Anshan, along with the remaining guards, safely returned to Shirtang City. In the courtyard of Jiang Zopeng's residence, Jiang Tianyu encountered Jiang Zopeng, Li Jinhe, and Lin Haixiang, who had just returned from the Wolf Howl mountain range. However, Upon seeing Jiang Zopeng, Jiang Tianyu's expression shifted slightly, for Jiang Zopeng's left arm was but a remnant of his former self, with the rest missing, leaving only an empty sleeve. Fortunately, Li Jinhe and Lin Haixiang appeared unscathed, though they bore some injuries that were not too severe. "Chief Steward, what happened to your hand?" Jiang Tianyu inquired with a solemn expression. Jiang Zopeng, however, merely smiled and waved his remaining right hand, saying, "It's nothing serious, just lost a bit of my left arm." Li Jinhe's countenance darkened, revealing a hint of fury as he said, "The Yu family scoundrels chose to ally with Tang Yanshan. We had already withdrawn from the Wolf Howl mountain range, yet they disregarded the Black Dragon sect's threats and attempted to ambush us, aiming to eliminate us all. If it hadn't been for the Chief Steward's desperate efforts to lead us to break through, we might have all perished outside the Wolf Howl mountain range. In the process, the Chief Steward lost half of his left hand to that old dog Tang Yanshan." Jiang Zopeng still wore a calm smile as he replied, "Though I lost half a hand, that old second of the Yu family didn't fare any better. He took a hammer blow from me. He may not die, but at his age, the internal injuries he sustained will likely render him half-crippled. Not a bad trait." Lin Haixiang urged Jiang Tianyu to take a seat and continue the conversation. He then turned to Jiang Zopeng and quietly inquired, "Chief Steward, it seems the Yu family intends to join forces with Tang Yanshan. This may only be the beginning. How shall we respond moving forward?" Jiang Zopeng gently shook his head and remarked, "The blacksmith shop will continue its operations as usual. We merely need to guard against any disturbances from the Yu family and the city guards. As for other matters, the Jiang family will naturally handle them." Upon hearing this, Li Jinhe and Lin Haixiang exchanged relieved glances, both letting out sighs of relief. After all, they were dealing with the formidable Yu family and the city guards, two of the most prominent forces in Shitang City. Both colossal entities that a mere blacksmith shop could not contend with. Only the Jiang family could intervene effectively. Subsequently, Jiang Zopeng turned to Jiang Tianyu to inquire about the state of the blacksmith shop. While there was little to report, Jiang Tianyu mentioned that the chief guard, Peng Hai, had mysteriously vanished the night he returned, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zopeng furrowed his brow, eager to learn more about Peng Hai's situation. However, Jiang Tianyu simply shook his head, indicating he had little knowledge on the matter. There was no need to divulge that Peng Hai had met his demise at his hands. Less trouble was preferable. Jiang Tianyu also saw no reason to flaunt his strength and ferocity. It was best for things to remain as they were. Jiang Zopeng did not press further and did not contemplate the possibility of Peng Hai having ambushed Jiang Tianyu, only to meet his end at Jiang Tianyu's hands. Since Jiang Tianyu was unaware, he would inquire about it later with Pan Guanchuan. After a brief conversation, Li Jinhe, Lin Haixiang, and Jiang Tianyu took their leave. As they exited the courtyard, Lin Haixiang, while walking, scrutinized Jiang Tianyu and chuckled, "I've heard that during your expedition to Wolf Howl Mountain Ridge, you not only vanquished a Silver Snow Wolf King, but also defeated a 9th-level body refinement warrior from the Black Dragon cult? Your prowess must be nearing the bone-forging realm." "Not quite," Jiang Tianyu replied with a bitter smile. He longed to break through to the bone-forging realm and refine his strength to a new level with penetrating bone energy. Yet, his body had become increasingly formidable, with bones transforming into an incredibly hard substance. Even the techniques of the magic crocodile and the great elephant were unable to temper him sufficiently to extract penetrating bone energy. The aspiration to transcend into the second realm of martial arts still seemed a distant dream. Lin Haixiang perceived Jiang Tianyu's humility and playfully poked him. Turning to Li Jinhe with a hearty laugh, "Look at him. This lad is still keeping secrets from me." Li Jinhe chuckled, stroking his beard. He has only recently acquired the bone forging technique. Even if he could break through, it would likely take a year or more. Indeed, he has a long way to go. Lin Haixiang shook his head with a smirk. "Old Li, with that smirk of yours, I might just believe you. Look at your smugness. Alas, why do I not have a disciple like him?" Amidst Lin Haixiang's envious remarks, Li Jinhe laughed heartily, momentarily dispelling some of the sorrow he felt from losing his son. "Well, you all continue your conversation. I shall return to the front courtyard to assess the situation." With that, Lin Haixiang slipped away. Li Jinhe's smile faded as he turned to Jiang Tianyu. His lips quivered slightly before he released a deep sigh, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. The remains of Xu Chao had already been laid to rest, yet regrettably, he had not been able to avenge him. Li Jinhe's voice trembled, his fists clenched, radiating a chilling intent for vengeance. He had relentlessly pursued the notorious bandit, King Bai Yuan, on the front lines. But time and again, he had been thwarted by that scoundrel Tang Yanshan, leaving his hopes for retribution dashed. This not only ignited his fury, but also filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. He, Li Jinhe, was growing old. His strength paled in comparison to that of the bandit King Bai Yuan. After this failed attempt at vengeance, Would he ever have another opportunity? Chapter 37, Ascension. Jiang Tianyu silently listened as his master recounted tales from Li Shuchao's childhood. As memories resurfaced, Li Junhe's emotions gradually calmed, ultimately returning to a state of silence. Li Junhe smiled, patting Jiang Tianyu's shoulder. As one grows old, one tends to ramble. Oh, make sure to visit your master more often to bring some life into my home. You go on with your tasks. I must check on the storeroom and see how those rascals are doing. As Jiang Tianyu watched Li Junhe's departing figure, he noted that, although his master appeared in good health, even at 70 or 80, his back remained straight and strong, his posture somewhat frail, yet still brimming with latent power. However, after all that had transpired, seeing Li Junhe now, it was evident that he had aged. His spine no longer stood as erect as it once did, nor did he possess the same indomitable spirit akin to a fierce tiger. Instead, he exuded the aura of a weary elder, his back now slightly hunched. The walk back to the storeroom resembled a slow march towards a dim abyss, fully resigned to fate. Jiang Tianyu stood in place, enveloped in silence for a long while. Though not particularly young himself, nearing 49, he was on the cusp of old age. Calling him an uncle would be a generous understatement. He was nearing the threshold of senescence. If he had not been persistently advancing in his cultivation, he feared that in the near future, he might find himself in a similar state as his master. No, perhaps even worse. After all, he was nearing 50 and still a bachelor, without children or family. His master had at least a granddaughter and a daughter-in-law to ensure he had someone to bury him when the time came. He had lived a life far less fulfilling than his master's. Presently, however, things seemed somewhat better. His cultivation in the body refinement realm had been consistently progressing. Although Jiang Tianyu was uncertain whether martial arts offered the concept of longevity, he felt confident that with his current physique, he could easily live beyond 100 years. Perhaps he could even reach the age of 130 or 40. After all, with such a robust body, there was no reason he should not surpass those centenarians from his past life on Earth. If his body continued to undergo transformation and enhancement, could there be a day of profound change? Is there truly someone in this world who can achieve immortality? Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Jiang Tianyu quietly scoffed at himself. He had yet to even step beyond Shitang City and was merely a lowly figure within the body refinement realm. Even if he were to attain immortality, it would still be a distant dream. In relatively good spirits, he hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to his forge. The blacksmith shop seemed to have returned to its normal rhythm. The safe return of Jiang Zoming and his master, Li Junhe, was the best news for him. After all, a stable blacksmith shop was beneficial for his own cultivation. Being associated with such a formidable entity as the Jiang family allowed him to navigate his training with far fewer troubles, rendering him inconspicuous. This was precisely what Jiang Tianyu desired, for his pursuit lay within the realm of martial arts, not elsewhere. Spending 10, 20, or even several decades in this manner, what level of cultivation would he achieve? What would the world appear like through his eyes by then? It was all too uncertain. But one could say that everything was worth anticipating. Li Xintong was still absent, having just resolved matters concerning her father. Jiang Tianyu had granted her a few days off to spend quality time with her mother. Before the forge, Gao Qingyo diligently hammered away, sweat pouring as he worked the iron. Jiang Tianyu stood quietly behind him, observing for a considerable time. Only when Gao Qingyo returned the iron to the fire did Jiang Tianyu nod and say, "Not bad. Your chaotic cloak body refining hammer technique has reached a minor success. Give it a try and see if you can forge a first-grade weapon." Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's command, Gao Qingyo's body tensed with excitement, his face lighting up with joy. "Thank you, master. I'll prepare right away." After instructing 2 helpers to assist him, Gao Qingyo took a deep breath, calming his exhilaration before entering the zone. Beginning to forge a first-grade weapon with the refined iron he had created. The forging of a first-tier ordinary weapon is, in fact, not overly challenging. During this period, Gao Qingyo has been apprenticing under Jiang Tianyu, and although he has been primarily focused on blacksmithing, his skills have seen remarkable improvement. His progress has been far greater than in the preceding years. Thus, for him, the crafting of a first-tier ordinary weapon was well within his capabilities. As expected, when evening descended, Gao Qingyo, somewhat apprehensively, placed the weapon he had forged into a specially designed quenching liquid for tempering. Upon completing the quenching process, he cautiously lifted it to inspect. A flicker of joy emerged on his face, and he burst into hearty laughter, ecstatic as he handed the Qinglin sword to Jiang Tianyu. Overflowing with excitement, Gao Qingyo exclaimed, "Master, it's done. I have forged a first-tier ordinary weapon, flawless in every regard. Its quality is even considered exceptional among first-tier weapons." This signified that Gao Qingyo possessed the capability to attempt crafting a first-tier exquisite weapon. With a resounding clang, Jiang Tianyu received the weapon and flicked it lightly with his fingers, listening to the crisp sound of the Qinglin sword as it sang. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It reflects the teachings I have imparted over the years. He returned the sword and added, tomorrow, I shall speak with the head shopkeeper to promote you to the status of a master blacksmith. You may also apply for your own forging station to craft weapons independently. Remember, do not become arrogant or impetuous. You are still merely at the threshold of this craft. Only when you have forged a second-tier weapon should you allow yourself to revel in pride. Gao Qingyo chuckled and replied earnestly, Thank you, master. I will heed your teachings. His character, simple and honest, though filled with excitement, remained far from arrogance or hubris. Thus, the notion of reprimands mattered little to him. What resonated with him was the prospect of his master speaking to the head shopkeeper to elevate him to the rank of master blacksmith. This meant he could earn more money, save up to buy a house in the city, and bring his parents and siblings to live with him. As he envisioned the bright days ahead as a master blacksmith, Gao Qingyo felt a surge of eagerness and anticipation. Surely, his family would be overjoyed to learn of his new status. As twilight deepened, upon returning to the courtyard of Giang Alley from the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu cast a glance at the golden snail, still deeply slumbering, its awakening uncertain. He brewed 2 doses of medicinal liquid and consumed them while practicing martial arts. Pondering the events to come, tomorrow, he would attempt to forge a second-tier weapon. Chapter 38, The 37 Layers. Boom. The thunderous hammer swung in Jiang Tianyu's grasp, sweeping through the air like the colossal tail of a demonic crocodile, resonating with thunderous echoes that shook the earth. An overwhelming, blood-red aura of ferocity enveloped Jiang Tianyu, transforming him into a towering beast of terror, far surpassing the typical practitioners of the second realm of bone forging. The speed at which the thunderous hammer danced left behind ethereal afterimages in the air. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet, firmly rooted like ancient trees, as the source of all martial prowess emanated through his stances. The terrifying power coursed through his spine, radiating throughout his entire being, culminating in the heavy hammer that felt as if it extended from his very arms. The multitude of hammer shadows that filled the sky exuded an earth-shattering might. Half an hour later, the hammer's form shifted, morphing into a more agile and formidable dragon. Ultimately, there seemed to be the emergence of a rampaging divine elephant, charging through the world with unrestrained might. As the night deepened, Jiang Tianyu ceased his training, his clothes drenched in sweat, steam rising from his body. His skin flushed and hot as if it were a piece of searing iron. Although his body felt weary, his mind remained clear, illuminated by flashes of insight gleaned from his recent hammer practice. Despite his daily advancements in martial prowess, he had never faltered in his training regimen. Martial arts, being a path, naturally require continuous refinement and enlightenment. With a touch of insight, when practiced to its zenith, one can naturally grasp the essence of martial arts and the realm of technique nearing the path. After pausing for a moment in the courtyard, Jiang Tianyu exhaled a long, heated breath, assessing his physical condition and contemplating. The demonic crocodile form has solidified its foundation, and the next form, the heavenly dragon, has also undergone partial tempering. Perhaps in 10 to 15 days, I shall succeed. Once I cultivate the heavenly dragon's foundation, a unique structure formed by 144 bones will undoubtedly place me at the pinnacle among the bone-forging practitioners of the second realm in Shirtang City. Should I manage to cultivate the giant elephant form as well, I might just earn the right to claim invincibility within this realm of martial arts in Shirtang City. The giant elephant 100 deities technique, a supreme martial art from the Longhu Tianzong, has no such lineage within the entirety of Shirtang City. Perhaps the Jiang family in Chaotian Prefecture possesses it, but the Jiang family of Shirtang City does not. After assessing the fruits of his training that night, Jiang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. After refreshing himself with several buckets of cool well water, he retired for the night, as usual. The following morning, Jiang Tianyu awoke promptly. Outside his window, the dawn light was faintly illuminated, with birds chirping joyfully in the courtyard, rousing him from slumber. Taking stock of his body, he sighed softly. The 37th layer of body refinement. He tapped his body, and at that moment, his muscles felt as if they had hardened to the quality of steel, resilient and unyielding. At this rate, he could likely withstand a strike from a first-tier weapon without injury. After refreshing himself, Jiang Tianyu donned a snug azure shirt and made his way to the blacksmith shop. Upon arriving, he was somewhat surprised to see Li Xintong already present at the shop. "You're back so soon?" he inquired. Li Xintong's expression still bore signs of distress. Her father's death had impacted her deeply. She forced a smile and bowed softly. "Master, my mother said the arrangements regarding my father have been completed, and I couldn't delay your matters, so I returned to the blacksmith shop." Jiang Tianyu hesitated briefly, but nodded, saying, "Very well. It's good that you're back. Gao Qingyo successfully forged a first-tier weapon yesterday. Since you are here, Begin by forging a piece of fine iron to regain your strength. Tomorrow, we shall see if you can forge a first-tier weapon. Li Xintong obediently replied, "Understood, master." Today, Gao Qingyo was radiant with joy. Upon seeing Jiang Tianyu, he looked expectantly at him, poised to speak but hesitating. Jiang Tianyu found this amusing and scolded, "Go. Take someone to the storeroom and fetch some materials. I intend to forge a second-tier weapon today. As for your master title, it will certainly involve you. After I see if Xintong can forge a first-tier weapon tomorrow, we shall go to speak with the head shopkeeper together." Hearing this, Gao Qingyo chuckled and exclaimed, "All right, master. I shall go right away." The simpleton grinned foolishly as he hurried off to the storeroom in the backyard. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyu shook his head and began preparing for the forging of the second-tier weapon. He planned to reforge the thunderous hammer he held. Let us consider the possibility of elevating it to a second-tier weapon. After all, the Thundersound Heavy Hammer is his most adept weapon. Should it be enhanced, it would naturally amplify its own power. The distinction between a second-tier weapon and a first-tier weapon is profound, as the former embodies a unique essence of strength. For martial artists, it bestows a slight augmentation of power. A well-crafted second-tier weapon could potentially elevate the prowess of a practitioner at the bone-forging realm by more than 10%. Before long, Gao Qingyo returned with his companions from the storeroom, bringing with them special materials required for forging second-tier weapons. The remaining helpers ignited the furnace capable of melting second-tier materials, the flames glowing a fierce red. Jiang Tianyu grasped the forging hammer, shaping the refined second-tier materials. The rhythmic clang of metal echoed through the air, a symphony of blacksmithing that, while perhaps cacophonous to untrained ears, was music to the artisans within the forge. This sound, resonant and penetrating, seemed to travel from Jiang Tianyu's anvil, reaching the ears of other craftsmen and even the masters of the forge. Being seasoned experts, they could discern the quality of the rhythmic forging process. Not far away, at another forge, Zhao Taifeng's expression shifted as he listened to the forging sounds, his heart racing with astonishment. This forging technique, even without witnessing it firsthand, he could tell that a craftsman capable of producing such a forging frequency far surpassed his own abilities. In his astonishment, Zhao Taifeng hastily set aside his work and ventured out, eager to trace the source of the sound. He soon discovered that other masters and craftsmen had also emerged, sharing his curiosity. Upon seeing familiar faces among the masters, Zhao Taifeng frowned slightly, glancing towards the sound's origin. A sudden realization struck him, and his expression changed. Could it be him? As they quietly approached Jiang Tianyu's forge, the sight of the figure drenched in sweat and wielding the hammer left all the masters and craftsmen speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment, frozen in place. Chapter 39. Ascending to Second Tier. Observing Jiang Tianyu repeatedly tempering the materials, the unique forging technique and the exceptionally hard materials convinced Zhao Taifeng and the others that Jiang Tianyu was indeed forging a second-tier weapon. One master, sensing the aura of the Body Refinement Realm emanating from Jiang Tianyu, felt an urge to scoff at the audacity of attempting to forge a second-tier weapon. Yet, as he beheld the formidable second-tier materials obediently morphing into weapon form beneath Jiang Tianyu's hammer, he swiftly silenced his thoughts. Although he believed Jiang Tianyu could not possibly forge a second-tier weapon, it was undeniable that Jiang Tianyu's current state was far beyond what he could aspire to or ridicule. In the realm of blacksmithing, there exists a hierarchy of ridicule, and he, being inferior to Jiang Tianyu in skill, was the one deserving of scorn. Zhao Taifeng initially harbored disdain, eager to witness Jiang Tianyu's folly, but as he observed the crafting process, his expression grew solemn, ultimately becoming engrossed, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Forging a second-tier weapon is no easy feat and cannot be accomplished in a short span. Whereas a first-tier weapon requires merely 100 temperings, a second-tier weapon demands 1,000. The intricate forging patterns began to manifest on the material, with impurities being eliminated through Jiang Tianyu's relentless hammering. The reformed Thundersound Heavy Hammer gradually taking shape under his skilled craftsmanship. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon of the second day. After 2 days of continuous forging, Jiang Tianyu felt a tinge of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to a radiant star. His mind was clear, and his grip on the forging hammer remained steady, striking with precision. At this moment, a commotion arose behind him, but it did not disrupt Jiang Tianyu's complete immersion in his craft. Behind him, Jiang Zomeng, Pan Guanchuan, Li Jinhe, Lin Haixiang, and the newly appointed head guard Jiang Zhouhe arrived in succession. Jiang Zomeng gazed at Jiang Tianyu, who was engrossed in forging, with a grave expression, his brows furrowed in slight confusion. For, in his perception, Jiang Tianyu was still at the Body Refinement Realm. Was he truly attempting to forge a second-tier weapon with such cultivation? Was this not sheer folly? Pan Guanchuan beside Jiang felt an urge to intervene directly. But as he moved, Jiang Zoming's remaining hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, suppressing him with a force that caused Pan Guanchuan's expression to shift. Even with only one hand, Jiang Zoming still possessed the strength of his martial arts, a testament to his prowess. Pan Guanchuan could not defy him. Jiang Zoming, with a firm grip on Pan Guanchuan, spoke in a low voice, "Be patient, let us observe." Though Pan Guanchuan felt displeased, he dared not oppose Jiang Zoming's will, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let us see how he missteps." As night fell, a smile of joy illuminated Jiang Tianyu's face as he delivered the final strike of the hammer. He then placed the thunder sound heavy hammer back into the furnace for reheating. When the hammer glowed a fiery red, he quickly extracted it and plunged it into the prepared special second-tier quenching liquid. Sizzle. At that moment, Li Jinhe could no longer contain himself. Rushing to Jiang Tianyu's side to gaze at the large barrel of second-tier quenching liquid, his eyes alight with excitement and anticipation, eagerly rubbing his hands together. "Has it worked?" Jiang Tianyu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the quenching liquid. Only when the liquid ceased to bubble did he reach in. Seizing the handle of the thunder sound heavy hammer and lifting it out, splash. With the sound of splashing quenching liquid, the thunder sound heavy hammer emerged, glistening with a cold radiance. Intricate forging patterns adorned the entire hammer. The handle extended to a length of 1 meter and 80 centimeters, and with the massive hammerhead, the overall length surpassed 2 meters. The reforged thunder sound heavy hammer also gained weight, reaching 180 pounds. Boom. As Jiang Tianyu swung the thunder sound heavy hammer, its formidable weight instantly shattered the surrounding air, producing a thunderous sound that left the faces of everyone present, including Zhao Taifeng and the masters, altered. Some could not help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "How heavy must this hammer be?" A seemingly ordinary middle-aged apprentice, who had been following Zhao Taifeng, felt a chill run down his spine, inwardly cursing, "Damn, this is so heavy. If it strikes me, I wouldn't just be smashed to pieces but turned into pulp." What madness was Jiang Tianyu displaying, forging such a heavy weapon? Could he even wield it? As Jiang Tianyu swung the hammer, sensing the unique icy power contained within the reforged thunder sound heavy hammer, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he nodded to Li Jinhe. "Master, it is complete." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Li Jinhe threw his head back in laughter, his body trembling with excitement, and with a heart full of joy, he took the thunder sound heavy hammer from Jiang Tianyu's hands, his expression a mix of emotions as he gently caressed the second-tier ordinary grade weapon. Though merely a second-tier ordinary weapon, it is indeed a second-tier armament. It is incomparable to a first-tier weapon. Successfully forging a second-tier weapon in one attempt, his disciple Jiang Tianyu can now truly be regarded as a second-tier blacksmith. Following Jiang Zowang and Pan Guanchuan, he is the third individual to attain the status of a second-tier blacksmith in the forge. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jinhe turned and approached Jiang Zowang, respectfully handing over the thunder sound heavy hammer, saying, "Master, please assess its quality." Jiang Zowang meticulously traced the forging patterns on the heavy hammer. After quenching, the patterns resembled intricate blue water ripples, coupled with the chilling power emanating from the hammer, which could make an ordinary warrior shudder. He could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it has been accomplished, a second-tier ordinary weapon." He then passed the thunder sound heavy hammer to Pan Guanchuan for inspection, his gaze shifting to Jiang Tianyu, his expression a complex blend of satisfaction, astonishment, and a hint of joyful bewilderment. The other onlookers erupted in astonishment upon hearing Jiang Zowang's verdict, even though they had mentally prepared themselves over the past couple of days. The reality of Jiang Tianyu forging a second-tier weapon was still rather difficult to fathom. Whether it was envy, resentment, or jealousy, a myriad of emotions surged within them, ultimately manifesting as admiration and reverence directed toward Jiang Tianyu. From this day forth, Jiang Tianyu's standing in the forge would undoubtedly be subordinate only to Jiang Zowang and Pan Guanchuan. Chapter 40. The Marvel of the Golden Snail. Well then, the weapon has been successfully forged. You may all disperse, Jiang Zowang instructed, sending Zhao Taifeng and the others away. Meanwhile, Pan Guanchuan's expression fluctuated as he regarded the weapon in his hands, undeniably a second-tier armament. In front of everyone, Jiang Tianyu had forged a second-tier heavy hammer, signifying that the individual he once perceived as a threat had now become a genuine source of concern. Moreover, with the recent sudden disappearance of Pang Hai, the leader of the guards had now been replaced by Jiang Zowang's relative, Jiang Zhouhe, a member of the second-tier lineage. The forge was gradually slipping out of control, leaving Pan Guanchuan with diminishing ground to stand on. After a moment of contemplation, Pan Guanchuan managed to muster a smile, returning the thunder sound heavy hammer to Jiang Tianyu, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Tianyu, on successfully forging a second-tier weapon. Remarkable. Just over a month ago, you could only forge a first-tier ordinary weapon, And now, here you are, having successfully crafted a second-tier armament. At this rate, might you forge a third-tier weapon next month? Ha ha ha. I must admit, I find myself rather eager to see. While these words appeared to be congratulatory, they were, in reality, laced with veiled malice. After all, Jiang Zhuang could only forge second-tier weapons himself. If Jiang Tianyu were capable of producing a third-tier weapon, would Jiang Zhuang be forced to step aside? However, Pan Guanxuan underestimated Jiang Zhuang's capacity for tolerance. For Jiang Zhuang, Jiang Tianyu's ability to forge second-tier weapons was a delightful surprise, even an unexpected joy. Should Jiang Tianyu one day manage to forge a third-tier weapon, Jiang Zhuang would wholeheartedly guarantee that he would support him in becoming an elder of the Jiang family alongside the family head. What a boon that would be! A third-tier blacksmith is a rarity in Shitang City. If their Jiang family could indeed produce a third-tier blacksmith, what an extraordinary turn of events that would be. Jiang Zhuang chuckled, placing a hand on Jiang Tianyu's shoulder. It is late. Let us wait until tomorrow for you to visit my family and bring this hammer for the family head to see. It will surely be a surprise for him. After 2 days of forging, I believe you must be weary. Go home and rest well. You are dismissed. Leading the way out, as they exited Jiang Tianyu's forge, Jiang Zhuang's hearty laughter echoed. Today shall be a day of great revelation. Ha! Pan Guanxuan also left with a smile, but as he stepped out of the courtyard, his expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grim, teeth clenched. A glimmer of ruthless determination flickered in his eyes. I need to devise a plan. After a moment of hesitation, Pan Guanxuan departed the forge, heading toward the Jiang family. In the courtyard, Li Jinhe looked at Jiang Tianyu with a nod of appreciation, saying, "Come to my house tomorrow. We shall celebrate your achievement properly." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tianyu agreed. All right. Once Li Jinhe had taken his leave, Jiang Tianyu's gaze returned to the thunder-sound-heavy hammer. The reformed hammer had undergone significant changes, yet to Jiang Tianyu, it still felt as familiar as a sibling. He let out a gentle breath, a smile gracing his face as he murmured, "A second-tier blacksmith. This is merely the beginning." He was well aware that he possessed the legacy of a fifth-tier blacksmith. Even fifth-tier weapons and renowned armors had their legacies. As long as he had sufficient strength, he could attempt to forge them. Cracking his bones, Jiang Tianyu waved goodbye to Li Xintong, Gao Qinyo, and the others, before returning alone to his courtyard in Guiyang Alley. However, instead of resuming his martial training, he opted to freshen up and then laid down to sleep soundly. The following morning, as the melodious chirping of birds drifted in through the window, Jiang Tianyu awoke. He assessed his body and shook his head, resignedly stating, "The 39th layer of the Body Refinement Realm. Truly, the path of body refinement knows no bounds." After a restful slumber, Jiang Tianyu felt invigorated and refreshed. As he cleaned up and donned a fine garment in preparation to step outside, a voice echoed in his mind, that of the golden snail. Wait. I, Lord Niu, am hungry." Whoosh. The golden snail, previously slumbering in the room, transformed into a beam of golden light and landed on Jiang Tianyu's shoulder. Jiang Tianyu swiftly grasped it, ready to toss it away, his expression stern as he questioned, "Whose lord are you?" Startled, the golden snail quickly adopted a childlike tone. "You are my lord. Please, put me down. I cannot withstand your strength if you toss me." Lord, please calm down," Jiang Tianyu muttered under his breath, finding the creature shameless. As he stepped out, he quietly inquired, "Did you not just say you were hungry? What do you wish to eat? Steamed buns, noodles, or rice?" After having a hearty breakfast, Jiang Tianyu stood before a herbal shop, his expression dark as coal, burdened with 2 large packages of old medicinal herbs and supplements. This creature, instead of food, was intent on consuming medicine. Accepting this was one thing, but it specifically chose the most expensive and nourishing items. This meal alone cost him over 300 taels of silver. Hastily returning to the courtyard in Guiyang Alley, Jiang Tianyu had barely opened the packages of herbs when the golden snail had already settled atop the pile of old medicinal herbs, beginning its feast. To Jiang Tianyu's astonishment, despite the golden snail being no larger than a fist, its mouth was indiscernible, yet in the blink of an eye, it had devoured 2 rare nourishing old Ganoderma mushrooms. The herbs beneath it seemed to transform into powder, rapidly consumed by the snail. After devouring an entire bag of old herbs, the golden snail showed no sign of change, as if it could digest instantly. After feasting on several hundred taels worth of old herbs, the golden snail sprawled across the stone table, sighing, "What a struggle. Old Niu has finally had a full meal." Jiang Tianyu, frowning, remarked, "You just devoured several hundred taels of silver." The golden snail grumbled, "Only a few hundred taels. It's not much." Suddenly, Jiang Tianyu realized a grave concern and urgently inquired, "How many meals do you consume in a day?" The golden snail remarked with a click of its tongue, "Generally speaking, I could still manage to consume 10 more meals, but you seem rather impoverished. With what I just ingested, I could probably last 3 to 5 days without sustenance. How about you head back to Wolfhowl Mountain? Jiang Tianyu quickly suggested. The golden snail scoffed. I have merely consumed a trivial amount of your medicinal herbs. Must you be so stingy? At most, after I digest this, I shall return you a few fine items. Internally, Jiang Tianyu cursed. What do you mean a trivial amount? That was worth several hundred taels of silver for just a few days, and over 1,000 for the month. Who on earth can endure that? Who can afford it? Yet, he furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you mean by returning me something good after digestion? The golden snail chuckled mischievously, shifting aside to reveal a red, bean-sized pill that had mysteriously appeared beneath it. This, my friend, is a precious item. Our esteemed clan, the blood god snail tribe, once produced top-tier alchemists sought after by all-powerful beings, and their concoctions were in high demand. This pill far surpasses those so-called potions you have consumed. I can return you 20 of these for that meal you just provided. Impossible. Jiang Tianyu's face darkened as he felt a surge of anger, contemplating violence. Did you just excrete that? Seeing Jiang Tianyu's fury, the golden snail hastily intervened. If you don't believe me, you can have your disciple try it. I assure you, this is indeed a great tonic. The memories of my ancestors confirm its value. Once, mighty beings clamored for such treasures. Jiang Tianyu, though he found the snail's eagerness repulsive, he pondered, what if it truly is effective? After some contemplation, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a small jade vial. Carefully picking up the pill with chopsticks and placing it inside, he shot a fierce glare at the golden snail. If you dare deceive me, I shall have my vengeance. Indeed, the golden snail chuckled nervously. I assure you, I am not lying. If I were to deceive you, I would be a mere pup. Jiang Tianyu scoffed lightly, ignoring the creature further as he concealed the vial within his sleeve and exited briskly towards the blacksmith's workshop. Chapter 41. Astonishment upon arriving at his forging station. He was met with the respectful salutes of over 20 individuals, a treatment he had never received before. Jiang Tianyu felt a surge of joy as he approached the forge, where Gao Qingyo was preparing materials. He waved him over. Qingyo, come here. Gao Qingyo, spotting Jiang Tianyu, promptly set aside his hammer and scurried over, bowing respectfully, master. Meanwhile, Li Xintong paused, her beautiful eyes reflecting curiosity as she wondered why Jiang Tianyu called Gao Qingyo and not her. Jiang Tianyu produced a jade vial from his robes and handed it to Gao Qingyo. This is a newly developed pill of mine. Its efficacy is remarkable and beneficial for cultivation. If you are not afraid, give it a try and let me know how it works upon my return. Gao Qingyo's hand trembled as he took the vial, his expression turning sour. Master, you aren't trying to poison me, are you? Jiang Tianyu patted his shoulder earnestly. Am I the kind of person to do such a thing? This is a valuable item that cost me a good 10 to 20 taels of silver. If you don't want it, I shall seek someone else. What? Gao Qingyo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the vial, astonished that such a small pill could be worth so much. Just as Jiang Tianyu reached for the vial to reclaim it, Gao Qingyo quickly withdrew his hand, hiding it behind his back and grinning broadly. Of course I want it, master. How could I refuse a treasure bestowed by you? Oh my, he marveled, realizing this pill cost as much as his annual salary. Although he suspected his master lacked knowledge of medicine, he couldn't help but wonder if it might actually be useful. Gao Qingyo chuckled. Thank you, master. In the future, should you find such items, feel free to approach your disciple. As long as it doesn't kill me, I will gladly accept. Li Xintong pouted, whispering, why does master only prepare for senior brother Qingyo and not for me? Jiang Tianyu caught a hint of her words and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This matter was rather complicated. Let's wait and see how effective it is for your senior brother first. After a moment's hesitation, he added, if it comes to it. You might want to test it on a dog first, or perhaps a pig, considering your size. Gao Qingyo's hand trembled again, his expression caught between hesitation and fear. Master, please refrain from speaking. Your words make me uneasy. Yet, upon reflection, he considered Jiang Tianyu's advice sensible and decided to first test the pill on a dog to ascertain its safety, leaving them to their forging practice. Jiang Tianyu made his way to the backyard, where he found Jiang Zongwen, who led him to the old Jiang family residence in the inner city. As they walked towards the Jiang household, Jiang Zongwen recounted recent developments in Shitang City since the Black Dragon sect's appearance at Wolfhowl Mountain. They have vanished without a trace, and the notorious bandit, King Baiyuan, has also gone silent. Thus, our greatest troubles do not stem from the Black Dragon sect or King Baiyuan, but rather from the city guards led by Tang Anshan and the Yu family. Jiang Tianyu furrowed his brow, inquiring, do Tang Anshan and the Yu family dare to act against our Jiang family? Are they not concerned about provoking our powerful clan? Jiang Zongwen shook his head slowly, speaking calmly. It is not that simple. Even if they were to act against us, our clan may not be able to offer assistance. There are complexities involved. Our branch in Shirtang City has been estranged from the main clan in Xiaotian City for over a century, and our connections have weakened considerably. Moreover, the Yu family and Tang Yanshan have their own backers. Many events can trigger a chain reaction, and even if our clan were to intervene, there would be numerous considerations, such as the Longhu Tianzong. After all, Tang Yanshan was once an inner disciple of the Longhu Tianzong, and his position as the commander of the city guards was arranged by them. Jiang Tianyu's gaze sharpened, his heart tightening. If this were the case, the situation for the Jiang family indeed appeared dire. However, he took solace in the fact that the Jiang family was powerful and deeply rooted. Even if Tang Yanshan and the Yu family sought to conspire against them, it would not be a matter of life and death resolved in a day. With towering figures like Jiang Chonglin and Jiang Zongwen shielding him, Jiang Tianyu could continue to develop in the shadows. Upon arriving at the Jiang family estate, Jiang Tianyu and Jiang Zongwen entered the study to find the family head, Jiang Chonglin, who appeared fatigued, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were dealing with pressing matters. He only lifted his gaze when the two entered, calmly addressing them. Zongwen and Tianyu have arrived? What brings you here? Jiang Zongwen stepped forward, smiling. Family head. We bring good news. Tianyu forged a second-tier ordinary-grade hammer weapon yesterday, and has thus advanced to a second-tier blacksmith. Jiang Chonglin's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Tianyu. You forged a second-tier weapon? How long has it been since I imparted the magic crocodile heavenly dragon 100 forms to you? Have you broken through to the bone refining stage? He observed Jiang Tianyu's aura closely, and his brows furrowed at what he sensed. The body refining stage? Jiang Tianyu stepped forward, presenting the thunder sound hammer to Jiang Chonglin. Family head, this is the hammer I forged yesterday. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tianyu took a step back and activated the magic crocodile heavenly dragon 100 forms martial art. As the blood energy surged forth, Jiang Tianyu momentarily transformed into a terrifying, demonic alligator, a fearsome aura coalescing into a monstrous beast that clung to him. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Chonglin's expression abruptly shifted, astonishment evident in his eyes as he sprang to his feet and exclaimed, the demonic alligator's bone transformation. Not only was Jiang Chonglin taken aback, but even Jiang Zomong, who stood nearby, wore a bewildered expression, staring in shock at Jiang Tianyu's manifestation of the demonic alligator form. What on earth is this? Jiang Zomong's face was a tapestry of astonishment. He was utterly unaware that Jiang Tianyu had already mastered the first form of the demonic alligator, heavenly serpent 100 forms. This fellow had concealed his prowess so deeply. After his initial shock, Jiang Chonglin's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Jiang Tianyu, incredulous. You have already mastered the first form of the demonic alligator, heavenly serpent 100 forms. He paused, reflecting on how little time had passed since he had entrusted Jiang Tianyu with the foundational diagram of the demonic alligator, heavenly serpent 100 forms. Had it been merely half a month? In just half a month, to have achieved the first form of the demonic alligator, heavenly serpent 100 forms. With 72 bone-tempering sessions? This speed, Jiang Chonglin couldn't help but inhale sharply, his gaze fixed on Jiang Tianyu. Previously, he had not regarded Jiang Tianyu with much importance. After all, he was merely a member of the Body Refinement Realm, seemingly of little assistance. Yet, if a kin could ascend from the Body Refinement Realm to mastering the first form of the demonic alligator, heavenly serpent 100 forms in less than half a month, he would be worthy of Jiang Chonglin's utmost attention and care. Chapter 42, Promoting the Third Manager. Suddenly, Jiang Chonglin's expression shifted as he meticulously scrutinized Jiang Tianyu. Sensing the aura of his cultivation, upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow, for within his perception, Jiang Tianyu was still evidently in the Body Refinement Realm. Why then? Jiang Chonglin's heart was a tempest of confusion as he pondered, your cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Tianyu finally spoke. I am uncertain as to the reason. Although I cannot break through the Body Refinement Realm to condense the bone-piercing strength, my physical body has continually undergone tempering and strengthening, and my bones have similarly improved. The cultivation of the demonic alligator heavenly serpent 100 forms has also proceeded smoothly. Hence my current strength should not be inferior to that of an average bone refinement realm practitioner. Jiang Chonglin and Jiang Zomong were taken aback. Unable to condense the bone-piercing strength, yet the physical body continued to grow stronger? The cultivation of the demonic alligator heavenly serpent 100 forms was also progressing smoothly? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chonglin regarded Jiang Tianyu thoughtfully. If you don't mind, may I examine your body to ascertain why you cannot condense the bone-piercing strength? Jiang Tianyu was indifferent, after all. As long as he did not actively reveal his body refinement patterns, no one would know he had already reached the 39th level of body refinement. He had no secrets to hide, despite the appearance of one. Thus, he graciously allowed Jiang Chenglin to inspect him. Jiang Chenglin infused a strand of energy to examine Jiang Tianyu's body, encompassing flesh, bones, and organs. Upon inspection, his expression shifted slightly. This physical strength surpasses that of many practitioners in the second stage of bone refinement. The bones were equally formidable. Although there was indeed no aura of the bone-piercing strength, and he had not advanced to the second stage of bone refinement, the sheer might of this physique was undeniable. Jiang Chenglin stood in stunned silence. This condition of the body was unlike anything he had encountered before. How could this be? Jiang Zomong, feeling a tinge of anxiety, quickly inquired, "Master, what is amiss? Can Tianyu still break through to the bone refinement realm?" If Jiang Tianyu could forge second-tier weapons and ascend to the rank of second-tier armorer without breaking through to the bone refinement realm, then what would happen if he achieved that breakthrough? Jiang Chenglin shook his head, withdrawing his hand and returning to his desk, stating, "Strange, Tianyu's body is exceedingly peculiar. He lacks the bone-piercing strength, yet his physique and bones surpass those of the vast majority of second-stage practitioners. What could be the reason?" After much contemplation, neither Jiang Chenglin nor Jiang Zomong could discern the cause, and they were left with no choice but to abandon the inquiry. Jiang Chenglin turned to Jiang Zomong with a serious demeanor. "You brought Tianyu back with a specific intention, did you not?" Previously, Jiang Chenglin had not placed much significance on Jiang Tianyu, but now, he had elevated Jiang Tianyu's status in his mind to that of a true core member of the Jiang family, one of the most promising individuals worthy of cultivation. Naturally, Jiang Chenglin approached Jiang Tianyu's upcoming arrangements with earnestness. Jiang Zomong nodded. "Initially, I was unaware that Tianyu had mastered the first form of the demonic alligator, heavenly serpent 100 forms. Now that I am aware, I am even more confident. I wish to promote Tianyu to the position of the third manager of the blacksmith shop, tasked with overseeing all forging matters and managing all craftsmen, including the master blacksmith. I will oversee the general affairs of the blacksmith shop, while the second manager, Pan Guanchuan, will be fully responsible for external matters, such as mining and the transportation of iron weapons and ores." Jiang Chenglin pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "You previously sent Zhou He to the blacksmith shop as the head of security, did you not?" Jiang Zhouhe, a member of Jiang Zomong's branch, was in charge of the security team at the blacksmith shop. Now, with Jiang Zomong assigning all external responsibilities of the blacksmith shop to the second manager Pan Guanchuan, it meant safeguarding the mines and ensuring the safe transport of ores and ironware. The remaining duties would be entrusted to Jiang Tianyu. In doing so, the second manager Pan Guanchuan would effectively be sidelined. After some consideration, Jiang Chenglin remarked, "Let us do it this way. For the security team, let Zhou He retain the title of leader, while Pan Guanchuan will still oversee the security team. However, should any issues arise concerning the mines or transportation of the blacksmith shop, he will be held accountable." Jiang Zomong considered this and deemed it reasonable. The security team indeed faced certain dangers, especially with the recent emergence of the Black Dragon cult outside the city. Entrusting Pan Guanchuan with full responsibility was a wise decision. Should any problems arise, he would be liable. "Very well," Jiang Zomong nodded in agreement. Jiang Chenglin then turned to Jiang Tianyu and inquired, "Tianyu, what are your thoughts? Are you confident in managing the forging and the craftsmen at the blacksmith shop?" Jiang Tianyu readily replied, "No problem." Jiang Chenglin nodded again, adding, "However, I have one requirement. Given the current unstable situation and the Black Dragon cult's recent appearance in Chaotian Prefecture, the blacksmith shop must enhance its forging standards. The production of second-tier weapons is still too scarce, and first-tier weapons are also in limited supply. You need to devise a plan to double the output within a year or two." Jiang Zomong was taken aback. Doubling the output was no small feat. As he contemplated bargaining and lamenting, Jiang Tianyu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. "I will strive to meet the family head's requirements." After all, there was a full year or two ahead. By then, he might have reached several hundred levels of body refinement, potentially allowing him to forge 4th-tier or even 5th-tier weapons and attain the status of a 5th-tier armorer. At that time, spending some time teaching a few 2nd-tier armorers among the craftsmen and apprentices at the blacksmith shop, as well as enhancing the forging standards of other craftsmen, should not be overly challenging. Jiang Tianyu was not surprised that Jiang Chenglin would propose such a requirement. The Jiang family was currently facing a precarious situation, necessitating preparations for the future. Stockpiling weapons and armor was indeed essential. If he could elevate the forging standards of all the craftsmen at the blacksmith shop by 1 or 2 tiers, the foundational strength of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop would undoubtedly undergo a transformative enhancement. Moreover, if he could forge 3rd-tier weapons, or even 4th or 5th-tier ones, he might be able to penetrate the weapon trade of other major cities in the Chaotian Prefecture. The formidable martial artists may flock to Shirtang City, seeking the Jiang Clan for assistance. In the future, as the tides turn, Shirtang City could become an extension of the Jiang family. Ha ha ha. Master of the house. We shall take our leave and not disturb you further, said Jiang Chan, who had drafted an appointment. After acquiring what they desired, Jiang Zoling and Jiang Tianyu departed without hesitation. Jiang Chan watched Jiang Tianyu's retreating figure, contemplating for a considerable time, only to reveal a slight smile. Pondering with intrigue, who would have thought that a chance encounter could yield such a remarkable kin? He eagerly anticipated the surprises Jiang Tianyu would bring to the forge as the third overseer, managing the crafting and the skilled artisans. If he could rein in the rowdy blacksmiths and sever the influence of the elders' faction, it would indeed be a substantial boon for Jiang Chan. After all, since he ascended to the position of family head, the elders had always posed an unstable element, refusing to heed his commands. To bend them to his will, he would have to instill a sense of despair, dismantling their subordinates and grasp. Summon the news to be disseminated and relay it to the forge, Jiang Chan commanded, instructing that the appointment of Jiang Tianyu as the third overseer of the forge be proclaimed. This announcement would not only declare the fact, but also signify that behind Jiang Tianyu, the third overseer of the forge, stood Jiang Chan, the head of the Jiang family. Chapter 43, Potency. The forge. Gao Qingyo procured a chicken and extracted a morsel from the pill given by his master to feed it. After a brief wait, the rooster not only survived, but became extraordinarily lively, crowing raucously in the courtyard. Witnessing this, Gao Qingyo's eyes sparkled. Was it not toxic? He called for Li Xintong, saying, "Junior sister, keep an eye on this for me. I shall test the efficacy of the pill my master provided. Should anything go awry, promptly summon a doctor." Li Xintong's expression was peculiar. It was merely a pill after all. Did it warrant such caution? However, she remained silent and nodded in agreement. Gao Qingyo swallowed the pill, and the moment it settled in his stomach, he felt a powerful surge of warmth erupting from his abdomen, rapidly coursing through his limbs, and even causing his head to flush crimson with heat and perspiration. As he experienced this unprecedented and formidable potency within him, Gao Qingyo's expression shifted, and he hastily grasped a nearby forging hammer to practice the chaotic body tempering technique. After fervently training for over an hour, he finally managed to digest a significant portion of the medicinal energy, integrating the remainder into his body for his own use. At that moment, his aura naturally transformed, propelling him from the 4th level of body tempering to the 5th. Although he was already nearing the 5th level, the potency of the pill left him exhilarated. "The pill my master provided is simply extraordinary. I feel it is hundreds of times more potent than the concoctions prepared for us at the forge," Gao Qingyo exclaimed, turning to Li Xintong, unable to contain his astonishment. He mused, "If I could consume one of these pills every few days, perhaps within a month, I could confidently break through to the 6th level of body tempering." Li Xintong interjected, "Senior brother, my master mentioned that each pill is worth a dozen or 20 taels of silver, and that is merely the cost." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyo's excitement diminished instantly, and he scratched his head in distress. "Indeed, this item is remarkable, but it is far too expensive. A dozen or 20 taels per pill. Even though I can forge first-tier weapons for the forge, after a month, I may only earn around 30 taels. Once I account for other expenses and household needs, I could afford but a single pill." With this realization, Gao Qingyo felt disheartened. The adage, "the rich cultivate martial prowess while the poor engage in literature," rang true. The pursuit of martial arts was indeed a costly endeavor. Nevertheless, considering one pill a month, it dawned on him that within a year, he might just break through to the 6th level of body tempering, which was certainly an improvement. Not long after, Jiang Tianyu returned with Jiang Zoling, and simultaneously, Jiang Chonglin's appointment was announced at the forge. When Pan Guanchuan, Zhao Taifeng, and others learned that Jiang Tianyu had become the third overseer of the forge, overseeing all forging and artisans, their expressions shifted dramatically. Particularly, Pan Guanchuan's countenance darkened to an extreme. With the addition of a third overseer, his power within the forge had been significantly curtailed. Fortunately, Jiang Chan and Jiang Zoling had returned to him command over the guard team, allowing him to manage the safety of the mines and the transportation of weapons and ores. He had retained a modicum of authority. Otherwise, Pan Guanchuan might have exploded in rage, ready to overturn tables. While Pan Guanchuan seethed with fury and resentment, Zhao Taifeng and the other masters remained silent, their emotions complex. Zhao Taifeng, in particular, had previously considered contesting the position of warehouse manager against Jiang Tianyu. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Tianyu had ascended to the role of third overseer of the forge, becoming their superior and overseeing them all. The feeling was both uncomfortable and helpless. Although this development stirred a considerable uproar within the forge, shocking everyone with Jiang Tianyu's rapid advancement, he remained largely unaffected. As everyone dispersed, Jiang Tianyu returned to his forging station. Gao Qingyo excitedly approached him, reporting, "Master, the efficacy of your pill is astounding. Just one has elevated my cultivation to the 5th level of body tempering. With such a pill, I feel I could eventually reach the 9th level." "Oh, it is truly effective?" Jiang Tianyu responded with surprise. It seemed the golden snail had not spoken falsely. That item was indeed a treasure. His mind raced. Although he found the method of its production slightly distasteful, if the efficacy was genuinely potent, it could hold immense value. Whether it could be sold for a profit was another matter entirely. If he could acquire more pills, then both his disciples, Li Xintong and Gao Qingyo, and even his master, Li Jinhe, might benefit from it. As for himself, he felt a certain aversion towards the means of production, preferring to concoct the medicine himself. As Jiang Tianyu pondered this, he instructed Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong to tend to their tasks while he sought a secluded spot to quietly inquire of the golden snail concealed within his sleeve. "If I provide you with ample medicinal materials, can you create as many pills as I desire? Moreover, would those pills be beneficial for my master?" The golden snail's voice echoed in his mind. "Not exactly. At most, 1 meal a day, producing up to 20 pills daily. As for whether those pills would be useful for your master, that remains uncertain unless better materials can be found. I could refine superior pills with the right ingredients that work on second-stage martial artists." "Is that so?" Jiang Tianyu mused internally. Meanwhile, the golden snail chuckled. "Actually, pill refining is not limited to that method. If you wish to consume them, I could produce some for you, though it may require a bit more effort." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyu paused for a moment, his eyelids twitching. So it was not mandatory to extract them? That was indeed more acceptable. With the existence of this elixir, nurturing a golden snail is certainly feasible. At the very least, it is not a mere glutton. As the evening draws near, and in anticipation of visiting Li Jinhe's residence, Jiang Tianyu promptly returned to the courtyard of Guiyang Lane. He procured 1,000 taels of silver and ventured into the inner city, arriving at the largest medicinal hall, the Yu family apothecary, to acquire substantial medicinal herbs. These were all potent supplements, invaluable even for practitioners at the 2nd realm of bone refinement. After exhausting the 1,000 taels, Jiang Tianyu returned to the outer city courtyard, bestowing all the herbs upon the golden snail. On the stone table, a subtle golden glow emanated from the golden snail, enveloping the precious herbs like a flame. As they gradually transformed into powder and melded together, by evening, 10 black-red pills finally materialized before Jiang Tianyu. The golden snail appeared somewhat weakened and, with a hint of fatigue, remarked, "These pills are of immense benefit to practitioners of the 2nd realm. Although your master is somewhat advanced in age, consuming these pills will prove advantageous. Perhaps by refining a few, there may be an opportunity for further advancement." Having spent 1,000 taels on materials to yield merely 10 pills, each valued at 100 taels, was a considerable investment. In the next chapter, the golden snail regurgitated the herbs it had previously consumed, leaving behind 13 pills. "I shall now slumber for 2 days. Do not disturb me unless necessary," it declared. Witnessing the golden snail's exhaustion, Jiang Tianyu felt a twinge of guilt. The process of alchemy was indeed arduous. If it required 2 days of slumber to recover after each refinement, he resolved to accommodate its demands as best as he could. He thought to himself, considering it a fair reward for the snail's diligent efforts on his behalf. Meanwhile, the golden snail, contented, drifted into sleep, having expended considerable energy. Yet, its desire for slumber was also fueled by its own inclination to rest. After all, it had toiled hard. Was there not an ounce of gratitude from Jiang Tianyu? It chuckled inwardly, hoping he wouldn't be overly emotional about it. Jiang Tianyu, having tidied up, placed the 2 different types of pills into small jade bottles, naming the ordinary one's 1st-stage body refinement pills and the newly concocted one's 2nd-stage bone refinement pills. He then set out towards Li Jinhe's residence as nightfall approached. Upon entering the courtyard, the melancholic atmosphere from a few days prior dissipated. With Jiang Tianyu's arrival, the small courtyard was soon filled with laughter and vibrant energy. Lin Shuxia personally prepared a lavish feast, inviting Jiang Tianyu to sit beside Li Jinhe, while she and her daughter, Li Xintong, took seats further down the table. "Ha ha! Who would have thought, Tianyu, that you would not take over my position as the steward of the storeroom, but instead become the 3rd manager of the blacksmith shop?" Li Jinhe chuckled joyfully, his countenance glowing with renewed vigor, seemingly emerging from the shadow of recent sorrow. After all, he was proud of his disciple's achievements, even harboring a hint of pride. In the past, others had deemed Jiang Tianyu unremarkable, yet he had recognized the gem within him and taken him on as an apprentice. Of course, Li Jinhe had never anticipated that Jiang Tianyu would later blossom into such a remarkable individual, making significant strides as he approached 50. Come, Tianyu. Let us toast." Li Jinhe poured a full bowl of wine for Jiang Tianyu, who, out of respect, could not refuse. Unbeknownst to him, he soon found himself intoxicated. Li Jinhe, a seasoned drinker, maintained his composure and sighed, observing Jiang Tianyu. Tianyu, you are not a young lad anymore. Are you considering starting a family? Jiang Tianyu had indeed pondered this matter. However, lacking wealth, status, and suitable prospects previously, he had postponed such thoughts. Although he had traversed into this world and practiced martial arts, he had never contemplated a life of celibacy. His martial path did not necessitate retaining his virginity. Thus, he naturally desired to take a few charming wives. Have you any suitable recommendations, master? Jiang Tianyu jested, glancing at Li Jinhe. Li Jinhe, lost in thought, turned his gaze towards his daughter-in-law Lin Xiuxia. What do you think of Xiuxia? If you do not mind, I would hope you could look after her in Xintong. Li Xintong was Jiang Tianyu's apprentice, and, given the age gap, not a suitable match. However, Lin Xiuxia, now in her 30s, dressed in a delicate peach-colored gown, exuded the beauty of a woman in her 20s. Her age was more fitting for Jiang Tianyu, who was nearing 49. Though she had recently lost her husband, the world was harsh. Should Li Jinhe pass on, Lin Xiuxia and her daughter could find themselves vulnerable, and it would be prudent to have a trustworthy and reliable man to serve as a pillar of support. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyu was jolted awake from his drunken stupor, staring in astonishment at his master. Master, what are you saying? Looking at Lin Xiuxia, he noted her lack of dissent. Rather, she appeared slightly flushed, lowering her gaze in silence. Li Xintong beside her showed no opposition, her eyes sparkling with a hint of expectation, as if wishing for her master to agree to this proposition. Jiang Tianyu shook his head gently, swaying as he stood up. No, I cannot accept such a thing. Master, I cannot agree to this. However, as he stood, a gentle evening breeze swept by, causing him to stagger and nearly topple over. Lin Xiuxia quickly reached out to steady him. Careful. Li Jinhe, witnessing the scene, wore a sly grin akin to that of a cunning fox, chuckling. Xiuxia, since Tianyu is inebriated, why not assist him to his room to rest? Let him stay here tonight. The night passed in a blur. In a hazy state, Jiang Tianyu felt as though two bright lights were swaying before him, and he sensed someone striking him, realizing something was amiss. As dawn broke, he awoke with a throbbing headache. Although he was not fully alert, the first sensation upon waking felt wrong. The alluring fragrance wafting from the covers was unfamiliar. He abruptly opened his eyes, glancing at the pink quilt draped over him, lifting it to find everything was pristine. Jiang Tianyu cradled his aching head, pondering. What did I do last night? Where am I? Just as he contemplated dressing and washing up, the door swung open, revealing Lin Xiuxia, neatly dressed, carrying a basin of warm water. Have you awoken, shopkeeper? I've prepared some hot water for you to wash up. Wait. Upon seeing Lin Xiuxia enter, fragments of last night's memories began to resurface, and he inwardly cursed. Please tell me I didn't do anything inappropriate. Seeing Lin Xiuxia approach without any hesitation, Jiang Tianyu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as she gracefully sat on the edge of the bed, prompting him to sigh. Did I do something? Is this your room? Lin Xiuxia extended her snow-white, flawless hands, gently massaging Jiang Tianyu's temples, and softly remarked, You are intoxicated. I'll have you stay here to rest. Pausing for a moment, she smiled tenderly and added, This is my choice. I never expected the shopkeeper to take me as his bride. I simply wish for you to visit occasionally, just to see me. If the shopkeeper finds a suitable wife in the future, I would be content to serve you both. Observing Lin Xiuxia clad only in a thin nightgown, which barely concealed her exquisite form, Jiang Tianyu felt a surge of pent-up desire that had been suppressed for decades. With a startled gasp from Lin Xiuxia, the long untouched bed was once again engulfed in a tempest, releasing a barrage akin to countless cannonballs. When Jiang Tianyu emerged from the courtyard, the sun was already high in the sky. Rubbing his still throbbing head, he sighed, So be it. Neither his master nor Lin Xiuxia, nor even his disciple Li Xintong seemed to mind. Thus, he had no objections. Moreover, it must be said that Lin Xiuxia, the young matron, was indeed quite alluring. Chapter 45. The Apostle of the Black Dragon Cult. Her demands were modest. She only wished for him to visit occasionally and indulge her, rather than requiring him to bring her home in grand fashion, which was rather agreeable. Furthermore, Lin Xiuxia was even more docile than he had anticipated. As he walked, an idea struck Jiang Tianyu, and he promptly returned to present 3 of the 13 first-tier body refining pills he held to Lin Xiuxia. Although she had remained at home, she had not neglected her martial training, boasting a 3rd-tier martial prowess. With the aid of these pills, she might advance even further. After all, she was now considered his woman, and Jiang Tianyu was more than willing to share. After a brief visit to change into a fresh set of clothing at the Giang Alley courtyard, Jiang Tianyu made his way to the blacksmith storeroom, where he found his master, Li Jinhe. He retrieved a jade vial containing 5 second-tier bone-refining pills from his pocket and presented it to him, saying, Master, These are 5 precious elixirs I specifically sought out. Their effects are remarkably potent. Perhaps you could try one and see what benefits it brings." Li Jinhe frowned slightly. "What kind of elixir is this? Don't let anyone deceive you. At my age, my vitality has already waned, and I am no longer at my peak. Why squander your money like this?" However, seeing Jiang Tianyu still thought of him brought a smile to his face. "With that kind of money, you might as well buy Xianxia some jewelry, perhaps some rouge and powder and dresses, as women adore such things. Your time together is still short. As you grow closer, your bond will deepen naturally. Wooing a woman is indeed an art." Jiang Tianyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You truly don't regard me as an outsider, do you? After all, she is your daughter-in-law." Yet, given the circumstances, there was no need to maintain formality. "Please, take these and test their efficacy. If they prove effective, that would be splendid. Each pill is worth a first-tier exquisite treasure." He pressed the elixirs into Li Jinhe's hands, adding, "As for Xiuxia's jewelry and cosmetics, rest assured, I won't skimp on that." Li Jinhe's expression shifted slightly. A single pill was equivalent to a first-tier exquisite treasure, which meant it was worth 100 taels of silver. As Jiang Tianyu turned to leave, Li Jinhe called after him, "Wait a moment. Return those items, such expensive treasures." However, Jiang Tianyu did not pause, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Jinhe was left speechless, contemplating the 5 blood-red pills, each the size of a soybean, in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of bewilderment. What kind of pill is this? Why is it so valuable? He was not particularly worried about Jiang Tianyu being deceived, as his current strength surpassed even Li Jinhe's, and he had become the 3rd shopkeeper of the blacksmith shop. How many in Shitang City could possibly con him? After a moment of hesitation, a smile broke through Li Jinhe's face, which he could not conceal. Yet, after a while, he sat in contemplation, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Alas, he was fortunate. Although he had lost a son, his disciple was more filial than he had imagined. A disciple like this was already akin to a son. Let us see if this elixir is as remarkable as that boy claims. Without rejecting Jiang Tianyu's gesture of filial piety, Li Jinhe took a 2nd-tier bone-refining pill and swallowed it. As the pill entered his stomach, it instantly dissolved, unleashing an unimaginable warmth that surged through Li Jinhe's entire being, causing his complexion to change dramatically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The potency of this elixir. Boom. The once declining vitality within him surged under the influence of this elixir, ushering in a sensation of unprecedented peak condition. Feeling the powerful surge of vitality within him, Li Jinhe's face flushed red, a mix of astonishment and confusion washing over him. The effects of this pill far exceeded his expectations. Though formidable, it was not overwhelming. In an instant, Li Jinhe realized that this pill was undoubtedly a treasure that could restore him to his prime, even allowing for further advancement. Where on earth did Tianyu procure such a pill? Li Jinhe's heart raced with excitement, almost wanting to laugh joyously to the heavens. Previously, he had considered berating Jiang Tianyu for wasting money on something so extravagant. But now, he could only exclaim how delightful it was. Indeed, this expenditure was worth every coin. Without hesitation, Li Jinhe retrieved a long hammer and began to train within the storeroom. After years of neglecting his martial practice, he had grown somewhat rusty. However, the assistance of this 2nd-tier bone-refining pill reignited his hope for martial advancement. This elixir had granted him a glimpse of an opportunity to break through the bone-refining realm. Meanwhile, over 10 miles away in the mountains of the Howling Wolf Ridge, the notorious bandit king Bai Yuan slowly regained consciousness, having been gravely injured. He had been in a coma for several days, but upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar figures of his fellow disciples. The members of the Black Dragon cult had searched the mountains for days and finally found and rescued him. Due to his injuries, it was only today that Bai Yuan awakened. "Senior brother, you are finally awake." A middle-aged man from the Black Dragon cult exclaimed with joy upon seeing Bai Yuan's return to consciousness. Bai Yuan's complexion remained pale. He had sustained a blow from an elder of the Longhu Tianzong and had subsequently been slashed twice by Tang Yanshan. That he had survived was nothing short of miraculous. Quickly regaining his composure, Bai Yuan's expression shifted as he anxiously inquired, "Is anyone else here with you?" "The Apostle of the Heavenly Blade has arrived." The man replied in a hushed tone. "The Apostle of the Heavenly Blade." Bai Yuan's face underwent a dramatic transformation. As one of the 12 zodiac apostles of the Black Dragon cult, the Heavenly Blade Star Pavilion's apostles were individuals whom even the administrators of their Chao Tianfu stronghold had to treat with utmost respect. Although the Apostle of the Heavenly Blade was accompanied by more than one aide, nearly every apostle was considered an embodiment of their master. "Quickly, take me to meet him," Bai Yuan urged, struggling to rise from the bed, disregarding his heavy injuries in his haste. Initially, Bai Yuan believed the apostle's visit was to discuss the 5th-tier perfect artifact, the giant elephant's 100 gods hammer, but upon meeting the apostle, who was concealed beneath a ghostly mask, he was greeted with the enigmatic words. What do you know about the Howling Wolf Ridge? And how much do you understand about the fog that captivated everyone back then? Huh. Bai Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The apostle's brow furrowed beneath the mask. You don't know? He had indeed come for the giant elephant's 100 gods hammer. After experiencing an unexpected event on the Howling Wolf mountain range, he swiftly set aside the colossal elephant god hammer, redirecting his attention to the seemingly unremarkable primordial wilderness of the mountain. He was certain that the range concealed some profound secret. Otherwise, from whence had that terrifying mist emerged on that fateful day? Unfortunately, despite nearly scouring the Howling Wolf mountain range alongside the members of the Black Dragon sect for almost half a month, he had yet to uncover any distinctive or unusual features, which left him perplexed. I do not know, Wang Baiyuan replied anxiously, his expression one of bewilderment. Forget it. The apostle sighed lightly, gesturing dismissively. Let us speak of the elephant god hammer. Where have you concealed it? Chapter 46, Investigation. Wang Baiyuan, feeling a headache coming on, contemplated for a moment. Having slumbered for an extended period, his memories were somewhat hazy and disordered. After a brief pause, his eyes gleamed with illumination as he exclaimed, I recall now. It seems to have found its way into the belly of a wolf king. If we can locate it, we can reclaim the elephant god hammer. The apostle's gaze shifted to a figure beside him, and with a calm command, he instructed, investigate and retrieve the item. Understood, the subordinate, cloaked in black and adorned with a matching mask, responded in a chilling tone before turning to depart without hesitation. As Wang Baiyuan observed the black-clad figure, a flicker of envy and reverence crossed his eyes. This must be the renowned Heavenly Blade Blackguard within the sect. Although they were both at the same martial realm of the third stage of the bodily realm, each Heavenly Blade Blackguard was a prodigy, possessing unique abilities and extraordinary strength. Each one was no weaker than the elite warriors of the external third stage, having refined their bodies at least 80 times. Their prowess far surpassed his own. Go and tend to your injuries. The apostle waved his hand, dismissing Wang Baiyuan. Yet, after nearly half a month of relentless searching, the Black Dragon sect still failed to locate the so-called Wolf King that Wang Baiyuan spoke of. When Wang Baiyuan learned of this, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Impossible! How could it not be found? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a cold expression crossed his face as he pondered. Could it be that the Wolf King has fallen into the hands of those individuals from Shirtang City? Has the elephant god hammer already been claimed by one of them? Shirtang City, Blacksmith's Forge. Upon returning from Li Jinha, Jiang Tianyu made his way to his forging station, where he summoned Li Xintong and Gao Qingyo, bestowing upon each of them 5 first-tier body refining pills. I do not possess many of these, and they are quite valuable, so do not squander them. Each pill is worth 20 taels of silver, which will be deducted from your monthly wages. Having fed the golden snail over 300 taels of silver worth of materials, he managed to produce 14 body refining pills, making each pill worth 20 taels of silver a modest price. Li Xintong and Gao Qingyo gazed at the pills in their hands, their eyes brimming with delight. Gao Qingyo hastily concealed his, exclaiming, Thank you, master. Deduct away. It matters not. I would even sell myself if necessary, as long as these pills are not lacking, he added, appearing simple-minded yet not devoid of shrewdness. His master was now the third manager of the forge, a second-tier blacksmith, and capable of providing such wondrous pills. Such a figure was a blessing to have. Li Xintong, equally elated, had envied Gao Qingyo's remarkable results after consuming the pills and longed to obtain similar ones from her master. Now that Jiang Tianyu had indeed gifted her one, her joy was palpable. Although the pill would cost her 20 taels of silver from her wages, such a treasure was rare, and others would yearn for it in vain. Thank you, master, she reiterated gratefully. Now, go and focus on your training as blacksmiths, Jiang Tianyu instructed, sending them off. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me this afternoon. Having taken care of Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong, Jiang Tianyu waved for another helper and commanded, Go. Summon all the masters and craftsmen. Tell them I wish to see them. Since declaring his promotion to third manager the previous day, Jiang Tianyu had yet to meet the various masters and craftsmen of the blacksmith's forge. Today, with time on his hands, it was the perfect opportunity to plan the forge's future endeavors. After all, he had promised the clan head, Jiang Chonglen, to double the forge's output within a year or two. He had a strategy in mind and was confident. Elevating these masters and craftsmen to second-tier blacksmiths would be challenging, as forging second-tier weaponry required their cultivation to reach the second stage of bone refinement. He was not their master and could not reveal second-tier bone refinement pills. However, guiding them to create first-tier superior and perfect weapons was within his capabilities. He was unafraid of teaching Zhao Taifeng and the others. For if they all mastered the craft and even advanced to second-tier blacksmiths, by that time, he might already be capable of forging third-tier weaponry, which would only benefit the forge. Not long after, Zhao Taifeng and other masters and craftsmen of the blacksmith's forge arrived at Jiang Tianyu's forging hall. Even those who hesitated and delayed their arrival were not reprimanded by Jiang Tianyu, who wasted no time in pleasantries. Upon seeing Zhao Taifeng and the others, Jiang Tianyu stated coldly, "From now on, you will all be divided into 5 groups and will take turns following me for training in blacksmithing. I will guide you for 6 months. How much you learn during this time is entirely up to you. Of course, this is not mandatory. If any of you do not desire this opportunity, you may leave now." What? Zhao Taifeng and the others were initially puzzled, wondering what Jiang Tianyu's intentions were in summoning them. Was it to demonstrate his authority as the third manager or to settle past grievances? They were apprehensive and prepared for the worst. However, upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's words, everyone fell into a state of shock, including Zhao Taifeng, who was bewildered. Training them for 6 months in blacksmithing? Learning as much as they could was up to them. Zhao Taifeng was astonished, gazing at Jiang Tianyu, unable to suppress his urge to speak. But as he opened his mouth, he felt something amiss and quickly corrected himself. "No, I should say, third manager." "Third manager? You mean to say that we are to be divided into 5 groups and take turns following you for 6 months? You will be instructing us in our training in blacksmithing?" Jiang Tianyu nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed. Although my relationship with you all is not particularly close. I am now the third manager of the forge, responsible for all forging matters, and you are all under my jurisdiction. If your blacksmithing skills are lacking, it will reflect poorly on me. I will no longer tolerate anyone slacking off, nor will I accept the continued decline of the forge's standards over the years. If you do not find it shameful, I feel embarrassed for you." Damn, Zhao Taifeng thought darkly, cursing inwardly. This fellow's words were indeed sharp. How had their blacksmithing skills become a source of shame? However, Jiang Tianyu was not entirely wrong. The forge had indeed seen little progress over the years. With the aging of the masters, it was foreseeable that the forge might gradually decline. Furthermore, Jiang Tianyu was already a second-tier blacksmith and the third manager of the forge. Their superior. In terms of both status and strength, he could easily overshadow them. Having such a second-tier blacksmith master to personally mentor them was an opportunity they could never have dreamed of in the past, even if they had begged for it. Therefore, despite Zhao Taifeng feeling slightly disgruntled by Jiang Tianyu's remarks, the prospect of Jiang Tianyu actually guiding them in their blacksmithing skills stirred a flicker of excitement within him. If Jiang Tianyu truly intended to impart his expertise, and they could genuinely benefit from such an opportunity, then a modicum of grievance and bowing to Jiang Tianyu seemed not too burdensome to accept. Zhao Taifeng's aged face broke into a sycophantic smile as he declared, "I am willing to heed the instructions of the third manager." Chapter 47. The second form of the heavenly flood dragon's bone. A master promoted by Pan Guanchuan, with a sudden change of expression, coldly snorted and stepped forward, tossing his sleeves in disdain as he departed. "Guidance? In all my years of learning, no one has ever been able to instruct me. I appreciate the third manager's good intentions." Following him, 2 other craftsmen remained silent as they too chose to leave. However, the remaining masters, including Zhao Taifeng, along with over 20 craftsmen, gazed at the retreating figures of the 3 with expressions that were somewhat peculiar. This was a rare opportunity for guidance from a second-tier blacksmith, a chance that would last for 6 months. How could these 3 refuse it? Were they out of their minds? While they understood that these 3 were all promoted by the second manager Pan Guanchuan, even if they were to express loyalty to him, it was absurd to forfeit such a significant opportunity. To disregard such a boon was simply foolish. Zhao Taifeng pursed his lips. Although he had previously been courted by Pan Guanchuan, he was not one of his direct protégés, merely having some vested interests. Now that Jiang Tianyu could offer him advantages, he had no reason to decline. Dividing the group into 5, Zhao Taifeng was placed in the first group, and Jiang Tianyu instructed them to join him for blacksmithing the following day. Zhao Taifeng slightly bowed, flashing a charming smile. "Third manager, please do not take offense. Lao Yu is just that sort of person. Losing one or gaining one makes no difference. Let him regret it later." Jiang Tianyu regarded Zhao Taifeng's demeanor with intrigue. This must be what it meant to bully the weak and fear the strong. Zhao Taifeng had not exhibited such deference before. "All right, come back tomorrow. You may leave now." Jiang Tianyu waved them off. Once they had departed, he pondered to himself. If he failed to fully win over this group during the 6 months of guidance, he might as well resign from his position as the third manager. And once he had garnered their allegiance, what would become of Pan Guanchuan's interference in the affairs of the blacksmith shop? A mere dream. What? You say someone has taken benefits and still wishes to betray him? Does he truly believe that Jiang Tianyu's hammer is not formidable? Guiding these individuals was a strategic maneuver to win them over. Simultaneously, Jiang Tianyu sought to discern whether there were any individuals among the masters and craftsmen at the blacksmith shop with potential for cultivation, seeds capable of blossoming into second-tier blacksmiths. To elevate the foundational strength of the blacksmith shop, it was essential to nurture more second-tier blacksmiths. He was untroubled by the thought that these individuals might become second-tier blacksmiths and vie for power against him. If they had that much time, he might well have already ascended to at least a third-tier blacksmith. As night fell, Jiang Tianyu procured several pieces of jewelry for Li Xintong to take back to her mother while he returned to his courtyard in Guiyang Alley. Although he did not believe he needed to abstain from desires, he also would not succumb to indulgence. The path of martial arts remained his paramount pursuit. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Tianyu consumed a second-tier bone refining pill, and as the overwhelming medicinal power surged through him, his expression shifted slightly, filled with astonishment. Such potent medicine. This single second-tier bone refining pill had cost him a staggering 100 taels of silver. Yet the results did not disappoint. Its strength far surpassed the effectiveness of the 10-tael potions he had previously used, likely exceeding it by dozens of times. It was worth the silver he had expended. Boom. Jiang Tianyu grasped the thunder sound heavy hammer and commenced practicing the revolving heaven hammer and the magical crocodile, heavenly flood dragon's 100 forms, along with the giant elephant's 100 deities technique. Through repeated training, Jiang Tianyu sensed the transformation of his bones and silently mused, "It is drawing near." The second form of the magical crocodile, heavenly flood dragon's bone. He had already refined over 115 bones, with only 29 remaining to reach the 144 required for the heavenly flood dragon's bone. In just a few days, he would achieve success. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. On this particular morning, Jiang Tianyu awoke in his courtyard in Guiyang Alley, feeling the vitality coursing through his body. He murmured to himself, "The bone refining pill is indeed powerful. One pill suffices for 7 days of consumption." At this rate, he would require 4 or 5 pills each month. Of course, this figure might change as his body refinement cultivation progressed, resulting in increased consumption. Yet, it was still a considerable improvement. If he relied on potions, he would need 16 or 17 doses within 7 days, which would amount to a staggering 160 to 70 taels of silver, a significant expense. Simultaneously, Jiang Tianyu felt changes within his bones. His eyes brightened as his understanding of the magical crocodile, heavenly flood dragon's 100 forms seemed to reach a profound unity. At that moment, his bones radiated with strands of light, and a surge of blood energy erupted within him. Roar! Faintly, a dragon's roar echoed within him, exuding an overwhelming ferocity that surpassed even the magical crocodile. In the next instant, an immense aura of blood and slaughter permeated the air, transforming around him into a colossal, blood-colored dragon form. This dragon form appeared vividly alive, adorned with menacing scales. A terrifying might emanated from Jiang Tianyu, creating a whirlwind that swept through the room. A hint of joy flickered across Jiang Tianyu's face. He had reached perfection in the second form of the heavenly flood dragon's bone. The superior technique of the magical crocodile heavenly flood dragon's bone had been perfected. As nearly a month elapsed, this achievement was considerably more impressive than the time it had taken him to perfect the chaotic wind body refining hammer technique. However, this was a superior bone refining technique of the second tier, and the time invested was acceptable to Jiang Tianyu. In fact, if news of Jiang Tianyu completing a superior bone refining technique within a month were to spread, it would likely astonish not only the formidable figures and geniuses of Shitang City, but also those from the greater powers of Chaotian Prefecture, who would find it hard to believe, deeming it absurd. Regardless of one's talent, refining over 100 bones would typically require at least a year or two. Bone refining was no trivial matter. Bones may seem sturdy, yet they are incredibly fragile if mishandled. The process was not simple, nor could it be rushed. Haste could lead to complete ruin of the bones. After sensing the ferocity and immense power of the second form of the heavenly flood dragon's bone, Jiang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. The ferocity of the heavenly flood dragon's bone, combined with his 47 levels of body refinement, would likely surpass the capabilities of most second-tier bone refining martial artists in Shitang City. With 144 bones refined, he was nearing the completion of the true bone refinement, with only 62 remaining. Anticipation glimmered in Jiang Tianyu's eyes. The form of the heavenly flood dragon's bone was established, and now he needed to cultivate the divine elephant's bone. The unparalleled giant elephant's 100 deities technique was capable of refining a total of 206 bones, achieving the pinnacle of bone refinement. By that time, although I may not reach the bone forging realm, I should still be able to carve out a niche within it. Surely, I am qualified to contend for the title of invincibility among those in the bone forging realm and below in the Chaotian mansion, right? After freshening up, Jiang Tianyu, feeling quite pleased, strolled onto the bustling streets. indulging in a few bowls of noodles and several meat buns. Just as he was preparing to head towards the blacksmith shop, he overheard a few individuals in front of him engage in conversation about a certain matter. Hurry up, hurry up. A new blacksmith shop has opened over there. And I've heard it's run by the Yu family. Today, all ironware is at a 10 discount. How peculiar. Isn't the blacksmith business supposed to belong to the Jiang family? Why has the Yu family ventured into this territory? Are they attempting to snatch a piece of the pie from the Jiang family? Who cares? As long as it's cheaper, it's all good. Hopefully, the two families will clash, and perhaps we can benefit from the fallout. The news of the Yu family's new blacksmith shop began to spread, and with the allure of a 10 discount, many hurried in that direction. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tianyu's expression subtly shifted. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 48, Trouble Approaches. The ironware business in Shirtang City had been predominantly monopolized by the Jiang family, encompassing blacksmiths, or materials, and other essentials, forming a cornerstone of Jiang family's standing in Shirtang City. Conversely, the Yu family controlled the grain and medicinal businesses in the city. The commercial foundations among the top forces were distinctly defined, seldom crossing paths. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to a mortal feud. To sever someone's financial lifeline is akin to slaying their kin. Such provocations are irreconcilable. Now that the Yu family had intruded into the ironware business by establishing a blacksmith shop, wasn't that tantamount to slapping the Jiang family in the face, aiming to drive them to ruin? In the bustling city center, just 2 streets away from the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, the Yu family's establishment opened its doors. The Yu family's blacksmith shop appeared quite spacious and lavishly adorned, exuding an air of opulence that was anything but ordinary. Standing at the entrance was a seemingly teenage girl, her demeanor calm, flanked by a few individuals as they observed the throngs of citizens flocking to the shop. With a serene smile, the girl proclaimed, "Today marks the grand opening of the Yu family blacksmith shop, where all ironware is available at a 10 discount. Furthermore, I, xianxia, pledge that the prices of our ironware will always be 5 lower than those of the Jiang family blacksmith shop." Astonishment rippled through the crowd drawn by the opening of the blacksmith shop, quickly followed by a wave of excitement as they sensed the palpable tension. To claim that they would always be cheaper than the Jiang family blacksmith shop was a direct affront. Had the conflict between the Yu and Jiang families escalated to this extent? From a distance, Jiang Tianyu observed the scene at the Yu family blacksmith shop. His gaze fell upon the girl, surprised that the Yu family would send forth a mere teenager. It wasn't a matter of underestimating her due to her gender, but rather her youth. She could not be more than a few years past her teens. As for her cultivation, although he sensed that it was not weak, clearly surpassing the 7th level of the Body Refinement Realm, it seemed insufficient to manage such an enterprise solely based on that level of prowess. Upon examining the individuals behind the girl, Jiang Tianyu's pupils constricted as he recognized one among them. It was his former senior brother, Xiao Hutu. At that moment, Xiao Hutu stood behind the girl, accompanied by 5 men, 3 of whom appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, while 2 with graying hair likely exceeded 60. Among them, only one elder, slightly behind the girl, possessed a notable aura of cultivation, being a martial artist at the 2nd stage of the Body Refinement Realm. At this point, the girl began to introduce the individuals behind her, pointing to the elder with a calm demeanor. "This is Elder Wei Tianha, a 2nd-tier blacksmith whom our Yu family has recruited with considerable expense from the capital. He is also the 2nd manager and chief master of our blacksmith shop, overseeing the forging and all craftsmen." Then she gestured towards Xiao Hutu, stating, "This is Xiao Hutu, who was once the master of the Jiang family blacksmith shop. Unable to tolerate the Jiang family's exploitation and oppression, he defected to our Yu family. He is now the 3rd manager of our blacksmith shop and oversees the storeroom." With the girl's introductions, the crucial figures of the Yu family blacksmith shop became well known to the patrons. The revelation that the Yu family had also enlisted a 2nd-tier blacksmith sparked astonishment among many. So, the Yu family's blacksmith shop is on par with the Jiang family's in terms of strength. Someone exclaimed quietly, "Ha ha ha, this is splendid news. Previously, we had no choice but to patronize the Jiang family for ironware. Now we have the Yu family to choose from, and they will always be 5 cheaper than the Jiang family blacksmith shop. The fiercer their competition, the more bargains we can seize." Others displayed expressions of delight. Some even pointed at Xiao Hutu in hushed tones, saying, "Master Xiao Hutu, I recognize him. I never imagined he would betray the Jiang family and join the Yu family." Rising to a high position there, standing behind xianxia, Xiao Hutu's face radiated with pride as he listened to the praises from the surrounding citizens. He felt a surge of satisfaction. "I am not without merit. Even after leaving the Jiang family blacksmith shop, I can still thrive. I am even valued and entrusted with important responsibilities. What is the Jiang family to me? Jiang Zomeng, Li Jinhe, and that Jiang Tianyu are nothing but fools, completely blind to my capabilities. Just wait. Once I achieve the bone-forging realm and become a second-tier blacksmith, you will all regret your actions." Xiao Hutu vowed silently that whenever the opportunity arose, he would ensure that Jiang Zoming, Li Jinhe, and Jiang Tianyu would feel the sting of humiliation. Of course, this did not include the second manager, Pan Guanchuan. After all, without his introduction, Xiao Hutu would never have met Xianxia, the direct descendant of the Yu family. Nor would he have attained the positions of third manager and storeroom overseer. He would need to repay that favor when the chance arose. Once the Jiang family blacksmith shop closes down, I shall invite him to serve me at the Yu family blacksmith shop. With the opening of the Yu family blacksmith shop, as Xianxia issued her command, the crowd eager for the 10 discount surged into the establishment. At the Jiang family blacksmith shop, in the backyard, Jiang Zoming, Pan Guanchuan, Jiang Tianyu, Li Jinhe, Lin Haixiang, and others gathered to discuss the implications of the Yu family blacksmith shop's opening. Pan Guanchuan appeared unfazed, calmly tending to his fingernails in a corner. After all, he had already been reassigned, only concerned with the safety of the mines and the transport of ironware. Whatever transpired at the blacksmith shop was no longer his concern. Lin Haixiang, however, looked worried as he turned to Jiang Zoming and asked, "Master, what does the family head say? The Yu family has suddenly opened a blacksmith shop, claiming their prices will always be 5 lower than ours. This is a blatant affront to our blacksmith shop. If they manage to establish themselves, we will be in serious trouble." A flicker of malice crossed Li Jinhe's eyes as he murmured, "If it were up to me, we should strike hard while they are still unsteady, and destroy their shop outright. This would eliminate future threats and show the Yu family the consequences of overstepping their bounds." However, Jiang Zoming waved his remaining hand, rubbing his weary brow. For some time now, he had been occupied with healing and managing family affairs. Ever since Tang Anshan allied with the Yu family, various businesses and enterprises of the Jiang family had encountered successive troubles. Tensions and conflicts with the Yu family and the city guards were escalating. Under such pressure, Jiang Clan, Jiang Zoming, and others felt increasingly overwhelmed, sensing a storm brewing on the horizon. In such circumstances, even if the Yu family were to instigate trouble at this blacksmith shop, he lacked the energy to address the situation. Naturally, he could not allow Li Jinhe and others to act recklessly. Jiang Zoming sighed softly, stating, "Let us refrain from taking any rash actions. The arrival of the Longhu Tianzong's representatives to select talents for the entry-level trials is imminent, merely half a month away. Therefore, we should proceed with caution and stabilize the blacksmith shop for now. We shall discuss everything once this matter comes to a close." Chapter 49. The Approaching Entry-Level Trials. Upon mentioning the forthcoming trials of the Longhu Tianzong, Pan Guanchuan, Jiang Tianyu, Li Jinhe, and others felt a stirring in their hearts, deep in thought. It became apparent that the Jiang family held apprehensions regarding this. Pan Guanchuan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Jiang Tianyu and Li Jinhe were pondering the same issue. In recent days, Xian Tong had successfully broken through to the 7th level of the body refinement stage, having also mastered the chaotic wind-dispersing body refinement hammer technique to perfection. Jiang Tianyu and Li Jinhe quietly deliberated. With such strength, she might well be capable of making a bid for a chance to enter the Longhu Tianzong for the trials. The Longhu Tianzong. This is one of the dominant powers of the Chaotian Prefecture, boasting numerous formidable cultivators. The current leader of the city guards in Shitang City, Tang Anshan, was originally merely an inner disciple of the Longhu Tianzong. A mere inner disciple could attain the 3rd realm of martial arts, the Zongfu realm, reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess in Shitang City. The strength of the Longhu Tianzong is indeed formidable. If Li Xintong could train at the Longhu Tianzong, it would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. Second shopkeeper, keep a low profile these days. Be wary of the Yu family's intentions regarding the mines outside the city, Jiang Zoming advised, casting a glance at Pan Guanchuan. The others departed, leaving the 3rd shopkeeper behind. Once they were alone, Jiang Zoming produced 2 invitations and handed them to Jiang Tianyu, saying, "One invitation is for the opening banquet of the Yu family blacksmith shop later, and the other is for the wedding banquet of Tang Anshan, who will marry the direct descendant of the Yu family, Xianxia, half a month from now, coinciding with the selection for the entry-level trials at the Longhu Tianzong. I shall not attend this invitation. You will go in my stead." Jiang Tianyu furrowed his brow, wishing to politely decline, for such occasions were hardly favorable. He would rather visit old Li's home to seek Lin Shuxia. However, Jiang Zoming insisted. "This banquet is not solely for my Jiang family. Other factions in Shitang City will also attend. Firstly, it will be a good opportunity for you to observe the various powers in Shitang City, and secondly, to ascertain whether the city guards will stir up trouble at this banquet." Hearing this, Jiang Tianyu could only sigh and accept the invitation, saying, "Very well, I shall attend." Jiang Zoming, presuming he was concerned about potential disturbances at the banquet, chuckled. Rest assured, the Yu family dares not act recklessly at the banquet. After all, they have their fears. After some casual conversation regarding other matters of the blacksmith shop, Jiang Zomong expressed his admiration for Jiang Tianyu's initiative in categorizing the master craftsmen and artisans into 5 teams, rotating them daily for training and forging. You are doing splendidly. Feel free to pursue this further. If you can cultivate another second-tier blacksmith for the shop, I shall commend you to the family head. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Tianyu inquired about matters such as the monthly earnings from forging a second-tier ordinary weapon and the standard salary of the third shopkeeper. Jiang Zomong replied, "We price second-tier ordinary weapons at no less than 300 taels of silver. A blacksmith earns 60 taels for each item forged. As for your basic salary as the third shopkeeper, it is 100 taels of silver." 100 taels? Jiang Tianyu mused, realizing he had already spent more than 1,500 taels recently, and from the money obtained from Yixiong, he had exhausted most of it, leaving just over 1,000 taels. If he could forge a second-tier ordinary weapon in 3 days, he could produce 10 pieces in a month, yielding 600 taels in earnings. With his base salary included, that would total 700 taels, a considerable sum, equating to 8,400 taels over the year. This could barely support his current martial needs. However, relying solely on the blacksmith shop's income for sustenance seemed somewhat precarious. Jiang Tianyu reminisced about the unexpected windfall of 3,000 taels from Yixiong. 2 thoughts crossed his mind. One was the Qingyu gang, the other was his elder brother, Xiao Hulong. After parting from Jiang Zomong, Jiang Tianyu sought out his master, Li Zhenhe, to inform him of his attendance at the Yu family's blacksmith shop opening banquet that evening. Upon hearing that Xiao Hulong had gone to the Yu family's blacksmith shop and had become their so-called third shopkeeper, Li Zhenhe's anger flared, exclaiming, "He clearly disregards me as his master." Very well. Boom. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from Li Zhenhe, his aura unmistakably surpassing his previous state, even beginning to resemble the body refinement stage. After obtaining 5 second-tier bone refinement pills from Jiang Tianyu, Li Zhenhe had been consuming them for cultivation. His vitality restored to its peak and continuing his journey toward the second realm of martial arts, the bone refinement stage. Now, with 2 second-tier bone refinement pills remaining, he felt that refining them would enable him to master the heavenly Ape 36 hammer bone refinement technique, successfully refining his bones and achieving the bone refinement stage. The terrifying potency of the second-tier bone refinement pills instilled him with confidence. After venting his frustrations, Li Zhenhe took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Tianyu, saying, "Do not concern yourself with him. Since the chief shopkeeper has instructed you to attend the banquet, you should go and observe. Leave everything else to me. I will personally take care of it later." As evening fell, Jiang Tianyu departed alone from the blacksmith shop, heading to the banquet venue established by the Yu family. A grand tavern named Dinghong Tavern located just 2 streets away from the Yu family's blacksmith shop. Upon entering Dinghong Tavern with the invitation in hand, he found the establishment already bustling with a multitude of guests. Nearly all the factions in Shitang City had sent representatives to congratulate the Yu family. Among them were the 4 major criminal factions from outside Shitang City, as well as other direct family members from the Jiang Clan. Jiang Tianyu chose a secluded corner to sit, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, expressing no desire to meet anyone, instead quietly sipping tea. As darkness enveloped Shitang City, the tavern staff began to serve dishes, and soon, the personnel from the Yu family's blacksmith shop began to appear at Dinghong Tavern. Just as Jiang Tianyu was about to taste the food and drink, a familiar voice rang in his ear. In no time, his elder brother Xiao Hulong appeared before him, laughing heartily and approaching, intending to place a hand on Jiang Tianyu's shoulder. "Junior brother, you, a third shopkeeper of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, have also come to the banquet." However, before his hand could land, it was intercepted by Jiang Tianyu. Jiang Tianyu glanced up at him, coolly stating, "Get lost. Do not seek trouble." Hearing this, Xiao Hulong's expression soured, his eyes narrowing in anger. Here, at the Yu family's banquet, how could a mere member of the Jiang family, a third shopkeeper of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, dare to stir up a commotion? Immediately, Xiao Hulong's demeanor turned cold as he shouted, "What? Does Jiang the third shopkeeper wish to cause a disturbance at the opening banquet of my Yu family's blacksmith shop? You possess quite the audacity." Chapter 50. Invitations and Overt Schemes. What is happening? At this moment, a chilling and ethereal voice echoed, revealing the appearance of the young maiden whom he had encountered earlier that morning. Behind her trailed the second manager of the Yu family's blacksmith shop, Wei Tianna, a second-tier blacksmith. Upon seeing her, Jiang Tianyu felt a stir in his heart, not due to Yulanjia's esteemed lineage as a direct descendant of the Yu family, nor because of her young age in managing a blacksmith shop. Rather, it was the 2 invitations Jiang Lulang had bestowed upon him that piqued his interest, particularly the latter, which detailed the wedding banquet between the city guard commander, Tang Anshan, and the very maiden before him, xianxia, set to take place in half a month's time. Thus, Jiang Tianyu's mind raced with clarity, suddenly understanding why the Yu family entrusted this young girl with the blacksmith shop. It was likely not unconnected to this impending union. If xianxia were to wed Tang Anshan, it would be reasonable for her to oversee this newly established blacksmith shop, as the Yu family might be contemplating transferring this enterprise into Tang Anshan's hands. Should that be the case, entrusting the management of the blacksmith shop to a junior like xianxia would be entirely justifiable. If the Yu family's blacksmith shop were to become Tang Anshan's domain, then in the future, it would not be the Yu family that contended with the Jiang family over the iron trade, but rather Tang Anshan and the city guards. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Tianyu unraveled a multitude of matters, his gaze sharpening. The Yu family's strategy of marrying off their kin while establishing a blacksmith enterprise was indeed astute. Upon Yulanjia's arrival, Xiao Hutu transformed his demeanor entirely, slightly bending his waist in a bow, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he greeted Mississippi. He then briefly recounted the situation, casting a cold glance at Jiang Tianyu. Snorting disdainfully, as a member of the Jiang family and a third manager of the Jiang blacksmith shop, I shall not allow any misconduct at the Mrs. Banquet. Listening to Xiao Hutu's introduction, Yulanjia's eyes glinted with interest as she scrutinized Jiang Tianyu from head to toe. That gaze caused Jiang Tianyu to frown slightly, his expression turning cool as he met her gaze without flinching. Just a mere junior from the Yu family's Body Refining Realm, daring to put on airs before him? Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Jiang Tianyu's eyes, Yulanjia's lips curled into a charming smile as she remarked, "How intriguing. I have long heard of the esteemed blacksmith Tianyu, yet regrettably lacked the opportunity to meet earlier. Now that we meet, it seems the rumors of your ascension to a second-tier blacksmith are indeed substantiated." Seizing the occasion, Yulanjia continued, "I, Yulanjia, hereby extend an invitation to you, Master Tianyu, to join the Yu family blacksmith shop. Should you choose to depart from the Jiang family blacksmith shop, a position awaits you at ours. Furthermore, I can assure you that if you possess potential, our Yu family shall assist you in seeking the legacy of blacksmithing techniques for the next tiers." Of course, Master Tianyu need not respond immediately. Take your time to ponder and return when you have made your decision. With that, Yulanjia turned, leaving no opportunity for Jiang Tianyu to decline. The surrounding crowd observed with keen interest, their gazes subtly resting on Jiang Tianyu as they whispered amongst themselves. This individual was not only from the Jiang family, but also the third manager of their blacksmith shop. How fascinating. Even more intriguing was the fact that the Yu family dared to invite him to join their establishment. Did they not fear his wrath? Who was this person? I have not heard of anyone else in the Jiang family like him. Jiang Tianyu, third manager of the Jiang blacksmith shop? A second-tier blacksmith? The Jiang family has such a person? It seems he was once a distant relative of the Jiang family, who, through his own merit, ascended to become a second-tier blacksmith and returned to the family tree. Thus, the crowd buzzed with chatter, while Xiao Hutu's expression soured. He had anticipated Yulanjia would either dismiss Jiang Tianyu or put him in an embarrassing predicament. Yet she had the audacity to invite him to join the Yu family blacksmith shop in front of him. If Jiang Tianyu truly accepted, where would that leave Xiao Hutu? Humph. With an angry huff, Xiao Hutu stormed off, his face a portrait of displeasure. As for Jiang Tianyu, his expression remained inscrutable. Casting a meaningful glance at Yulanjia's retreating figure before redirecting his gaze, his emotions undisturbed, remaining calm and composed. This young scion of the Yu family was indeed extraordinary. He mused inwardly. To invite him publicly to join the Yu family blacksmith shop was a bold maneuver, serving to announce their determination to enter the business while simultaneously severing his ties with the Jiang family and their blacksmith shop. Moreover, they had previously taken in Xiao Hutu after he was expelled from the Jiang family blacksmith shop and now invited him to join. A blatant slap in the face to the Jiang establishment. A masterstroke indeed. This young descendant of the Yu family possessed complex thoughts and remarkable abilities. However, Jiang Tianyu did not regard Yulanjia with much concern, as this was merely their first encounter, and they were still unfamiliar with each other. It was Xiao Hutu that caught his attention. Watching as Xiao Hutu regained his spirited demeanor, laughing heartily amidst the guests' toasts, gradually succumbing to inebriation, Jiang Tianyu could not help but smile. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Jiang Tianyu departed from the Dinghong restaurant. Meanwhile, in a private room on the third floor of the establishment, a graceful figure stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully at Jiang Tianyu's departing silhouette. Behind her stood two others. Lei Dao, the leader of the Qingyu gang, clad in azure, casting a glance at Jiang Tianyu's retreating form, murmuring, "Miss, shall we?" He gestured to his neck. Yulanjia withdrew her gaze, her expression calm and composed as she surveyed the stone pond city shrouded in nightfall. After a moment, Her chilling and ethereal voice resonated. Ensure it is executed flawlessly. Leave no traces behind. Celebrating the opening of our Yu family blacksmith shop with a third manager from the Jiang family is not beneath us. He has that qualification. At that moment, Wei Tianhe, standing nearby, suddenly expressed interest. Miss, you mentioned that Jiang Tianyu has risen swiftly in just over a month. Previously, he was merely a 4th or 5th tier body refining realm blacksmith, capable only of forging 1st tier ordinary weapons. Yet now he has attained the status of a 2nd tier blacksmith. Do you believe he was merely concealing his true capabilities, or did he encounter some extraordinary opportunity during this brief period? If he was simply hiding his true level of skill, why reveal it now? Xianxia turned to Wei Tianhe, gently shaking her head. No opportunity could possibly elevate someone from the 4th or 5th tier of body refining to the bone forging realm in such a short span. However, since you are intrigued, Lei Dao, she looked towards the leader of the Qingyu gang. Once we capture him, ensure he is thoroughly interrogated. If there is indeed a remarkable opportunity, bring it back. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lei Dao's eyes as he replied, understood. A mere fledgling who has just ascended to the bone forging realm is hardly a challenge. Chapter 51, A Night of Darkness and Wind, where death lurks. In truth, what they yearned to obliterate the most was the Jiang family blacksmith shop. To erase it entirely from Stone Pond City, thus eliminating the obstacle to the Yu family blacksmith shop's growth. Regrettably, the Jiang family blacksmith shop was under the protection of Jiang Zolong, the 3rd elder of the Jiang family. To act against Jiang Zolong would require considerable strength. However, such actions would mean declaring outright war against the Jiang family. At that point, the Jiang family would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, and even with Tang Yanshan's alliance, the Yu family might not withstand the onslaught. Thus, this matter must be approached with caution, gradually eroding the Jiang family blacksmith shop's foundation. Beginning with the assassination of a 2nd-tier blacksmith's 3rd manager. Then, one by one, they would eliminate their master craftsmen. Those who dared to resist would be made to vanish entirely. Ultimately, the Jiang family aimed to seize control of the mines located outside the city. They needed to gradually wrest these assets away. If they could successfully uproot even a fraction of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop's influence, what would remain for the Jiang family and Jiang Zhuomeng would merely be a chaotic mess. They would drain the Jiang family's resources to nourish the Yu family. Once the Jiang family gradually declined and the Yu family, along with the city guard, possessed sufficient strength to suppress them, they would then surge forward to completely engulf the Jiang family. This was indeed a masterful strategy. Therefore, even if they were to strike against the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, it was imperative to act with caution. I shall make the necessary preparations. The leader of the Qingyu gang, Lei Dao, smiled sinisterly before taking his leave respectfully. As night fell, Jiang Tianyu was walking along the road when a sudden gust of wind swept through the skies above Shirting City, dispersing the faint scent of alcohol that lingered around him. He raised his head slightly and murmured, "It looks like rain is coming." Indeed. As he made his way back to Giang Alley, the heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour that drenched Jiang Tianyu to the skin. He strolled through the rain, savoring the refreshing chill it brought, a smile gracing his face. Upon returning home, Jiang Tianyu did not rush to head out again. Instead, he took to training in the rain, practicing the heavenly hammer, the demon crocodile's celestial diagram, and the giant elephant's 100 divine techniques. The long-handled hammer danced wildly in the storm, creating a vacuum that shielded him from the relentless downpour. Even as the storm raged outside, not a single drop fell upon him. Boom! Suddenly, a demon crocodile leaped from the torrential rain, its immense strength crashing down with the hammer, sending the raindrops vibrating and evaporating into mist, disappearing entirely. Jiang Tianyu then spun the hammer in his hand, and a terrifying dragon surged upwards, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the stormy night. Roar? In that instant, the rain that had been falling from several feet above the courtyard ceased to drop, as if swept away by an overwhelming force that sent it spiraling into the sky. By the time the night deepened, Jiang Tianyu felt as if he was a heated iron, the surging power of his body gradually calming. He exhaled a breath that traveled a considerable distance before dissipating. He glanced at the sky, turned, and entered his room to retrieve the thunder sound hammer, changing into a set of black night attire and donning a mask. At that moment, the golden snail, having awakened at some point, looked at him in this guise and chuckled. "Who has provoked you? I've been following you for half a month, and this is the first time I've seen you dressed like this. A night of murder amidst the darkness? I'm heading out. Stay here." Jiang Tianyu said nothing more, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Under the cloak of night, clad in his black attire, Jiang Tianyu emerged from the corner of Giang Alley, only to encounter a large group of figures clad in black approaching. Sensing the disturbance, He swiftly concealed himself in the darkness, his presence entirely suppressed, merging seamlessly with the night. This group comprised roughly 20 individuals, led by one whose profound and restrained aura suggested significant prowess. He moved lightly, wielding a long knife that was narrow and palm-width. Despite the torrential rain, the knife glimmered with a chilling light in the darkness. Perceiving the aura of this individual and observing the knife, Jiang Tianyu deduced, a Bone Refinement Realm warrior. And that knife was a second-tier ordinary weapon. Yet, the person's restrained presence and black attire obscured his identity. Aside from this second-tier warrior, the rest were all in the Body Refinement Realm, with levels above the 4th stage, including 5 or 6 who might be at the 9th stage. Such a force was undeniably formidable, equivalent to half of the Jiang family's martial prowess. As they entered Giang Alley, their pace slowed. The leader quietly commanded, "I will go in first, you follow. Capture him alive for interrogation, then bring him to see the lady." Understood? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, a flash of realization struck Jiang Tianyu's mind, and he instantly recognized who it was: Lei Dao, the leader of the Qingyu gang. Observing Lei Dao and his men stealthily approaching his courtyard, a murderous intent ignited within Jiang Tianyu's eyes. "Bold move. I haven't even considered striking against the Qingyu gang. Yet you dare to present yourself at my doorstep." With a swift motion, he transformed into a shadowy figure, seamlessly blending into the ranks of Lei Dao's men, concealed by the storm and darkness. In a matter of breaths, Lei Dao led his followers to the exterior of Jiang Tianyu's courtyard. A glint of malice flashed in Lei Dao's eyes as a sinister smile crept onto his face. He thought to himself, "Do you truly believe that just because you are of the Jiang family, I would refrain from acting? Little do you know, there are countless who wish for your demise." Ever since Jiang Tianyu had brazenly killed He Xiong in broad daylight, Lei Dao had held a grudge against him. Yet, he had refrained from acting due to his fear of the Jiang family and Jiang's Wameng. But tonight, it was Jiang Tianyu's destined end. He raised his black fish knife and motioned for his subordinates, preparing to leap over the high wall into the courtyard to execute his plan. Boom. However, just as Lei Dao made his move to scale the wall, an earth-shattering explosion erupted behind him, reverberating through the night like a clap of thunder. Lei Dao was momentarily stunned, sensing the terrifying aura erupting from behind him, as the air was instantaneously shattered. A surge of lethal energy bore down upon his back, causing his hair to stand on end. What the hell? Who? Inside the courtyard, the golden snail, who had just settled into Jiang Tianyu's bed, was equally taken aback. Glancing toward the outside, despite the barriers of the room and courtyard walls, it could still perceive the scene outside through its spiritual awareness. However, the sight was somewhat absurd. Wasn't this kid supposed to be going out to work? How did he end up amidst so many black-clad figures? Were these people here to kill him? And the target they sought was right beside him? Wasn't that hilarious? Not only the golden snail was bewildered, but at that moment, the Qingyu gang subordinates standing behind Lei Dao were equally perplexed. Who is this person? Why is he attacking the boss? They were entirely unaware that the person they intended to harm had already infiltrated their ranks. Chapter 52, Shatter and Explode. Boom. The bloodthirsty aura surged forth, transforming into the colossal form of a demon crocodile that clung to the black-clad figures, bestowing its terrifying strength upon the heavy hammer in their hands. The explosive power of a 47th stage Body Refinement Realm warrior surged forth, causing the demon crocodile to swell further, morphing into an ancient behemoth. Caught in a moment of surprise, as the weighty second-tier Thundersound hammer was struck down, Lei Dao suddenly realized something was amiss. In midair, attempting to evade was clearly too late. Who? Lei Dao bellowed, swinging his second-tier black fish knife backward in a hasty counterattack. Despite the awkwardness of his movement and the rushed nature of the strike, the infused bone refinement energy still caused the black fish knife to emit a dazzling light. The black fish blade, akin to the thunderous hammer, belongs to the second tier of weaponry. However, the thunderous hammer weighs an astonishing 180 pounds, rendering the black fish blade at a disadvantage in a direct clash. Coupled with the urgency of the situation, as the two weapons collided, the penetrating force of the black fish blade was utterly shattered, resulting in Thunder Dao's hand being violently crushed by an overwhelming shockwave, causing him to lose grip of the long blade instantaneously. Simultaneously, the thunderous hammer crashed down upon Thunder Dao's back. Bang! Boom! With a single strike, Thunder Dao's body was propelled like a cannonball, smashing through the courtyard's high wall and hurtling several meters away into the room. Outside, beneath the night's shroud, the torrential rain continued to pour. The bloodstain that had just marked the ground was washed away without a trace. Thunder Dao, upon landing in the room, felt as if his body had been utterly shattered. His back was a gruesome sight, flesh torn apart, and his spine, obliterated by the hammer's terrifying force, was reduced to dust. The lower half of his body, even from the neck down, had succumbed to numbness. His mind was a blank slate. Still reeling, what on earth just happened? I had merely brought my men over, not even engaged yet, and suddenly someone attacked me from behind. Who dared to strike me? At that moment, amidst the darkness, Thunder Dao caught sight of a small snail radiating a faint golden glow, no larger than a fist, descending from the bed not far away, and in a blink, it appeared before him. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his ear. TSK, 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 what were you thinking? You Haven T even tempered all 36 bones, the very foundation of the second realm of martial arts, and yet you dare to trouble that lad? His body has undergone countless refinements, making him far more formidable than the average peak martial artist of the second realm. Seeking trouble with him is akin to courting death. Alas, it seems this body is ruined. Your spine is utterly shattered. Living on would merely waste resources. I hope your mind is still intact enough to hear me. The golden snail inquired, curious if Thunder Dao could still comprehend its words. At this moment, Thunder Dao was utterly befuddled, staring vacantly at the golden snail. He felt as though his mind was insufficiently equipped to process reality, or perhaps he was hallucinating from the recent blow. What kind of snail can talk? Observing Thunder Dao's dazed expression, the golden snail sighed, shaking its head in disappointment. It appears I've damaged you. Your mind has short-circuited. Otherwise, I would have genuinely liked to ask how you managed to bring so many people, only to let that boy infiltrate your ranks without your knowledge. Thunder Dao, I have no clue. I was just delighted to sneak in and stir up trouble when suddenly someone struck me from behind. This is utterly absurd. Outside, amid the stormy night, an eerie silence seemed to envelop the surroundings. The black-clad individuals standing beside Jiang Tianyu stood frozen, their bodies rigid with fear. Their only visible eyes wide with terror, even the hair on their necks standing on end. Damn, their leader had been struck inside by this person's hammer. His fate uncertain. Until now, not a single scream had escaped him. He was likely already dead. What were they to do? Should they continue the attack? Jiang Tianyu slowly retracted his thunderous hammer, stepping forward to glance inside through the collapsed courtyard wall. Noticing the stillness, he turned to face the remaining members of the Qingyu gang. Heh, a slight smile graced Jiang Tianyu's lips as he spoke. Now tell me, who sent you Qingyu gang to kill me? Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's words, the remaining group of black-clad individuals were instantly gripped by a chilling dread. What? This was the very Jiang Tianyu they sought to capture? The foreman of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop? Yet, no one dared to respond. Outside the courtyard, apart from the sound of the storm, a strange calm had descended. Bang! But in the next instant, Jiang Tianyu swung his thunderous hammer, striking down on a black-clad man who had yet to react. This man's physique was evidently not as resilient as Thunder Dao's, under the brutal force of the hammer. He was obliterated, bursting apart into a mist of blood and severed limbs. The sudden commotion sent shivers through the others, nearly causing them to collapse in terror. Witnessing a living person being reduced to fragments by a single blow, some were so frightened they lost control of their bladders, a warm stream cascading down their legs. Damn, this fellow is truly ruthless. At that moment, one man suddenly roared, "Run! Scatter!" Boom. In an instant, the remaining members of the Qingyu gang fled in all directions, employing every means at their disposal, wishing they could sprout additional legs. This strategy proved effective, even with Jiang Tianyu unleashing his full power. He managed to eliminate only a few of the nearest foes, while around 10 others escaped into the shadows, their fates unknown. However, Jiang Tianyu recognized the voice of the one who had shouted. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "That sounds like Bai Langshui from the Qingyu gang." "Oh, Bai Langshui. I heard about him when I visited the Qingyu gang to seek out Xiong. He is the talented disciple of the gang leader, Thunder Dao." Upon a closer look, Bai Langshui indeed possessed notable skills, being at the 6th level of body refinement, and his agility was impressive, indicating he had reached a substantial level of proficiency. With others drawing the fire, Bai Langshui managed to escape. Shaking his head gently, Jiang Tianyu dashed into the courtyard, first checking on Thunder Dao to confirm he was incapacitated and then addressing the golden snail. "I'm off to the Qingyu gang. Keep an eye on him for me." With that, Jiang Tianyu sped away. Killing Thunder Dao or the others from the Qingyu gang held little significance to him, since the Qingyu gang had chosen to act against him. His best course of action was to raid Thunder Dao's residence before any of the remaining members could abscond with his wealth. It would be a considerable loss if he delayed and allowed them to seize Thunder Dao's riches. Fortunately, his expedition to the Qingyu gang was devoid of unforeseen complications. The lackeys left behind were swiftly dispatched. Jiang Tianyu rummaged through Thunder Dao's abode and, within a hidden chamber, discovered treasures worth over 10,000 taels of silver in gold and jewels. He returned with 2 large chests, and upon surveying his bounty, he chuckled at Thunder Dao. "Not bad. Your Qingyu gang is quite affluent. I hadn't even planned to take action against you." Yet you've delivered it all to my doorstep. Chapter 53, 58 Layers. Thunder Dao was not dead, despite his grievous injuries, with only his head still capable of movement. His body was essentially rendered useless. His spine was completely shattered, and his back had collapsed from the hammer's impact, nearly tearing him asunder. Nevertheless, the vitality of a second-realm martial artist is indeed formidable. Even with such severe wounds, he managed to cling to life, his eyes still capable of movement. During the time Jiang Tianyu was pillaging the Qingyu gang, Thunder Dao gradually regained his composure, shaking off his stupor. At this moment, he gazed at Jiang Tianyu, who had returned from emptying his treasury, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. He glanced at the golden snail resting on the table nearby, his voice weak and fragmented. Is this the opportunity that allowed you to advance so rapidly in just over a month? What is this snail? Jiang Tianyu seemed to have anticipated the impending outburst from the golden snail and cast a sidelong glance, commanding silence. The golden snail retorted in disbelief. What did he just call me? I am an ancient divine seed. How dare he insult me, and I cannot even speak up? Internally, he grumbled while outwardly wearing a forced smile. I had no intention of speaking. Please, you go ahead. Jiang Tianyu, however, was unperturbed by Lei Dao's thoughts on fate or fortune. Such matters were beyond Lei Dao's privilege to inquire about. He simply posed a question. I am aware that you have a wife and children, so I shall ask but one thing. Who sent you? Upon hearing this, Lei Dao's expression shifted dramatically. A mix of rage and helplessness etched across his face as he glared at Jiang Tianyu. Do not let harm befall my family, he began. But Jiang Tianyu swiftly interrupted him. What a joke, he remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you truly believe that? Speak another word, and I shall send them all to accompany you in death. Lei Dao fell silent, his gaze cast downward in sorrow, and after a long moment, he closed his eyes and murmured, I hope you keep your promise. It was xianxia. With a resounding thud, Jiang Tianyu brought down a hammer upon his head. Blood gushing forth, marking the demise of Lei Dao, the leader of the Qingyu gang, one of the four major dark forces in the outer city. Yet, the bones of this martial artist of the second realm, the bone-forging stage, were notably resilient. The blow did not completely shatter his skull, with part of it embedding itself into the floor beneath. Gathering the remains of the Qingyu gang, including Lei Dao, Jiang Tianyu picked up Lei Dao's blackfish knife. Inspecting it, the quality was commendable, entirely obsidian, bearing the same scale-like patterns as the weaponry forged in the Jiang family's smithy. This was likely a second-tier ordinary weapon, possibly crafted by Pan Guanchuan. Jiang Tianyu mused, considering that the head craftsman would not forge weapons for Lei Dao, leaving Pan Guanchuan as the most probable candidate. This was indeed a valuable item, worth at least 300 taels of silver. Setting the black fish knife aside, Jiang Tianyu gazed out at the rain-soaked sky, nearing dawn, before surveying the disarray of the room and courtyard. With a soft sigh, he reflected on his original intent to settle accounts with his senior brother, Xiao Hatong. The previous night, only to have the Qingyu gang unwittingly shield him from danger. He would seek another opportunity. However, recalling that it was xianxia who had commanded the Qingyu gang to act against him, a cold, murderous intent flickered in Jiang Tianyu's eyes. This woman must not be allowed to live. Yet, considering the precarious situation the Jiang family faced, he inhaled deeply, stifling his murderous intent for the time being. He could not act recklessly. The Yu family and the city guards had yet to take direct action against the Jiang family, likely biding their time. And I, too, require some time to master the profound techniques of the giant elephant 100 gods, refining my bones and cultivating the divine elephant form, ensuring all 206 of my bones are tempered. By that time, perhaps I will possess the strength to confront a martial artist of the third realm, the organ realm, and have the qualifications to partake in the life and death struggle between the Jiang and Yu families, as well as the city guards. Hastily washing up, Jiang Tianyu fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, he examined his body and smiled, for he had indeed undergone a transformation, achieving the fourth level of the Body Refining Realm. Arriving at the smithy, Jiang Tianyu summoned Gao Qingyo, Li Xintong, and a group of assistants to assist him in clearing away the corpses and traces from Guiyang Alley, as well as repairing the courtyard walls and rooms. Upon learning of the events, Jiang Zolong made a point to inquire about the details. After discovering that it was xianxia, a direct descendant of the Yu family, who had commanded the Qingyu gang to act against Jiang Tianyu, he merely advised Jiang Tianyu to exercise caution in the future before departing without further ado. However, that evening, Jiang Tianyu learned that a group of black-clad individuals had stormed the Qingyu gang in the late afternoon, slaughtering the remaining members and eradicating the gang entirely from Shirtang City. Though Jiang Zolong had not explicitly stated it, Jiang Tianyu understood that this was undoubtedly a retaliation orchestrated by him, or rather, a small counterstrike from the Jiang family. If the Yu family dared to target members of the Jiang family, they must be prepared for their entire clan to be wiped out. The Jiang family was not without its temper. Jiang Tianyu shook his head lightly, dismissing the matter, and continued to focus solely on his own tasks at the smithy, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to forging weapons and instructing Gao Qingyou, Li Xintong, and Zhao Taifeng in the art of blacksmithing. At home, he concentrated on practicing the giant elephant 100 gods, gradually refining his bones. The training of the divine elephant's root bones was not particularly difficult, and he continued to make swift progress as before. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's smithy, upon learning of the Qingyu gang's annihilation and that Jiang Tianyu, the third chief of the Jiang family's smithy whom she had instructed to eliminate, was still alive and well, Yulanjia's fair face turned pale with rage, a chilling glint flickering in her eyes as she cast her gaze toward the direction of the Jiang family's smithy, 2 streets away. Very well. Let us see whose fist is harder, she declared, her countenance soon returning to normal, a slight, gentle smile gracing her lips. She hastily returned to the Yu family. As time passed slowly by, at the Jiang family's smithy, the rhythmic clang of metal echoed through the air. Jiang Tianyu, drenched in sweat, swung the forging hammer repeatedly against the materials on the anvil until they took shape once more, before tossing them into the furnace for reheating. He was attempting to forge a second-tier exquisite weapon, perhaps even a second-tier supreme weapon. 10 days had elapsed since the Qingyu gang's destruction, and during this time, he had been diligently practicing the bone forging section of the giant elephant 100 gods, refining the divine elephant's root bones. The formation of the divine elephant's root bones was imminent, likely just a matter of days. His own cultivation had also steadily progressed, 1 level of body refinement each day, now reaching the 58th level of the body refining realm. With such significant improvements in strength, Jiang Tianyu found himself unsatisfied with merely forging second-tier ordinary weapons. Today marked his attempt at something greater. However, crafting second-tier weapons was no easy feat. He estimated that it would take another 2 days to complete the process. Chapter 54, Equal Standing? Behind him, Zhao Taifeng and a group of others observed Jiang Tianyu's weapon forging. Unlike before, their gazes were now filled with respect and awe as they attentively studied the details of his techniques. The seamlessness of his hammering method inspired them greatly, benefiting their own martial arts as insights continued to dawn upon them. In just half a month, their martial prowess had advanced significantly. The same could be said for their weapon forging skills, which had also seen improvement to some degree. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the direction of the back courtyard, followed by the excited laughter of Li Jinha. Ha! From today onward, I, Li Jinha, have also become a second-realm martial artist. The smithy fell silent for a moment at this proclamation. The next instant, Zhao Taifeng and the others exchanged stunned glances. Shock etched upon their faces as they stared toward the back courtyard storeroom. Hiss! The storeroom overseer, Li Jinha, had broken through to the bone-forging stage of the second realm. Old man Li. Oh no, the overseer. Zhao Taifeng was momentarily dazed, listening to Li Jinha's thunderous laughter reverberating through the smithy, all the while feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the storeroom. He inhaled sharply. Li Jinha has broken through to the second realm of the bone-forging stage. How could this be possible? Li Jinha, this fellow, is considerably older, having surpassed 70 years of age. At such an advanced stage, his vitality has long since begun to wane, and his cultivation has regressed from its former peak. It is not merely a challenge for him to break through to the second realm of martial arts, the bone refinement stage. Even maintaining his current strength is a formidable task. How, then, could this old man possibly achieve a breakthrough to the bone refinement realm? The other masters and craftsmen were equally astonished, gazing blankly at the backyard for a moment, their eyes betraying a sense of envy and yearning. After all, the bone refinement realm is a coveted stage they have long dreamt of transcending. Achieving this realm would grant them the potential to ascend to the status of a second-tier blacksmith. The prowess of a second-tier blacksmith would enable them to transcend their humble origins and step into the true upper echelons of Shirtang City, becoming its genuine top-tier powerhouses. How did Li Jinha manage to break through to the bone refinement realm? They all harbored the same questions as Zhao Taifeng. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyu, who was awaiting the tempering of weapons, was momentarily taken aback by the laughter, though it did not surprise him. A smile graced his face as he mused. Master has finally broken through to the bone refinement realm. This is indeed splendid news. Firstly, Li Jinha's advancement to the bone refinement realm serves as a testament to the remarkable efficacy of the second-tier bone refining pill, which significantly aids martial practitioners in their ascension to this stage. With this achievement, many of Jiang Tianyu's forthcoming ideas and plans could now be executed with ample persuasiveness. The body refining pill and the bone refining pill are indeed valuable assets, and Jiang Tianyu is determined to maximize their potential. Perhaps he could subtly assist his family behind the scenes? If the family could harness the benefits of the body refining and bone refining pills, it would not merely alleviate the predicament posed by the Yu family and the city guards. It might even propel the Jiang family to unprecedented heights, establishing them as the singular dominant force in Shirtang City. However, Jiang Tianyu had yet to solidify his approach, still harboring doubts about whether his own strength could withstand the ensuing challenges. Secondly, with Li Jinhe's breakthrough to the bone refinement realm, provided he stabilizes his newfound power for a period, he will soon be able to attempt forging second-tier weapons. Should Li Jinhe also ascend to the rank of a second-tier blacksmith, it would potentially create a legendary tale of master and disciple in Shirtang City, further enhancing the prestige of their blacksmith shop. The thought of nurturing his master into a second-tier blacksmith filled Jiang Tianyu with a subtle sense of accomplishment. How delightful it would be. Once Qingniu and Xintong also attained the status of second-tier blacksmiths, the intrigue would only deepen. Yet by that time, he presumed he would have already advanced to a third or even fourth-tier blacksmith. The news of Li Jinhe's breakthrough resonated throughout the blacksmith shop, causing quite a stir. However, as time wore on, the crowd gradually returned to a state of calm. Only Zhao Taifeng and a few other masters appeared particularly invigorated, working with exceptional diligence and enthusiasm. Third manager, how did Li Jinhe manage to break through to the bone refinement realm? Do you have any insights? They inquired. Yes, third manager. Li Jinhe's vitality should have diminished long ago. How could he suddenly achieve a breakthrough to the bone refinement realm? If Li Jinhe could ascend to the second realm of martial arts, does that not imply we might also have a chance? Zhao Taifeng and several other masters approached Jiang Tianyu, brimming with excitement, eager to glean any hints or insider knowledge from him. Yet, how could Jiang Tianyu possibly divulge such matters? He merely offered some words of comfort before sending them on their way. Subsequently, Jiang Tianyu ventured alone to the storeroom in the backyard. Simultaneously, the head manager, Jiang Zolong, was also stirred and made his way to the storeroom in search of Li Jinhe. When Jiang Tianyu arrived, he found Jiang Zolong inquiring of Li Jinhe how it was that he had suddenly broken through to the second realm. Li Jinhe, troubled by how to deflect the question, was well aware that the precious pill had come from his disciple, Jiang Tianyu, who had specifically instructed him to keep it a secret. The effects of that pill were indeed remarkable, far from ordinary, and how could he possibly explain that? Upon seeing Jiang Tianyu's arrival, Li Jinhe, as if spotting a savior, quickly exclaimed, "Tianyu has arrived. Come, sit down." The head manager just came by. He winked at Jiang Tianyu, signaling for him to come to his aid. Jiang Zolong, noticing Jiang Tianyu, smiled and remarked, "Tianyu, I hear you are attempting to forge second-tier exquisite weapons today?" Jiang Tianyu obediently took a seat beside Li Jinhe and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I have just begun the forging process. The sword mold has just taken shape, and I will need a couple more days to complete it." As he spoke, Jiang Tianyu turned to Li Jinhe, clasped his hands, and smiled. "Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough to the second realm and becoming the fourth martial artist of the blacksmith shop to reach the bone refinement stage. Ah, what is there to congratulate? It is but your merit," Li Jinhe humbly replied, though his smile grew increasingly radiant, his entire demeanor exuding vitality and mirth. He had never imagined he would one day transcend to the bone refinement realm. Amidst his excitement, Li Jinhe felt ever more convinced that taking Jiang Tianyu as his disciple was not a privilege for Jiang Tianyu, but rather a stroke of fortune for himself. This disciple was a blessing bestowed upon him by fate. However, Jiang Zolong, discerning something in their exchange, regarded the two with a puzzled expression. Is it Tianyu's merit? What does that mean? Li Jinhe's smile faltered momentarily, and he felt a headache coming on. He had inadvertently let slip too much in his moment of joy. Jiang Tianyu, however, remained unperturbed, his composure unwavering. With the elevation of his cultivation, his mindset had also undergone subtle changes, and his gaze no longer fixated solely on the modest blacksmith shop. Matters that once required cautious handling were now approached with a different perspective. Simply put, the times had changed. Even a mere 3 days of training could render someone impressive. How much more so for Jiang Tianyu, who had not updated his external prowess in quite some time. Those whom he once looked up to, the head manager and the third elder, might now find themselves on equal footing with him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tianyu suddenly turned to Jiang Zolong and suggested, "Head manager, how about we have a spar? I wish to ascertain how far I am from the Zhangji realm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zolong was momentarily taken aback, while Li Jinhe stared at Jiang Tianyu in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Chapter 55, A single strike defeats Jiang Zolong. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Zolong chuckled and asked, "Do you know the difference between the Zhangji realm of martial arts and the bone refinement realm?" Jiang Tianyu pondered. Possessing the great elephant and 100 gods technique, a fifth-tier inheritance, He was well aware of the secrets of the Xianxia realm and how it differed from the Bone Refinement Realm. Jiang Zolong explained. The Xianxia realm primarily focuses on refining the internal organs. It may sound unremarkable, transitioning from bone refinement to the internal organs, but in reality, these are two entirely different tiers. The Bone Refinement Realm hones the bones, allowing for the cultivation of a stronger penetrating force capable of easily breaking through the bodies of Body Refinement Realm practitioners, significantly increasing lethality. Conversely, the Xianxia realm refines the internal organs, unlocking the five spirits repository and awakening the latent powers within the body. Even a newly initiated practitioner in the Xianxia realm possesses internal power far surpassing that of a bone refinement warrior, an endless reservoir of strength. If the Bone Refinement Realm relies on the unique penetrating force to suppress its opponents, the Xianxia realm, in contrast, exerts pure force. With the five spirits' power far beyond the capacity of any warrior below the Xianxia realm to withstand. Furthermore, the disparities within the Xianxia realm are vast. It is said there exist extreme levels within the Xianxia realm, allowing for the refinement of the internal organs up to 360 times, resulting in flawless internal power, enabling a human to wield strength comparable to that of ancient mythical beasts. Since my breakthrough to the visceral realm, I have refined my organs a total of 16 times. My prowess among the martial artists of the three realms in Shirtang City can be classified as mediocre, not particularly strong, yet not entirely weak either. He regarded Jiang Tianyu with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, inquiring, "So, do you wish to challenge me?" "Of course," Jiang Tianyu replied, rising with a grin. "I am merely at the body refinement stage. Even if I were to be defeated by the esteemed shopkeeper, it would not be a source of shame. I implore you, please impart your wisdom and allow me to witness the true might of the three realms in martial arts." In the secluded courtyard ahead, Jiang Zolong and Jiang Tianyu faced each other. Jiang Zolong, observing Jiang Tianyu unarmed, chuckled, "You may use your weapon if you wish." Jiang Tianyu hesitated. While the shopkeeper was indeed at the visceral realm, he too was unarmed and was currently missing a hand, leaving only the right. Would it be appropriate for him to wield a weapon? Noticing Jiang Tianyu's uncertainty, Jiang Zolong laughed heartily. "Fear not. This will provide you with a genuine experience of the power of the five organs, thus preparing you for encounters with such formidable adversaries in the future, whether to withstand their might or to flee." Jiang Tianyu licked his lips and retrieved his thunderous hammer, declaring, "Then you best be cautious, for this hammer weighs a staggering 180 pounds. 180 pounds. Goodness. Beside them." Li Junhe flinched at such a weight. Even after his breakthrough to the bone-tempering realm, he could hardly wield it. A few strikes might be manageable, but engaging in battle with such a weapon would surely be exhausting. Jiang Zolong's expression shifted subtly upon hearing the weight. Although the thunderous hammer was merely a second-tier ordinary weapon, the threat posed by heavy weaponry typically transcends its rank. Nevertheless, he felt confident in handling Jiang Tianyu and nodded affirmatively. "Very well." Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Tianyu's figure surged forward, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages in Jiang Zolong's eyes. With a sudden burst of power, he stomped the ground, pulverizing the green bricks beneath him into dust, causing the very earth to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the dull thuds of his footsteps, the hammer swung, shattering the air with a thunderous roar that was ear-piercing. However, what truly unsettled Jiang Zolong was the terrifying blood aura emanating from Jiang Tianyu. Manifesting as a colossal phantom of a celestial dragon, boom, the blood essence of 58 layers of body refinement erupted, unleashing the perfected form of the demonic crocodile, celestial dragon, S100 forms. Alongside this, his comprehension of the fifth-tier ultimate technique, the giant elephant's 100 divine methods, surged forth, causing the thunderous hammer to whirl with cataclysmic force. Jiang Zolong could only perceive a flurry of hammer shadows barreling toward him, and his complexion paled as he cursed, "Damn." Boom. His remaining right hand transformed into a fist, the power of the five organs surging forth, his fist morphing into a hammer shadow, imbued with tremendous force that clashed with the oncoming thunderous hammer. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Zolong was sent flying several meters away, crashing into the rear wall of the courtyard, collapsing amidst the rubble. The courtyard fell silent for a brief moment, as Li Junhe stood in shock, his face frozen. What had he just witnessed? The shopkeeper had been sent flying by that lad with a single strike. Was he imagining things? Jiang Tianyu hurriedly set down the thunderous hammer and rushed forward to excavate Jiang Zolong from the debris, relieved to find that he had not sustained serious injuries. He let out a sigh of relief and sheepishly remarked, "I merely perfected the demonic crocodile, celestial dragon, S100 forms. I never anticipated it would lead to such an outcome." Even after being rescued, Jiang Zilong remained in a state of bewilderment. Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's words, his eyelids twitched. His mind a whirlwind of confusion and frustration. What the hell? I was sent flying by a single strike? I am a martial artist of the visceral realm in the three realms. He could hardly fathom such a result. However, once Jiang Zilong regained his composure, excitement surged within him as he scrutinized Jiang Tianyu with an odd gaze, finally unable to contain himself. Your physical prowess is truly monstrous. As Jiang Tianyu withdrew the final blow, Jiang Zilong's injuries were not severe, merely a jolt to his organs. He would recover with some rest. He assisted Jiang Zilong to his feet and, intrigued, inquired, esteemed shopkeeper, does my strength truly rival that of the visceral realm? Jiang Zilong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Perhaps you could be compared to a martial artist of the three realms who has refined their organs 36 times to perfection? The martial artists in Shitang City are few. You could count them on two hands. Among the most elite are our family head, Jiang Chonglin, the city guard commander, Tang Anshan, and the head of the Yu family, Yu Tinkong, all of whom have refined their organs 72 times or are nearing completion. He sensed that Jiang Tianyu's strength indeed surpassed his own significantly, potentially eclipsing even those who had fully refined their organs 36 times. However, compared to the family head and Tang Anshan, he still fell short. Naturally, the so-called martial artists of the three realms in Shitang City possessed rather ordinary foundations, including Tang Anshan, for they could not have fully refined 206 bones in the bone-tempering realm. Thus, the combat efficacy of these martial artists could only be categorized as average. For those possessing perfected foundations, the combat strength of the martial artists of the three realms remained unknown. Nevertheless, after hearing Jiang Zilong's account, Jiang Tianyu gained insight into the strength of the martial artists in Shitang City. Thus, it seemed that even at my current cultivation level, still below the 60th layer of body refinement, I could nearly match the highest combat power in Shitang City. Once I cultivate the Divine Elephant's foundation and elevate my mastery by another 20 or 30 layers, I may become unrivaled in Shitang City. With this thought, a resolution formed within Jiang Tianyu. Chapter 56. For the family. As he assisted Jiang Zilong back to the hall, Jiang Zilong chuckled wryly. Tianyu, you truly conceal your strength well. I almost had my back broken by your strike. At this moment, Li Jinhe burst into hearty laughter. Esteemed shopkeeper, Tianyu did not intend it. Rather, I believe this is a fortuitous turn of events. For both the blacksmith shop and the Jiang family, Tianyu's prowess is undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. Jiang Zilong smiled in agreement, recognizing the truth in that sentiment. Yet, Jiang Tianyu's expression turned serious as he looked at Jiang Zilong. Esteemed shopkeeper, are you not curious how my master broke through to the bone-tempering realm? It is because I procured some medicinal pills from a sage, which are remarkably effective for body refinement and bone-tempering cultivation. Hence, I encouraged my master to try them. To his astonishment, the pills proved effective, and my master successfully advanced to the second realm of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zilong's expression shifted dramatically. He shot to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Such pills exist?" It must be noted that Li Jinhe was already over 70 years old, his vitality having waned for over a decade. Unless by some extraordinary chance, he would have little hope of further breakthroughs. Yet here were the two of them, claiming that he had consumed a pill that allowed him to ascend to the second realm of martial arts. What kind of miraculous pill could possess such power? Jiang Tianyu was now unperturbed by the potential exposure of the first-tier body-refining pill and the second-tier bone-tempering pill. Firstly, the golden snail had been following him and was relatively obedient, with only him privy to its secrets. Secondly, his current cultivation had reached an exceptionally high level, placing him among the elite in Shitang City, and even the third elder, Jiang Zilong, did not consider himself his match. Moreover, given the significant enhancement of strength, it is imperative for him to strategize on a more profound level and to cultivate a vision that extends into the distant future. For the past 10 days, although the blacksmith shop has encountered no issues, troubling news has emerged from outside the city. A band of marauders has surfaced, attacking a mining site owned by the Jiang family beyond the city limits. Following a fierce battle, they have seized control of the mine, resulting in the Jiang family suffering losses in personnel, and the mine remains unreclaimed. This situation suggests that the Yu family and the city guards are poised to encroach upon the Jiang family's external interests. Should this continue, the Jiang family's predicament could become increasingly dire. To break this deadlock, there exists but one option: power. If the family's strength is sufficient to subdue the Yu family and the city guards alliance, or even to turn the tables and crush them, then all would be manageable. However, achieving this is no simple feat unless, of course, the Jiang family can secure additional support, such as the elixirs from the golden snail. Jiang Tianyu. Being a member of the Jiang family, is even confident that he could ascend to the position of an elder within the clan, potentially becoming the family's true power behind the scenes. Naturally, the Jiang family serves as his foundation and shield. The stronger and more profound the Jiang family's strength becomes, the more stable their footing in Shitang City, which would ultimately benefit him. Additionally, after spending time together, the character and integrity of the family head, Jiang Clan, and the chief steward, Jiang Zoming, have proven trustworthy, indicating they are not inept individuals. The potency of the first-tier body refinement pill and the second-tier bone-forging pill has been validated, whether it is Li Xintong and Gao Qingyo, who have made remarkable progress after consuming the body refinement pills, or Li Jinhe, who successfully broke through to the bone-forging realm after taking the bone-forging pill. Both instances testify to the efficacy of these elixirs. Should the Jiang family acquire these two types of pills, a transformative enhancement in their strength and foundation would undoubtedly follow in a short period. Jiang Tianyu pondered deeply. Retrieving 2 jade vials from his sleeve, one containing 2 first-tier body refinement pills and the other holding a second-tier bone-forging pill, he presented the vials to Jiang Zoming, stating, "Third Elder, these are the 2 types of pills I have procured. I have named one the first-tier body refinement pill and the other the second-tier bone-forging pill. Both pills are remarkably effective, as evidenced by Xintong and Qingyo, who have experienced continuous breakthroughs in their cultivation over the past month. Xintong is now nearing the 8th level of the Body Refinement Realm, a significant leap from her previous 5th level just over a month ago. As for the second-tier bone-forging pill, you have witnessed how Master regained his peak prowess and successfully advanced to the 2nd realm of martial arts after consuming it." Jiang Zoming's expression revealed a hint of astonishment, and his gaze shifted slightly. Such a secret, he had not anticipated Jiang Tianyu would so candidly disclose. Furthermore, the so-called pills were directly presented to him. If one were to claim that Jiang Tianyu is a naive and uncalculating individual, Jiang Zoming would hardly believe it. Having spent a month together, he clearly understands what sort of person Jiang Tianyu is. Thus, Jiang Tianyu's forthrightness and the presentation of the pills can only imply one thing. He has no intention of concealing them. Instead, he is prepared to contribute these items for the family's benefit. For the family. With this thought, Jiang Zoming's gaze toward Jiang Tianyu transformed, now laced with surprise and appreciation. If there had been any lingering reservations between them, as Jiang Tianyu had emerged from the collateral line of the family, the blood ties inevitably carry a degree of distance. Yet now, Jiang Zoming has genuinely accepted Jiang Tianyu, regarding him as a true kin of the bloodline, devoid of any barriers. Jiang Tianyu's willingness to present these precious pills for the family elicits Jiang Zoming's generosity in return. He feels a sense of joy for having such a family member. However, Jiang Zoming soon recalled a crucial point, his eyes narrowing as he inquired of Jiang Tianyu. "These pills are highly effective. Does that esteemed individual possess any more? If the family wishes to acquire additional pills, can you ensure their procurement?" Jiang Tianyu contemplated. The supply of these items is naturally limited. However, considering that the golden snail can consume 10 doses of the first-tier body refinement pill in a single day, this quantity is not insignificant. Perhaps there could be as many as 100 pills per day? Yet, the key to obtaining these pills lies primarily in the medicinal materials. He looked at Jiang Zoming and stated, "The primary concern is the medicinal materials. If the family can procure the necessary ingredients for the pills, then the body refinement and bone-forging pills could be produced in abundance. However, the required materials must be aged, rare tonics, and of considerable value. A single body refinement pill costs at least 10 to 20 taels of silver, while the bone-forging pill is even pricier, requiring over 100 taels of silver for its materials. The cost of a single body refinement pill is equivalent to a first-tier premium weapon. The bone-forging pill is even more exorbitant, with its cost comparable to a first-tier exquisite armor. 3 of these would amount to the cost of a second-tier weapon." Upon hearing this price, Jiang Zoming's expression shifted slightly. Yet, upon recalling the efficacy of these precious pills, his demeanor returned to normal, his eyes sparkling with hope. If the pills genuinely possess such effects, then the price is undoubtedly justifiable. Chapter 57. Standing unyielding. Consequently, Jiang Zoming concealed the 2 jade vials within his garments and addressed Jiang Tianyu and Li Jinhe. "Tianyu, elderly, please accompany me back to the family. We must meet with the family head. This matter is of immense significance, potentially altering the fate of the entire Jiang family." Jiang Zoming dared not delay, promptly leading Jiang Tianyu and Li Jinhe away from the blacksmith shop and toward the family's estate in the inner city, deep within the Jiang family's ancestral residence. Family head Jiang Clan was engrossed in handling family affairs within his study when he was suddenly interrupted by Jiang Zoming's call. "Family head." Bang. Moments later, Jiang Zoming burst through the door, followed closely by Jiang Tianyu and Li Jinhe. Jiang Chenglin initially intended to reprimand Jiang Zoming for his impetuousness, but upon seeing the company he brought, he swallowed his words. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Chenglin demanded, "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" Jiang Zoming cautiously closed the door, ensuring no one else approached the courtyard, and upon returning to the study, he conducted a thorough search, declaring, "Family head. There is no one hiding here, right?" Observing Jiang Zoming's serious demeanor, Jiang Chonglin's expression instantly turned grave, sitting up straight and asking, "Zoming, what has transpired?" Jiang Zoming exhaled a sigh of relief, then solemnly retrieved the 2 jade vials from his robe and handed them to Jiang Chenglin. Jiang Chenglin stared in surprise, momentarily bewildered as he accepted the vials, with confusion etched on his face as he looked at Jiang Zoming. "You made such a fuss, and this is what you present? What are these?" Jiang Zoming, with a serious expression, explained the effects of the first-tier body refinement pill and the second-tier bone-forging pill, gesturing toward Li Jinhe. "This is our warehouse overseer, Li Jinhe, who is now over 70 years old and has been Tianyu's master at the blacksmith shop. Previously, he was merely at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, with his vitality long past its peak. However, thanks to the effects of the second-tier bone-forging pill, he has just successfully advanced to the second realm of martial arts, the bone-forging realm. There exists a first-tier body refining pill, and under Tianyu's guidance, 2 apprentices have consumed this pill for a month, resulting in consecutive breakthroughs of 2 realms in their cultivation. Master of the family, do you not perceive the significance of this?" "What?" Jiang Chonglin's countenance transformed dramatically upon hearing this, and he sprang from his seat in a sudden burst, his hand trembling so violently that he nearly dropped the 2 jade vials. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Li Jinhe. Sensing the unmistakable aura of a martial artist at the second realm, the bone-refining stage, emanating from him, it was undeniably the presence of a second-realm martial artist. Moreover, judging by the instability of his aura, it appeared that he had just recently achieved this breakthrough, still in the nascent stages of the weakest bone-refining realm. Yet, even in this fledgling state, he possessed the combat prowess of a second-realm practitioner. Jiang Chonglin's breathing became somewhat hurried. For Jiang Zolong could recognize the value of these 2 pills, and as the head of the Jiang family, he could certainly discern their worth. Contemplating their implications even more broadly and long-term, these pills, they must be the first-tier body refining pill and the second-tier bone refining pill. Could they truly possess such miraculous effects? Was Zolong speaking the truth? Jiang Chonglin's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Tianyu. At this moment, the composure he had cultivated as the head of the family wavered, his voice tinged with a tremor that betrayed his astonishment and delight at these revelations. Jiang Tianyu maintained a calm demeanor and nodded. "The head of the family already possesses these 2 types of pills. Feel free to test their efficacy." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chenglin handed the vial of body refining pills to Jiang Zolong, saying, "Zolong, you should try this and ascertain whether its effects are as remarkable as claimed." As for himself, he could sample the remaining second-tier bone refining pill. Jiang Zolong expressed no objections. Upon pouring out a body refining pill and inhaling its aroma, he was struck by a peculiar fragrance rather than the bitter scent of medicinal herbs, leaving him somewhat astonished. He tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. The body refining pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a torrent of overwhelming heat that coursed through Jiang Zolong's entire being. Feeling the potency of this vigorous heat, Jiang Zolong's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Jiang Chenglin and nodded, "Master, the medicinal effects are indeed powerful. Acting directly on the skin and flesh, it has an extraordinary impact on body refinement." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Chonglin's eyes, and without further hesitation, he poured out the second-tier bone refining pill from the vial and consumed it in a single gulp. Boom! The formidable effects of the bone refining pill erupted, powerful yet gentle, imposing no undue stress on his body. It seamlessly integrated into his system, gradually being refined and absorbed to enhance his cultivation. As he sensed the potency of the second-tier bone refining pill, Jiang Chenglin was immediately convinced of Jiang Zolong's assessment. These 2 pills were undoubtedly treasures. "Excellent, excellent," Jiang Chenglin exclaimed with excitement, quickly turning to Jiang Tianyu with a question. "Tianyu, how many of these pills do we have available? What is their cost? Who is the esteemed individual responsible for creating such wondrous elixirs?" Jiang Tianyu reiterated his previous explanations, refraining from disclosing the existence of the golden snail, merely outlining the required materials for the first-tier body refining pill and the second-tier bone refining pill, along with their costs and approximate quantities. As long as the family could provide sufficient materials, these 2 pills could be consistently produced. Jiang Chonglin's heart stirred. The so-called esteemed individual he did not probe further into. After a moment's contemplation, A profound glint appeared in his eyes. Do we need aged herbs and rare tonics? He murmured, his gaze sharpening. In Shurtang City, where could one find the most aged herbs and rare tonics? Naturally, it was the Yu family. The Yu family monopolized the medicinal herb trade in Shurtang City, and only their pharmacies possessed a sufficient stock of materials. Sensing a hint of murderous intent emanating from Jiang Clan, Jiang Tianyu quickly intervened, suggesting softly, "Master, I believe it would be prudent to refrain from acting hastily for now. Firstly, we may not be able to acquire a substantial quantity of materials, and secondly, the timing is not yet right. We should purchase with silver whenever possible. Matters solvable with currency are not issues. Time is on our side. As long as we possess these 2 pills, the Jiang family will remain invincible. There is no need to rush." Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's words, Jiang Clan paused momentarily, then reined in his murderous intent, nodding in agreement. "You make a valid point." The Jiang family had survived in Shurtang City for many years, amassing a considerable fortune, and they were not at a loss for mere silver. Just as Jiang Tianyu had articulated, as long as they could continuously obtain these 2 pills, time would be on their side, and there was no need for immediate contention. The more pressing concern was to maintain a low profile. Jiang Zolong's expression also grew solemn as he spoke softly. "Master, Tianyu is correct. These 2 pills must not be exposed, not even to the Grand Elder or the Second Elder, at least not yet. Perhaps acquiring aged herbs and rare tonics through purchase may be challenging in the short term, but we can seek them elsewhere, even in the capital city." Chapter 58, Shock. This approach is more secure and discreet. As long as the Yu family and Tang Yanshan remain unaware, we can continue this way. By the time they do notice, perhaps the Jiang family's strength will have already undergone a transformation, achieving a complete metamorphosis. When that time comes, the positions of attack and defense will inevitably shift. Jiang Zolong's voice lowered, imbued with a sense of solemnity and an icy edge of murderous intent. Jiang Clan nodded in agreement. His gaze then settled on Jiang Tianyu, stating, "This matter should be credited to Tianyu. Zolong, how do you propose we reward Tianyu for his contributions?" Before Jiang Zolong could respond, Jiang Tianyu had already shaken his head, saying, "Master, it is best to let it be for now. Remaining inactive is the wisest choice at this moment. Achievements and rewards are inconsequential. The paramount concern is to prevent any external parties from perceiving our actions. Moreover, I trust that when the time comes for recognition, neither the Master nor the Third Elder will forget my contributions." Jiang Clan and Jiang Zolong were both taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they regarded Jiang Tianyu, their gazes deepening with contemplation. To possess such awareness at this moment speaks volumes of this clan member's intellect, emotional depth, and broad perspective, concerned not solely with personal gains, but rather contemplating the welfare of the entire family. At this juncture, Jiang Zolong added in a hushed tone, "Master, Tianyu's current strength has already surpassed mine. Before coming here, I engaged in a spar with him. Despite my full effort, I was still sent flying by a single strike. Based purely on my instincts, Tianyu's current physical power may rival that of a third realm practitioner who has undergone 36 rounds of refinement in the organ realm." "What?" Jiang Chonglin's expression shifted once more, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he turned to Jiang Zolong and Jiang Tianyu. Jiang Zolong continued, "In my estimation, even the Grand Elder might not be a match for Tianyu. His strength should only be second to you within the family." Jiang Clan gazed at Jiang Tianyu in astonishment, sensing the lingering aura of his still merely body refining realm cultivation, and he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Is this truly the case?" Jiang Tianyu, maintaining a serene expression, gently shook his head. It was merely a stroke of luck, compounded by the Third Elder's right hand being injured, which allowed me to succeed. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless. Regardless of my strength, the matter of the body refining pill and bone refining pill remains unchanged. My stance is to remain inactive for the time being and wait until we have tangible results before making any conclusions. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Clan nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, since you possess this mindset, we shall remain inactive for now. However, we must expedite matters concerning the first-tier body refining pill and the second-tier bone refining pill." He turned to Jiang Zolong, his expression grave as he instructed, "You will personally oversee the procurement of the herbs. The personnel selected must be those in whom we can place the utmost trust. Do you understand? Moreover, aside from our trustworthy kin, they are strictly forbidden from divulging even a whisper to outsiders." "No, that is still insufficient." Jiang Chonglin's expression grew solemn as he stood up, contemplating for a long while. He then turned to Jiang Zolong and declared, "Select all those whom we can rely upon, and they shall collectively enter seclusion. Unless I grant my permission, none shall emerge. As for the location, I shall make separate arrangements and ensure that it is well guarded." After deliberating for nearly an hour, Jiang Zolong, Jiang Tianyu, and Li Jinhe quietly departed from the Jiang family estate. Jiang Zolong set about arranging the procurement of medicinal herbs, not only discreetly purchasing from the Yu family, but also dispatching individuals to other cities for supplies. For this purpose, Jiang Changlin was even resolute in bringing forth some of the family's long-concealed resources. Whether the Jiang family could transcend their predicament and undergo a transformative rebirth, akin to a dragon soaring into the sky, depended on the opportunities that Jiang Tianyu would present to the clan. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Li Jinhe took the time to remind Jiang Tianyu to exercise caution, and he must also keep Gao Qingyou and Li Xintong in check, ensuring that they did not let slip any sensitive information. Compared to Jiang Tianyu, Li Jinhe was palpably more anxious, as the matter at hand was of utmost significance to the survival of the Jiang family. They were all in the same boat, after all, and how could one not be apprehensive? Jiang Tianyu, however, remained unfazed, given the Jiang family's formidable foundation in Shitang City. As long as the secret of the golden snail was not disclosed to formidable powers like the Longhu Tianzong, they would be able to withstand the storm. Furthermore, he could regulate the production of both the body refining pill and the bone forging pill. Perhaps due to a sense of elation, Li Jinhe once again invited Jiang Tianyu to his home for a celebration. After an incessant flow of wine, Jiang Tianyu found himself intoxicated once more. Sprawled upon Lin Shuxia's grand bed, the young matron seemed particularly exhilarated today, resulting in the wooden bed creaking under duress until the late hours of the night. Firstly, Lin Shuxia's martial cultivation had advanced significantly, with Jiang Tianyu's assistance and the aid of several first-grade body refining pills, propelling her from the 3rd to the 5th level of body refinement. Although she may not yet rival a true 4th-level body refinement warrior in combat prowess, her enhanced cultivation brought numerous benefits. Her physical strength had markedly increased, her movements were more vigorous, fluid, and resilient. Secondly, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her husband, with her assistance, managed to break through his cultivation as well, becoming a formidable practitioner at the 2nd level of martial arts, the bone forging realm. Such an individual was a true powerhouse within Shitang City. As long as the top-tier 3rd-level practitioners did not intervene, he could command respect, a veritable figure of significance. And now, their family boasted 2 such formidable beings. How could Lin Shuxiao possibly contain her joy? In her excitement, she became particularly proactive. The following day, upon awakening, Jiang Tianyu observed Lin Shuxiao, still languidly slumbering. He chuckled softly, "Little one, do you think that merely reaching the 5th level of body refinement grants you the power to turn the world upside down? Such folly." With a playful slap to her pert backside, he left her to her sleepy protests as he rose to wash and adorn himself before departing. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Jiang Zolong was already awaiting him. As Jiang Tianyu approached, he whispered, "In accordance with your proposal, the medicinal herbs have been transported to the courtyard at Giang Alley. Thus far, we have acquired a substantial portion of the old and rare medicinal inventory from various apothecaries in Shitang City, totaling over 40,000 taels of silver. This should suffice for a while. Rest assured, I have also dispatched numerous individuals to procure additional supplies from other locations. Within a few days or half a month, we shall have a steady stream of medicinal herbs arriving." "Very well. I shall bring the first batch of pills to the 3rd elder tomorrow." Jiang Tianyu nodded in agreement. He returned to the courtyard at Giang Alley, where indeed a multitude of boxes filled with precious medicinal herbs awaited him. He placed these herbs in the room and opened each box. Gazing at the golden snail, he remarked, "These herbs have been provided by the family. We require some body refining pills and bone forging pills, so feel free to consume them. If you can manage, eat half and refine the other half into pills for me." The golden snail's eyes sparkled at the sight of the abundant herbs. It had initially thought Jiang Tianyu had struck it rich overnight. Little did it know these were gifts from his family. No wonder. "Very well, as you have said. I shall eat half and refine half," it declared excitedly. "I shall not hold back." It understood that in order to grow, it needed vast resources. If such herbs remained plentiful, advancing to the 3rd tier would be considerably easier, unlike the previous century where it had only recently reached the 2nd tier. Chapter 59. The Death of Xiao Hutu. The golden snail was not weak and possessed astonishing speed. Thus, Jiang Tianyu was not overly concerned for its safety but advised, "Just be cautious at home. If anything unexpected occurs, take cover. If you cannot hide, flee to the blacksmith shop and find me. Rest assured, no one in this city can capture you." With that, the golden snail dashed into the boxes of medicinal herbs, commencing its feast. Jiang Tianyu paid it no further mind and returned to the blacksmith shop to focus on forging his 2nd-tier weapon. However, that night, deep in the darkness, in a courtyard on the outskirts of the city, Xiao Hutu had just finished his work at the Yu family's blacksmith shop and returned home. After washing up and changing into his nightwear, he entered his room, intending to seek warmth with his beloved wife. Yet, as he approached the large bed, he caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent of blood wafting from it. Xiao Hutu's expression shifted abruptly, and he shouted in alarm, "Who is it?" At that moment, an oil lamp on the nearby table was ignited, revealing a figure that had previously lurked in the shadows. Seeing this person, Xiao Hutu's countenance changed, a mix of surprise and anger washing over him as he bellowed, "Master! No, I should say Li Jinhe?" He rushed to the bed, pulling aside the curtains. The sight before him twisted his features with rage. His beloved wife lay there, seemingly unharmed, yet her once charming and delicate face, akin to that of a lovely fox, had been reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. Such cruelty! His wife was merely 20 years old, a stunning beauty, yet that old wretch had callously obliterated her head. Gasping for breath, Xiao Hutu closed his eyes, staggering backward as fury and murderous intent overwhelmed him, leaving him lightheaded. Moments later, he cried out in despair, abruptly turning to face Li Jinhe. His eyes were filled with bloodshot rage as he shouted, "Li Jinhe, what do you intend to do? Do you truly believe that our former master-disciple bond grants you the liberty to act with impunity? You have slain my wife. Do you think I will not take your life in return?" Li Jinhe, however, disregarded his furious outburst, slowly rising with a weapon in hand. Cold eyes fixed upon Xiao Hutu. "I am a craftsman of the Jiang family blacksmith shop, one who has nurtured you. You could have chosen to leave Shitang City and seek your fortune elsewhere, and none would have interfered, preserving our master-disciple bond. Yet, you chose to betray the Jiang family. To betray your master, aligning yourself with the Yu family, establishing a blacksmith shop for them, and serving them against the Jiang family, against the Jiang blacksmith shop, and against me. Therefore, you leave me no choice. Today, I shall personally cleanse the filth from our midst." As Xiao Hutong listened to Li Jinhe, his expression fluctuated. However, he soon threw back his head and laughed heartily, a mixture of madness, anger, and a hint of disdainful mockery in his tone. What a joke, just based on you? Although I, Xiao Hutong, have only recently departed from the Jiang blacksmith shop, I am no longer the same Xiao Hutong of old. Old fool, thanks to the esteemed lady's favor and the potent elixir bestowed upon me, my cultivation has already ascended to the 9th level of the Body Refinement Realm. What do you intend to use to kill me? Your head? Boom. As Xiao Hutong bellowed his nonsensical taunts, a sudden surge of aura emanated from Li Jinhe, revealing his cultivation at the second stage of martial arts. His weapon, a hammer, moved in an instant, the murderous intent emanating from him unmasked. He was determined to cleanse his domain. The moment Xiao Hutong sensed the aura of Li Jinhe's Bone Refinement Realm, his body stiffened, and a chill ran through him, nearly causing his legs to buckle in a plea for mercy. Alas, it was a pity that Li Jinhe had no intention of leaving any living being behind in that room tonight. Bang, 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 with a splatter of crimson blood. The shadows of the hammer flashed across the window, staining it with splashes of gore. Hammer after hammer fell in a furious assault. Mere moments passed before silence enveloped the room once more. Creak. Li Jinhe opened the door, his clothing drenched in blood, droplets of life fluid dripping from his weapon. He glanced up at the sparse stars in the night sky, exhaling a heavy breath as he murmured, "It is all cleared now. The night is rather pleasant." He was aware of the earlier night raid on Jiang Tianyu by the Yu family. One could not always be on the defensive, enduring oppression. It was imperative to seek opportunities to vent his pent-up anger, otherwise it would be unbearable. He stepped away. Behind him, in the room, Xiao Hutong lay lifeless on the ground, his head shattered, hands, feet, and chest pulverized, yet his eyes remained intact, wide open and staring at the door, as if fixated on the retreating silhouette, unable to close his eyes in death. A pool of blood began to form on the floor, the stench of death permeating the air. By the following afternoon, members of the Yu blacksmith shop, having not seen Xiao Hutong, came to investigate, only to be met with the grim realization that the third manager of the blacksmith shop had perished within his home. Since the news of the Yu family collaborating with the city guards had spread, visitors to the Yu family estate, occupying over 100 acres in another corner of Shitang City, had become a frequent occurrence. Yu family. Yu Tingkong, the head of the Yu family, had just received several guests when one of his subordinates approached to report quietly, "Master, several managers from the apothecary shops are outside, claiming they have urgent matters to discuss." Yu Tingkong was taken aback. All the apothecary managers had come? His brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss, and he promptly instructed, "Let them in." Shortly after, several middle-aged men entered in succession. "Master," they greeted respectfully as they approached Yu Tingkong. No need for such formalities. Yu Tingkong waved his hand lightly, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "What matters bring you all here together?" The men exchanged glances, and an elderly man stepped forward. his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. "Master, since yesterday, all the major, old, and rare medicinal stocks in our various apothecaries have been purchased in large quantities. Initially, I thought it was only our establishment, but upon further investigation, it appears that others are experiencing the same issue. This is highly irregular." Yu Tingkong's complexion changed slightly. If his subordinates could sense something was amiss, he certainly could too. The Yu family had 5 apothecaries in Shirtang City, all significant establishments that had been in operation for many years. Each shop maintained its own inventory of medicinal materials, especially major, old, and rare supplements, which could remain usable even after years of storage. Under normal circumstances, sales would be stable and not show sudden surges unless something unknown had transpired. Chapter 60, 21 at the 9th level of body refinement. Yu Tingkong, his expression icy, spoke in a low voice. "What is happening? Do we know which establishment purchased the stock?" However, the elderly men shook their heads. Currently, it is unknown. The medicinal materials were not purchased by a single individual, but rather in numerous batches by many people. By the time we noticed, it was too late to secure the inventory, and thus the materials were taken. The elderly men believed this matter to be far from simple, which was why they had come to report to the master. Additionally, there was another pressing issue. Nearly all the inventories of medicinal materials were exhausted across the shops. "Master, we must quickly replenish our stock." Yu Tingkong pondered for a long while before responding. "You arrange for the replenishment. As for who purchased the materials and for what purpose, I will investigate. You may leave now." Once the men departed, Yu Tingkong's expression darkened as he rose and walked to the window, casting his gaze towards the Jiang family's direction on the other side of Shirtang City, his brow furrowing deeply. Although he had yet to ascertain whether it was indeed the Jiang family that had acquired the materials, his intuition told him that only the Jiang family possessed the capability and motive to act in such a manner. Purchasing the majority of the stock from 5 apothecaries would require a significant sum, at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. What could they possibly intend to do with such a vast quantity of medicinal materials, if it were merely for the standard consumption of martial artists? Even a family as large as the Jiang family would find those materials sufficient for a year or two. This was highly irregular. Yu Tingkong felt a sense of unease brewing within him. The Jiang family's unusual activity was concerning. He promptly summoned an individual to order a thorough investigation to uncover what was transpiring with the Jiang family. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Yu blacksmith shop, the young maiden Yulanji, donning a flowing green gown, shattered a table with a slap of her palm, her expression a stormy gray. She had not anticipated failing to secure the 3rd manager of the Jiang blacksmith shop, only to have the manager she appointed murdered instead. Opposite her, the 2nd manager of the blacksmith shop, Wei Tianhe, the only 2nd-tier weapon craftsman, displayed little change in his demeanor. In fact, Xiao Hutong's death might even be regarded as good news for him. Over the past month and more, he had discerned the true abilities of the so-called master blacksmith, Xiao Hutong. In 2 words, he was ambitious yet lacking in talent, petty and small-minded. Many within the blacksmith shop had privately criticized Xiao Hutong, yet Wei Tian he had refrained from taking action out of respect for Yulanji. Now that Xiao Hutong had been slain, Wei Tian he might gain further control over the blacksmith shop. Nevertheless, Wei Tian he found it curious. Who could have killed the 3rd manager? The Jiang family? He doubted it was likely. Not that he looked down on Xiao Hutong, but based on the 3rd manager's abilities, it seemed unnecessary for the Jiang family to resort to a nocturnal assassination. Could it be an enemy Xiao Hutong had made in the past? Yulanji shook her head gently, her expression gradually calming as she said, "No one witnessed the act, but a hammer was used. Such a weapon is rare, aside from the Jiang blacksmith shop." Wei Tian he's heart stirred as he remarked, "Could it be that the Jiang blacksmith shop's 3rd manager, Jiang Tianyu, was responsible?" Given the earlier conflict between him and Xiao Hutong at the banquet, coupled with the grudges between our blacksmith shop and theirs, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yulanji remained silent, contemplating how to handle the situation. Xiao Hutong was the 3rd manager she had appointed and nurtured, now that he had been killed. Failing to seek justice for him might leave the blacksmith shop in a state of unrest. Their newly established reputation could suffer as a result. Therefore, however, if the one taking action is Jiang Tianyu, or rather, the Jiang family blacksmith shop, then relying solely on the strength of the Yu family blacksmith shop, she would indeed find it impossible to retaliate, unless she were to involve her family once more. But should that course of action be pursued, the repercussions would be substantial. I shall visit the commander's office. After a prolonged contemplation, Yulanjia's eyes flickered with a sudden idea, prompting her to rise and stride outside. Jiang family blacksmith shop. Morning. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard of the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu found Jiang Zoming already waiting for him. The moment Jiang Zoming laid eyes on Jiang Tianyu, his face lit up with uncontainable joy and excitement as he hurried forward, eagerly inquiring, "Tianyu, you've arrived. How did it go? How many body refinement pills and bone-forging pills did you manage to concoct?" With a smile, Jiang Tianyu produced 2 large jade vials from his sleeve and presented them to Jiang Zoming, reassuring him, "Rest assured, these pills are of the highest quality. The first batch comprises 100 first-grade body refinement pills and 10 second-grade bone-forging pills. Elderson may take a look." Though the quantity appeared modest at first glance, it was indeed sufficient for the family to cultivate dozens, even up to 100, warriors in the body refinement realm, as well as to nurture 10 in the bone-forging realm. After all, this was merely a day's yield. The medicinal materials previously provided by the family would allow Jiang Tianyu to sustain the production of pills for at least 7 days. This was under the condition that the golden snail consumed half of the materials. 7 days would yield 700 first-grade body refinement pills and 70 second-grade bone-forging pills. Jiang Tianyu contemplated deeply. This amount should enable the family to cultivate a formidable batch of warriors. Moreover, considering the family's plans to procure additional medicinal materials from other sources, it would only take about 1.5 years for the Jiang family's foundational strength to undergo a qualitative leap. By then, the family's impending crisis would naturally be resolved. Perhaps they could even seize the opportunity to become the undisputed overlords of Shitang City. Jiang Zoming merely glanced at the vials, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the body refinement and bone-forging pills, his expression brightening even further as he nodded. "This quantity is indeed sufficient." After carefully concealing the 2 jade vials, he turned to Jiang Tianyu and said, "The family head and I have selected a total of 50 clan members in the body refinement realm, 15 under the age of 20 and 35 above. Their cultivation levels range from the 4th to the 9th level of body refinement, with the majority being at the 9th level, 21 in total. These clan members will be the recipients of these pills for cultivation. If they can successfully break through to the second realm of martial arts like managerly, our Jiang family could gain 21 new warriors of the second realm." At this point, Jiang Zoming's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. "That would be 21 warriors of the second realm. Do you realize how many second realm warriors the Jiang family currently possesses? The entire family has fewer than 20. Hearing this figure, Jiang Tianyu was taken aback. Fewer than 20 second realm warriors for the entire Jiang family? However, upon reflection, this number was not insignificant. For many years, the blacksmith shop had only seen a handful of warriors above the second realm, namely Jiang Zoming, Pan Guanchuan, and Pang Haoliao. If the Jiang family could produce an additional 21 second realm warriors, even if the Yu family joined forces with the city guards, they might still find themselves outmatched by the Jiang family. Previously, Master had only used 5 bone-forging pills and managed to break through to the second realm of martial arts in about half a month. Jiang Tianyu pondered that these 21 clan members might require a maximum of 105 pills to achieve the same breakthrough, which would take roughly 11 days to accumulate. Moreover, some of the 9th level body refinement warriors, still at their peak, might not even need half a month to break through. Calculating this way, it was conceivable that within half a month, the Jiang family's strength could experience its first transformation. Excellent. Jiang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. The situation was more optimistic than he had anticipated. Jiang Zoming, suppressing his excitement, hurriedly departed to commence the family's transformative endeavor. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyu remained composed, returning to the forge to continue crafting his second-grade weapons. Outside, the discord between the Jiang and Yu families, as well as the city guards, did not disturb the tranquility of the blacksmith shop. Aside from the second manager Pan Guanchuan, who frequently ventured out to inspect the various mines, the others within the shop diligently fulfilled their tasks and, under Jiang Tianyu's encouragement, fervently pursued the enhancement of their forging skills. Clang, clang, clang. Before the forge, Jiang Tianyu, nearing 50, appeared increasingly youthful. His body showed no signs of aging. On the contrary, his raven black hair shone brightly, and his skin bore a healthy bronze hue. With his upper body bare, he revealed robust, sinewy muscles, a physique reminiscent of explosive strength. While not conventionally handsome, his countenance exuded a fierce vitality. His features were well-defined, and even when not smiling, there was an imposing aura of authority about him, lending him a certain rugged charm. At this moment, wielding a forging hammer, Jiang Tianyu repeatedly struck the weapon mold on the anvil, beads of sweat occasionally cascading down, colliding with the sparks that erupted, only to vanish. Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong observed Jiang Tianyu's forging process closely. Li Xintong whispered, "Master's hammer techniques bear the essence of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer method. Yet they also embody additional profound insights beyond it." Gao Qingniu scratched his head and replied earnestly, "Master seems to call this hammer technique the earth-shattering hammer method, which integrates the chaotic wind body refinement hammer method and the deeper bone forging martial art. Heavenly Ape S36 strikes, and has achieved a state of perfection. Such a technique exceeds our comprehension and mastery. Li Xintong, her eyes filled with admiration, looked at Jiang Tianyu and murmured, once we reach the 9th level of body refinement, Master will surely impart this martial art to us. Meanwhile, Zhao Taifeng and several other master craftsmen, along with numerous artisans, gathered uninvited to observe Jiang Tianyu forging second-grade weapons. Hearing the hushed conversation between Gao Qingyo and Li Xintong, Zhao Taifeng and the others were taken aback. Realizing that the third manager had not only perfected the chaotic wind body refinement hammer method, but also integrated the bone forging martial art, Heavenly Ape S36 strikes. No wonder this martial art seemed somewhat familiar. They could discern a hint of its complexities. Zhao Taifeng's expression grew intricate as he reflected on his own inability to fully grasp the chaotic wind body refinement hammer method. While the individual before him had already attained a level he feared he would never reach in his lifetime, the disparity was indeed vast. Chapter 61. The Divine Elephant's Root and Bone. Moments later, Zhao Taifeng suppressed his chaotic thoughts, his gaze resolute and pure as he fixated on Jiang Tianyu's forging, diligently noting even the aspects he did not grasp. It mattered not that he did not understand. He could emulate, learn, and gradually comprehend. In that moment, Zhao Taifeng set aside decades of stubbornness and the so-called dignity of a master craftsman. He simply desired to enhance his forging skills. If he could witness the vistas of a higher level of forging, then his life thus far would have been worthwhile. Through this period of observing Jiang Tianyu's forging and cultivation, Zhao Taifeng's mindset had also undergone some transformation. He recognized that Jiang Tianyu's teachings were entirely selfless, offering his forging techniques without reservation. This aspect garnered Zhao Taifeng's utmost respect, especially considering that he had previously held a grudge against Jiang Tianyu. For someone with whom he had past grievances, to exhibit such generosity was truly commendable. How could Zhao Taifeng not admire him? How could he not feel a sense of competition? The vastness of Jiang Tianyu's heart truly befits the esteemed position and identity of the third shopkeeper of the blacksmith's forge, a stature far beyond the capabilities of Zhao Taifeng. Zhao Taifeng, in a moment of humility, acknowledged this and expressed his willingness to serve under Jiang Tianyu. As time swiftly passed, by evening, Jiang Tianyu had finally completed the forging of a second-tier weapon. The design was that of an ordinary blue-scaled sword. However, the moment it was quenched, the expressions of the masters present, including Zhao Taifeng, changed drastically. Zhao Taifeng's heart trembled as he exclaimed, "This aura, it's a second-tier supreme weapon, not merely an exquisite one." Years prior, he had had the fortune of witnessing the forging of a second-tier weapon by the master shopkeeper Jiang Zhuang, which was of the second-tier supreme grade. Now, seeing the freshly quenched blue-scaled sword in Jiang Tianyu's hands, Zhao Taifeng felt that its aura was not inferior to the second-tier supreme weapon he had previously encountered. He was bewildered. How could it be that so little time had passed since the third shopkeeper had just ascended to the rank of second-tier blacksmith? Yet he was capable of forging a second-tier supreme weapon, something even the second shopkeeper Pan Guanxuan had not achieved? The reasons were twofold. Firstly, Pan Guanxuan lacked the requisite strength and had yet to complete his training in the 72 bones tempering techniques, despite possessing superior bone forging martial arts than Tianyuan's 36 strikes. Secondly, without the foundational strength, Pan Guanxuan's forging skills had not reached this level. Thus, it was evident that from this day forth, the forging prowess of the third shopkeeper was second only to that of the master shopkeeper, and his strength had likely surpassed that of the second shopkeeper Pan Guanxuan. Simultaneously, in the moment of completing this second-tier blue-scaled sword, Jiang Tianyu felt the final bone within him undergo its tempering. Achieving the completion of 206 bones through the mastery of the giant elephant 100 gods method. This signified the successful transformation of the root bones into the pinnacle of the bone forging realm. In an instant, Jiang Tianyu sensed a surge of ethereal energy manifesting within his bones, coursing throughout his body. Accompanying this extraordinary energy was a terrifying power, akin to a long-prepared divine elephant emerging into the world. Yet, what astonished Jiang Tianyu was that at the moment the perfect root bones took shape, his blood energy, which had reached the 60th level of body tempering, seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, with faint golden light emanating from the blood energy. This golden light, intertwined with the 206 bones forming the divine elephant's root, appeared to transform into a golden divine elephant apparition. From this apparition, Jiang Tianyu sensed a familiar power, which he had previously perceived from the golden snail. According to the golden snail, this energy was known as divine consciousness, a power that human martial artists must attain the 5th realm of martial arts to begin cultivating. It was also described in the giant elephant 100 gods method as the divine power that emerges after reaching the 5th level. At this moment, As he noted the manifestation of the divine elephant's root and the immense blood energy of his 60th level, a significant change occurred in Jiang Tianyu's expression. His heart raced with astonishment. What was happening? Although the giant elephant 100 Gods Methods bone forging chapter is indeed an extraordinary skill, the resulting divine elephant's root should not have involved the energy of divine consciousness. This power could only be cultivated by martial artists who had reached the furnace realm of the 5th level, allowing them to condense their formidable physical strength. While this divine power was still weak, represented by the faint golden light coalescing into a divine elephant apparition, Jiang Tianyu felt as if a seed was breaking free from confinement, sprouting forth. His very being underwent a complete transformation from within. It seemed as though his life essence had ascended to a new tier, transcending previous limitations. Simultaneously, under the touch of the divine, his control over his body and strength appeared to have entered an entirely new realm. From this fresh perspective, Jiang Tianyu realized that his previous utilization of strength and martial arts had been woefully inadequate. Out of a potential 10, he had only managed to exert 5 or 6. However, with the enhancement of this divine power, he found himself able to wield his inherent combat prowess with unparalleled finesse. The gap between these two states was not merely a matter of superficial percentages. It represented a leap between realms. It was akin to the disparity between an infant and an adult wielding a hammer. Beyond mere strength, there lay an insurmountable difference in martial arts mastery. In that moment, a subtle shift seemed to occur within Jiang Tianyu's aura. The fierce energy of a warrior dissipated, replaced by an ordinary presence akin to that of a common person. If placed among the throngs on the street, even a martial artist at the 3rd realm of visceral refinement would struggle to discern that he was a martial practitioner. Jiang Tianyu stood dazed for a moment, his heartbeat quickening slightly. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner excitement, he whispered to himself, with the transformed power of the divine elephant's root, "Perhaps I am now capable of contending with the foremost martial artists of Shirtang City, such as the clan heads Tang Yanshan and Yu Tingkong. As long as they are not top-tier geniuses who have mastered the absolute arts of bone forging and tempered their entire skeletal structure." Despite his thoughts of trepidation towards such prodigies, it remained improbable that they could achieve what he had, condensing the divine consciousness reserved for 5th realm martial artists precisely at the completion of mastering the bone forging technique. The rewards of mastering the giant elephant 100 Gods Methods bone forging chapter exceeded Jiang Tianyu's expectations. Chapter 62, A Promised Opportunity. After much contemplation, he surmised that his ability to cultivate a modicum of divine power from the divine elephant's root stemmed from the formidable culmination of his 60th level of body tempering. His physique had reached a stage capable of barely condensing the divine. Yet, despite this significant breakthrough, Jiang Tianyu did not reveal his newfound strength. Instead, he wore a gentle smile as he handed the 2nd-tier supreme blue-scaled sword to Gao Qingniu. He then addressed Zhao Taifeng and the other masters, saying, "Among you, whoever can be the first to forge a perfect 1st-tier weapon shall have the opportunity for my assistance in breaking through to the bone forging realm, advancing to the rank of 2nd-tier blacksmith. This promise is singular, and who shall attain it shall depend on your own talent and fortune." The room erupted in astonished gasps as Zhao Taifeng and the other masters widened their eyes, their breaths quickening, aiding them to break through to the 2nd realm of bone forging. If the offer had involved mere money or promises of status, their reactions might have been less pronounced. But the prospect of reaching the 2nd realm of bone forging was monumental. In this world, who does not understand the principle of martial supremacy? Might makes right. The other blacksmiths were equally envious and stirred with excitement. One could not help but inquire, "Third shopkeeper, if we are able to forge a 1st-tier supreme weapon and advance to master blacksmiths, will we also have the chance to obtain this opportunity?" Jiang Tianyu pondered for a moment, casting his gaze over the 20 or so blacksmiths present in the forge. Compared to the past, the cohesion among the blacksmiths in the forge has significantly increased, at the very least. They now harbor a sense of reverence and respect towards their 3rd shopkeeper. Moreover, their forging skills have seen noticeable improvements, and it is inevitable that many will soon be capable of crafting 1st-rate exceptional weapons. He nodded calmly and remarked, "Very well. As long as you exert sufficient effort, I shall periodically select one among you and bestow upon them an opportunity. Even if it requires exhausting all my resources, I will ensure their advancement to the bone refinement realm. However, should the failure stem from personal shortcomings, I shall not be held accountable." Zhao Taifeng and several master blacksmiths gleamed with excitement as they recalled the recent promotion of Jiang Tianyu's master, Li Junhe, to the bone refinement realm. Had it not been for Li Junhe's example, they might have retained a healthy skepticism, believing only a fraction of the promise. Yet now, all were inclined to trust Jiang Tianyu's assurances. Zhao Taifeng immediately responded with fervor, "Rest assured, third shopkeeper, I have gained much from observing your weapon forging techniques. Once I return and refine my understanding, I shall undoubtedly forge a perfect first-rate weapon." The other master blacksmith shot Zhao Taifeng incredulous glances, bemused by his sudden enthusiasm. Given his previous disdain for the third shopkeeper, my cultivation remains at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Body Refinement Realm. My recent experiences have been fruitful, and with further diligence, I shall surely succeed. This opportunity is mine for the taking. Another master blacksmith, Hu, chimed in eagerly, "Fear not. Third shopkeeper, I, old Hu, shall not disappoint you. I will return to practice immediately." One master blacksmith hurriedly took his leave, prompting Zhao Taifeng and the others to quickly follow suit. Their expressions slightly altered as they too rushed off to intensify their training. Although it was not their turn this time, the motivational speech from Jiang Tianyu had invigorated them, and it was evident that the forge would soon be ablaze with the fervor of creation. Jiang Tianyu, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile. With such motivation, it seemed this group would not require his constant prodding to achieve remarkable advancements. Perhaps he could even fulfill the family head's expectations ahead of schedule. However, just as Jiang Tianyu was preparing to tidy up his belongings and head home to sample Lin Shuxia's soup, a figure rushed over, their expression peculiar as they whispered, "Third shopkeeper, I've just received news from outside. Xiao Huitong, the third shopkeeper of the Yu family forge, was attacked and killed in his home last night. Along with him, his young wife also perished. It is said that both were slain by a hammer weapon, and many are now suspecting our Jiang family forge to be behind this." Jiang Tianyu was taken aback, his countenance shifting slightly. "What? Xiao Huitong is dead? I hadn't even made a move. How could he possibly be dead?" At that moment, he was struck by a thought of his master, Li Jinhe. Could it have been his doing? It is quite possible, as he had previously mentioned the need to personally cleanse the ranks. Yet, upon hearing this news, Jiang Tianyu felt a twinge of melancholy. For the old man to take such action, he likely felt a sense of burden, especially since Xiao Huitong had once been his own apprentice. The recent loss of his son weighed heavily on him. The accumulation of such tragedies must be profoundly painful. He pondered for a moment. Although Xiao Huitong lacked notable abilities, he was still the third shopkeeper of the Yu family forge, and his death carried certain risks. He turned to the assistant and commanded, "Spread the word that Xiao Huitong was killed by me, Jiang Tianyu." Jiang Tianyu was curious to see how that young girl from the Yu family, Yulanji, would retaliate. Given his current strength and some hidden cards, such as the 5th-tier renowned weapon, the giant elephant 100 Gods hammer, and the extraordinary power of the giant elephant's divine bone, even a martial artist at the 3rd realm might not be able to contend with him. As for Yulanji, being merely a junior of the Yu family, and with Xiao Huitong's limited influence, it was highly unlikely she could summon a martial artist of the 3rd realm for revenge. Thus, Jiang Tianyu felt he could cover for his old comrade, Li Jinhe. The 2nd-tier exceptional blue-scale sword had yet to be completed, requiring further refinement before it could be deemed a finished product. Since today the head shopkeeper, Jiang Zofeng, was absent, Jiang Tianyu instructed Gao Qingyo to first deliver it to the storeroom for registration and storage. Li Jinhe, having broken through to the Bone Refinement Realm, had occupied a forge in the front courtyard since his return, engrossed in the study of crafting 2nd-tier weapons. It was unlikely he would wish to leave anytime soon. After departing with Xian Tong, Jiang Tianyu turned to the young girl beside him and inquired, "How far are you from reaching the 8th layer of the Body Refinement Realm?" Li Xintong, a bit anxious, quickly replied, "I am quite close. Today, I gained some insights while observing master forge weapons. If I practice diligently upon returning, I should soon be able to touch upon the perfect realm of the chaotic cloak body refinement hammer technique. It should only take a day or two." Jiang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Li Xintong displayed considerable talent, far surpassing Gao Qingyo, both in martial prowess and comprehension. Of course, the body refinement pills played a crucial role, as did the guidance from his master, who had long since reached a higher understanding of martial arts. The training Li Xintong received was undoubtedly superior to that of anyone in Shirtang City. Chapter 63, The Banquet of the Hongman. At that moment, Jiang Tianyu recalled his remaining apprentice, the head shopkeeper's nephew, Jiang Chongqing. That young lad had chosen to return home to train in martial arts, and thus did not remain at the forge, missing the opportunity to train under him. I wonder how his training is progressing? Has his martial cultivation improved? Has he made any advancements in his martial understanding? Jiang Tianyu gently shook his head and said, "In 2 days, the forge will hold a martial competition to determine the spots for the upcoming entrance trials of the Longhu Heavenly Sect 5 days hence. If you can break through to the 8th layer of the Body Refinement Realm, then you shall secure one of the 3 spots for Shirtang City in the entrance trials of the Longhu Heavenly Sect." However, upon hearing this, Li Xintong bit her lip and lowered her head slightly, softly pleading, "Master, Could I not participate? I wish to stay by your side to train and do not want to go to the Longhu Heavenly Sect. Not participate. Jiang Tianyu was taken aback, turning to look at her, feeling both touched and amused. Do you realize what opportunity you are rejecting? While Jiang Tianyu did not consider himself inferior, he was also not so arrogant as to believe he could rival the Longhu Heavenly Sect. Perhaps there would be opportunities in the future, but for now, the Longhu Heavenly Sect was a dominant force he needed to look up to, one of the most formidable powers in the Chaotian Prefecture. If Li Xintong were to gain admission, it would be an exceptional opportunity. Yet he did not expect Li Xintong to choose to train alongside him instead of seeking admission to the Longhu Heavenly Sect. Jiang Tianyu contemplated advising Li Xintong, but reconsidered. If he were merely an ordinary martial artist, just a typical third shopkeeper of the Jiang family forge, he would undoubtedly encourage her to pursue training at the Longhu Heavenly Sect. However, he himself was no ordinary individual. His cultivation advanced daily, and he could not yet see his limits. Following him in training might not necessarily be inferior to the Longhu Heavenly Sect. Very well, do as you wish. Jiang Tianyu sighed. Li Xintong, noticing his demeanor, quickly asked, Master, you are not angry, are you? Not at all, Jiang Tianyu murmured softly, his eyes glimmering with thought. I was just considering whether to have your senior brother compete on your behalf. If he could gain entrance to the Longhu Heavenly Sect, that would also be quite commendable. He still had a lingering interest in the Longhu Heavenly Sect, after all, for it was one of the dominant powers in the entire Chaotian Prefecture. Merely allowing a singular treasure to slip through one's grasp, it turns out to be the fifth-tier perfect artifact, the giant elephant divine hammer. Dispatching Gao Qingyo to infiltrate the Longhu Tianzong as a minor spy. When the time comes for him to engage with Longhu Tianzong, he won't be wholly in the dark, having established some familiarity with the individuals involved. Who knows, he might even uncover some of Longhu Tianzong's hidden secrets in the future. However, Gao Qingyo's strength remains somewhat lacking. Despite the aid of a first-tier body refinement pill, he currently stands at the 6th level of the Body Refinement Realm, still a ways from the 7th. His comprehension of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, on the other hand, has shown promise, having recently reached the realm of mastery. With only 5 days remaining until the selection for the Longhu Tianzong entrance trial in Shitang City, he should be able to break through to the 7th level. And with the mastery of the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, he will have a fighting chance. Jiang Tianyu has made up his mind. Since Li Xintong is unwilling to go, he will allow Gao Qingyo to give it a try. The little cotton-padded jacket can stay behind to care for him, while the somewhat foolish Gao Qingyo can venture out. Yet, before the two can return, a maid, appearing to be around 20 years of age and dressed in a light red gown, intercepts them on the street outside the blacksmith shop. The maid glances at Li Xintong without acknowledgement, her gaze settling on Jiang Tianyu as she calmly states, My young mistress wishes to invite Master San to a banquet. Jiang Tianyu furrows his brow slightly. Your young mistress? The maid replies, My young mistress is a direct descendant of the Yu family, Miss Yulanjia. Yulanjia? Jiang Tianyu feels a hint of surprise. He had only sent out word through a worker not long ago, and it should not have spread yet. Why would Yulanjia send someone to seek him out? Is this a banquet akin to a hangmen feast? His interest is piqued, not for the sake of the feast, but to discern what scheme Yulanjia might be plotting. If it's merely a feast for her deceased, that would be acceptable. Anything else would be best avoided. Lin Shuxiao is still at home, simmering a nourishing soup for him. Lead the way. Upon hearing this, the maid turns and weaves through the crowd on the street, heading towards the Dinghong restaurant. Jiang Tianyu follows closely behind Li Xintong. She is somewhat anxious, whispering, Master, do you think the Yu family will pose any danger to you? Should I fetch my grandfather? Do not worry. Even if the head of the Yu family were to come, what could they do? Jiang Tianyu's calm demeanor instills some confidence in Li Xintong, gradually easing her troubled heart. However, she instinctively draws closer to Jiang Tianyu, nearly mirroring his steps. Upon arriving at a private room on the 3rd floor of Dinghong restaurant, the maid knocks before entering. Jiang Tianyu and Li Xintong follow suit. Stepping into the modestly sized room where 3 individuals are already seated, Yulanjia, along with the 2nd-tier blacksmith from the Yu family's forge, and the 2nd steward, Wei Tianhe, whom Jiang Tianyu recognizes. The remaining individual is a middle-aged man, seemingly around 40, with a cold demeanor and a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He is clad in luxurious deep blue garments, seated beside Yulanjia, exuding an impressive presence, and radiating a martial aura that is notably stronger than both Pan Guanchuan and Wei Tianhe, evidently a formidable 2nd-tier martial artist. The maid approaches Yulanjia, whispering, Miss. The 3rd steward of the Jiang blacksmith shop has arrived. Before Yulanjia can respond, Jiang Tianyu lets out a hearty laugh, taking a seat with ease. He skillfully brews tea, pouring himself a cup, savoring it while casting a glance at the middle-aged man, smiling as he says, Miss you. Won't you make an introduction? What should I call this esteemed gentleman? Xianxia's expression cools slightly upon witnessing Jiang Tianyu's nonchalance, as if he were entirely dismissive of their presence. The middle-aged man's gaze sharpens, fixing a cold stare on Jiang Tianyu. Taking a breath, Xianxia articulates, "This is Lin Guizong, the captain of Commander Tang Anshan's personal guard, who can fully represent Commander Tang's will." "Oh," Jiang Tianyu feigns surprise, then places his teacup down and bows slightly towards Lin Guizong. "Ah, Captain Lin, I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is an honor." Yet, Lin Guizong merely sneers, continuing to glare at Jiang Tianyu in silence. Xianxia lightly taps the table with her delicate fingers, redirecting Jiang Tianyu's attention back to her. She states calmly, "The purpose of inviting you here, Master Tianyu, is twofold. First, we seek an explanation for the murder of our third steward at the Yu blacksmith shop. If there is no accountability, how can the Yu family maintain its dignity? Second, in 3 days, I shall wed Commander Tang, and henceforth, the blacksmith shop will be under his management, which means the Jiang family must withdraw from any involvement. I can offer you one last opportunity to leave the Jiang blacksmith shop and pledge your loyalty to the Yu family. Whatever the Jiang family can provide, the Yu family, and even the city guard, can as well. We can furnish you with wealth, status, martial inheritance, blacksmithing skills, or even companionship. If not, we shall not be so patient." Jiang Tianyu listens to her words, nearly unable to suppress a laugh, and without hesitation, he hurls his teacup directly at Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia's expression shifts drastically as she instinctively sidesteps the teacup, along with its scalding contents, shattering against the wooden wall behind her, splattering some of the tea onto her verdant gown. Chapter 64. The Fear of Xianxia. Jiang Tianyu remains unfazed, smiling as he remarks, "Whether the third steward of your Yu family is dead or alive is of no concern to me. An explanation? Have you lost your senses? And as for the iron business, you, a mere child, dare to speak to me? Go ask your father, Yu Tinkong. If he dares to address me in such a manner, the notion of patience? It is utterly laughable. Do you even know what patience means? Should someone strike that delicate little face of yours, would you run home to weep to your father? He can hardly contain himself. This girl, though young and merely a minor scion of the Yu family, is still at the Body Refinement Realm. Yet she carries herself with an air of arrogance that is simply intolerable. Jiang Tianyu cannot abide anyone who dares to outdo him in arrogance. To an outsider, it might seem as if a great power had descended to issue commands, and the audacity is truly staggering. The blacksmith's business becoming the domain of the city guard, and the Jiang family barred from involvement. And she speaks of lacking patience. Ridiculous. He nearly draws forth his treasured hammer to smash that adorably infuriating face of hers. If she were to perish, there would be no need to concern oneself with patience. Xianxia's complexion shifts between shades of green and white, her anger causing her delicate features to quiver with fury. She had never anticipated that Jiang Tianyu would be so audacious. A mere side branch of the Jiang family. Even with some fortune to break through to the bone refinement realm and become a second-tier blacksmith, what right did he have to act so brazenly before her? This is especially true with Commander Tang Anshan's personal guard present. The expressions of Wei Tianhe and Lin Guizong beside her reveal that they too are taken aback by Jiang Tianyu's audacity. How dare he throw a cup at Xianxia before their eyes? What audacity! Lin Guizong is both amused and enraged. Xianxia is a woman of interest to his superior. Although not yet wed, the arrangement is well known, and soon she will become Madame Tang. Yet, in his presence, this fellow dares to act with such impunity? A ferocious aura erupted from him. In the instant he rose, his long blade was drawn with a swift motion, slicing through the table that obstructed him with a resounding thud. The bone-chilling force surged into the weapon, and like a fierce tiger emerging from the forest, Lin Guizong lunged fiercely at Jiang Tianyu. According to the command of his leader, this banquet had only 2 possible outcomes. Either Jiang Tianyu would bow down and submit, henceforth serving the Yu family like a dog to Xianxia, or he would meet his demise. The death of a third manager at the Yu family's blacksmith shop would be avenged by the fall of a third manager at the Jiang family's. A life for a life, thus balancing the scales and providing an explanation for all. With a roar, as Lin Guizong made his move, there seemed to be an echo of a tiger's roar resonating from him. A phantom emerged, coiling around his back. Upon witnessing this apparition, Jiang Tianyu understood that Lin Guizong was indeed formidable, a warrior of the second realm who had tempered over 72 bones, manifesting a unique innate talent. The appearance of the tiger-shaped bone aura endowed Lin Guizong's blade with an extraordinary sharpness, slicing through the air with no resistance. As if the very atmosphere were cleaved in two, the speed was akin to lightning, the blade striking with numerous afterimages towards Jiang Tianyu. However, in the next moment, Jiang Tianyu unleashed a bloodthirsty aura that soared into the sky, transforming into a terrifying, grotesque phantom of a demonic crocodile, which enveloped him in a layer of protective armor. He extended a hand, and in a flash, his 5 fingers resembled the claws of a monstrous beast, grasping the descending blade. The clash between the long knife and Jiang Tianyu's claws produced sparks that flew like iron clashing. Before Lin Guizhong could react, Jiang Tianyu delivered a swift kick. A blow so fast it resembled the tail of a celestial dragon, striking Lin Guizhong squarely in the chest. A resounding boom reverberated as Lin Guizhong was sent flying, crashing through the wall of the private room in the Dinghong restaurant, tumbling down to the street and landing in a house across the way. The private room fell into a profound silence. Jiang Tianyu withdrew his foot, returning to his seat with an air of nonchalance, his gaze settling on the astonished expressions of Xianxia, Wei Tianhe, and the maid. It seemed that Miss Yu would need to provide Jiang with an explanation today, otherwise her delicate frame might not withstand the reckoning due in 3 days to Commander Tang. If Jiang were to crush her here, it would indeed be a pity for such a lovely face to be marred. Against Lin Guizhong, Jiang Tianyu had not exerted his full strength, nor had he aimed to deliver a lethal blow. He had merely utilized the power of the first form of the demonic crocodile's innate bone strength. It was not that he was soft-hearted, but rather that he wished to conceal his own capabilities, not wanting to reveal his strength over a mere subordinate of the Yu family and a small figure of the city guards. Eliminating Lin Guizhong and Xianxia would serve no purpose for the Jiang family's current predicament. On the contrary, it could incite a conflict with the Yu family and the city guards, which was unnecessary and unwarranted. After all, the family had only recently acquired body refining and bone tempering pills, and the plan to enhance the strength of the clan members had only just begun. Jiang Tianyu remained patient, waiting until the family had the capacity to absorb the Yu family and the city guards before taking action, to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass and triggering uncontrollable consequences. Xianxia's complexion fluctuated between disbelief and astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Tianyu. She had never anticipated that this third manager of the Jiang family blacksmith shop, who had only recently advanced to the second-tier blacksmith, would possess such terrifying strength. He was even more formidable than the personal guard of the city guard's leader, Tang Anshan. In their initial confrontation, Lin Guizhong had been kicked down from the 3rd floor of the Dinghong restaurant onto the street. Outside, a wave of astonished chatter erupted, as passers-by were startled by the unexpected turn of events, glancing from Lin Guizhong, who lay in the house across the street, to the gaping hole in the Dinghong restaurant's 3rd-floor private room. Xianxia's face turned pale, while Wei Tianhe stood frozen, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as an unprecedented unease surged within him. This man, his strength is so formidable. Wasn't he? It said that just 2 months ago, he was merely at the body refining stage? This was beyond comprehension. He must be concealing his true power. There was no way he could be at the body refining stage. He was far too deep in disguise. Wei Tianhe cursed inwardly. First, it was the leader of the Qingyu gang, Lei Dao. Now, it was the personal guard chief under the city guard's leader. Everyone had fallen into his trap. Truly insidious and cunning. He recoiled slightly, having initially contemplated intervening to assist Lin Guizhong, hoping to win favor with both Xianxia and Lin Guizhong. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Lin Guizhong was gone. With a single kick, he had been sent crashing out of the restaurant, a truly pitiful sight. In that moment, Wei Tianhe felt a wave of relief and gratitude wash over him, thankful he had refrained from intervening. For he might have been the one to fly out of the 3rd-floor window. Xianxia yearned to confront Jiang Tianyu with fierce indignation, but upon meeting his predatory gaze, she faltered, her complexion paling. Yet, she still mustered the courage to declare, "I don't believe you dare to kill me." Jiang Tianyu chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing as he appraised Xianxia's figure. Indeed, while she was still somewhat youthful, her development was evident. Her face was captivating, even more alluring than Li Xintong's, with an added touch of charm. However, he was not genuinely interested in Xianxia. He was not one to be swayed by lust. He was patient and had no immediate desires. He understood that Xianxia was not truly fearless, but rather that she valued certain things far more than her own life, especially at this critical juncture. With a light laugh, Jiang Tianyu remarked, "I never claimed I would kill you. I simply wish to ensure that before Commander Tang enjoys his time with you, I have a chance to examine you first. And there's nothing inappropriate about that, is there?" Xianxia's face drained of color as she shrieked. "You dare? Ha ha." Jiang Tianyu erupted in laughter, rising to his feet and shaking his head lightly. "Miss you, if such an occurrence were to happen again, it would be far less easy to resolve. Well, I won't require any other compensation. Consider your maid as your tribute." Upon hearing this, the maid reacted as if struck by lightning, her face contorting in fear as she screamed in protest. "No, I don't want to go. Please, miss, don't hand me over to him." Jiang Tianyu, however, paid no heed to either Yulongjia or Wei Tianhe, striding forward to seize the maid. Both Yulongjia and Wei Tianhe dared not intervene. As he departed, Jiang Tianyu casually remarked, "Fear not, I shall not harm you. However, you are of no use to me, so I shall sell you to the flower pavilion instead." He laughed heartily. Imagine the gossip if word spread that the direct descendant of the Yu family, or rather, the maid of Commander Tang of the city guards, became a source of amusement at the flower pavilion. That would surely be a tale for the townsfolk to relish, wouldn't it? Ha ha. Indeed, Jiang Tianyu did take the maid away, and he did sell her to the flower pavilion, fulfilling his word. While brothels may have retained a semblance of elegance, the flower pavilion was purely a den of fleshly commerce. A mere maid dares to be audacious, blocking his path in the street to summon others, oblivious to her own lowly status. How utterly lacking in discernment. In light of this, Jiang Tianyu would naturally not hesitate to send her straight to perdition. At the Dinghong Tavern, Yu Longjing was nearly driven to the brink of despair, yet upon witnessing Jiang Tianyu's departure, she felt a wave of relief and elation, albeit tinged with lingering dread. Fortunately, Jiang Tianyu had refrained from laying a hand on her. Otherwise, she could scarcely contemplate the dire consequences that might have ensued. As for her maid, Xiaoyu, who had served her faithfully for over a decade, and to whom she held a certain affection, the prospect of sacrificing Xiaoyu for her own safety and reputation was not entirely out of the question. Her demise would be a worthy sacrifice. Once Yu Longjing regained her composure, she was consumed with rage, her teeth clenched as she recalled Jiang Tianyu's visage. She yearned to tear him apart with her own hands. "Jiang Tianyu, just you wait. I shall avenge Xiaoyu's plight." Shortly thereafter, Lin Guizong staggered back, his complexion pale and his aura disordered and frail, evidently having sustained serious injuries from being hurled down from the third floor by Jiang Tianyu. Not spotting Jiang Tianyu's figure, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Upon noticing that Yu Longjing's attire remained unscathed, his relief deepened. He had preserved his own life. He shuddered at the thought of what would have transpired had anything happened to Yu Longjing. The repercussions from Tang Anshan would have been catastrophic, leading to an abysmal fate for him. Yu Longjing's gaze was icy as she regarded Lin Guizong, devoid of any semblance of concern, and reprimanded, "Leader Lin, you have greatly disappointed me." Lin Guizong opened his mouth, then clutched his chest, his expression bitter as he replied, "Madam, Jiang Tianyu's power is formidable. What he just demonstrated was undoubtedly the Jiang family's superior bone refinement technique, the demon crocodile and celestial flood dragon manifestation. This martial art comprises two forms, the first being the essence of the demon crocodile, and the second, the essence of the celestial flood dragon." Jiang Tianyu displayed the demon crocodile form, indicating that he has refined at least 72 bones, coupled with his strangely potent combat prowess. I did not sense the presence of bone-penetrating energy, yet his strength was utterly terrifying. I am no match for him. Despite the brevity of their confrontation, Lin Guizong grasped the vast chasm in strength between himself and Jiang Tianyu, realizing that Jiang Tianyu's capabilities were profoundly unfathomable. Witnessing the entire episode, Li Xintong was still in shock on her way home, gaining a visceral understanding of her master's might. Even the chief bodyguard under the city guard's commander was no match for her master. How astonishing! By the time they returned home, the night had deepened. Li Jinhe had just returned from the blacksmith shop, and everyone gathered at the dinner table. With excitement and fervor, Li Xintong recounted the events that had transpired, vividly illustrating how her master had seized the assailant's blade and kicked him off the third floor into the street. Furthermore, he had left the Yu family's Miss Yu Longjing trembling in fear. Had he intimidated her further, she might have knelt in supplication. Ultimately, her master had captured her maid and sold her to the flower pavilion, where her fate would likely be grim. Li Xintong felt no pity for the maid. After all, when that maid had intercepted them in the street, she had shown no kindness, and her mistress was certainly not a virtuous individual. Selling her was merely a fitting recompense. Li Jinhe was not surprised. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Tianyu send Jiang Zomong flying with a single blow, let alone a mere warrior of the second tier. He regarded Jiang Tianyu with a broad smile, knowing that Lin Guizong, the chief bodyguard under the city guard commander, was a formidable opponent, one whom even the second manager, Pan Guanchuan, could not rival. Yet, such a master had fallen short against his disciple in mere moments. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jinhe's face broke into a radiant smile as he nodded. It was wise not to kill those two. Now, as long as we maintain this situation, it is the best course for the Jiang family. In a year or two, Shitang City will undoubtedly fall into their grasp. As for that maid, having been sold, her fate will not be good. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is unlikely to survive until tomorrow. The Yu family will not allow her to live and sully their name. Chapter 66. Entrance Trial Quota. Nearby, Lin Shuxiao wore a smile, her gaze fixated solely on Jiang Tianyu. However, as night fell, Lin Shuxia pinned Jiang Tianyu down and whispered softly in his ear, "Husband, is Miss Yulanjing beautiful?" Jiang Tianyu clicked his tongue, but nodded. "That girl is indeed exquisite." Humph. A hand twisted around his waist, accompanied by a dissatisfied huff from the beauty, who bit her teeth in frustration, declaring, "This man is insufferable. Openly praising another's beauty before me, he seeks his own demise. Tonight, it shall be either your end or mine. I shall extract everything from you." The following morning, Jiang Tianyu stretched, relishing the slight enhancement of his physical strength. With a chuckle, he glanced at the still sleeping beauty beside him and mockingly said, "Let us see if you can still be obstinate." As he stepped outside, he took a detour to the flower pavilion, just as Li Jinhe had predicted. The maid he had sold the previous day had perished. Concurrently, news spread that the maid of Yulanjing, the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, had been sold to the flower pavilion, only to succumb overnight. This revelation caused quite a stir, for not only was it tied to the esteemed Yu family, but the shocking nature of her demise after merely one night at the flower pavilion raised eyebrows. How many patrons had it taken for her to be lost in such a short span? As the news circulated, even more outrageous rumors began to surface, some implicating Yulanjing herself, with whispers suggesting that it was Yulanjing who had been sold to the flower pavilion. These increasingly alarming tales even left Jiang Tianyu incredulous. After all, she was a daughter of the Yu family. How audacious could they be to spin such lies? At the Yu family residence, the head of the Yu family, Yu Tinkong, surveyed his weeping daughter and his frost-faced wife, his expression equally grim as he coldly commanded, "Send out orders. Anyone who dares to spread further rumors shall be executed." An elderly member of the Yu clan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What background does Jiang Tianyu, the third manager of the Jiang family blacksmith shop, possess? I have never heard of him before." Previously, Yu Tinkong had been oblivious to Jiang Tianyu's reputation. A mere third manager of a blacksmith shop had not warranted his attention. Yet now, Jiang Tianyu had successfully entered his line of sight. Humph. A relative of Yulanjing spoke with a cold glare, filled with murderous intent. Such an affront to the Yu family's honor warrants Jiang Tianyu's death. Yu Tinkong shot him a glance. "Kill? Lin Guizong is no match for him. Do you think you can?" Someone murmured. "He captured Lanjing's maid and sold her to the flower pavilion. That can be resolved easily. I refuse to believe he has no one around him. We can target those close to him." "Silence!" Yu Tinkong barked, causing the clan member to shudder and smile awkwardly. "Do you think you can strike at those near him without him retaliating?" Yu Tinkong retorted. "Against someone like Jiang Tianyu, one must be certain of delivering a lethal blow before acting. Otherwise, even if revenge were taken on Jiang Tianyu's associates, what would follow? Would the Yu family not face retribution from Jiang Tianyu, or even the Jiang family themselves?" Yu Tinkong closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. When he reopened them, his expression had returned to his serene composure. He stated, "Let us maintain decorum moving forward and select 5 individuals from the family to contend for the slots in Shirtang City. The day after tomorrow marks the grand wedding of Lady Lan and Commander Tang, followed by the competition for the entrance trials of the Longhu, Tianzong 4 days hence. We must ensure that no unforeseen events arise. As for Jiang Tianyu and the Jiang family, we shall allow the city guards to take action first." Upon hearing this, several elders of the Yu family exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of approval. They had established a blacksmith shop and orchestrated the union of the prodigious Yulanjia with Tang and Shan, not without expectation of return. Once Yulanjia wed Tang and Shan, the city guards would inevitably intervene in the iron trade of Shirtang City, thereby directly targeting the Jiang family. Whether it be the Jiang family's blacksmith shop or the mines outside the city, they would be unable to retain their hold. Seizing the Jiang family's iron business would significantly undermine their foundation. From that point onwards, it would be a matter of the Yu family and the city guards gradually eroding the Jiang family until they were entirely consumed. This strategy was undoubtedly the most prudent and profitable, and the Yu family would not place themselves at the forefront of a confrontation with the Jiang family at this juncture. Another day passed. At the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, Jiang Zoming received 2 large jade vials from Jiang Tianyu, containing 100 first-grade body refining pills and 10 second-grade bone forging pills. After acquiring the elixirs, he turned to leave. "You will oversee the selection for the Longhu, Tianzong slots today. Make your own decisions," he instructed. Jiang Tianyu shook his head gently. Ever since Jiang Zoming had taken on this task, he had been in a constant hurry, vanishing after receiving the pills. However, Jiang Zoming had provided positive feedback on the effects of the elixirs. Whether it was the younger generation consuming the body refining pills or the older, middle-aged practitioners taking the bone forging pills, the efficacy of the potions had already manifested. Perhaps in a month, or even just half a month, the Jiang family would see a new cohort of formidable martial artists emerge. "Gather everyone at the training ground Jiang Tianyu instructed, summoning the stewards from various courtyards to relay the message, while he returned to his forging station and beckoned for Gao Qingyo. Sensing the surging vitality emanating from Gao Qingyo, he realized that the lad had indeed reached the 6th level of the Body Refining Realm. Jiang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Although Gao Qingyo's rapid advancement was largely due to the body refining pills, he was nonetheless a promising disciple, possessing a stable temperament, obedience, amiable character, and commendable diligence. In his eyes, Gao Qingyo had demonstrated sufficient capability to be deemed competent. Master, did you call for me? Gao Qingyo approached. A mixture of reverence and confusion etched on his countenance as he rubbed his bald head in anticipation of Jiang Tianyu's instructions. Jiang Tianyu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Your junior sister has no intention of competing for the Longhu Tianzong entrance trials, so I plan to have you participate instead. Gao Qingyo, I harbor great expectations for you. Your current cultivation is not insignificant, and your comprehension of martial arts is commendable. I want you to strive for a slot in the selection." "Me? You want me to go?" Gao Qingyo was taken aback, a blend of astonishment and joy flooding his features. The prospect of participating in the Longhu Tianzong entrance trials had never crossed his mind. Given his self-awareness of his inferior talents compared to his junior sister and the prodigious heirs of prominent families. Even among the blacksmiths, there were many whose talents surpassed his. Thus, he had never dared to hope for such an opportunity to fall into his lap. Listening to Jiang Tianyu's tone, which carried a hint of disappointment, Gao Qingyo felt a pang of urgency and quickly responded, "Master, please do not be upset. Perhaps my junior sister simply does not wish to leave Shirtang City. Rest assured, since she has chosen not to participate, I shall take her place. I will secure a slot for you and ensure your honor remains intact." With that, Gao Qingyo could no longer contain his elation and broke into a silly grin, his joy radiating like that of an innocent child. Jiang Tianyu gently shook his head, instructing, "Then prepare yourself well. You will participate in the selection at the training ground shortly." At that moment, another person approached, bowing respectfully before Jiang Tianyu. It was Jiang Chongqing, the third apprentice who had only appeared once before. Previously, the newly accepted apprentices included Li Xintong and Jiang Chongqing, with the latter displaying greater talent. At just 15 years of age, he had already attained the 6th level of the Body Refining Realm. Today, upon closer inspection, Jiang Chongqing had made further progress and now stood at the 7th level. Since he had primarily practiced boxing techniques, he had not trained under Jiang Tianyu. Jiang Tianyu nodded slightly, surveying him before smiling. "Remarkable. You have swiftly advanced to the 7th level of the Body Refining Realm. It seems the head steward's words ring true. Your talents are indeed extraordinary." "Not at all. I still have a long way to go compared to true geniuses," Jiang Chongqing humbly replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. Jiang Tianyu bypassed pleasantries and inquired, "Have you returned to contend for the blacksmith shop slots?" "Yes. My uncle arranged for me to enter for this purpose," Jiang Chongqing replied obediently. Jiang Tianyu smiled, "Then give it your all. There are 3 slots available at the blacksmith shop. Let us see who among you can secure one." "I will surely obtain a slot," Jiang Chongqing declared with resolute confidence. This self-assurance elicited a wave of envy from Gao Qingyo, who, coming from humble beginnings, lacked both innate talent and high comprehension, and was somewhat slow-witted. This naturally bred a sense of inferiority within him. Meanwhile, although Li Xintong did not feel inferior, her demeanor was not as bold and confident as Jiang Chongqing's. Jiang Tianyu hoped that Jiang Chongqing possessed the strength to back his claims rather than merely boasting. According to the rules, anyone under 20 years of age at the blacksmith shop could participate in the selection. Upon arriving at the training ground, Jiang Tianyu found 3 new platforms already erected. He approached the front, where the second steward, Pan Guanxuan, and others had returned to the blacksmith shop to prepare for this event. The opportunity to compete for the Longhu Tianzong entrance trials was one not to be missed for Pan Guanxuan and his colleagues. Of course, given their current ages, they could no longer personally enter the fray, nor would they qualify. However, their apprentices and subordinates could. Pan Guanxuan stood atop the platform at the training ground, flanked by 2 youthful disciples who appeared to be slightly older than Gao Qingyo and Jiang Chongqing, likely around 18 or 19 years of age. Their cultivation was also impressive, one at the 8th level of the Body Refining Realm and the other at the 7th. Noticing Jiang Tianyu's arrival, Pan Guanxuan glanced at the trio of Gao Qingyo and the others accompanying him, and with a calm smile remarked, "Are all 3 of the 3rd steward's apprentices participating in the selection?" He then turned to his 2 disciples and instructed, "Remember the 3rd steward's talented apprentices. If you encounter them later, make sure to show some leniency and go easy on them, understood?" The 2 disciples understood Pan Guanxuan's intentions, sneering at Jiang Chongqing, Gao Qingyo, and Li Xintong before nodding in agreement. "Understood, master." It seemed the second steward was quite confident. Jiang Tianyu chuckled softly, shaking his head, choosing not to engage in a war of words, and instead declared the selection to commence. Those vying for the slots in the Longhu Tianzong entrance trials stepped forward. At Jiang Tianyu's command, the young apprentices, miscellaneous workers, and helpers, who were confident in their abilities and had secured a chance to participate in the blacksmith shop selection, began to emerge, including the various higher-ups of the blacksmith shop and some of the Master S apprentices. The total number was not particularly large, amounting to just over 20 individuals. The 3 elevated platforms commenced their duels, each pair battling until 3 final contenders emerged. After the arrangements were made, Jiang Tianyu beckoned Li Xintong over, whispering, "You should participate as well. The position is insignificant, but one must uphold their dignity and not allow others to look down upon you." Understanding his intent, Li Xintong glanced at Pan Guanxuan's 2 apprentices, bit her lip, and nodded, "All right, master." Soon, under the proclamation of an overseer, Gao Qingyo and Pan Guanxuan's disciple of the 7th level of body refinement ascended one of the platforms to duel. Each wielded a training hammer, and Gao Qingyo, with a simple smile, performed a courteous bow. "I have yet to seek your guidance." However, the opponent remained silent, seizing the opportunity to launch an assault, his stances shifting forward with explosive force, shaking the wooden platform beneath them. With a cold smirk, he swung his hammer. "Get down." This opponent did not employ the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique, but rather another inferior martial art from the blacksmith shop. Despite his swift attack, Gao Qingyo responded with equal alacrity. In an instant, he evaded the incoming hammer strike, executing the chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique with the mastery of a seasoned practitioner, unleashing a flurry of strikes that descended upon his opponent like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. The opponent's expression changed dramatically as he perceived the impenetrable curtain of hammers. A chill ran down his spine. This is bad. The perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. With a resounding blow, Gao Qingyo shattered the opponent's defense, sending one of his hammers flying. Without a trace of mercy, he struck the opponent squarely in the chest, causing him to spew blood and be flung off the platform. Victorious, Gao Qingyo chuckled. "Heh, I've managed a small victory. You should practice more before returning." He then turned to Pan Guanxuan, offering a respectful bow. "My apologies, second manager. I might have been a tad too forceful, but fortunately, that senior brother is quite robust. A few days of rest should suffice for recovery." Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyu, observing the cracking sound of Pan Guanxuan's tense joints, cast a sidelong glance at him. Indeed, Pan Guanxuan's countenance darkened, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. His gaze toward Gao Qingyo fraught with a chilling malice and astonishment. 7th level of body refinement. Perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. How is this possible? The level of cultivation was noteworthy, but it was the mastery of the perfected technique that was truly astounding, as such understanding was not easily attained without extraordinary insight. In truth, cultivation was more closely tied to innate talent, while the realm of martial arts was predominantly a matter of comprehension. One could possess a high level of cultivation without necessarily attaining a superior martial arts realm. The two were not inherently connected. Chapter 68, Tempering the Organs. Take his apprentice, for instance, who had reached the 7th level of body refinement, yet his understanding of martial arts was only just beginning to reach the minor achievement stage. With the perfected stage still far from his grasp, his apprentice was not lacking in talent, appearing rather astute. However, Jiang Tianyu's own disciple seemed almost foolish. Yet this fool had managed to comprehend the perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique at the 6th level of body refinement. What right did he have to achieve this? Pan Guanxuan glared at Gao Qingyo, who grinned foolishly while greeting him, and he felt a surge of resentment, as though his face had been slapped. Damn, this idiot is infuriatingly arrogant, daring to mock me. At that moment, another overseer announced that Li Xintong and Pan Guanxuan's remaining disciple of the 8th level of body refinement were to compete. Watching his most favored disciple ascend the platform, Pan Guanxuan inhaled deeply and cast a cold glance at Jiang Tianyu, saying, "Are you quite pleased, third manager? I hope you won't be too disheartened when you see your precious female disciple up here." Jiang Tianyu, taken aback, replied, "Pleased? How did you discern that, second manager? I admit I take some pride in having these apprentices, but it is because they are indeed worthy of my pride. Ha ha ha." The sound of his laughter grated on Pan Guanxuan's ears, darkening his expression further. "Just wait, soon you'll be the one crying." As the competition commenced, the overseer's command rang out. On the platform, Pan Guanxuan's apprentice, who appeared to be a year or two older than Li Xintong, sneered and appraised her with disdain. Raising his chin imperiously, "If you admit defeat and jump off the platform now, you might still have time, otherwise." Boom. However, in the next moment, Li Xintong charged forth, hammer in hand. In less than 3 breaths, one figure was sent flying from the platform, blood streaming from a wound on his face, teeth scattered, crashing several meters away before losing consciousness. The battle concluded before it had truly begun, leaving the surroundings in stunned silence. Before losing consciousness, the defeated apprentice cursed inwardly. Damn. Perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. 8th level of body refinement. And she struck me directly in the face. This little girl is ruthless. On the platform, the overseer Lin Haixiang stood momentarily stunned, watching as Li Xintong remained the sole figure standing atop the platform. Sensing her aura and recalling her execution of the perfected technique, his expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing. Holy moly! 8th level of body refinement. Perfected chaotic wind body refinement hammer technique. The strength of the third manager's female disciple might even surpass my own. Though Lin Haixiang had attained the 9th level of body refinement and grasped a minor martial art at the perfected stage, age had taken its toll, and his strength was in decline. A comparison filled him with trepidation. He could not even best a mere teenager. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stared at Li Xintong wide-eyed. Besides being the third manager's disciple, isn't she also old Li's granddaughter? Damn it. Now that old coot has more to brag about. On the front platform, Li Jinhe laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Xintong has truly dedicated herself to her training and has comprehended a perfected martial art. Meanwhile, Pan Guanchuan stood in stunned silence, as if something within him had collapsed, leaving his mind blank. He had lost. He had been struck in the face and flung off the platform. Not only was he unable to compete with Jiang Tianyu, but even his own disciple was eclipsed by the casual apprentice of his rival. Why? PFF. Pan Guanchuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted in public. Li Jinhe was startled. He had merely made an observation, not ridiculed him, yet why had he reacted so dramatically? Rushing over, he supported Pan Guanchuan, pinching his acupoints to rouse him. Old Pan, wake up. It was just a competition. Why are you so worked up that you're spitting blood? Wake up, you bastard. Upon regaining consciousness, Pan Guanchuan felt a surge of indignation at the words. How could one be so callous? I've just spat blood, and you still want to let up. Once fully awake, Pan Guanchuan shoved Li Jinhe away and staggered off alone, his back appearing more forlorn and aged to all who beheld him. Before long, the 3 coveted spots at the blacksmith shop were claimed, and astonishingly, all were taken by Jiang Tianyu's disciples. Gao Qingyo, Li Xintong, and Jiang Chongqing each secured a position. The outcome of the contest left everyone at the blacksmith shop in a state of astonishment. Yet no one dared to voice any doubt. After all, the competition had unfolded right before their very eyes, and there was no room for dissent. However, all were struck by the result, coming to a clear realization. Henceforth, the shadow of the second shopkeeper, Pan Guanchuan, may fade into obscurity, paving the way for the era of the third shopkeeper, Jiang Tianyu. For Jiang Tianyu, this result bore little consequence. As evening descended, he returned alone to the courtyard of Guiyanglang. The bustling city of Shirtang had gradually returned to tranquility under the embrace of the night, with the bright moon casting its glow and a tapestry of stars blanketing the earth. With a serene mind, Jiang Tianyu stood in the front courtyard, gripping the thunder sound heavy hammer, reflecting on the next chapter of the Elephant Hundred Deities method, the internal organs chapter. This technique, focusing on refining the 5 internal organs, nurtured the lesser divine powers of the 5 repositories. It could only refine the organs 36 times, resulting in a rather mottled and impure accumulation of divine power. In contrast, the unparalleled skill of the dragon and tiger heavenly sect could refine the organs a remarkable 218 times, enabling the cultivation of the giant elephant divine power. Although he was still far from the ideal state of refining the organs 360 times, this organ refinement technique stood at the pinnacle within the entire Chaotian prefecture, let alone in Shirtang, where the number of martial arts capable of refining the organs could be counted on one hand. Whether any martial arts could surpass 100 refinements remained an enigma. He resolved to seize an opportunity to visit his family, to explore what techniques they might possess for refining the organs. While the Jiang family's techniques might not be particularly distinguished, they could offer valuable insights. In the future, he might even procure the family's exclusive organ refinement techniques. There could be no harm in delving deeper into the study of organ refinement methods. As Jiang Tianyu contemplated the intricacies of the organ refinement technique, the golden snail, having consumed numerous herbs, radiated an ever brighter golden light, its aura shifting and a divine pattern beginning to manifest. With a hum, Jiang Tianyu concentrated his mental energy, turning his focus inward to inspect the state of his organs. Typically, a martial artist seeking to break through to the organ realm must first overcome a formidable barrier. The organs are often too weak. where even the slightest misstep could result in injury, potentially jeopardizing their chances of advancement or even leading to their demise. A crucial factor in this challenge is that most could only vaguely perceive the state of their organs, lacking the precise control needed for effective refinement. However, I am different. Having already consolidated my mental energy, I possess a clear understanding of my organ state. My mastery over my own power has reached an unparalleled level, akin to possessing a cheat. Chapter 69, Rejuvenation. By harnessing the mental energy that comes with the 5th stage of martial arts while practicing the 3rd stage. Isn't that akin to having an advantage? Jiang Tianyu's gaze sparkled with determination as he stood still, gripping the thunder sound heavy hammer. Closing his eyes as he circulated his blood energy to refine his organs through the Elephant 100 Deities method. Under the precise control of his mental energy, the blood essence flowed like threads of power into his organs, initiating the first refinement. Merely half an hour later, Jiang Tianyu's complexion paled slightly, fatigue evident as he opened his eyes, exhaling a heavy breath. His meager mental energy had nearly been depleted, leaving him with a sense of weariness. Yet, a hint of joy graced his features. The first organ refinement had succeeded. However, Jiang Tianyu felt the absence of any manifestation of the 5 repository divine powers. Although after the refinement, his blood essence and body seemed to undergo some transformation, becoming notably more robust, the elusive notion of the 5 repository divine power remained absent. His physical refinement appeared to diverge from the norm. Jiang Tianyu found himself perplexed. While others wielded higher forms of power, he was confined to a singular path, the refinement of blood essence. Shaking his head gently, he acknowledged that, although it was still early, he would not continue his training. For his mental energy was expended, and he yearned only for rest. Upon returning to his room, he placed the thunder sound heavy hammer on a nearby shelf and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The golden snail opened its eyes and rose, murmuring softly, "He has begun practicing the martial arts of the human race's 3rd stage, refining his organs? How astonishing!" It sensed only the aura of physical refinement from Jiang Tianyu. Yet this individual had already completed the training of the 2nd stage's bone tempering technique. Now, he had embarked on the methods of the 3rd stage, and there was even a faint trace of mental energy. That was the power of the 5th stage of martial arts. How strange indeed. Unable to comprehend or penetrate the mystery, the golden snail shook its head as it landed beside Jiang Tianyu, its faint golden radiance enveloping him, the emerging divine pattern seemingly illuminating Jiang Tianyu. While any immediate changes might not be apparent, under the nurturing influence of the divine pattern, Jiang Tianyu's life force became increasingly vibrant, and he appeared to grow more youthful, his lifespan subtly extending. The following day, upon awakening, Jiang Tianyu noticed while grooming himself that he seemed to have regained some youthful charm, prompting him to murmur, "Can physical refinement truly make one younger?" Previously, the changes from his physical refinement had been minimal, yet now, he looked like a strikingly handsome man in his early 40s. If this continued, might he not have the chance to become a charming young man? Glancing at his cultivation level, he noted no significant change. The 5 repository divine powers were still absent, and he remained in the realm of physical refinement. Yet his cultivation had reached an impressive 62 levels. After washing up, Jiang Tianyu took the thunder sound heavy hammer and stepped outside. Thanks to the potency of the 2nd-grade bone tempering pill, he no longer faced hunger as he progressed in his cultivation. For breakfast, he simply devoured 20 meat buns and several bowls of hearty noodles, patting his comfortably full belly as he prepared for work. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu intended to reforge the thunder sound heavy hammer, curious if his current level of power could yield a 2nd-grade perfect weapon. Reflecting on the inheritance of the 5th-grade weapon smithing techniques contained within the Elephant 100 Deities method, he murmured, "Here lies the method for forging a 2nd-grade perfect hammer, the Baixian refining fire hammer." After some consideration, he dismissed the idea of reforging the thunder sound heavy hammer, as its cold nature did not align with the materials required for the Baixian refining fire hammer. Instead of reforging, it would be more prudent to craft an entirely new Baixian refining fire hammer. For this endeavor, in addition to high-quality 1000 refinement steel, he would require rare materials such as Xian fire essence, red gold, and earth fire copper essence, each a treasure of immense value. Calculating the material costs, Jiang Tianyu realized that forging such a Baixian refining fire hammer would exceed 500 taels of silver just for the materials alone. He couldn't help but gasp inwardly at the expense. This was merely a 2nd-grade perfect weapon. If sold, it would surely fetch over 1,500 taels of silver. Third shopkeeper. Third shopkeeper. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, and Jiang Tianyu turned to see Master Zhao Taifeng rushing in with a beaming expression, holding a green-scaled sword. Approaching Jiang Tianyu, Zhao Taifeng respectfully presented the sword, his tone filled with excitement. Third shopkeeper, look. This green-scaled sword should qualify as a first-grade perfect weapon. Jiang Tianyu had previously promised that whoever first forged a first-grade perfect weapon would be granted the opportunity to advance to the second stage of martial arts, the bone-tempering realm. In pursuit of this commitment, Zhao Taifeng has been tirelessly engrossed in the art of forging day and night. After a series of attempts resulting in the creation of 3 weapons, he finally achieved a breakthrough. Gazing at the azure-scaled sword, Jiang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback before turning to Zhao Taifeng with commendation. I had suspected that Elder Zhao was most likely to succeed, and indeed, it has come to pass. He nodded in satisfaction, recognizing it as a first-tier perfect weapon. Delighted in his heart, Jiang Tianyu felt a sense of accomplishment. After guiding these individuals for so long, his efforts had not been in vain. With Zhao Taifeng now capable of forging a first-tier perfect weapon, it was conceivable that upon his breakthrough into the bone-forging realm, he might successfully craft a second-tier weapon, thus ascending to the rank of a second-tier blacksmith. Consequently, with his master Li Zhenhe, the Jiang family blacksmith shop would soon boast 2 second-tier blacksmiths in a short span. With such an increasing foundation of strength, how could the Yu family and the city lord's mansion contend with them? However, how to provide Zhao Taifeng with the opportunity for his advancement in the bone-forging realm? Jiang Tianyu pondered deeply, realizing that simply handing him a bone-forging pill would be unwise. As he lacked trust in Zhao Taifeng, his confidence in him had yet to reach that level. Thus, Jiang Tianyu contemplated, it would be best to entrust this matter to the chief steward, allowing Zhao Taifeng to accompany him for a while, ensuring that he remained out of sight to prevent any leaks. After a few months, the Jiang family would be strong enough to completely dominate Shirtang City. Come to see me tomorrow morning, and I will take you to meet the chief steward, Jiang Tianyu instructed. Zhao Taifeng was taken aback. To meet the chief steward? A wave of astonishment washed over him. Was this opportunity somehow related to the chief steward? No, it should rather pertain to the Jiang family. Jiang Tianyu shook his head. You will understand tomorrow. Though puzzled, Zhao Taifeng voiced no objections. What he desired was the opportunity to advance to the bone-forging realm. And as long as it was genuine and attainable, the means were inconsequential. He respectfully bowed and said, Then, Chief Steward, I shall take my leave. After Zhao Taifeng departed, Jiang Tianyu instructed Gao Qingyou and Li Xintong to take several helpers to the storeroom to procure materials, as he needed to forge the refined steel first. As for other materials, should the storeroom be lacking, it could be swiftly addressed without his concern. Chapter 70. Betrayal, Discovery. In a secluded garden of a 3-courtyard estate in Shirtang City, Pan Guanchuan arrived wearing a mask. He found Xianxia and Wei Tianhe seated by a stone table beside the lotus pond, with Wei Tianhe preparing tea. Upon seeing Pan Guanchuan appear with a conical hat, he shook his head with a bemused smile. Brother Pan, must you be so cautious to meet us? Pan Guanchuan removed his hat and approached the stone table. Nodding respectfully to Xianxia, I greet Miss Xianxia. He sighed, I am but a minor figure, unlike Brother Wei who enjoys such freedom. If the Jiang family were to learn of my presence, it would certainly spell my doom. Xianxia, with a serene demeanor, spoke in a voice as ethereal as a lark's song. Elder Pan, I reiterate, should you assist me at the blacksmith shop, the position of chief steward will be yours. As for your concerns regarding the Jiang family, why worry? Starting tomorrow, the blacksmith shop will be surnamed Tang, and you shall become one of the chief's subordinates. What courage does the Jiang family possess to lay a finger on you? Regardless of their capabilities, should they dare to act, the chief would have just the pretext needed to take action against them. When the chief consumes the Jiang family blacksmith shop, you shall stand as the foremost blacksmith in Shirtang City. However, Pan Guanchuan was not swayed by these honeyed words and empty assurances. He gazed at Xianxia with a heavy sigh. Miss Xianxia, you should know what I desire most. I seek a quota for the entrance trial of the Longhu Tianzong, not a selection spot, but a genuine opportunity to participate in the entrance trial. This should be a simple task for the chief. He continued, if granted, I could sever ties with the Jiang family blacksmith shop, and I would assist you in seizing those mines from the Jiang family. Xianxia frowned slightly, without a trace of hesitation. Not enough. The chief has agreed to provide the quota, but you must serve him. You should comprehend how significant an opportunity it is to enter the Longhu Tianzong. You wish to send your illegitimate son there. I can grant you this chance, but you must pledge your loyalty to the chief. Upon hearing the term illegitimate son, Pan Guanchuan's expression shifted, astonished at Xianxia's knowledge of this matter. His son had lost his mother at an early age and had been raised under the guise of apprenticeship. Aside from himself, no one in the Jiang family blacksmith shop was aware of this. How did Xianxia come to know? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, recalling his experiences and circumstances within the Jiang family blacksmith shop, as well as the elder's condescending demeanor, he gritted his teeth, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. and resolutely nodded. Very well. A glimmer of joy appeared on Yulanjia's icy countenance, and she lowered her voice. There is one more matter that requires your arrangement. She then whispered what she needed Pan Guanchuan to do. Upon hearing her request, his complexion changed drastically, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Casting a different look at Yulanjia, the young scion of the Yu family. Everything was interconnected. This young girl possessed a ruthless heart. Pan Guanchuan operated in secrecy, and no one was aware of his clandestine dealings with the Yu family, nor did they pay attention to his every move. The next morning, Jiang Tianyu awoke from the embrace of the warm jade beauty and, before Zhao Taifeng arrived, went to meet Jiang Zhoulang, discussing the previously agreed-upon matters with the craftsmen. To elevate the strength of the blacksmith shop, nurturing this group of craftsmen was indispensable. If several mastersmiths could be trained to become second-tier blacksmiths, and more masters could be cultivated from among those craftsmen, the Jiang family blacksmith shop would undoubtedly rise in prominence within Shirtang City. In the future, the chief steward's aspirations to expand the blacksmith shop to other locations would certainly be realized. Jiang Zhoulang pondered, finding the addition of Zhao Taifeng inconsequential. However, for the time being, the individuals training alongside him were exclusively selected Jiang family direct descendants. Zhao Taifeng, being an outsider, warranted careful consideration. After much deliberation, Jiang Zhoulang nodded. I will make arrangements, but for now, let him practice with body refining pills. Once we have surplus bone forging pills, we will allow him to advance to the bone forging realm. By the time we arrange for Zhao Taifeng, the Jiang family's foundational strength should undergo a qualitative transformation, significantly enhanced. At that point, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, they will be able to manage them. Should anything arise that they cannot handle, they still have their own clan as a fallback. The Jiang family itself is their greatest source of strength in Shirtang City. Once the family members are adequately cultivated and elevated, they can later select individuals from the blacksmith shop for further training, but for now, it must be approached with caution. Soon after, Zhao Taifeng arrived. Jiang Zhoulang instructed him to prepare, as he would need to enter seclusion for at least a year. This surprised Zhao Taifeng, but more so delighted him. He returned promptly to make the necessary arrangements before disappearing alongside the chief steward, Jiang Zhoulang. With these arrangements in place, Jiang Tianyu returned to his forge, continuing the crafting of the 100 mystical fire hammer. Yet, as evening fell, he suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. After searching around, he finally discovered an invitation tucked away in a corner, an invitation to the wedding banquet of Yulanjia and the city guard's chief, Tang Anshan. Previously, Jiang Xiamang entrusted him with an invitation, requesting him to attend on his behalf, yet amidst his busyness, it slipped from his mind. Jiang Tianyu held no interest in the wedding banquet. However, he could not afford to overlook the significance of this union between the two families. It was lamentable to witness a mere teenage girl wed to a man of 50 or 60 years. Jiang Tianyu contemplated the exquisite features of Yulanjia and her nearly flawless figure, feeling a twinge of regret. Setting aside their past grievances from a purely masculine perspective, Jiang Tianyu naturally held disdain for Tang Anshan, the commander of the city guard, and inwardly condemned him vehemently. The banquet had likely not yet commenced. Jiang Tianyu instructed Gao Qingyo and the others to halt their activities, packing up their belongings to resume the forging of the Baixian fire hammer the following day. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, not far from the blacksmith shop, in a modest courtyard, an elderly man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s wore a look of astonishment as his consciousness lingered on the blacksmith shop. Observing Jiang Tianyu's every action with keen interest, the old man furrowed his brow and murmured, "How intriguing. This fellow is forging the second-tier perfect weapon, the Baixian fire hammer, from the great Elephant 100 Deities technique. Furthermore, his forging method, along with his breathing technique, seems to utilize the organ section's breathing method from the great Elephant 100 Deities technique. Has he cultivated the organ section of that technique? Yet, why does his aura still suggest he is merely at the body refining realm? How perplexing." Chapter 71. Collusion with the Black Dragon Cult? Recognizing the great Elephant 100 Deities technique, the old man naturally speculated that the lost 5th-tier perfect weapon, the great Elephant 100 Deities hammer, was likely in this young man's possession. However, he harbored no intention of revealing himself to seek out Jiang Tianyu. Rather, a flicker of interest glimmered in his eyes as he continued to observe Jiang Tianyu's every move. At that moment, a valiant young woman in a simple, light blue-fitted martial uniform, bearing a long sword on her back, appeared behind him. She respectfully bowed and reported, "7th Hall Master. 2 disciples under Elder Luo have arrived at the Commander-S mansion in Shirtang City. Currently, no traces of the Black Dragon cult have been discovered in the city." The old man did not turn around, but replied nonchalantly, "Since there are none in Shirtang City, You and your senior brother should venture to Wolf Howling Mountain Range to scout the way. That group of Black Dragon cult spawns should be hiding there. The young woman hesitated for a moment. With everyone gone, the Hall Master would be left alone. However, she evidently dared not question or defy the old man's orders and nodded in agreement. Yes, 7th Hall Master. She then swiftly turned and leapt away, vanishing from the courtyard. Meanwhile, at the center of Shirtang City, within the commander's mansion, Tang Anshan was entertaining 2 newly arrived disciples, adopting a notably humble demeanor, even going as far as to flatter and appease them. However, the discussions among the 3 did not revolve around his marriage alliance with the Yu family or the Jiang family, nor the selection for the entry trials of the Longhu Tianzong in 2 days. Instead, they were centered on the peculiar phenomena at Wolf Howling Mountain Range. A middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40, donned a pale yellow Taoist martial uniform, which was the standard attire for inner disciples of the Longhu Tianzong. The sect was divided into 5 ranks: entry, outer, inner, and direct disciples, along with true disciples. Those who had just passed the entry trials were classified as entry disciples for a year, after which they could ascend to outer disciples upon passing further assessments. Advancement to the inner disciple rank was considerably more challenging, requiring the cultivation of the superior bone refining method to perfection, achieving the 2nd realm of martial arts. After becoming inner disciples, some remarkably gifted disciples could progress to become direct disciples through assessments. In the Longhu Tianzong's 10 peaks, each peak had only 10 direct disciple slots, totaling a mere 100 across the entire sect. Every direct disciple was considered the backbone of the Longhu Tianzong. As for true disciples, the sect designated 5, from whom the future sect master would be chosen, akin to the seeds of the Longhu Tianzong. Although the 2 disciples who had arrived were merely inner disciples, Tang Anshan exhibited utmost respect towards them, neglecting all other guests to attend to their needs. The middle-aged man, sipping tea, spoke calmly. The phenomena reported by Tang Shixiang regarding Wolf Howling Mountain Range are indeed peculiar. Thus, we have come to Shirtang City to scout the area. Tomorrow, Elder Luo and Elder Qi will also arrive with their respective teams. Their purpose is twofold: to complete the selection for the entry trials and to investigate the phenomena at Wolf Howling Mountain Range that you mentioned. Additionally, if the Black Dragon cult reveals itself, Elder Qi will certainly not permit them to act recklessly. Upon hearing the names of Elder Luo and Elder Qi, Tang Anshan's expression changed noticeably, exclaiming in shock, "Elder Qi and Elder Luo are actually coming together?" The so-called Elder Qi was not merely the 7th elder of the Longhu Tianzong, but belonged to the 7 clans. His real name was Fu Long, the notorious master of the Longhu Hall, second only to the sect master in status, known throughout Chaodian Prefecture for his ferocity, earning him the fearsome moniker of the 7 Old Demons. This title, it was rumored, originated from the Black Dragon cult, whose members deemed Fu Long more of a demon than themselves. The other visiting elder, Luo Yujun, was no ordinary figure either. She was famously known as the Mandala, a notorious widow skilled in poison within the Longhu Tianzong. Merely contemplating this sent a tremor through Tang Anshan's heart, leaving him uneasy about the sudden arrival of these 2 formidable figures. An elder disciple, slightly older, curiously inquired of Tang Anshan, "Tang Shidi, your report to the sect mentioned that a thick fog suddenly enveloped Wolf Howling Mountain Range, causing everyone, including yourself, to fall into a deep, unresponsive slumber. Has such an anomaly ever occurred before? If it were merely such an occurrence, the Longhu Tianzong might not have paid it any heed. Yet, the message Tang Anshan relayed indicated that the Black Dragon cult had not departed, but rather occupied the Wolf Howling Mountain Range, refusing to leave. What could possess them so?" Just as Tang Anshan was about to share his insights regarding the Wolf Howling Mountain Range and the recent investigations conducted by the city guard regarding both the range and the Black Dragon cult, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Moments later, Lin Guizong, the commander of his personal guards, rushed in, wearing a grave expression as he approached Tang Anshan and whispered, "My lord, we have just received intelligence regarding a lead on the Black Dragon cult." However, Lin Guizong hesitated, revealing a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing about the lead concerning the Black Dragon cult, Tang Anshan's countenance darkened, snapping, "What lead? Speak quickly, what are you dawdling for?" Lin Guizong glanced at the 2 powerful figures from the Longhu Tianzong, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "The former 2nd manager of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, Pan Guanxuan, has reported that Jiang Tianyu, the 3rd manager of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, is actually an undercover agent of the Black Dragon cult. We have investigated, and there are indeed some suspicious aspects surrounding Jiang Tianyu." "Wait, the Jiang family?" Tang Anshan's expression changed dramatically, slamming his hand on the table with such force that it nearly shattered. "What audacity they possess to dare collude with the Black Dragon cult!" Tang Anshan erupted in fury. Rising to his feet, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Lin Guizhong, demanding, "Speak. What is the full story?" Lin Guizhong suddenly jolted, hastily exclaiming, "My lord, I have investigated Jiang Tianyu. This individual is not yet 49 years old, but just a month or two ago, he was merely an ordinary craftsman at the Jiang family blacksmith shop, possessing only a commonplace level of cultivation, around the 4th stage of body refinement, utterly unremarkable. However, astonishingly, he has recently surged forth from the Jiang family blacksmith shop, experiencing rapid breakthroughs in his cultivation within a mere matter of weeks. He is now a 2nd-tier blacksmith and the 3rd shopkeeper of the Jiang family blacksmith shop, having attained a position of considerable prestige within both the blacksmith shop and the Jiang family. His exhibited strength is so formidable that even a martial artist of the 2nd stage, who has refined all 36 bones, would find himself no match for him. It is also at this time that the Black Dragon cult has revealed its presence in Shirtang City. My lord, do you not find this matter exceedingly suspicious? Furthermore, the 2nd shopkeeper of the Jiang family blacksmith shop has vowed to inform on us. My lord, I believe that there is no smoke without fire. We must investigate Jiang Tianyu and the Jiang family. Chapter 72. The disciples of the Longhu Heavenly Sect take action. Upon hearing this, the recently enraged Tang Anshan displayed a hint of hesitation, causing the 2 observing disciples beside him to furrow their brows. The elder disciple set down his teacup and inquired, "Junior brother, are you referring to the Jiang family from the capital city in Shirtang City?" Tang Anshan sighed lightly and nodded. "Indeed. It is the Jiang family branch in Shirtang City. This lineage has been rooted in Shirtang City for over a century, boasting a substantial foundation and a reputation for extreme dominance. They are not to be trifled with." The younger disciple's expression darkened instantly, and he slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "Not to be trifled with? What makes this mere branch of the Jiang family so fearsome? They dare to collude with the Black Dragon cult. Let it be known. Whether they are a small branch or the main family, they shall perish." He abruptly rose to his feet, turning to Lin Guizhong with a cold command. "Where is the Jiang family blacksmith shop? Let me there at once. If it turns out that Jiang Tianyu is a minion of the Black Dragon cult, and that the Jiang family is in league with them, then this time, we shall eradicate the Jiang family's branch in Shirtang City and hold the main family accountable." Lin Guizhong's heart surged with delight upon hearing this. The individual before him was indeed a formidable disciple of the Longhu Heavenly Sect, possessing a cultivation level at the 3rd stage of martial arts, certainly not weaker than their commanding lord. The very reason he had rushed in to report to Tang Anshan was to await this very response. However, Lin Guizhong did not immediately acquiesce, but instead glanced at Tang Anshan, for Tang Anshan was the principal figure. Tang Anshan felt a surge of joy as well, though he did not show it. Instead, he hesitated as he looked at his junior brother, saying, "Junior brother, I still have guests to attend to, and the wedding proceedings have yet to conclude. I cannot accompany you." The man waved his hand nonchalantly. "You 2 brothers need not worry. I shall go with him. It is merely a small errand. How much effort could it possibly require? Once I apprehend him and investigate for any leads regarding the Black Dragon cult, I shall promptly return to partake in Brother Tang's wedding feast." The elder disciple chuckled. Let junior brother Yuan go. With his strength, there are few in Shirtang City who can pose a threat to him. Seeing this, Tang Anshan could only nod, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Be careful, junior brother. The strength of this Jiang family branch is not to be underestimated." The chief shopkeeper, Jiang Zoming, is the 3rd elder of the Jiang family and a martial artist of the 3rd stage. He must not be taken lightly. Understood. Yuan Lingbiao, somewhat impatient, waved his hand and strode out, while Lin Guizhong, upon seeing Tang Anshan's nod, hurriedly followed suit, leading a contingent of 30 city guards boldly towards the Jiang family blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, at a certain location in the commander's mansion, the bride, Xianxia, observed Lin Guizhong's departing figure with a chilling smile on her face. After retracting her gaze, she looked into the copper mirror at her flower-crowned head and vividly red lips, murmuring, "Jiang Tianyu, I told you, I shall ensure you accompany Xiaoyu to the grave." At the Jiang family blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu had just delivered the forged by Xian refined fire hammer into the storeroom for registration, preparing to leave and change into a different outfit before checking on the marriage alliance between the Yu family and the commander's mansion, when a helper rushed in, his face etched with anxiety, exclaiming, "Third shopkeeper, trouble is brewing. A contingent of city guards has surrounded the blacksmith shop, demanding that you step outside, or they will storm in and apprehend everyone." Jiang Tianyu was taken aback. City guards? His expression shifted. Was Tang Anshan planning to take action against the blacksmith shop? But wasn't he preoccupied with the marriage to Xianxia? How could he have the energy to target the blacksmith shop? Moreover, how did Tang Anshan intend to deal with the blacksmith shop? Did he really believe he could forcefully act against the Jiang family with just a few hundred city guards and the Yu family? Did he not fear that he might lose his own teeth in the process? Jiang Tianyu felt a mix of anger and amusement as he hurried back to his forge, inquiring, "How many guards have arrived? What of the Yu family? Has Tang and Shan come?" The helper hesitated for a moment before quickly following. "Commander Tang has not arrived. Nor have we seen anyone from the Yu family. Only 30 city guards have come, apparently led by Lin Guizhong. But there is another individual whose aura is exceedingly terrifying. He feels even more formidable than the chief shopkeeper." Tang and Shan has not come. Jiang Tianyu paused, somewhat surprised. However, upon hearing that Lin Guizhong had brought along another person whose aura surpassed that of chief shopkeeper Jiang Zoming, he felt a stirring in his heart. Was that a member of the Yu family? No, it couldn't be. If it were someone from the Yu family, they wouldn't have made such an ostentatious show of force against the blacksmith shop. So who was this person? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jiang Tianyu. Tang and Shan. Longhu Heavenly Sect. That person must be from the Longhu Heavenly Sect. His expression grew solemn as he quickened his pace, disregarding the helper behind him, rushing back to retrieve the thunder sound heavy hammer. He then commanded all the personnel at the blacksmith shop to gather. The city guards are about to take action against the blacksmith shop. All of you, follow me outside. Lin Haixiang and Li Zhenhe were still present, and upon hearing this, their expressions changed dramatically as they hastily followed Jiang Tianyu out. In mere moments, nearly 200 individuals, including all the helpers, had assembled at the Jiang family blacksmith shop, following Jiang Tianyu as they marched resolutely toward the outside. Before long, Jiang Tianyu, wielding the thunder sound heavy hammer, was the first to step out of the Jiang family blacksmith shop. The moment he emerged, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, donned in a light yellow martial arts garb, with an unremarkable countenance. This man held a long green sword, his expression as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. However, when Jiang Tianyu and his entourage stepped outside, the man's gaze abruptly shifted, transforming into a terrifying blade that unleashed a torrent of sword aura, a palpable and indescribable oppressive force bearing down upon Jiang Tianyu. Jiang Tianyu sensed the intense hostility emanating from the man's eyes, along with a faint, chilling intent to kill, causing his brows to furrow. Behind him, Li Zhenhe, Lin Haixiang, and the others emerged, each brandishing their weapons, unflinching, their gazes fierce as they confronted the group of city guards. Upon reaching the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu halted, his expression calm as he disregarded the middle-aged man's gaze and turned to Lin Guizhong, taking a deep breath as he said, "Lin Guizhong, it seems you have yet to grasp the lesson from our previous encounter. Do you truly believe that just because you are from the commander's mansion, I would hesitate to kill you?" Lin Guizhong, upon hearing this, glared fiercely at Jiang Tianyu, angrily pointing at him as he bellowed, "Preposterous! Before the esteemed members of the Longhu Heavenly Sect, you dare to act so arrogantly? Jiang Tianyu, cease your charade. Do not presume we are oblivious to your affiliations with the Black Dragon Sect. Your collusion with them over the years has brought you to this moment. Do you truly believe we are incapable of uncovering the truth?" Jiang Tianyu's countenance shifted to one of astonishment, quickly transforming into a sardonic smile at Lin Guizhong's audacious accusation. Remarkably, he himself was unaware of his supposed role as a covert agent for the Black Dragon Sect, nor could he recall any instance of collusion with them. At the same time, he grasped the ulterior motives of Tang Anshan and Lin Guizhong's cohort. Their intent was to slander him as a member of the Black Dragon Sect, thereby inciting the Longhu Tianzong to act against the Jiang family. Chapter 73. The Power of the Five Realms of Martial Arts. An utter defeat. Jiang Tianyu was eager to witness what schemes Lin Guizhong and his companions were concocting. With a derisive smile, he addressed Lin Guizhong. "You claim I am a covert agent of the Black Dragon Sect, and that makes it so? The Shirtang city is not under the absolute dominion of your city guards. Where is your evidence?" He anticipated Lin Guizhong would produce some fabricated proof or resort to direct violence against him. However, to his astonishment, Lin Guizhong merely chuckled coldly, stating, "Once we subdue you and conduct a search, the truth of your affiliations with the Black Dragon Sect will be revealed, as will the Jiang family's collusion with them." In that instant, Jiang Tianyu sensed a disquieting shift. They had not produced evidence to substantiate their claims, but instead proposed to apprehend him for a search. Why pursue evidence within rather than presenting it? He was certain that the blacksmith shop harbored no relics of the Black Dragon Sect. However, should there be any illicit items, that was an entirely different matter. In that moment, Jiang Tianyu discerned the true designs of Lin Guizhong and his group. They must not be permitted to set foot in the blacksmith shop. Jiang Tianyu chuckled mockingly. "And what if I declare that you shall not enter?" At that juncture, Yuan Lingbiao stepped forward, his demeanor radiating disdain as he gazed at Jiang Tianyu. "Surrender your weapons and submit. I may yet spare your life. Otherwise, The minions of the Black Dragon sect shall perish. Jiang Tianyu merely regarded him with a cold smile, ignoring his threats. Yuan Lingbiao, incensed by this dismissal, swiftly advanced, his fingers forming a sword-like gesture. As he summoned a torrent of formidable power, a sharp brilliance surged towards Jiang Tianyu's arm, which wielded the thunder sound hammer. How dare a mere lackey act so brazenly? You seek your own demise. Yet, as he lunged to capture Jiang Tianyu, the latter unleashed a sudden movement of the thunder sound hammer, akin to a ferocious crocodile sweeping forth with a mighty roar. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous explosion, a wave of overwhelming ferocity crashing towards Yuan Lingbiao. In that moment, a gust of wind struck Yuan Lingbiao's face, causing his hair to stand on end and his expression to shift dramatically as he felt an acute sense of peril. Almost instantaneously, he withdrew his fingers, drawing forth his azure sword in a fluid motion, intercepting the descending hammer with a precise strike. Clang! The ear-splitting sound reverberated as sparks flew. The force of the impact bent the blade of the azure sword, an overwhelming power coursing through it, akin to a torrential flood crashing into Yuan Lingbiao's arm, striking at his core. With a powerful push, Yuan Lingbiao propelled himself nearly 10 meters back before he landed heavily. He coughed up blood, staggering back a couple of steps before regaining his footing. Yuan Lingbiao's gaze shot up to meet Jiang Tianyu's, a mix of astonishment and fury evident in his eyes. Devoid of any fear, only incredulity and rage remained. He raised his azure sword, pointing it menacingly at Jiang Tianyu, demanding, "You've concealed your strength. Who are you truly? Such subterfuge, and yet you dare deny being a minion of the Black Dragon sect." Beside them, Lin Guizong stood in stunned silence, his scalp prickling. What in the world? Jiang Tianyu had just sent a formidable master of the Longhu, Tianzong, flying with a single blow. This master was a figure of the third realm of martial arts. Had he hidden his strength? Was he not merely at the second realm, but rather at the third? Good heavens! Lin Guizong felt his legs weaken, instinctively stepping back, his complexion paling as he gazed at Jiang Tianyu with palpable dread. The third realm of martial arts. Just moments ago, he had contemplated attacking him. Thank goodness he had not harbored murderous intent, for had he done so, Lin Guizong would not have lived to see another day. In the background, within the blacksmith shop, Li Jinhe, Lin Haixiang, Gao Qingyou, and Li Xintong were equally awestruck, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Jiang Tianyu. At that moment, even Li Jinhe's expression shifted, doubt creeping into his thoughts. Could it be? Could my disciple truly be a minion of the Black Dragon sect? How else could one explain such power? If he had experienced a meteoric rise in strength, it might be conceivable that his late-blooming talents had culminated in genius. However, a disciple who had only recently been at the early stages of the Body Refinement Realm suddenly capable of contending with the third realm of martial arts was utterly nonsensical. The only plausible explanation remained. Jiang Tianyu could not suppress a laugh, casting a disdainful glance at the master of the Longhu Tianzong. Why should I elucidate my true capabilities to you? Just because I can obliterate you, does that make me a minion of the Black Dragon sect? Are the minds of the Longhu Tianzong members all as dull as yours, akin to a foolish bird, as if kicked by a donkey? As he spoke, his voice rose in fury. Begone. If you dare provoke me further, not even the Longhu Tianzong can shield you. Yuan Lingbiao, upon hearing this, felt his fury ignite, laughing maniacally as his ominous aura surged to a new height. Simultaneously, a spectral image of a fearsome fish adorned with wings and covered in azure scales emerged behind him, resembling a divine manifestation that amplified his menacing presence. A mere minion dares to speak so arrogantly. You seek your own death. Attack! Yuan Lingbiao bellowed, the spectral image lunging forward to envelop Jiang Tianyu, merging with his azure sword. This was the manifestation of the third realm's five-cavity divine power, a power bestowed only after refining one's organs over 72 times. Yet, as Yuan Lingbiao unleashed his full might, the very fabric of reality seemed to distort. Thousands of sword blades converging into a colossal beast-like figure, a monstrous fish bearing down upon Jiang Tianyu. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, stepping forward with measured calm. A faint yet profound mental force enveloped the surroundings, rendering the monstrous sword shadows transparent to Jiang Tianyu's perception. Even Yuan Lingbiao's movements appeared agonizingly slow in his eyes. Truly, the power of the fifth realm of martial arts was extraordinary, and Jiang Tianyu could not help but marvel internally. This was his first experience utilizing mental power in actual combat. Indeed, this man's cultivation was a testament to his origins within the Longhu Tianzong. He was the strongest individual Jiang Tianyu had ever encountered. If the Grandmaster Jiang Zolong were to face him, he might not withstand a single strike. This disparity was not merely in cultivation, but also in foundational prowess. Yet, even against such an opponent, under the influence of mental power. It seemed as though he was utterly defenseless. Jiang Tianyu did not even need to wield the thunder sound hammer. With a swift kick, he effortlessly penetrated through Yuan Lingbiao's impenetrable monstrous sword shadows, unleashing his formidable strength upon Yuan Lingbiao's chest. Chapter 74. The Death of Lin Guizong. Boom. Uft. Yuan Lingbiao had scarcely perceived Jiang Tianyu's movement when a powerful kick from Jiang struck his chest. The terrifying force cascaded down, overwhelming even his body, which had attained the third stage of martial arts. The sound of shattering ribs echoed, and it felt as if his chest had caved in slightly. In the next moment, accompanied by a spurt of blood, Yuan Lingbiao's body was propelled like a cooked shrimp, soaring 20 meters through the air before crashing into a stone wall and landing within a nearby house. The azure sword he held slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the ground beside him. With a few deliberate steps, Jiang Tianyu approached and picked up the azure sword for inspection. It bore a hue reminiscent of vibrant green leaves, shimmering with a faint ethereal glow, exuding a refreshing aura akin to cool mist. Although he was unfamiliar with this sword, Jiang Tianyu discerned its connection to the water element. With a flick of his finger, the azure sword emitted a crisp hum, and faintly, a beastly roar could be perceived. Jiang Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim, "An enchanted weapon of the third tier. Its quality is truly remarkable." Then, he examined his own thunderous hammer, recalling its previous clash with the azure sword. While it seemed he had the upper hand, this was merely due to his own strength and the weight of the weapon. In reality, the thunderous hammer had suffered a crushing defeat against the azure sword, as evidenced by the deep sword mark embedded in the hammer's head. Had it not been for the hammer's formidable nature, it might have been cleaved in two by the azure sword. The disparity in their respective qualities was indeed significant. As Jiang Tianyu admired Yuan Lingbiao's weapon, the street was enveloped in eerie silence. Onlookers stood frozen, gazing in awe at Jiang Tianyu's imposing figure. Even Li Zhenhe, Lin Haixiang, Gao Qingyou, and Li Xintong felt that their usually unyielding third shopkeeper appeared more formidable, majestic, and intimidating than ever before. A hush fell over the crowd, as if they were struck by a sudden chill. This included Lin Guizong and the 30 city guards he had brought with him, their faces paling to an unprecedented degree, cold sweat soaking their bodies, as if they were ensnared in the grip of winter's chill. Lin Guizong was bewildered. The esteemed figure from the Longhu Tianzong had been sent flying by Jiang Tianyu's kick. What was he to do now? He awaited an answer, urgency mounting. When Jiang Tianyu's gaze shifted from the blade to Lin Guizong, the latter felt a jolt of fear, turning pale as he knelt before Jiang Tianyu, bowing his head in a plea for mercy. "Master Jiang, spare us. We were mistaken. You are not a minion of the Black Dragon cult. Anyone in Shitang City could be a minion, except for you. I was truly wrong. Lord Yuan only harbors animosity towards the cult's minions and means no harm to you. I implore you, have mercy on us." Jiang Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lin Guizong's unhesitating submission. With a sardonic expression, he retorted, "Leader Lin, I warned you that you would not gain entry today. Not even you, nor Tang Yanshan, would be granted passage. So, do you finally believe me now?" Kneeling on the ground, Lin Guizong's expression was one of earnest humility as he responded, "I believe." Boom. However, the next instant, Lin Guizong's countenance changed dramatically. For Jiang Tianyu's thunderous hammer surged forward, crashing directly into his chest. In that moment, Lin Guizong grasped the essence of despairing power. The hammer obliterated his chest with overwhelming force, shattering every rib in the process. With a dull thud, Lin Guizong's vision dimmed, and he was flung 10 meters away, leaving a deep trail of blood on the street. Though he had not perished, he was rendered incapacitated, teetering on the brink of death. Even if he were to receive potent medicine, he would remain a cripple, unable to engage in combat, or even muster the strength to take a breath. With a swift motion, Jiang Tianyu approached and twisted Lin Guizong's head with a flick, nearly severing it from his body, before carelessly discarding him as one would a piece of refuse. Jiang Tianyu's expression hardened as he bellowed, "Begone! Return to Tang Anshan and inform him that if he seeks to wage war against the Jiang family, let it be known that this is Lin Guizong's fate. The Jiang family does not instigate conflict, but we do not shy away from it either. Plotting to frame me, Jiang Tianyu, as a minion of the Black Dragon cult and implicating the Jiang family in collusion with them is a dangerous game. Let him continue, if pushed to the brink. Let us see if the Jiang family dares to confront him head-on." His thunderous voice reverberated across half of the outer city, leaving countless citizens stunned and terrified, gazing upward in confusion at the unfolding events. Tang Yanshan, was he not the commander of the city guards? Who had he framed? What was transpiring? Under the weight of Jiang Tianyu's fury, the city guards were paralyzed with fear, fleeing in chaos, dragging along the lifeless body of Lin Guizong, whose head was barely attached to his neck. Initially, they had intended to retrieve the esteemed figure from the Longhu Tianzong, only to discover he had long since fled. They cursed under their breath, feeling utterly ridiculous. A formidable warrior from the Longhu Tianzong had been routed by the mere third shopkeeper of a blacksmith shop in Shirtang City. If word spread, no one would believe it. Yet, such a surreal occurrence transpired right before their eyes. In the street, Jiang Tianyu, with an impassive expression, surveyed the crowd of onlookers and declared, "Enough. There is nothing more to see here. Disperse." He then turned and, accompanied by Li Junhe, Lin Haixiang, and others, returned to the blacksmith shop. In the inner city, at the commander's residence, Tang Anshan, clad in a crimson robe, basked in the accolades of his guests. Beaming with pride, he reveled in the fact that his new bride was a direct descendant of the Yu family, still in her teens, the epitome of youthful beauty. With such a delicate flower at his side, Tang Anshan felt nothing but elation. He envisioned the gradual erosion of the Jiang family's power through this alliance, envisioning their vast resources being consumed by him, further enhancing his joy. On a high platform, he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Everyone, eat and drink well. Today I, Tang, shall indulge to the fullest." Yet at that moment, a blood-soaked figure burst through the entrance, collapsing amidst the guests. As he staggered forward, he could no longer hold himself upright and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Pooh. With that, he fell unconscious. On the platform, upon seeing the bloodied figure, Tang Anshan's expression shifted dramatically. Yuan Shidi. Not long after, the city guards returned, carrying the lifeless body of Lin Guizong, bloodied and devoid of breath, his head barely hanging by skin and flesh. Others may not recognize Yuan Lingbiao, but when some laid eyes on Lin Guizong's condition, their expressions abruptly changed, exclaiming, "Leader Lin." A gasp rippled through the guests gathered for the banquet, leaving them bewildered as they witnessed the scene unfold, utterly perplexed by the situation. What has transpired? Who acted? How could anyone dare to unleash such brutality upon Lin Guizong? It is essential to understand that Lin Guizong is the chief guard of Tang Anshan, a loyal subordinate. To slay Lin Guizong is akin to trampling upon the dignity of Tang Anshan. Who possesses such audacity? Upon seeing Lin Guizong's dire state, Tang Anshan closed his eyes momentarily, his countenance shifting between anger and confusion, his heart a tumult of shock and fury. Yuan Shidi's prowess surpasses his own. How could it be that Yuan Shidi engaged, resulting in one grievously injured and the other slain? It was an appalling spectacle. Yet, he retained his composure, refraining from inquiring publicly, and hastily instructed for both Yuan Lingbiao and Lin Guizong's bodies to be taken to the rear for proper arrangements, while he himself hurriedly excused himself and departed. In the back courtyard, Tang Anshan bellowed at the assembly of city guards, "Speak. What on earth happened? How did Yuan Shidi and Guizong sustain their injuries? Could it be that the Black Dragon cult's malefactors are truly hidden within the blacksmith shop?" One of the guards, trembling, recounted their encounter. "No, it was Jiang Tianyu. His strength is terrifying. Lord Yuan personally intervened twice. The first time, he was sent flying by Jiang Tianyu's hammer, and the second time was even worse. He was kicked away a distance of 10 to 20 meters. As for our leader, he was compelled to kneel by Jiang Tianyu, pleading for our release. Yet, Jiang Tianyu disregarded him entirely and with a single strike, inflicted grave injuries upon our leader, subsequently twisting his head with a violent motion. Commander, Jiang Tianyu could very well indeed be a disciple of the Black Dragon cult. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable strength? Tang Anshan stood in stunned silence. What nonsense is this? Yuan Shidi and Lin Guizong were both bested by Jiang Tianyu? He knew Jiang Tianyu only as a mere third manager of the Jiang blacksmith shop. Until recently, he had been unaware of such an insignificant figure. Yet now, this inconsequential individual proved a match for even Yuan Shidi. With a single hammer strike and a kick, he had left Yuan Shidi gravely injured and fleeing. Where did such a character emerge from? Soon, another elder brother, having been at rest, arrived upon hearing the commotion. His countenance shifted drastically upon witnessing Yuan Lingbiao's injuries. He promptly roused Yuan Lingbiao and administered a healing pill he carried. Upon learning of Jiang Tianyu's might, he was filled with rage, urging Tang Anshan to mobilize all city guards to capture Jiang Tianyu. However, Tang Anshan, still possessing some rationality, urged in a calming tone, "Elder brother, temper your anger. We cannot act impulsively. We do not yet know the limits of Jiang Tianyu's strength. And let us not forget, he has the Jiang family backing him. With just the two of us, it is uncertain if we could succeed. We must wait for Elder Luo to arrive. Once he is here, that mere Jiang Tianyu, along with the Jiang family, will have no chance of escape." Listening to this, the elder brother finally regained his composure. With reason restored, he ensured Yuan Lingbiao received proper care before fixing a penetrating gaze upon Tang Anshan, inquiring coldly, "Tang Shidi, Is Jiang Tianyu truly a disciple of the Black Dragon cult? And does the Jiang family have any collusion with them? Tang Anshan gritted his teeth, asserting, indeed. This is a secret revealed by a former second manager of their blacksmith shop. He would not risk his life to fabricate such a tale. The elder brother scrutinized Tang Anshan, realizing that if all went smoothly, there would be no need for further inquiry, nor to truly ascertain whether Jiang Tianyu was a disciple of the Black Dragon cult or if the Jiang family had any affiliations with them. Even if he were not, as long as they could solidify the evidence, he would be deemed a disciple of the Black Dragon cult. But now, it would be best if he were. Otherwise, he would have to explain it all to Elder Luo himself. With a scowl, he turned and departed, offering Tang Anshan no further respect. With a resounding crash, Tang Anshan's fury erupted as he struck the chair, shattering it into pieces, his heart simmering with rage. He could never have anticipated that his plans, barely commenced, would be thwarted at the onset. Jiang Tianyu, what manner of individual is he, and how could his strength be so formidable? Amidst his seething anger, a chill crept into Tang Anshan's heart, sending shivers down his spine, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Meanwhile, in the bridal chamber, Yulanjie soon learned of Lin Guizhong's tragic fate from her handmaid, her demeanor shifting as she ripped off her red headscarf, revealing her astonished and furious visage. Her voice took on a sharp edge as she exclaimed, "What did you say? Lin Guizhong is dead? And that elder from the Longhu Tianzong has returned grievously wounded?" They attempted to confront Zhang's blacksmith shop and Jiang Tianyu, and they failed? The handmaid, in a panic, knelt down and meekly replied, "I heard it was indeed so. Jiang Tianyu's strength is too fearsome. Even the great master from Longhu Tianzong was no match for him." Yulanjia's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind clouded. To be outmatched, and to be no match in a single blow. There is a vast chasm between the two. Jiang Tianyu, even a master of the third realm from Longhu Tianzong, could not withstand a single attack from him. In that moment, Yulanjia's emotional state shattered, her expression twisting with disbelief. How could this be? That wretched man. A torrent of emotions surged within Yulanjia, including fear. She recalled a recent encounter at Dinghong Tavern, where Jiang Tianyu had audaciously declared he would enjoy her before Tang Anshan claimed her. Had it not been for her maid shielding her from danger, she might have met her end. And now, Jiang Tianyu's power was so immense that even the strong from Longhu Tianzong were no match for him. What would happen if he discovered her involvement in the schemes against him? While the commander's residence was thrown into disarray by these unexpected events, not far from Zhang's blacksmith shop, in a small courtyard, an elder sat upright, his expression a mix of incredulity and amusement, not because the disciples of Longhu Tianzong had been defeated by Jiang Tianyu, nor due to the alleged Black Dragon cult disciples. If Jiang Tianyu were truly a disciple of the Black Dragon cult, how could he remain ignorant? Jiang Tianyu had long since been marked for death, unable to survive to this day. What astonished him was that Jiang Tianyu had actually utilized a trace of weak spiritual energy. After frowning for a long while, as the uproar at the blacksmith shop subsided, the elder's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and his eyes glimmered with a newfound idea. A body tempered by the realm of physical cultivation, capable of forging a second-tier perfect 100 xian refining firehammer, able to defeat disciples of the third realm, yet possessing a hint of spiritual energy from the fifth realm. What an intriguing individual, he mused, chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, Li Jinhe, having accompanied Jiang Tianyu into the blacksmith shop, wore a complex expression, still grappling with lingering doubts in his mind. Jiang Tianyu turned to address the crowd with a grave demeanor. "Everyone, I need you to search the entirety of the blacksmith shop thoroughly. Retrieve everything that does not belong here." Lin Haixiang's thoughts were not as intricate as Li Jinhe's. At this moment, his gaze upon Jiang Tianyu was filled with awe and reverence. Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's command, he momentarily froze, his heart stirring with speculation. Did the third manager suspect that there were elements of the Black Dragon sect hidden within the blacksmith shop? Lin Haixiang's expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Tianyu inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the crowd, stating, "It is not suspicion, it is a certainty." As the faces of the onlookers transformed in shock, Jiang Tianyu continued, "The city guard and that individual from the Longhu Tianzong would not come here without reason. Nor would they accuse me of being a disciple of the Black Dragon sect and colluding with them without cause. They would not have brought people to the blacksmith shop without a purpose. Therefore, there must be something within the blacksmith shop that serves to prove my connection to the Black Dragon sect or implicate the Jiang family. Now, I command you all to search thoroughly and ascertain what has been concealed within the blacksmith shop." Upon hearing Jiang Tianyu's directive, Lin Haixiang promptly ordered, "Go, search each area in groups of 3. If you cannot find anything, switch with others. We must turn the entire blacksmith shop upside down." "Yes." Third manager, Lin Steward, the others responded, their expressions grave as they comprehended Jiang Tianyu's intentions. Some gritted their teeth in anger. What a malicious city guard! To slander and frame them as colluding with the Black Dragon sect? They quickly divided into groups of 3 and began to scour the blacksmith shop. Once they had all departed, Li Jinhe regarded Jiang Tianyu with a complex expression and whispered, "Tianyu, are you truly not in league with the Black Dragon sect?" Jiang Tianyu, taken aback by Li Jinhe's inquiry, replied, "What purpose would I have to collude with the Black Dragon sect? Whom would I wish to harm? What could the blacksmith shop or our Jiang family in Shitang City possess that would draw the attention of the Black Dragon sect?" Hearing Jiang Tianyu's series of questions left Li Jinhe momentarily speechless, his mind in turmoil. It seemed there was some merit to his logic. After all, the Black Dragon sect is the most formidable dark force lurking beneath the Liang dynasty, possessing immense power. Would such a sect covet the mere trinkets of the blacksmith shop? Or perhaps the meager inheritance of a second-tier blacksmith? As for the Jiang family of Shitang City, they might not even qualify to enter the Black Dragon sect's line of sight. Li Jinhe, with a peculiar expression, inquired of Jiang Tianyu, "Then what of your strength?" Jiang Tianyu chuckled lightly, responding, "Great talents may blossom late, only to realize their true potential. Moreover, I have only just begun my genuine cultivation. What significance does my current strength hold? Give me a year or so, and I shall not only contend with the 3rd realm of martial arts, but perhaps even the 4th realm." Observing the unwavering confidence radiating from Jiang Tianyu, Li Jinhe's doubts gradually dissipated as he stood in contemplation for a considerable time. Great talents may indeed flourish unexpectedly. Can one's innate abilities truly be so astonishing? Before long, the blacksmith's personnel unearthed 2 suspicious items from various corners. One was discovered in Jiang Tianyu's forging courtyard, hidden beneath the wooden bed where he usually rested, a token of identity belonging to the Black Dragon sect. The other item was found in Jiang Zolong's courtyard, a statue representing the deity of the Black Dragon sect. This deity, resembling a black dragon, was said to be the divine dragon encountered by the sect's founder and had become the sacred beast of the Black Dragon sect, requiring its disciples to worship it regularly. Upon seeing these items, Jiang Tianyu laughed, handing them to Gao Qingyo with the command, "Dispose of them in the latrine." Do they think they can tarnish my reputation and that of the Jiang family with such trifles? How absurd! Gao Qingyo, taken aback, widened his eyes at his master. Dispose of them in the latrine? But these are linked to the Black Dragon sect. Throw them away, Jiang Tianyu insisted. Are they not accusing me of being a member of the Black Dragon sect? When the time comes, we shall ask them if they dare to toss the Black Dragon sect's items into the latrine. If they hesitate, one must question their true allegiance to the sect. Gao Qingyo, Lin Haixiang, and Li Xintong exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of bewilderment and admiration. This tactic was indeed ruthless. Would those from the city guard dare to cast the statue of the Black Dragon sect into the latrine? It was uncertain. Gao Qingyo chuckled and said, "Very well, master. I shall take care of it." Watching Gao Qingyo unceremoniously discard the 2 items into the latrine, Li Jinhe finally allowed a smile to grace his face. All was well. His disciple had no connection to the Black Dragon sect. This method of self-clearing one's name was indeed shrewd. Jiang Tianyu, however, remained pensive as he continued, "From this day forth, you should all reside within the blacksmith shop as much as possible. Of course, it is not mandatory. Those who wish to return home may do so, but do exercise caution. I shall also remain at the blacksmith shop to ensure its safety." After organizing matters at the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu instructed someone to monitor the conditions at the commander's mansion and to report back to the family head, Jiang Chonglin, regarding any intentions the commander's mansion might have towards the blacksmith shop and himself. Before Jiang Tianyu's messenger could return with a report, a family member from the Jiang Clan had already arrived to inform Jiang Chonglin. "Family head, grave news. The city guard intends to take action against the blacksmith shop and to slander the 3rd manager, Jiang Tianyu, as a disciple of the Black Dragon sect, alleging that the Jiang family is colluding with them. Alongside the city guard, there is also a formidable martial artist from Longhu Tianzong at the 3rd realm." Jiang Chonglin's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this report, and he sprang to his feet, a mix of fury and disbelief coursing through him. "Tang Anshan, how dare you?" Just as he was about to rush outside, he heard the family member urgently continue, "Family head, please remain calm. Although the city guard and the martial artist from Longhu Tianzong aimed to act against the blacksmith shop and the 3rd manager, they were thwarted. In fact, the martial artist from Longhu Tianzong and the city guard's elite, Lin Guizong, were severely injured and ultimately fled in disgrace." Upon hearing the complete account of the incident at the blacksmith shop, Jiang Chonglin stood rooted in place, astonished for a long while. A martial artist from Longhu Tianzong had been defeated and forced to retreat by Tianyu? Is this truly the case? Initially, Jiang Chonglin had thought that Jiang Tianyu might struggle to withstand the onslaught alone, which was why he had rushed to offer assistance. Little did he expect that the Longhu Tianzong's forces would be the ones to retreat in utter humiliation. With this realization, Jiang Clan burst into a hearty laugh. Excellent, excellent. Tianyu has done remarkably well. To dare slander my Jiang family, as colluding with the Black Dragon sect, is truly courting death. It mattered not whether Jiang Tianyu was innocent or not. Even if he were, it would not matter. What kind of disciple of the Black Dragon sect would present so many body refinement and bone-forging pills to enhance the strength of the Jiang family? Although the family had only recently acquired these two types of pills, the members who had consumed them in just a few days had already begun to see significant improvements. 3 members at the 9th level of body refinement had successfully broken through to the 2nd realm of martial arts thanks to the bone-forging pills. The remaining members who consumed body refinement pills had also made notable advancements, with some even breaking through. Given them a little more time, within a month and a half, their cultivation would surely undergo a transformation. At that time, the Jiang family might possess the strength to rival the Jiang Clan. How dare you slander such a family member as a disciple of the Black Dragon sect? Jiang Clan chuckled coldly as he sat back down, intending to send someone to the blacksmith shop for further information while also inquiring whether Jiang Tianyu required any reinforcements. Just then, the messenger sent by Jiang Tianyu arrived. The blacksmith shop was safe. Jiang Tianyu merely reported the events that transpired and cautioned the family head to remain vigilant against the desperate actions of the Longhu Tianzong and the city guard. As for reinforcements, they were certainly unnecessary. Jiang Clan sat in contemplation for an extended period, ultimately raising his head with a serious expression to inquire. Have any of our kin mentioned their whereabouts? The clan member shook his head in response. It remains unclear. Jiang Clan promptly issued a directive. Investigate. Ensure our people reach Shirtang City without delay. Dealing with the city guards and Tang Yanshan posed no significant challenge. Even the addition of the Yu family would not be overly daunting. However, the situation with the Longhu Tianzong was distinctly different. The Jiang family's lineage in Shirtang City could not withstand their pressure. Only the arrival of our kin from the capital would alleviate the burden imposed by the Longhu Tianzong. Yet, as he pondered this, Jiang Clan's brows furrowed slightly. He rose and approached the bedside, directing his gaze not toward the blacksmith shop or the commander's residence, but rather toward the direction of Wolf Howl Mountain Range. Reflecting on the peculiar encounters that various factions had experienced in the Wolf Howl Mountain Range not long ago, his eyes brimmed with confusion. After a prolonged silence, he resumed his seat. What secrets lay concealed within the Wolf Howl Mountain Range? What was the nature of the mist that enveloped the entire area during that incident? A grave expression crossed Jiang Clan's face. This matter was far from simple. According to the information he possessed, the forces of the Black Dragon cult that had previously emerged from the Wolf Howl Mountain Range had not departed, but were instead lying in wait, engaged in unknown activities. Coupled with the previous anomalies at Wolf Howl Mountain Range, it became evident that this occurrence was not merely the Longhu Tianzong descending upon Shirtang City. The Jiang family's kin and other significant powers from Chaodian Mansion would also make their appearance. Days prior, Jiang Clan had received word from his clan that individuals would be coming to Shirtang City, urging him to extend a warm welcome. He gently closed his eyes, secretly sighing in relief. Thankfully, our kin would also arrive. Otherwise, the Longhu Tianzong's interference in the dispute between them and Tang Yanshan would likely result in catastrophic losses. Jiang Clan waited anxiously, and finally, in the early hours of the morning, he welcomed the arrival of his kin from Chaodian Mansion. Upon seeing the elder who appeared at the residence, Jiang Clan exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder of the 2nd clan, you have come in person." In the blacksmith shop, as night deepened, everyone returned to their respective courtyards or communal lodgings to rest. Jiang Tianyu also had a simple wooden bed in his forging courtyard, though it was rather rudimentary, primarily serving as a storage area for forging materials. That night, after guiding his disciples Gao Qingniu and Li Xintong in their martial training, he returned to his room. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he glanced toward his wooden bed. To his astonishment, he found someone sitting cross-legged upon it, a silver-haired elder. Jiang Tianyu's hair stood on end, his body tensing as he whispered, "Who are you?" He hadn't even sensed this person's arrival. Chief Fulong opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Jiang Tianyu. Noting his alert and tense demeanor, he chuckled derisively. "So, you're frightened now? But what of the time you secretly studied the secret techniques of my Longhu Tianzong, pilfered our sacred artifacts, and injured our disciples? Did you not fear then?" Jiang Tianyu inhaled sharply, dumbfounded as he stared at the elder before him. How on earth did he know all this? Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, glaring indignantly as he retorted, "You speak nonsense. What Longhu Tianzong's secret techniques or sacred artifacts? I've never even heard of them. Who are you, and why do you slander me?" Chief Fulong observed Jiang Tianyu's righteous indignation and burst into laughter, playfully poking him as he remarked, "How amusing. Your audacity is remarkably similar to that of old Jiang. Of course, there's a touch of meanness in you as well." Jiang Tianyu was taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of someone denouncing him as shameless. Furthermore, to suggest that he bore resemblance to this elder, how absurd. But Chief Fulong's words confirmed one thing. This unfamiliar elder who had intruded upon him bore no ill will towards him or the Jiang family. Nevertheless, he was not entirely certain. After all, this individual did not seem simple at all. Jiang Tianyu remained wary. "Old Jiang? Is that who you refer to?" Chief Fulong smirked. "Jiang Baihong, the old fossil of your Jiang family. When I encountered him years ago, he shouted at me, declaring that every time we met, he would strike me. Alas, he had the will but lacked the courage. I wonder if, after years of absence, he has managed to muster some bravery." Jiang Baihong. Jiang Tianyu was somewhat perplexed, but it was evident that the person he spoke of must be a high-ranking member of the Jiang family. Yet why mention such topics of violence? Was their relationship truly so fraught? Chief Fulong ceased his jesting, regarding Jiang Tianyu with a smile. "I am Chief Fulong, the lord of the Longhu Hall of Longhu Tianzong. The old fellows of your Jiang family refer to me as the old demon Qi. You possess some talent, so I offer you an opportunity. Join my Longhu Hall. I can overlook your transgressions of secretly studying my Longhu Tianzong's secret techniques and the theft of our sacred artifacts. However, should you decline, we shall have to settle the scores thoroughly. Those who secretly study the secret techniques of my Longhu Tianzong, let alone outsiders. Even ordinary disciples of the Longhu Tianzong meet only one fate, death. As for the theft of our sacred artifacts, oh, that accusation carries even graver consequences. The Jiang family in Shirtang City may not withstand the repercussions. All shall perish. Thus, you must choose. Will you become a disciple of my Longhu Hall? Or shall you await the day the old fellows of the Jiang family deliver you to the Longhu Tianzong?" Before Jiang Tianyu could refute, claiming he had merely stumbled upon these items, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, and in an instant, he wore what he believed to be his most radiant and amiable smile, exclaiming, "Ha! What are you saying, senior? To be invited to join the Longhu Hall is indeed an honor. This matter is settled. Your word is enough for me to pledge my loyalty." Internally, however, he was in a state of panic, thinking, this old fellow is frightening indeed. He felt that the aura emanating from this individual surpassed even that which he had sensed from the golden snail. Faced with this elder, he truly had no inclination to retaliate. It was utterly absurd. He had done nothing wrong. He merely found a fifth-tier secret technique and a sacred artifact in the Wolf Howl mountain range. Surely that could not provoke a figure of this magnitude from the Longhu Tianzong? Listening to Jiang Tianyu's response, Chief Fulong regarded him with disdain, thinking, this fellow is truly shameless. Now he is all too eager to comply. Chief Fulong casually inquired, "What of the giant elephant 100 gods hammer?" Jiang Tianyu chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly retrieving the small hammer from his pocket, realizing it was indeed a fifth-tier perfect sacred artifact. Chief Fulong weighed the hammer in his hand, nodded slightly, then tossed it back to Jiang Tianyu, rising to his feet. "Consider this a gift. This hammer is something I forged years ago as a token of your apprenticeship. However, I have destroyed its legacy, for it is a sect's secret technique and cannot be recklessly disseminated. Additionally, I offer you another opportunity. I have a slot available for a direct disciple in my Longhu Hall. If you can pass the sect's trials, that position is yours." As he spoke, he waved his hand, sending a token flying towards Jiang Tianyu. "This is the token of a direct disciple of the Longhu Hall. If you can safeguard it and return to the Longhu Tianzong, you will be acknowledged as a direct disciple. If you cannot protect it, then you will start as an entry-level disciple and gradually hone your skills." With that, Chief Fulong's figure flickered and vanished from Jiang Tianyu's sight. His speed was so astonishing that even Jiang Tianyu could scarcely comprehend how he had departed. Jiang Tianyu, with a bitter expression, gazed at the token in his hand, his demeanor peculiar and tinged with frustration. What on earth was this situation? Suddenly, an elderly man appeared, and in a state of utter bewilderment, he became a member of the Longhu Heavenly Sect. When Jiang Tianyu first traversed into this realm, he had yearned to join the Longhu Heavenly Sect. But now such aspirations had faded. He felt that remaining in Shirtang City was not so bad after all. Leading the Jiang family to become the dominant force in Shirtang City, he could live and cultivate in peace until his strength could no longer improve. Then venture forth once more. Alas, circumstances seemed to have surpassed his expectations. Just a moment ago, he had injured a disciple of the Longhu Heavenly Sect, positioning himself in opposition to them. Yet in the next instant, he found himself ensnared by the very fate of becoming a member of the Longhu Heavenly Sect. How absurd. However, Jiang Tianyu bore no resentment. Rather, he tightened his grip around the personal token in his hand, and recalled the formidable divine elephant 100 gods hammer that had returned to him, pondering deeply. Becoming a member of the Longhu heavenly sect might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. This way, should he or the Jiang family wish to take action against Tang Anshan or the Yu family, they would not inadvertently provoke the Longhu heavenly sect. After all, he was now affiliated with them, backed by that terrifying old man. Was it Qi Fulong, known as the Seven-Old Demon, the master of the Longhu Hall? Jiang Tianyu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Longhu Hall seemed to be the only external military organization of the Longhu heavenly sect. Under Longhu Hall's command is the Longhu Guard, the primary violent force of the Longhu heavenly sect in their external battles. It is rumored that the master of Longhu Hall holds a status second only to that of the sect master. Joining Longhu Hall could only bring him benefits. With its protection, even the Black Dragon cult would find it challenging to target him, ensuring his safety throughout the Chaotian prefecture. No longer would he need to be as constrained as before, burdened with countless concerns. Upon reflecting on this, a vicious smile broke across Jiang Tianyu's face. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound as he declared, "Excellent. I relish this feeling." He removed his clothing, intending to lie down and sleep, but suddenly paused. Recalling that Qi Fulong had meditated on his bed, he hurriedly fetched a cloth to wipe it down, muttering, "Meditating on my bed, how impolite of that old man." After cleaning it thoroughly, Jiang Tianyu finally lay down, satisfied, and drifted into slumber. While Jiang Tianyu found repose, many in Shitang City were wide awake. The groom, Tang Anshan, had yet to enjoy his bride, as he was preoccupied with a multitude of affairs at the commander's mansion until the early hours. Now that the members of the Longhu heavenly sect had arrived, he was again busy attending to them. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shitang City, the Yu family. Upon learning of the events at the commander's mansion and the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, the Yu family patriarch, Yu Tinkong, was taken aback. His expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed in disbelief that Jiang family's third steward, Jiang Tianyu, dared to strike at a disciple of the Longhu heavenly sect, even inflicting severe injuries. He felt a mixture of shock and wariness towards Jiang Tianyu's displayed prowess, alongside an inexplicable delight. Had Jiang Tianyu lost his senses from forging? To dare to strike at a member of the Longhu heavenly sect and leave him severely injured. Now, the Jiang family had not only engaged in conflict with Tang Anshan, but had also offended the colossal entity that is the Longhu heavenly sect. Ha ha! This truly is divine assistance. Yu Tinkong laughed heartily, his excitement palpable, as he realized that the Jiang family had produced such a foolish individual. Excellent, excellent. Given today's events, the Jiang family's demise is well-deserved. They are not far from their end. In just a couple of days, the entrance examination for the Longhu heavenly sect would commence, and more members were likely to descend upon them. By that time, the Longhu heavenly sect would undoubtedly settle accounts with the Jiang family. Yu Tinkong's gaze darkened, his eyes glinting with cold calculation. He pondered what actions he or the Yu family might take when the Longhu heavenly sect sought retribution against the Jiang family. Jiang Tianyu would surely meet his end. One who dared to heavily injure a disciple of the Longhu heavenly sect could not escape, and the Jiang family would be unable to protect him. Yu Tinkong mused quietly, his gaze flickering. If that were the case, perhaps he could directly act and swallow the Jiang family's blacksmith shop. Those who resisted could be eliminated, leaving only those willing to submit, who could be integrated into the Yu family's blacksmith shop. By absorbing the Jiang family's blacksmith shop and subsequently seizing the various mines outside the city, this venture would be solidified. He anticipated that by then, the Jiang family would be unable to retaliate, preoccupied with their own troubles. That former second steward of the Jiang family's blacksmith shop, Pan Guanchuan, had defected to Lanji, hadn't he? He was leading a group to seize the Jiang family's mines outside the city. He wondered how that endeavor was progressing. Yu Tinkong gazed out at the night sky, feeling an unprecedented sense of elation. Soon, the Yu family would become the true ruling family of Shitang City. Chapter 79, The Elder Takes the Blame. The night passed in silence, and as a faint light began to emerge on the horizon, various sounds gradually shattered the tranquility of Shitang City, revealing a vibrant life. Awakened by the commotion outside, Jiang Tianyu had just finished his morning routine when Li Xintong hurried in, holding 2 red ceremonial boxes. Upon seeing Jiang Tianyu awake, her face lit up with joy as she swiftly approached and placed the boxes on a nearby table, opening them. First, she produced a large bowl of meat porridge, followed by an array of pastries, saying, "Master, my mother noticed you didn't come over last night, so she made all this early this morning for you to try." Jiang Tianyu sat down, raising an eyebrow as he looked at the girl before him. "You should have told her not to go out lately, right?" Li Xintong obediently nodded. "I did. That's why she didn't come personally. I mentioned that you've been a bit busy and that it's not safe outside," urging her to stay indoors. Good, Jiang Tianyu smiled. Although he currently had the bone-refining pill to sustain his cultivation, the potency that once lasted for 7 days now only sufficed for a little over 1 day. In 3 days, he would need to consume 2 bone-refining pills. At this rate, he would likely require even more potent pills. Yet, even with the pills maintaining his cultivation consumption, this did not imply that Jiang Tianyu had abandoned the pleasures of food. After all, even the divine beings in the heavens did not entirely forsake sustenance. How could he relinquish the myriad earthly delights? As he savored the breakfast pastries prepared by Lin Shuxia, they tasted far superior to those from outside, with abundant ingredients, besides meat. The porridge also contained fresh river delicacies. After consuming the contents of the 2 boxes, Jiang Tianyu felt that he had barely satisfied his hunger. As his physical body grew stronger, he noticed his digestive capacity becoming increasingly formidable. No matter how much he ate, he never felt full. Did anything happen at the blacksmith shop last night? Jiang Tianyu inquired. Li Xintong shook her head. I haven't heard anything. It should be fine. However, just as Li Xintong finished speaking, Zhang Zofang suddenly hurried in from outside. Upon seeing the 2 of them having breakfast, he paused for a moment before quickly approaching. Standing before Jiang Tianyu, Zhang Zofang's expression was grave as he did not mention the previous night's incident involving the city guards and the disciples of the Longhu heavenly sect, but rather spoke solemnly. There's been a problem. Recently, a tribesman guarding the mines returned in haste, claiming that Pan Guanxuan has betrayed the blacksmith shop and colluded with the Yu family and the city guards to seize the various mines outside the city. It's likely that the blacksmith shop has already lost control of those resources. Furthermore, Pan Guanxuan has brought some individuals who have already pledged allegiance to the Yu family's blacksmith shop. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyu's expression subtly shifted, a mixture of astonishment and fury igniting within him. If it were merely a matter of Pan Guanxuan aligning himself with the Yu family's blacksmith shop, it might not have been so concerning. However, the fact that Pan Guanxuan led men to seize Jiang family's mineral resources outside the city was akin to undermining the very foundation of the Jiang family, an affront to their dignity, and a desire to bury them entirely. This transcended mere betrayal. It was a profound enmity. Jiang Tianyu, in a fit of rage, let out a sardonic laugh. Yet a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze as he stared at Jiang Zolong, questioning, what audacity does Pan Guanxuan possess? Surely, he cannot be foolish enough to believe that the Yu family and the city guards can preserve his life? With a deep sigh, Jiang Zolong replied, upon investigation, I discovered that Pan Guanxuan's eldest disciple is, in fact, his former illegitimate son. The slots for the entrance trials of the Longhu Tianzong were predominantly taken by your fellow disciples. Coupled with his recent decline in the blacksmith shop, Xianxia and the commanding office lured him away with a slot for the Longhu Tianzong entrance trials, enticing him to betray the blacksmith shop and align himself with the Yu family, all to secure a place for his son in Longhu Tianzong. Jiang Tianyu responded, a place in Longhu Tianzong, a mere slot for the entrance trials. His eyelids twitched, finding the situation utterly ludicrous. He had never aspired to join Longhu Tianzong, yet he had been forcibly abducted into it just the night prior, with no option to decline. Ironically, he had become a direct disciple of the Longhu Hall. What's more, the former second manager of the blacksmith shop, whom he once looked up to, had betrayed the Jiang family for a single slot in Longhu Tianzong. If Pan Guanxuan were to learn of his transformation into a direct disciple of Longhu Tianzong, would he not be infuriated? Turning to Jiang Zolong, Jiang Tianyu inquired, what is the third elder's plan for dealing with this? What directives does the family head have? With a smile, Jiang Zolong answered, had this been before yesterday, we might have refrained from taking action against Pan Guanxuan and the Yu family's blacksmith shop. However, your decisive victory over the martial realm's 3rd stage yesterday has indeed revitalized our spirits and instilled confidence in the family head. Thus, the family head has resolved to eliminate Pan Guanxuan and all those who have defected to the Yu family's blacksmith shop, uprooting it entirely. Do they truly believe that the Jiang family would refrain from retaliating? Who granted them the audacity and courage to act so brazenly against the Jiang family? However, prior to executing this plan, the family head has requested that you return to the family estate with me to meet certain individuals and address a few matters. Jiang Tianyu was taken aback. Meet whom? Who does the family head wish to deal with? Jiang Zolong explained, last night, our clan's second elder arrived in Shitang City with his entourage and is currently recuperating within the family estate. The family head wishes for you to meet him, especially given your current strength, which affords you the qualification and confidence to engage with our clan's members. As for whom to deal with, that would naturally be the first and second elders, who have promoted Pan Guanxuan, only for him to betray the family and inflict such harm. They must bear responsibility for this debacle. Jiang Tianyu's expression hardened as realization dawned upon him. So, The family head intends to use this incident to eliminate the obstacles within the family all at once. This thought lightened his spirits considerably. It seems that Pan Guanchuan's actions may not be entirely detrimental. After all, he was merely a handful of disloyal individuals in a few mines outside the city, which could be reclaimed at any time. If this ordeal could lead to the removal of certain antiquated elements hindering the family's progress, then Pan Guanchuan might inadvertently contribute to the Jiang family's cause and be deemed a benefactor. When he eventually encounters him, he might even owe him a word of gratitude. With that in mind, Jiang Tianyu's interest peaked considerably. He was eager to witness how Pan Guanchuan's alleged powerful backer, the first elder, would argue or struggle in light of these events. Those who prioritize power and profit over the family's development have become parasites within the clan. Chapter 80. Expulsion from the family? Jiang Tianyu had never interacted with the Jiang family's first and second elders. He seldom visited the family's ancestral home. And even when he did, it was usually only to meet the family head, Jiang Chan, for a brief duration. Moreover, although he had stirred up some commotion previously, he had not revealed much of his prowess, remaining merely the third manager of the blacksmith shop. It was likely that the elders would disdain meeting him, as they held status and rank in high regard, making it difficult for someone of his standing to gain an audience. Nonetheless, Jiang Tianyu possessed some knowledge of the first elder, Jiang Huaigu, and the second elder, Jiang Huainan. Both were formidable practitioners at the martial realm's third stage. Yet they were nearing a century in age. Though martial artists at this stage tend to have robust vitality, often living to be 100 or more, nearing a century signifies old age, and their strength has waned considerably. Perhaps even Zhang Zolong could best them now. However, these two were nonetheless revered elders of the Jiang family, having governed for an extended period and contributed significantly to the family's legacy. Their seniority and standing rendered them formidable adversaries. Confronting them directly would be futile, as they had the backing of the two main branches of the Jiang family, with interests intertwined. Unless they committed a grave error, it would be challenging to destabilize their positions within the family. Pan Guanchuan's betrayal of the Jiang family to align with the Yu family and the commanding office, while also conspiring to seize all mineral resources outside the city, presented an exceptional opportunity. As he accompanied Jiang Zolong toward the family estate, Jiang Tianyu pondered. He wondered whether the family head had the confidence to take action. Nonetheless, even if he did not, today he would lend his support to the family head, striving to fundamentally alter the family's dynamics, fostering a united front against external threats. Only through such measures could the family flourish and grow robustly. It was time for the elder generation to retire gracefully, allowing the younger generation to rise and invigorate the family. Upon arriving at the Jiang family estate and entering the ancestral home, both Jiang Zolong and Jiang Tianyu immediately sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. It was palpably somber. The servants and maids hurried about, heads bowed as if afraid to offend anyone. Upon noticing Jiang Zolong, some individuals hurriedly halted to pay their respects, while many others cast curious glances at Jiang Tianyu as they did so. Once Jiang Zolong and Jiang Tianyu had passed, the murmurs began. Isn't that the third manager of the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tianyu? I heard quite the tale yesterday. This individual is no ordinary clan member. When the city guards attempted to employ underhanded tactics and summoned a martial realm's third-stage expert from Longhu Tianzong to act against the blacksmith shop, accusing him and our Jiang family of colluding with the Black Dragon cult, what happened? That third-stage expert from Longhu Tianzong was severely injured and fled. It seems the first and second elders are in quite a predicament. Pan Guanchuan, whom they promoted, has now caused significant losses for both the blacksmith shop and the family. With the third elder and this one returning, it's evident the family head is serious about taking action. But will it succeed? I feel it's challenging. Even though the family is facing this crisis, it's uncertain if they can topple the first and second elders. Those individuals are too entrenched in their ways. With the third elder and this one's assistance, can the family head not maintain control over the family? Who would dare to oppose? The first and second elders are aging. They should make way for the younger generation. What are you saying? The first and second elders have made immense contributions to the family. Now that they are old, do you wish to discard them? What is this Jiang Tianyu nonsense? A mere branch of the family has no right to dictate terms within the clan. Do you possess the qualifications? Just a fifth-level body refining practitioner. If you have the audacity, go negotiate with the Yu family and the commander's office, and see if they might toss you a bone to gnaw on, you fool. Before the higher-ups of the Jiang family could even begin their debate, the clan members below had already erupted into a cacophony of voices, thickening the atmosphere with a palpable tension and an unmistakable scent of conflict. Upon arriving outside the main courtyard, they were met with throngs of clan members, evidently aware that today's matters were of grave significance, leading many to converge here. As Jiang Zoming and Jiang Tianyu approached, a middle-aged man stepped forward, blocking Jiang Tianyu's path, his expression icy as he fixed a steely gaze upon him. Third elder, you may enter, but he does not have the qualifications. This individual was none other than Jiang Hechuan, a martial artist of the Second Realm who had previously ventured to the Howling Wolf Mountain Ridge with members of the main branch to capture the King White Ape. He was a formidable presence, ranking among the elite of the family's Second Realm warriors, and held considerable influence within the main branch. Jiang Zoming frowned, ready to reprimand this individual at any moment. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a foot shot out from the side, landing squarely on Jiang Hechuan's abdomen. The terrifying force propelled him nearly 10 meters away, crashing into the main courtyard ahead. This unexpected act took everyone by surprise, altering their expressions dramatically. Yet Jiang Tianyu remained unfazed, advancing with measured steps, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembly. Indifferently, he declared, I lack the qualifications? Then who among you believes themselves more qualified than I to enter? A mere lackey of the second martial realm, sheltered by the family, yet bullying his kin. Engaged in petty squabbles. Look at what this ignorance has fostered. It's as if a donkey has kicked their brains. I dare to confront the third realm of the Longhu heavenly sect, and yet this insignificant second realm practitioner dares to challenge me? Who granted him such audacity? Jiang Tianyu's voice rang out vehemently, a fierce aura coalescing around him, his eyes blazing with intensity that compelled all present to avert their gazes. Many displaying expressions of panic and fear. You dare to strike someone? You dare to lay hands upon your own kin? A middle-aged man exclaimed, a mix of terror and fury evident in his voice. With your kind of behavior, do you still wish to enter the family's gates? In my view, he should be thoroughly expelled, banished from the clan. Just as his words fell, a shadow flickered before him. Another foot connected forcefully with his chest, sending him hurtling away. The overwhelming power forced the man to spit blood, his body soaring a dozen meters before crashing to the ground, his head lolling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Tianyu strode toward the main courtyard as if nothing had transpired, shaking his head lightly. You ought to be grateful for your surname Jiang. Otherwise, with your provocation and foolishness, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise. Attempting to leverage the family's rules against him, wielding one's status as a shield? Such aspirations are utterly delusional. He has never known what it means to show mercy. Those who dare to stir trouble, those who lack any semblance of wit to provoke, ought to consider the resilience of their own bones. The first kick was merely a warning. With the second, one might pray for a fortunate reincarnation in their next life.